This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: My Declaration. In this world, just living is already difficult. We live in a mine that was abandoned before the war, using the most rudimentary tools, or even mining with bare hands, exchanging for scraps from other survivors' camps. We have never hurt anyone, we just want to survive, but even so, some people have set their greedy eyes on us. The dark-skinned man who knelt in front of Gu Hang and told him about his suffering was named Patel. He was neither tall nor strong, and his skin was rough under his thin, dirty clothes. Judging from his appearance, he was indeed, as he said, a man who made a living in an abandoned mine. Patel continued, 8 days ago, a group of Wasteland bandits, who called themselves prisoners of the dead, killed 17 of us and kidnapped 42 people. God Emperor. The youngest among them was only 4 years old. They asked us to pay a ransom, and we did it, but they went even further. Not only did they not release the people, they also asked us to pay more. I went to Renaissance City, found the officials of the Alliance, and asked them for help. They sent someone to send a warning to the prisoners, reprimanding them not to mess around. Haha, a warning? The day before yesterday, the robbers cut the throats of 2 children at our doorstep, and tore the waste paper into pieces with blood. They claimed that we had to pay double the ransom within 3 days. Otherwise they would attack our mine, kill everyone, and take away everything we have. We are in a desperate situation. Some people said they wanted to escape, and some said they would fight those robbers with guns and cannons, even with hoes and fists. But I know that we are not without a way out. Now there is a new governor in this world. I must come to you for help. Your Excellency the Governor, I pray for your help. I pray for you to save us. Patel lowered his head, his attitude sincere. From his perspective, he could only see Gu Hang boots. They were a pair of soft leather boots, with satin-like ribbons and golden buckles, which looked elegant and complicated. It was unknown how long it would take more than 900 people in the Feidong society to work hard without eating or drinking to get these boots. The boots moved in front of him, and Gu Hang folded his legs together, in a more comfortable posture, and asked him, "Why didn't you come to me first before looking for an alliance?" Patel was stunned for a moment, and could only think of a reason, and stammered, "We are a member of the Alliance, and the Alliance should be in charge of this matter." Gu Hang shook his head and said, "You think you are a member of the Alliance, and the Alliance will protect you. And I am just an airborne governor, and I may not be able to sit in this position for 2 years, just like the previous governors, who were executed for failing to pay taxes to the Empire. You think I am insignificant in your heart, until the Alliance does not care about your affairs, and you have no choice. And then you come to me. I absolutely don't have such an idea." Patel denied in panic. He gritted his teeth and made a great decision. "If you can save us, we are willing to pay everything. 2 years later, we will pay the imperial tax at a higher level." Gu Hang became even more disappointed. "Let me put it this way. Patel, you know that I came to this planet a month ago, and my camp is here, not far from you. But you never visited me, until something happened. You knelt in front of me and said, 'Your Excellency the Governor, please save us.' But you didn't regard me as a real governor from the bottom of your heart. And you didn't even want to believe my declaration on the first day I came here. I said I would rebuild the entire Wasteland world, and let everyone who submits to me live a good life. But you don't believe it. Many of you never believe it. You just think of me as an annoying tax collector. You pay taxes in exchange for me saving your people. Then how do you want to pay taxes? According to the imperial tax standards, even if all of you in the Wasteland society work themselves to death in the mines, you still can't pay." Patel's somewhat dark and capable face looked extremely nervous. "Governor, I believe what you say. Please save us." As he said this, he was about to kowtow to the ground, but he was stopped by Gu Hang. A pair of hands grasped his shoulders and lifted him up without resistance. Gu Hang hugged Patel's shoulders, not at all disgusted by the oil and dust on his body. "No need to kowtow. No need to kneel. I will definitely help those of you who work diligently and conscientiously. Those unproductive plunderers are our common enemies. But they are just small problems. And rebuilding the world is the big deal. This is not an empty talk. Since you beg me, I will completely save you. Not only will I eliminate the prisoners, I will also help you build your territory and have enough food and clothing. Now I ask you, do you believe me?" Patel's tears fell. I don't know how much of it was because of being moved, how much because of being saved, and how much because of acting. I believe it. I believe it completely. From now on, Fedong society will fight for your ideals. This should be our common ideal. Gu Heng patted Patel's shoulder. Go and have a rest. It won't be long. I will personally lead my troops to rescue your compatriots. God Emperor. My compatriots and I are very grateful for your help. After watching Patel thank a guard profusely and leaving the barracks, Gu Heng turned his gaze to the man in military uniform standing behind him. Standing upright, Captain Yin. Your eyes tell me that you are a little confused. Yin Fangxiu saluted him. Then hesitantly said, do we really want to help Fedong society? On this wasteland planet, similar things happen almost every day, and we can't handle it. Gu Heng said regretfully, it seems that. Captain Yin, you don't believe my declaration either. I dare not. Yin Fangxiu said this. But he was indeed hesitant. But excuse me, Governor, you only have 2 years. Within 2 years, we must at least pay the imperial tax of the entire Angry Owl Star according to the minimum standard. Otherwise, Gu Heng continued his words, otherwise I will be dismissed and executed. Of course I know that. But, Captain Yin, we have been on this planet for a month. And you have seen what it looks like. This is a place that has experienced a doomsday catastrophe. Most of the land is unsuitable for survival. The waste energy storm is still raging. There are mutated alien monsters and predators who can only become bandits everywhere. The remaining survivors are hiding in various settlements, struggling to survive. It's already very difficult for them to live. They simply can't afford such high taxes. Collecting taxes is equivalent to taking their lives. The contradiction between imperial taxation and planetary development is the main contradiction of Angry Owl Star. In the past, governors were all in charge of taxation. The imperial taxation every 2 years was like a death warrant. And in the end, it took their lives. But I am different. I want to change my mindset. Development is the hard truth. If Angry Owl Star is built more prosperous, taxes will only be a small burden. And we will succeed. Yin Fangxiu sighed. You are right. Development is the right way. However, development takes time. And what we lack most is time. Your first term is only 2 years. And you need to pay at least a quarter of the imperial standard tax. But the Angry Owl Star has always only paid 1/8. And there is still a difference of half. In 2 years, if you want to double the output value of the planet. That depends on my ability. Gu Heng smiled. It just so happens that I have some confidence in this aspect. As he was speaking, an illusory message that only he could see popped up in front of him. The 1st Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion, 300 people. Training completed. The unit level upgraded to T5. Limited by the equipment level and personnel quality. The unit can no longer continue training and upgrading. Gu Heng's smile became even bigger. He patted Yin Fangxiu's shoulder, who was still worried, and said, gather our troops. We should go and seek justice for our neighbors. Chapter 2 Gift. In fact, this is only the first month since Gu Heng came here. He is now in a cosmic era, a huge human empire, ruling the boundless star field. The God Emperor, who ascended 10,000 years ago, established the spiritual network, bringing spiritual energy to humans. The current empire is ruled by the Supreme Council sitting in Terra, the human mother planet. About 120 years ago, the planet where Gu Heng is currently located was still an ordinary world. A war, which completely destroyed the surface environment of the entire world, and the Wrathful Owl planet became a wasteland planet. 29 years ago, the imperial government evaluated that there was still hope for the Wrathful Owl planet to be saved, and for the first time after the war, it sent a governor to be in charge of the reconstruction work. In the imperial system, the planetary governors can rule their planets in any way, provided that the governors must remain loyal to the empire. What is loyalty? Paying taxes is loyalty. If you don't pay taxes, or don't pay enough, then you will be executed, and then replaced by a loyal one. Up to now, in the past 29 years, Angry Owl Star has had 5 governors. In fact, the 3 governors before Gu Heng each only worked for 2 years. The imperial tax of Angry Owl Star is paid every 2 years. And these 3 unlucky guys did not make it through the first tax payment after taking office. And now, Gu Heng is here. A month ago, when he had just traveled through time and merged his body and memory, he was already on the starship coming to Angry Owl Star. He wanted to ensure that in 2 years, Angry Owl Star could pay a quarter of the standard tax, and the remaining 3/4 would be paid by the Star District government. This was the favorable condition that the Gu family A political family to which he belonged had fought for him. The second tax payment 4 years later, then the full amount must be paid. A cruiser belonging to the Star Zone Navy, parked in the planet's orbit, providing him with support. The only people he brought to the surface are 3,000 slaves, 300 servitors whose frontal lobes had been removed and mechanically transformed, 30 Marines, led by Captain Yin Fangxiu. The main regime on the Angry Owl Star, called the Alliance, was established 29 years ago by the first governor. Logically, after arriving at Fury Star, Gu Hang should have landed in Fuxing City, the capital of the Alliance, taken over the role of the Alliance leader, and then began to exercise the power of the planetary governor based on the Alliance government. But he did not do so. He took his people and established a camp not far from Fuxing City, and then started to do some incomprehensible things. For example, Yin Fangxiu did not understand why Gu Hang wanted to train those 300 robot soldiers. These slaves, who had lost their own thinking, could not even operate armored vehicles or artillery, and could only be equipped with the lowest level equipment and used as cannon fodder. They were not worth training at all. However, he had to be ashamed of his shallow knowledge. He watched with his own eyes that those mechanical servants had undergone earth-shaking changes in a very short period of time. He saw that under Gu Hang command, these mechanical servant soldiers quickly completed a series of pre-departure tasks such as assembling a team and checking equipment. In the previous training, these mechanical servants also showed a technical and tactical level far beyond the previous level. Shooting, physical fitness, tactics. These have all been greatly improved, plus their original characteristics of not fearing sacrifice and completely abiding by discipline, making them high-level soldiers. This is already the level of the regular troops of the Imperial Guard Astra Militarum. Although, he still doesn't think these servitor soldiers are the opponents of his elite Marines, but that only refers to one-on-one. There are only 30 elite Marines, and these servitors have 300 people. More importantly, Yin Fangxiu didn't understand at all how Gu Hang did it. This was completely beyond his understanding. Isn't it that the level of the servitor soldiers depends only on their level when they are transformed, and subsequent training is meaningless? Just as he was stunned, he heard Gu Hang full voice, "Captain Yin, let your team move faster. The elite of the Marine Corps. How come the speed of pre-war preparation is not even as fast as the servitors?" Coming back to his senses, Yin Fangxiu saluted Gu Hang with a little shame, then turned around and shouted at his subordinates, who were also stunned by the changes in the servitor camp. "What are you guys dawdling about? Hurry up. The slowest 5 people will start sleeping with the robot servants tomorrow." After watching Yin Fangxiu kick the team members one by one, Gu Hang chuckled, retracted his gaze, and refocused on the information on the panel in front of him. The illusion in his eyes, the floating font, formed multiple options. Current gift points, 2. Total territory income, 5/Terra month. Hero. Soldier card. There are 4 items in total. Gu Hang clicked on the second item, total territory income. Here, he saw more detailed information. Governor's temporary camp, 5/Terra month. There was only this one. According to Gu Hang understanding, this monthly total income depended on the total income provided by the territory he belonged to, which was recognized by the system. And his current territory only had this temporary camp. After seeing the system and knowing that he had become the governor, he was very excited and wanted to know how much gift he could get every month after having a planet as his territory. However, after landing in Renaissance City from the starship, the number remained 0. He guessed at the time that the nominal territory could not be recognized by the system, and he had to control it. As an airborne governor, how easy would it be to control a loose Wasteland Alliance regime and integrate the entire alliance? If it was easy, the previous governors would not have been ruined. So, he decisively abandoned the route that led to the previous governors, turned around and asked for servants and slaves and some armed forces from the starship, left Renaissance City, found an open space, and planned to start from scratch and use the golden finger that accompanied him through the journey. When he led people to establish a temporary camp under his complete control, the number finally changed from 0 to 4. Gu Hang guessed that the initial 4 came from the population, and the slight increase later was probably because the camp was built larger and more complete. In the following 2 items in the system, Hero showed his own panel, and in the soldier card, there were 2 items. Marine Corps 1st Squadron, comprehensive T4 level, upgradable, quantity 30 people, equipment T4, training T4, experience T4 This is the situation of the 30 people led by Yin Fanshu. The other one is the newly upgraded Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion. 1st Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion. T5 level. Cannot be upgraded. Number, 300 people. Equipment, T5. Training, T5. Experience, 0. The T level should refer to the overall strength of the corresponding troops. The smaller the number, the more elite they are. The Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion was originally a low-level unit. It was fully equipped with rifles, grenades, squad machine guns, mortars at the platoon level, and rifle grenades, but it lacked heavy weapons and could only be considered a light infantry battalion. He spent 3 points of grace to upgrade this light infantry battalion. In 4 days, this brainless, cannon fodder unit that only followed orders and was considered to have very low training value has undergone earth-shaking changes, reaching the T5 level of training. It can be considered to have reached the strength level of the regular army of the Empire. The T4 level where the Marines are located is considered a regular elite unit. It is precisely because the Mechanical Servant Infantry, which was originally just cannon fodder, has completed the upgrade that Gu Heng has the confidence to participate in it after hearing about the situation of the Abandoned Cave Society. This is an opportunity, and he now has the ability to seize the opportunity. He hopes to use this incident to incorporate the Abandoned Cave Society into his actual rule, rather than just being a nominal governor. In the future, he will expand his actual control range step by step until the entire planet. Chapter 3, The Prisoners of the Dead. It takes a total of 4.5 hours to travel from the temporary camp to the abandoned cave community. The elites of the Marine Corps, in the form of a small team of 5 people, all spread out as pioneers and scouts. Gu Heng led the victim Patel and his large force of the Mecha Servant Battalion and moved forward steadily. Halfway, Gu Heng received a report from the Marine Corps reconnaissance team that they found a small transport team, which should belong to the prisoners of the dead tribe. Gu Heng authorized Yin Fanshu to lead the Marine Corps and some mecha soldiers to annihilate them and try to capture them alive. Captain Yin was an elite naval officer, and he could do this little thing easily without any surprises. However, after Gu Heng heard the confession of the survivors, his mood was no longer good. Gu Heng had Patel brought over and said to him, "It seems that these bandits never intended to let you go." Patel also saw the situation of the transport team and said angrily, "Yes, they transported a large amount of high explosives, not to mention blowing open the gate of the Abandoned Cave Society. Even if they collapsed the mine, it would be enough to bury us all inside." Gu Heng shook his head and added, "More than that. According to the information obtained from Captain Yan's interrogation, they have already negotiated with the greenskins in the ruins of the high wall. The more than 900 people in your Abandoned Cave Society are all regarded as high-quality rations and are ready to be sold to those green-skinned beasts." What? Patel knew that the prisoners of the dead were a group of Wasteland bandits, and they were absolutely full of malice towards them, but he was still shocked by their viciousness. The description of green-skinned beasts is appropriate for those mutants. They exist not only on the Rathal Owl star, but also in all parts of the universe. They are also called the cancer of the universe. They have no male or female distinction, and their reproduction relies on the symbiotic spores in their bodies falling off, and then growing out of the ground. And the same is true for their food. In theory, they don't need to buy any rations. But the two things these green-skinned beasts like most in their lives are fighting and eating the brains of intelligent creatures. The former is their nature, and the latter is their means of technological upgrading. These beasts that grew out of the land were indeed primitive and barbaric at first, fighting with stone axes and wooden sticks. When they ate enough and had smart enough brains, their technology would develop rapidly, with iron weapons, guns and cannons, and even interstellar travel. They were warlike and had a destructive nature, which made them more powerful and more likely to become a natural disaster that ravaged everything. Logically speaking, such a race should be the enemy of all mankind. The Empire did have a killing order against the green-skinned orcs, killing them all on sight, and then purifying the land to kill the spores to ensure that they would not grow again. But policies are policies, and implementation is another matter. On the Angry Owl Star, taxes cannot be paid, and food and clothing cannot be guaranteed on the planet. There are many conflicts among various forces. The entire planet is a mess, and the governor is forced to farm on his own. Under such circumstances, we really can't expect a bandit like the Prisoner of Death to have any feelings for the fate of all mankind. However, not only are they not hostile, But they also do business with these man-eating beasts. That is intolerable. Cleaning up the green beasts. This is what Gu Heng must do. Of course. Not now. According to the confession, the Green Tribe in the so-called High Wall ruins. There are tens of thousands of them. And they have at least evolved to the point of having automatic weapons. And there is not much difference in equipment with the humans on the planet. If you want to clean up those beasts, it is definitely not something that Gu Heng can do with the power he has now. Fortunately, the High Wall ruins are quite far away from here. So there is no need to worry too much for the time being. The most important thing to deal with is the group of Wasteland raiders who threaten the abandoned cave society. Now, Gu Heng has known their exact information. For kilometers away from the mine where the abandoned cave society is located, the prisoners have built a temporary camp. These guys never thought that the abandoned cave society would dare to come out and fight them in the field. So they did not prepare any defensive fortifications. Good opportunity. We can launch a surprise attack. Our mortars can have a good impact. Yin Fangxiu seemed excited. Okay. Let's do it. After a short rest, they arrived in just over an hour, which was originally a 2-hour journey. They accelerated because they were worried that the transport team would take a long time to arrive, and the bandits would notice something unusual. After a quick march, they still needed some rest time before launching the attack. The 30 elite soldiers of the Marine Corps were fine, but the servitors needed rest. They would not complain of being tired, but they would be tired. And fatigue would reduce their combat capabilities. According to Yin Fangxiu's suggestion, the soldiers will set out again in 45 minutes. And 1 hour later, the mortar position will launch an artillery attack. At the location where the prisoner camp can be seen from afar, Gu Heng patiently led the team to rest, eat nutritional paste, and sit quietly to replenish physical strength, and build a mortar position. He knew that his patience now was to wait for a decisive battle later. Kaga was inexplicably irritated at the moment. These days, it is not easy to be a looter. They haven't opened for business for a while, and all the supplies will be exhausted. Food is not a big deal, as they will not have to worry about it after they break through the abandoned cave community. Even if the miners don't have much food reserves, there are hundreds of people, and they can be used for a long time if they are slaughtered and made into jerky. Damageable weapons and consumed ammunition are not easy to replenish. All major forces are not willing to do business with these looters, except for the greenskin tribes. Although the greenskin technology is not easy to use, the weapons have a high failure rate, and the ammunition is easy to misfire, and the power in their hands is far less than that in the hands of the greenskins themselves. But it is better than nothing. To be honest, Kaga didn't like the most abundant or in the abandoned cave community. It was heavy and worthless, and it was not easy to sell. But the 900 people in the cave were good things. They could be used as their own food, and they could be driven to the ruins of the high wall to sell them for greenskin weapons. Isn't it wonderful? Driving people is much easier than driving sheep. For this reason, the prisoners were almost all out, except for a few old, young, women, and brothers who stayed in the old nest. The main force was brought out by Kaga. More than 100 people. The Waste Cave Society has many people, but few guns, so they are not to be feared. The reason they have been able to survive in the wasteland for so long is mainly because of the good terrain. Kaga personally went to investigate the mine, and it is really easy to defend but difficult to attack. The entrance of the cave is sealed tightly with ore and metal, and then a heavy door is used to close it from the inside. It is really impossible to open it with human power. They tried to blow up the door yesterday, but failed because the equivalent was not enough. In desperation, he could only send his confidants back to the old nest to transport the explosives, which even contained concentrated explosives at the bottom of the box. His patience had run out. It was fine if he couldn't trick the miners into opening the door. When the explosives arrived, he would blow it open and be done with it. This was something that should have been done today. There was no need to rush. But Kaga still felt annoyed. According to the time, his transport team should be back, but why was there no movement at all? He had already urged his men to use the radio to try to contact the transport team, but he could not get through. This made him even more uneasy. Half an hour ago, he sent out a team to search the situation according to the loop. But until now, there has been no response. And even the radio has lost contact. He became completely alert. Such a strange situation made him feel fear and hesitation. Those who were not careful enough would have been buried in the wasteland without a trace. He made up his mind to send out 4 or 5 teams to explore. At the same time, He also ordered the whole team to prepare and set off together to explore the situation. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, "We have contacted the transport team. They said they are on their way back and will arrive soon." Kaga frowned. "Why couldn't we contact them before?" "They said their radio had a problem. They just fixed it. They were afraid that we might worry. So they sent a message right away." Kaga thought for a moment and ordered, reply, "Damn it. Did you guys get fucked by a zombie dog on the way? Why are you so slow? Come back quickly. If you are late, half of the spoils will be deducted from you." After saying that, he walked out quickly and shouted to the brothers who were preparing, "Hurry up. Hurry up, we are leaving immediately. Don't give me the bullets you can carry, just take as much as you can, and throw away the rest. Let's go quickly. Be prepared to break out. We are being targeted." The subordinate, who just heard his order, was a little confused. He caught up with him 2 steps and asked, "Boss, what are you talking about? Hurry up and pass the message after that. Take your gun and follow the team." "Why?" The boy was still stunned. Kajia knocked him on the head. "Someone must be targeting us. Deceive the other side, if it works. That's the best. If it doesn't, you die for being slow." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the stupid boy, took his gun, called his brothers and prepared to leave the camp. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a whistling sound coming from the sky. His face turned green instantly. This was the sound of a cannonball. "Get down." He quickly lay down, cursing, "Fuck. You're still using a cannon to blow up. Bah. Don't let me catch you. Bah." The rumbling sound of the explosion made it almost impossible for him to hear his own voice. He just tried to use dirty words and tough words to vent the fear in his heart. He guessed that someone was targeting them, and even felt that the worst-case scenario was possible. He was surrounded. But what he didn't expect was that the people who were targeting him actually had cannons in their hands. Fortunately, he was lucky. Apart from the buzzing in his ears and a little dizziness in his head, nothing serious happened. He stood up from a half-crouch and looked around. The cannons that bombarded them should not have a large caliber, and seemed to be just mortars, if they were really heavy artillery. With this round of 10 or so rounds of dense coverage, I'm afraid everyone in the entire camp would be wiped out. But despite this, in their simple camp without strong fortifications, these mortars still caused considerable casualties. At a glance, at least more than 20 brothers, either dead or missing limbs. The rest of the people were also stunned. But now is obviously not the time to be dazed. And staying here is waiting to die. He shouted, "Go! Go! Go!" But at this moment, there was a gunshot outside. They were really surrounded. After the artillery fire, the infantry followed up. The only good news was that the gunshots were still a little far away. And it seemed that the several small teams he had sent out before had played a role and had engaged in a firefight. This was the only chance of survival. He shouted, "Support! It's a critical moment. And those who don't want to die will be hit hard by me." At this time, the second round of artillery fire arrived. Chapter 4, Is This a Robot Servant? What a pity. Gu Heng, holding a telescope, spit out these 2 words. He regretted that the enemy reacted quickly, and had already taken action before the bombardment began, otherwise the bombardment would have been more effective. He regretted that his side still lacked firepower. If the 60mm mortar was replaced with a large-caliber howitzer, then the infantry would only need to clean up the battlefield, and the main problem could be solved directly by the artillery. But under such conditions, there was nothing we could do. In short, after 2 rounds of bombardment, the enemy lost 1/3 of its combat power. Although there seemed to be a chance to fight 2 or 3 more rounds later, it was estimated that the effect would not be so good. The remaining enemies would eventually have to be dealt with by infantry. Patel, who was standing next to him, was very happy. From the information from the survivors, he knew that most of his people, except for the dead, had been transferred to the prisoners' lair and were being held under guard. So there was no worry of accidental casualties when bombarding the temporary camp. So, watching the bandits who threatened his hometown being bombed, after a few rounds of artillery fire, the place was in a mess. Not counting the casualties, he was really happy. "Governor, kill all these bandits. I, Patel, am willing to serve you all my life." Just thinking this, he saw the governor put away his telescope, calling the soldier standing by to move forward. He hurried to catch up. Accurately find the target, fire, kill. Feeling the slight heat from the HS-3 Eagle electromagnetic rifle in his hand to his cheek, Yin Fanxiu felt relieved. The situation on the battlefield is always changing. He thought that by taking advantage of the enemy unpreparedness, the mortar position could launch multiple rounds of bombardment, which would cause a devastating blow to these indigenous bandits. The remaining people would probably be dizzy from the bombing, and he would only need to clean up the battlefield and deal with some surviving enemies when he brought the infantry up. But he didn't expect that the enemy was very sharp. Even if they were just some wasteland looters, they should not be underestimated. The enemy had dispersed several teams in advance, forcing him to launch an attack immediately. Otherwise, he would be discovered by the enemy. The bombardment was launched a few minutes in advance, and the infantry led by him also needed to annihilate the enemy squads at a distance of hundreds of meters from the enemy camp. It was not difficult to eliminate these bandit squads, but the following battle made him a little bored. The damage caused by the mortar was less than expected, so he had to lead the infantry to bite the hard bone. Winning was no problem. But what about the losses? If he fought a group of wasteland bandits and took the lead, but many people died in the end, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, excessive losses will also affect the governor's plan. He has full confidence in the 30 Marines he brought down from the starship, but not necessarily in the robot soldiers. They are originally positioned as cannon fodder, and their equipment is also rubbish. More importantly, the fighting instinct implanted in the robot soldiers' brains is also in the direction of cannon fodder, highlighting a fearlessness of death. Being cannon fodder is an advantage, but being a regular army is not necessarily. He is really afraid that these robot soldiers will be too reckless and die too much. But after the battle started, he immediately felt relieved when destroying several raider teams on the periphery. These servitor soldiers did not show much specialness. After all, he and the Marines had solved the main targets. The special operations mode is what the Marines are good at. Moreover, they are equipped with auxiliary aiming, rapid search, precision shooting units, various accessories. Whether in terms of training or equipment level, they have a crushing advantage over the raiders, and it is normal for them to be defeated without injury. The mecha soldiers who didn't get a chance to show off showed excellent qualities in the process of attacking the camp. They didn't rush out like cannon fodder. Each squad kept a scattered formation and marched out in groups of 3. There were assaulters, fire support, and squad machine guns to suppress and accompany the advance. Although the mortar position 1 kilometer away could not cause particularly good damage, it could also continuously launch shells to accompany the soldiers forward and suppress the enemy firepower. The tactical actions of these mechanical servants, in the eyes of an elite like him, were somewhat rigid, but standard enough, and effective enough. Those looters who wanted to break out were trapped in the camp, and could not get out. They could only occasionally fire some bullets from inside, but they were not very accurate, and they dared not even show their heads, let alone aim and shoot. Soon, several assault teams had entered the camp. The quality of the mechanical servants was still online, alternating forward, cross-covering, cutting at multiple angles, taking care of blind spots. All the necessary technical actions were used. Those bandits thought they could finally launch some substantial counterattacks at close range, but what they encountered was still the ruthless slaughter of the mechanical servant soldiers. Of course, the mechanical servant soldiers are definitely not invincible. In close combat, casualties are inevitable, but it is much better than Yin Fanxiu had expected. The training organized by the governor, is it really effective? It is not just a phase-saving project, but it also has a real combat effectiveness improvement in the fight. 300 cannon fodder turned into 300 regular troops. The change happened in such a short time, he really found it incredible. But this is a good thing. With such a high level of the mechanical servant camp, he finally doesn't have to worry about too much loss in the siege. Those bandits, they can't resist the attack of the mechanical servant soldiers at all. This battle, they are sure to win. Yin Fanxiu felt incredible. Kagana was really desperate. His reaction was not slow, but he still couldn't save his fate. His brothers were trapped in the camp, and there were less than half of them left. The whistling mortars had stopped bombarding, because they were afraid of accidental injuries. He thought that this would give him a break, and even a chance to launch a counterattack, but it didn't happen. Those attacking soldiers with mechanical eyes were the ones that made him despair the most. He had heard of mechanical servants, and some big forces also had them. But they were just like slaves. They could not think on their own, and could only follow orders to do some low-end repetitive physical labor. They were not suitable to be trained as soldiers. If they had to do so, they would only get a bunch of cannon fodder. If we really want to talk about their advantages, they would only not leak secrets, be absolutely loyal, and be absolutely obedient. And these, are they robot soldiers? Are there such outrageous robot soldiers? In their cold eyes, there is no stupidity at all, only ruthlessness. They are well trained, quickly moving, and methodically slaughtering his subordinates. Fight back? Many of his bandits did try to fight back, but the sporadic counterattacks were useless. Occasionally, robot soldiers were injured, but that did not affect their mood at all. Even if they hid in temporary houses made of construction waste and rubble, it was useless. Those robot soldiers would throw 2 or 3 grenades in succession, and then enter with guns without hesitation, not afraid of casualties. But often there would be no casualties, and they could kill the bandits who resisted stubbornly. Now, he knew that everything was over. His temporary camp had been blown up, with fragments and craters everywhere. His brothers were killed and wounded everywhere. Some were killed by explosions. Some were killed by shrapnel. Some were smashed by the well-equipped soldiers with electromagnetic rifles. And some were shot at close range by robot soldiers. The prisoners were already dead. But Kaga had one last trick up his sleeve. His tribe was doomed, but he might still have a chance to survive. He took out a palm-sized dirty green glass bottle from his arms, and hesitated. He had seen what happened to people who drank this stuff, and it might not be much better than death. But if he didn't drink it, he would die now. Finally, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the cork, and gulped down the potion. Chapter 5. Greenskin Beast. The greenskin beast known as the cancer of the universe. How difficult is it to deal with? Gu Hang saw it with his own eyes today, as the battle was drawing to a close. He personally led the remaining troops to the battlefield, intending to put an end to the battle and feel the smell of gunpowder from a close distance. He heard a huge roar, like a bear. Then, a mutant giant at least 2.2 meters tall, with well-developed muscles and a dark green skin, appeared in front of him. This guy was almost naked, with only a few strips of cloth hanging on his body. It was obvious that his body had suddenly grown so big that his original clothes burst. His skin was dark green all over, and it looked very rough. The gun in his hand was wild in style, and most of the parts looked quite messy. In the hands of ordinary people, it looked like a hand cannon or a rocket launcher, but in this guy's hand, it was just like a normal shotgun, and he could even hold it with one hand. After he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The G7 assault rifles in the hands of the mechanical servants were aimed at him, and the trigger was pulled. The firepower of the automatic rifles covered him fiercely. However, a surprising scene happened. This dark green mutant giant, who was shot so many times, was not hurt at all. At this moment, at least a dozen rifles were pointed at him. He did not fall down, and the soldiers held the triggers and did not let go, and they all fired a full burst of bullets at him. This greenskin monster was large, and it didn't move around, so most of the bullets hit the target. Logically, unless it was an Iron Man, any piece of flesh would be smashed, but it didn't. This guy was still standing there. Some bullets were deflected. Some bullets lost all kinetic energy and fell, and some bullets were embedded in the skin, but couldn't penetrate the muscles. Some blood flowed, but it was definitely not a serious injury. Kaga, who had just completed the transformation, came to his senses after the initial confusion. He still had some self-thinking, knowing that even if he had transformed and become stronger, his primary goal was to escape as quickly as possible. So, he ran out of the camp. His taller body and stronger muscles did not make him bloated, but made him faster and more flexible. After he started moving, the hit rate of the mecha soldiers dropped sharply. If he didn't care and just ran, he might have a chance to escape. But in the process, his attention was always attracted by the nearby servitor soldiers, and he couldn't help wanting to attack them. On the one hand, being beaten made him irritable. The bullets fired by the assault rifle were not fatal, but they were still painful. On the other hand, the effect of the potion quickly entered his brain, and his bloodthirsty desire kept urging him to kill. Finally, he couldn't help it. He was still running, just slowing down a little. He turned his head, aimed the ugly and rough gun in his hand at a servitor, and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke came out of the muzzle, and the clustered shotgun pellets that were ejected directly blew away the entire upper body of the servitor soldier. The blood and flesh fragments were all over the sky, and many of them even splashed on Kaga's body. The green-skinned beast bathed in blood became more violent. He pulled the bolt and fired another round. And another servitor soldier died tragically. He fired another round, but the bullet did not go out. He only had 2 rounds in the shotgun in his hand. Kaga instinctively reached into his arms, as if he wanted to reload, but he touched nothing. All his clothes exploded, not to mention the ammunition he carried with him. He simply threw away his wild shotgun and rushed directly towards the 3rd victim. The targeted mecha soldier raised his gun and shot, fighting and retreating. But before he could fire a few bullets, the extremely fast green beast had already rushed in front of him. With a big hand, the mecha was directly lifted up, and then the whole body was torn in half. He lifted the corpse above his head. Blood poured from his head, and Kaga was full of pleasure, and even felt that his already unmatched physique had reached a higher level. The little bit of rationality he had left made him realize that the medicine he had taken before further stimulated his body's potential, which might not be a good thing. But that little worry and struggle were immediately washed away by the surging desire to fight. He just wanted to continue killing. A grenade was thrown at his feet and then exploded. But before that, Kaga had rolled on the ground to avoid it. A machine gunner set up a firing point 100 meters away, and a series of bullets whizzed in. But at this distance, the fighting instinct imprinted in the potion and spread to Kaga's blood, allowed him to not only avoid most of the bullets while moving like a snake, but also to keep charging forward. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he just wanted to tear the machine gunner to pieces. But at this moment, he suddenly staggered, and then his whole body fell to the ground due to inertia. He could not feel his left leg, as if his left leg had been cut off by something. Looking down, his left leg was still intact, and not even too injured. But he couldn't move it at all, as if the leg on his body was not his own. He used his hands and the remaining foot to barely support his body. Looking up, he saw a man in gorgeous clothes, under the protection of several Marines, coming from behind the machine gunner. He opened his mouth wide and tried to roar, but a series of machine gun bullets hit him, stifling his roar. Even the squad machine gun bursts, which were much more powerful than the assault rifle, could not quickly kill him. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the Marines were something on another level. The metal spikes fired by electromagnetic acceleration could penetrate his epidermis and muscle defense. After the 4 Marines emptied their magazines, Kaga had been beaten into a hornet's nest. But he was not dead yet. He was still breathing, and even the holes in his body were slowly repairing themselves. Gu Hang walked forward and said, "Is this Kaga, the leader of the prisoners? To be able to transform humans, the technology of those green skins is a bit outrageous." He didn't really care about Kaga himself, but the condition he showed after the mutation was worrying. Kaga couldn't speak anymore, and could only make some meaningless roars from his throat. Gu Hang was too lazy to say anything more. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him took over the finishing work. The electromagnetic rifle fired a series of metal spikes, beating the green beast's head into a pulp. Dealing with a green beast is a very troublesome thing. Killing is only the beginning. You also have to burn all the places where its blood has flowed and where its body has stayed with high-temperature flames. Otherwise, it may not take too long for a bunch of mushrooms to grow here, and then turn into a green monster. First it was a fart spirit, then a goblin, and then an orc boy. Although this green beast should be the leader of the prisoner of death, who mutated for some reason, but who knows if there will be similar situations. Anyway, the battle is over. There is plenty of time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Hang also has to count his gains. Great victory. Gained 19 points of grace. Lost 9, killed 146, captured 11. First Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion. Lost 9, killed 105. Marines. Lost 0, killed 41. Chapter 6 Upgrade. After the battle was completely over, a new interface popped up in front of Gu Hang. Looking at the words "Hearty Victory," his face looked a little strange. Does that mean there must be an epic victory, a slight advantage, a bloody victory, etc.? Not only can you see the overall gains and losses, but you can also see the specific situation of each branch of the army. And more importantly, the 19 points of grace you get after winning the battle. The income from this battle is almost 4 times the monthly fixed income. Good guy. So this is a war maniac system, right? War is the place with the greatest profit, and farming is just for the service of war. He clicked on the system interface, and saw the item hero flickering slightly. Clicked again, and it was his own name that flickered. Hero, Gu Hang, Camp Leader, LV1, can be upgraded with sufficient experience, 10 gifts, Constitution, 7, Spirit, 14. Features. Psychic Caster. You have the power of psychic energy, and can consume spiritual energy, and release psychic spells. Governor of Angry Owl Star. You are the legitimate ruler of Angry Owl Star, and there is a greater probability of legally uniting the local forces of Angry Owl Star. This is his own personal information. Of the two characteristics, the Governor of Angry Owl Star comes from his identity, needless to say, and the other one, a Psychic Caster, comes from his personal ability. Gu Heng is a psychic. Legally, the Gu family he belongs to will of course train core children, education, politics, business, and providing connections and resources. Needless to say, people like Gu Heng who showed psychic talent when he was a child will certainly not be let go. His talent in psychic is not bad, and the 14-point attribute can be seen from the system, which is also reflected. Gu Heng had basically figured out the attributes: strength, dexterity, nerve reaction, resistance to attack. All physical abilities were classified as physical constitution. A strong physique was necessary to become an outstanding warrior. In this era of extraordinary power, even with the development of technology, personal bravery in war still has meaning. The best warriors, with the best equipment, could slash starships with swords. But charging into battle, capturing trenches, and taking down fortresses, these were easy. The green-skinned beast just now is a proof of this. If it weren't for Gu Heng, that guy would still not survive. But to kill it, I don't know how many extra servitors, or even the lives of Marines, would have to be sacrificed. Psychic energy is even more mysterious. In many ignorant worlds, it is called witchcraft or magic. It is a supernatural power from the dark side of the world. The superluminal travel of starships and many high-standard powerful equipment and weapons all use this supernatural energy. The Empire has a special energy world, collecting psychic energy and condensing it into crystal blocks. At the same time, the more advanced the psychic technology content of the equipment, the more it needs psychics with excellent skills to operate. Powerful psychics themselves, without relying on any equipment, can also show strong combat capabilities by using psychic spells. Gu Heng used psychic spells to deal with the green skin before. A soul cut temporarily cut off one of its legs, making it a living target. This is also the only psychic spell that Gu Heng has mastered. This thing is very difficult to learn. Spending decades studying psychic spells is not what Gu Heng wants to do. However, the upgrade option in the hero interface provides him with a new path. Isn't it great to be able to upgrade directly? Before this, there was no upgrade option. He noticed the word sufficient experience. He guessed that it was brought by winning a war. It seems that only when there is enough experience will the upgrade option appear. As for the 10 points of grace required for the upgrade, he gritted his teeth and paid it directly. After getting 19 points of grace this time, plus the remaining 2 points, a total of 21 points. Enough. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared in front of him. Please choose one of the 5 directions of physique: spirituality, commander, leader, uniqueness, to generate a new talent. There is such a thing? There is no need to talk about physique and spirituality, which should be related to personal strength. The next 2, commander and leader, have similar meanings, but they are definitely different. Gu Heng guessed that the former should mean military commander, which means the ability to lead the army in war, and the latter means the leadership ability of the ruler and the governor. As for the last unique, according to each person, what is the exclusive talent given? As for what it is really impossible to guess. Gu Heng tried to choose unique, but got a new prompt. The upgrade project of the unique sequence has not been unlocked yet, and the upgrade failed. I don't know what the conditions for unlocking are. In desperation, he could only choose from the first 4. He chose spiritual talent. He did not choose physical fitness, because he was obviously more talented in the path of a psychic than a warrior. As for the bonus of a commander or leader, it is good, but in the early stage when the number of troops is insufficient and the territory is small, giving a certain bonus may not be of much use. On the contrary, individual strength will play a more prominent role in small-scale conflicts. What's more, if he really becomes a psychic master who can move mountains and fill the sea, and has super individual strength, it may not be worse than the bonus effect of the entire army or the entire force. After completing the selection, Gu Heng immediately felt a heat rushing from his heart to every part of his body, until the extremities. His face became ruddy because of this. Fortunately, only some mechanical servants saw it. These cyborgs, who could not think actively, would not ask any questions. After letting out a long breath of hot air, Gu Heng felt that his whole body was full of strength. He could feel that his muscle contours became more obvious. His joints became more flexible. His ears and eyes became clearer. And his thinking became faster. All-round enhancement. But, didn't I choose the spiritual talent? Why does it feel like my physical attribute has increased? Calling out the system again, he saw the digital upgrade effect. Hero, Gu Heng, Camp Leader, LV2, cannot upgrade due to insufficient experience. Physique, 8, Spirit, 15. Feature, Psychic Caster, Governor of the Angry Owl Star. Talent, Protective Aura. When you are hurt, you can consume spirituality to offset the damage. Spirit +1 physique has indeed increased, which seems to be because the level increase will increase the basic attributes. His physical attributes are a bit too low, and the improvement effect is more obvious. But the spirituality is not so obvious. In the end, the spirituality can still increase a little, because of the new talent Protective Spiritual Chi. Improving physical attributes is a good thing, and being healthier and stronger is certainly a good thing. The improvement of spiritual attributes will allow him to release more psychic spells, and the power of spells will also increase. The most important thing about the Protective Spiritual Chi talent is its own special effect. As soon as he thought about it, he felt a magical energy filling his whole body, soaking all the cells. When an external attack comes, the corresponding damage will be offset by spiritual energy, until he actively turns off this ability, or his spiritual energy is exhausted. The key is that the performance of the body protection aura is also very good. This is a passive effect that can be turned on and off. There is no consumption when it is turned on, and it will only be consumed when it is damaged. Even when facing a sneak attack, there is no need to worry about not being able to use the skill in time. And when it comes to a critical moment, it is also possible to temporarily turn it off, and risk getting injured to retain some spiritual energy for counterattack. In short, the operation is very flexible. Gu Heng is very satisfied with such a practical blue bar exchange blood volume skill. Chapter 7, Can it be worse? When the fighting was going on outside, there was no movement in Feidong society. They had a lot of people, but only a few guns, and they didn't even dare to go out to see what was happening at their doorstep. It was not until Patel contacted the inside through their secret channel, and confirmed that he was not a disguised person, and had not betrayed the enemy, that they opened the door and let him in. They only let him in. At first, he was worried that the governor would be dissatisfied, but he was not. Gu Heng generously let him in first, and explained the situation. The governor's troops will stay outside Feidong society for 2 days, waiting for his news. As for what news they are waiting for, Gu Heng did not say it clearly, but Patel probably understood. The governor has completed the rescue he promised, and now it is time for Feidong society to show sincerity. Patel did not feel uncomfortable about this. Feidong society completely obeys the governor. What's wrong with that? Entering through the doorway, he returned to his hometown. Familiar faces appeared in front of him. Their faces were both pale and black. They were pale because they lived underground all year round and never saw the sun. They were black because their sweat from labor was mixed with the ash, and they had no conditions to wash themselves often. He was the leader of the Feidong society. There were more than 900 people in the cave, and he knew every face. People rushed to ask him, "Patel, are we saved? Have all those damned robbers been killed? Who saved us?" Faced with so many of these questions, Patel answered them one by one while walking at first. Later, he really couldn't answer everyone's questions one by one. He could only give a unified answer loudly while trying to pass through the crowd. "Yes, we are saved. All the bandits have been killed. It was the governor who saved us." The people who heard the answer cried with joy. After finally passing through the crowd, he turned around and looked at his compatriots' malnourished, definitely not pretty faces. He was proud and worried. He was proud because he brought in reinforcements and saved everyone. He was worried because he didn't know what the future would be like. He sighed slightly, turned around, and saw his uncle, Old Butch. Old Butch's hand was broken when a cart full of ore overturned. The wound became infected, and then it was amputated. He almost died. During that time, Patel was elected. After Old Butch recovered, he did not try to seize power. What was there to seize? In the environment of the abandoned cave community, there was no room for exploitation and oppression. The leader was elected, The entire settlement was too poor. Even as a leader, his labor and living conditions were not much different from those of others. Due to his disability, Old Butch could no longer do any heavy work. But he was still making use of his remaining energy, assisting Patel, his junior, with all his heart and soul. Old Butch patted his shoulder with his remaining hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my job," Patel replied. The two of them entered a small room, and Patel told Old Butch the whole story of his request for help. Old Butch sighed. "It's a disaster, not a blessing." The old comrade's attitude seemed a bit pessimistic. Patel disagreed with his view. "What is a blessing in disguise? I don't think there is a place for disaster. This is definitely our opportunity." The Governor General said that he would not only save our lives, but also save us to the end. He is here to build the whole world, and our Fadong society is the first stop. Patel sighed. "How can we believe what those big men say? In their eyes, we are like rats and bugs in the gutter. When have they ever regarded us as human beings? When they want to use you, they say a few nice words, as if they value you very much. But when you are no longer useful, you will be ruthlessly abandoned." Patel said, "I don't think the governor is that kind of person." Old Butch sneered. "You are a young man. What do you know? You have only known him for a few days? What can we do?" Patel skipped the question of trust and asked, "Can our situation get worse? More than 900 people working hard in this mine. No one dares to be lazy. And those who are lazy will starve to death. But even so, we still don't have enough food or warm clothes. And there are casualties from time to time on the job. And people freeze to death every winter. We don't have extra property to buy guns and cannons to arm ourselves. When we encounter any danger, we can only lock ourselves in the cave and pray that the danger will pass by itself. We didn't die before because we were too poor. And the robbers didn't want to spend too much effort to pry open the turtle shell. And they couldn't get 2 bites of meat. This time we met the greediest ones, who were determined to attack and sell living people as food. So we could only sit and wait for death. I absolutely don't want my compatriots to continue living like this. Besides, what else can we lose?" These words made Old Butch silent. After a long while, he finally said, "We will lose our freedom." "Ha ha! Freedom!" Patel laughed so loudly that it almost reached the outside of the door. If you didn't know, you would think he was really happy. Can freedom be eaten? This time I also went to Renaissance City, the capital of the Alliance. And I saw slaves. Slaves live much better than us. We live worse than cattle and horses. If giving freedom can stop our people from starving to death, freezing to death, and being eaten as food, then I am willing to give freedom." Old Butch finally couldn't say anything else. He could only sigh again. "I don't oppose any of your decisions. I just hope that we won't regret it. We will never regret it. I believe you won't regret it." That day, Gu Heng saw Patel coming back, bringing with him several influential people in Fadong society, who expressed their complete submission to him. It was completely within Gu Heng expectations. The people of Fadong society had no choice. Patel said humbly, "Governor, there are 907 people in Fadong society, waiting for your first order. Go into the cave and take a look." "What? Do you want to go into the cave? Not welcome?" "No. But the conditions there are very poor." He really didn't want Gu Heng to enter the mine. Not for any other reason, but because the conditions in the mine were too bad. More than 900 people, living in a narrow cave. Even if there was a vent, the smell inside was definitely not pleasant. The living conditions were simple, and feces and urine were everywhere. Patel was afraid that the situation in the mine would dirty the governor's gorgeous clothes, and even more afraid of dirtying the governor's heart. Gu Heng waved his hand and said, "I have to see what your situation is, so that I can decide what to do next." Chapter 8, True Salvation. Although Gu Heng came unexpectedly, and there was no grand welcome ceremony in such a hurry, the people in Fadong society still tried their best to make some pomp and circumstance, trying to make the governor feel their respect. When Gu Heng entered the mine gate that had been cleaned as much as possible, he saw that all the lights in the mine were lit. The people of Fadong society lined up on both sides, standing on both sides of the mine corridor, welcoming the arrival of the person who would decide their future fate. Gu Heng was not the first to come in. His current military supervisor, Captain Yin Fanshu, had already brought in hundreds of people. Along the way, the mechanical servants formed a human wall, separating the passage from the residents of Fadong society. The soldiers stood upright with their guns, and the people around them knelt down one after another when Gu Hang passed by. Wherever Gu Hang went, the people there knelt down to greet him. Apart from the people, Feidong society had nothing else to show off. In the crowd, Gu Hang walked along, observing the situation in various places of Feidong society. The people looked pale, and all looked unhealthy. There were some mining tools in the mine, such as hoes, carts, etc. It was purely manual work, and there was no equipment. As he walked, he came to a cavity area in the mine. Here, the people of Feidong society used it as a square, and an important residential area. There were many simple wooden buildings, and they were built in a mess. This should be the home of many people. More residents of Feidong community gathered here. When Gu Hang stepped into the cave, hundreds of people, led by their leader Patel, knelt down together. Respect was fully demonstrated. A temporary platform was built here. Gu Hang walked up, and the microphone was already set up. The sound of his voice here could not only be heard by the people in this small square in the mine, but also be transmitted to people who were not in the square through the loudspeakers placed in various places in the mine. After all, the square in the mine cave is not big enough to gather 900 people. Standing on the stage, Gu Hang stared at the faces under the dim light. He could see from their faces that they were grateful for surviving the disaster, and they were grateful to him as a savior. But at the same time, their expressions also showed confusion about the future, doubts about him, the person who decided everyone's future, and numbness left by the hopeless life in the wasteland. There is still a long way to go. But he still spoke slowly. Residents of Feidong society, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I saw everyone kneeling before me and surrendering to me. This is good, proving that you made the right choice. Your leader Patel asked me for help, and I agreed to his request. I led the army to Feidong society and eliminated the bandits who threatened you. 146 bodies were neatly laid out outside, and 11 captives will be tried later in front of all of you. You have already received the salvation you wanted, but the salvation I want to give you has just begun. In the harsh and ruthless wasteland, whether it is natural disasters or man-made disasters, they always threaten our survival. Today, the prisoner of death came, and tomorrow, something else may come. You need to be able to protect yourself, and I will arm you. This is the first salvation I will give you next. You work hard day and night in the mine, but in return you only live a life without seeing the sun all day long, without enough food and warm clothes, and people die every winter. You have the right to live a better life, and I will make all those who are willing to work hard live a better life. This is the second salvation I want to give you. A safe environment, enough food and warm clothes. This may be your biggest wish now, but when you are really full, you will have more wishes. A better living environment, better spiritual enjoyment, and even self-realization, a sense of honor, and faith, and I will provide you with a platform to pursue a higher level. This is the third salvation I want to give you. In my plan, after I give you these three things, after I let you live a safe and prosperous life, then I can talk about truly saving you. Gu Hang finished his speech, and at this moment, whether they were lucky enough to see Gu Hang's face in the square, or were crowded in other places, and could only hear the voice coming from the loudspeaker, all the residents of Feidong society are already jubilant. When Gu Hang said that the bandits outside had been killed, everyone was already jubilant. Those bandits killed, captured their compatriots, and trapped them in the cave for many days, and their food reserves ran out. They were in a state of panic all day long, until now they were finally rescued, and their gratitude was not false at all. And when Gu Hang said that they would be armed, some residents, especially some young and passionate ones, became even more excited. The people in the Waste Cave Society have always known the importance of guns and cannons in the wasteland. In this place where the strong prey on the weak, without the ability to protect themselves. They are just a piece of meat. No matter how fat or thin they are, there will always be people who want to take a bite. After all, everyone is starving. But guns and cannons are not free. The most valuable thing in the wasteland is the arms trade. The people in the Waste Cave Society can hardly eat and wear warm clothes. They simply cannot afford them. With weapons, they feel safe. If they encounter something like this, regardless of whether they can win or not, at least they have the strength to fight. They will not sit and wait for death like now, and can only rely on others to save them. The second point, having enough food and clothing, has aroused even greater passion. Gu Hang words hit their hearts. We are so hardworking. We work so hard. Why can't we get a full meal? They don't understand the exploitation of the external market, the difference in value between primary products and processed products. But the governor said that he would give them food and clothing. This alone is enough for them to fully support anything the governor wants to do. And the third point, the so-called higher pursuit, everyone didn't feel particularly touched, and even felt confused. Just living is hard enough. They seldom think about more things in their lives. They don't understand what the so-called self-realization and sense of honor are talking about. They cheered, because it was a continuation of the previous things. The governor is always right. But there are always a few people who keep thinking under the torture of painful life. When they heard the governor say this, their eyes lit up. The vast majority of people in Feidong society were inspired by Gu Hang's speech. They can already see that a road of light and hope is opening up before their eyes. Chapter 9. How many devices is freedom worth? Old Butch had mixed feelings. He was old, experienced many hardships, and had been responsible for the safety of the entire Waste Cave society. It was inevitable that he would overthink and be suspicious of everything. In his opinion, hundreds of people in the Waste Cave society who gathered together in the dangerous wasteland for warmth, seeking only survival. No matter what situation you encounter, think more. Be more stable. Even if you miss many opportunities, it is always better than taking a wrong step and being doomed. The governor brought troops to rescue him. Of course, he was extremely grateful. Without external aid, they would all die. But to be honest, what he hoped most was that the governor would bring troops to kill all the bandits. And then leave. Even if they had to pay a little more. That was fine. He thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to double the tax in 2 years, which might cause half of the people in Feidong society to starve to death. But it was better than all of them dying. But now, the governor not only did not let them pay anything, but was willing to give them more, which made Old Butch very worried. No cost, that may mean the biggest cost. After listening to Gu Hang's speech, he was inevitably moved, and he also cheered and jumped with the crowd. What the governor said, of course, was what he expected, what he dreamed of. But, is it really possible? The people of the Feidong society, except for their strength, have nothing else. There is no technology, no equipment, even the resources such as mines, are all abandoned mines before the war, with little reserves and high mining difficulty. If the mineral veins were good, how could they possibly get them? How could they pursue a better life like this? Old Butch could not imagine it at all. He did not want this to happen, but he could not help but think the worst, thinking that Gu Hang was just fooling them with these words, and that he might sell them as slaves in the future. But he was no longer the leader of Feidong society. The current leader, Patel, seemed to be brainwashed, and fanatically believed in the words of the governor. After the governor's speech, the boy was so excited that he went there, as soon as the governor waved his hand. He said he wanted to discuss the future development of Feidong society. He was sold out, and still helped count money. Old Butch could only return to his cramped, musty space, feeling depressed. He didn't feel depressed for long. And there was a knock on his door. He opened the door, and Patel walked in. The room was dark. And Patel asked, "Why don't you turn on the lights? Be a little more frugal. According to the governor, a happy life cannot be achieved by saving." "Haha, you are talking about the governor all the time now. He saved us. I have never denied that. He will bring us a bright future." Old Butch was a little perfunctory. He had given up trying to persuade Patel. Things have come to this point. What else can we do? To be honest, the Feidong society has no strength at all. Even if Patel listened to him, what would happen? Could he still rebel against the governor? Thinking of this, he became even more discouraged. He asked with a dull look, "Why do you come to me, an old man? Instead of discussing the plan with the governor? We have already discussed it. I am here to ask you for help." "So soon?" "The governor is very efficient. What do you want me to do?" "Lead our people to the surface and establish a settlement. We can't live in the mine for a long time like this. The poor living environment will make us sick." "But," Old Butch was very hesitant. "It would be great to live on the surface. Who wants to live in the mine?" In fact, the abandoned cave society had planned to develop on the surface before. They had a camp on the surface. Then, they were beaten by the prisoners of the dead. The dozens of people who were captured were also captured from the camp on the surface. The surface is too dangerous. With the ability of the abandoned cave society, it is impossible to defend it. "I know what you are worried about," Patel said. "But we have the power to protect ourselves. The governor will leave 100 mechanical servants here to take charge of the defense. At the same time, 100 sets of soldiers' equipment will be delivered, and people will be selected from the Feidong Society to equip a company. Now it was Old Butch's turn to be surprised. He thought the governor was fooling people, but he didn't expect that he could do one of the things he promised right away. No, it should be two. Arming the soldiers of the Feidong Society so that they can protect themselves is one thing, and building houses on the surface to improve living conditions is another. Changes will be immediate. Old Butch had no way to shirk this matter. But he was curious about another point. You want me to help build the surface camp? What will you do yourself? It won't be military training. For such things, the governor will definitely send someone to take charge. Not to mention military power. Even if the Feidong Society did it themselves, no one among them would be able to do it. Patel smiled mysteriously and stopped keeping the secret. I want to build our own production line. There will be new mining machines delivered, and alloy smelting furnaces. The governor will not only help us improve the efficiency of mineral mining, but also directly build a production line for producing alloy plastic steel. Hearing this, Old Butch was really surprised and speechless. Building an army. Returning to the surface to live. These are of course good. But to put it bluntly, they are all illusions. How can the Feidong Society afford a decent army by itself? Doesn't it still need the governor's blood transfusion? This is the core reason for Old Butch's pessimism. If the Feidong Society wants to live a good life, it must have enough value. He never expects others to give Feidong Society free and unlimited blood transfusions. This is impossible. Even if it is to win people's hearts for a while, it is for greater benefits. Whether it is for building a memorial archway to gain fame, or for a darker plan, it is not a good thing. But now, he knows he was wrong, extremely wrong. Indeed, Gu Hang would not give unlimited, free blood transfusions to Feidong Society. He did have something to ask of Feidong Society. It's just that, what he needed, was far from what Feidong Society could afford now. But it doesn't matter, Gu Hang could make Feidong Society develop. When their productivity increases, their own value becomes higher, they can afford the price that Gu Hang wants. Of course, by that time, the debt that Feidong Society owes Gu Hang may be far more than just a life-saving favor. But Old Butch was happy with it. Such an opportunity was what he had dreamed of. He was completely upright, and his previous worries had long been thrown out of his mind. When will it start? Patel asked jokingly. You said before that it was a disaster rather than a blessing? And what about losing freedom? Old Butch blushed and said stubbornly, You little brat, you know nothing. Is our freedom more valuable than the equipment brought by the governor? Ha ha ha. Seeing his uncle's attitude change 180 degrees, Patel also laughed out loud. This was not to laugh at his uncle, but to be happy for the future fate of all of them. Chapter 10, Technology System. You have successfully merged the Empire faction. Feidong Society. After Gu Hang finished his speech, when he opened the system interface again, he saw this new message. Is the merger okay? In the judgment of the system, a small place like Feidong Society is also recognized as a force? Look further. Current gift points, 11. Total territory income, 6/Terra month. Governor's temporary camp, 5/Terra month. Feidong Society, 1/Terra month. The total income has increased a little every month. Gu Hang curled his lips, not particularly satisfied. The population of Feidong Society is not large enough, and the productivity is not strong enough. In comparison, although his temporary camp was built from scratch, it has more than 3,000 people. Of course, there is still considerable room for development on both sides. I believe that after the productivity and prosperity increase, the monthly gift income will also increase significantly. But from Gu Hang's current understanding, relying on a fixed monthly income, it can only be a guaranteed income at most. If you want to get rich, you have to fight. What kind of gift system is this? This is the War Madness system. Killing the main force of the prisoners of the dead. He gained 19 points of gift. A small fat wave. And he was a little greedy. After finishing the work in the Waste Cave Society, he said Yin Fanshu again, and asked the captain to take half of the elite marines and a company of mechanical servant infantry to attack the lair of the prisoners of the dead according to the confession of the prisoners. It should be an easy battle. The main force of the prisoners had been destroyed outside the Feidong Society, and most of those left in the camp were old, weak, sick and disabled. After all, bandits also have families. There is no need to worry too much about the few remaining bandits. They only add up to about 30 to 50 people at most. And it is unknown how many guns they can gather. The troops that Yin Fangshu brought with him are enough to wipe them out. I hope Yin Fangshu can rescue the surviving prisoners of the Feidong Society as much as possible. If not, there is no way to force it. In addition, Gu Heng was more looking forward to the reward of grace points. Although he knew that the enemy was weak, the reward would not be too much, but it should be higher than waiting for a fixed monthly income. Right? Thinking in this way, he continued to read on. As a result, an even bigger surprise came. He saw that a new function had quietly appeared in the system. Under Hero Soldier card, a new option quietly stayed here. Technology. Gu Heng was not calm. He felt that this system was a war-crazy system. In addition to the fact that winning a battle gave a lot of points, there was another point about the system's functions. Whether it was personal upgrades or military training upgrades, they were all preparations for war. It looked like a cycle system where the more you fight, the stronger you become. And the stronger you become, the more you can fight. Farming was just a secondary link. But he didn't expect that the system's functions were not fully open to him. Will there be other new features in the future? What conditions are required to enable the new features? It is unknown. There will be plenty of time to study them in the future. What Gu Heng wants to see most now is this technology feature. What kind of technology is it? When he opened it, what was displayed in the system interface was a sky full of stars, but each star was dim, waiting for him to light it up. After careful analysis, these dark stars seemed to be connected to each other. Their shapes were quite complicated, and their sizes were different. Each dark star seemed to represent a specific technology. You can invest in grace points to unlock a random technology. The success rate of technology unlocking, the level of technology unlocking, increases with the specific points invested. The lowest level is unlocked once with 10 points. The second level is unlocked once with 100 points. The third level is unlocked once with 1,000 points. It's still a card draw, a mechanism for winning prizes? Is it a scam? Gu Heng has a psychological shadow on this kind of card draw. But there is no other way. He currently has 11 points of grace on hand, and the minimum standard will be gone after one draw. According to his understanding of similar mechanisms, this minimum allocation will usually not produce any good results. But the key is that if he doesn't spend it here, he will have nowhere to use the 10 points of grace on hand. As for heroes, he is now level 2, and is stuck in experience. Even if he has grace, he can't upgrade. As for military training, if he is not good enough, he will upgrade to T5. For every 100 people, T5 will upgrade to T4. For every 10 people, he will upgrade to T3. For every person, he will upgrade to T3. Now his Mecha Servitor Battalion is T5, and it cannot be upgraded due to hardware restrictions. The Marine Elites can be upgraded, but upgrading 11 people to T3 is not very meaningful, and it only improves the training level. If the equipment is not upgraded, the overall strength will not be achieved. Thinking about it this way, if he does not want to save the gift points and let them rot, technology is really his only choice now. In this case, let's draw. I hope I don't have bad luck. Following his thoughts, 10 points of gift quietly disappeared, and in the dim starlight, a star was lit up. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel. A product of the research of the Imperial Mechanicus, it is a qualified multi-purpose material, based on steel, and smelted with a variety of minerals. According to different formulas, it has different properties. It can be used for soldier bulletproof plates, building materials, vehicle armor, spaceship parts. Sure enough, it is just the most basic technology, and it is still in the direction of raw materials. But after a closer look, Gu Heng opened his mouth wide. I have found a treasure. Alloy plastic steel itself is not a particularly rare material, and the performance gap between different proportions and processes is very outrageous. The best plastic steel can be used to make core material components of precision instruments, and poor plastic steel can only be used as building materials. If you only give the process, the formula, and the blueprint, it will not be that useful. With Gu Heng's current poor situation, there is no condition to realize the process and blueprint. But what the system gives is nanny-style feeding. The lighting of a technology gives three things. First, theory, process, and design blueprint. With these, as long as there are enough scientific and technological talents and industrial foundation, the technology can be directly applied on a large scale and factories can be built. This is not surprising. But the latter two are surprising. Black box manufacturing machine. Black box is an adjective, which means that no one can know how the device works inside. You only need to input the most primitive raw materials to directly produce finished products. There are two such black box manufacturing machines, each of which is different. The first one is the finished black box. It only needs to input iron ore and materials of any proportion, and the black box can directly produce the highest level of alloy plastic steel materials. The second one is the mother machine black box, which also only needs to input the most basic materials to produce a smelting furnace for manufacturing qualified alloy plastic steel. This is awesome. Gu Heng looked at the two machines that he could materialize at any time, and his head full of knowledge, and realized how powerful the technology system is. The food was fed directly into his mouth. Gu Heng's subordinates really don't have much technical talent, but with this thing, I'm afraid a group of baboons can make an alloy plastic steel production line. 10 points of grace make a fortune. What is the war mat system? I declare, this is the most awesome farming system. Chapter 11. Black box manufacturing machine helping the Waste Cave Society to build production capacity was originally planned by Gu Heng. Gu Heng looked down on the mineral output of the Waste Cave Society. These people had a hard time supporting themselves. So where was the surplus value? Only by developing them could Gu Heng achieve his goal. And Gu Heng's goal was not just to make these people pay taxes. He wanted to make the entire planet more prosperous. He needed more troops, more weapons and equipment, and more material bases. The Waste Cave Society was a starting point, but also an important model room. If it works, he plans to replicate similar models. But first, he has to build this model room. His original plan was to rely on the Quintet starship floating in the sky. When Gu Heng set out from the Star District capital to serve as the governor of the Wrathful Owl Star, he certainly did not take office alone. He is one of the core members of the Gu family, and the Gu family is an old political family in the Pegasus Star District, a watch-class strike cruiser belonging to the Pegasus Star District's Imperial Navy. The Quintet carried him from the Star District capital. After completing the mission of escorting the governor, the Quintet did not leave. It will stay in the orbit of the Wrathful Owl Star and perform a 2-year mission. It will obey the governor's orders and provide the strongest support for the governor to revive the entire planet. Only Gu Heng has this treatment. The previous governors were all sent away by a frigate. Theoretically, with the Quintet floating in orbit, Gu Heng can walk around freely on the Wrathful Owl Star. On the Wasteland, there is nothing that can threaten the Quintet. On the contrary, the Quintet can carry out terrible orbital bombardment at any location on the planet's surface. At the same time, the Quintet can also bring great help to Gu Heng in other aspects. This 11-kilometer-long giant starship is equipped with more than 100,000 crew members. Among them are mechanical servants, slaves, combatants, technicians, elite marines, mechanics, psychics, all kinds of people, with different functions. In a sense, such a giant ship is like a city floating in the sky. The crew mainly relies on being drawn and supplemented from various planets. But because the space voyage is too long, there are few opportunities to leave. Many crew members are simply the offspring of the crew members on the starship. They are likely to be born on the starship, die on the starship, and never leave. This huge sky city can provide Gu Heng with a lot of things. The 3,000 slaves, 300 mecha soldiers, and 30 marines he started with were brought down from the starship. The needs of building the abandoned cave society. He originally planned to get them from the sky. The Quintet can provide manpower, weapons, and equipment. Gu Heng said that he would select 100 soldiers from the abandoned cave society and arm them. And it was not nonsense. As for the bullets, he was going to get them from the starship. However, some of the production equipment in his plan was not easy to get. He originally planned to get them from the Renaissance City. After all, he was the governor of the planet and the head of the Angry Owl Star Alliance. Even if he lacks actual control over the alliance, there is always a way to get some benefits. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. The things provided by the system's technology function are much more powerful than getting some benefits. Without saying a word, he called Patel over and told him about the production line, which excited the leader of the Fadong Society. After sending Patel away, Gu Heng left the Fadong Society and went to the periphery. His soldiers were also stationed outside. The people of the Fadong Society had come out one after another, led by a man named Old Butch, and began to build their ground camp. Patel began to select the 100 soldiers from the Fadong Society who were about to be trained. and soon decided on the candidates. To be honest, Gu Heng was not very satisfied with the people from the Feidong Society as a source of soldiers. They were all born from hard labor, but they were malnourished, and it was difficult for them to develop strong and excellent physical fitness. Not only did they look a little thin, but their bodies also had many hidden injuries due to long-term hard work. Although they had the spirit of hard work, they were still not very good sources of soldiers. But he had no choice now. The 3,000 slaves brought down from the starship in the temporary camp were not much better. Next, Gu Heng left behind 100 mechanical servants and took the rest, as well as the 100 newly recruited young men from the Feidong Society, to the temporary camp. He did not intend to wait for Yen Fangxiu, who had gone to clear out the remnants of the prisoners of the dead, to come back, because that guy would not have any accidents. After he completed his mission, he would have to leave behind a small team of elite Marines to be responsible for commanding the mechanical servants who stayed in the Feidong Society. Those brainless mecha soldiers have no ability to fight independently. After a few hours, Gu Heng returned to the temporary camp. The whole camp still looked like a large construction site in full swing. After initially leveling the land, using local materials to build simple walls and simple buildings, most of the slaves were busy with one thing: building a landing pad. The landing pad is for starships. Of course, it is not for the starship to land as a whole, but to facilitate the transport planes flying down from the starship to dock with the ground. This is not a particularly efficient mode of transportation. On some planets with better conditions, space elevators and orbital starports are the main force for interstellar transportation. However, it is still a question of conditions. How can Gu Heng afford to build a space elevator and a starport now? He can only rely on the spacecraft carried on the starship to carry out the transportation between the ground and space. This requires a landing field, or even an airport, to improve efficiency. The amount of work to be completed is not small, but there is no need to complete it all at once. It is enough to make a usable one at the beginning. After checking the progress of the project, Gu Heng found an empty space outside the camp and materialized 2 black box manufacturing machines. The 2 manufacturing machines were really black boxes. They were made of black, unknown materials, and were square black boxes, one big and one small. They looked like 2 houses. There were 2 doors, one in front and one in the back, one for feeding materials and one for outputting products. Gu Heng scratched his head, a little dumbfounded. The system didn't say that the black box was this big. How to move it? You could only use engineering machinery. It's too much to use manpower alone. But on second thought, Gu Heng felt that he didn't have to transport these 2 things to Feidong. To use the finished black box, he could import ore from Feidong. Although this would go against his promise to Patel to build a production line for Feidong. But in fact, there is no conflict. The finished black box will definitely be used to produce the most advanced alloy plastic steel materials, and the output will not be large. As for the production line of Feidong Society, it depends on the various parts produced by the mother machine black box, transported to Feidong Society, assembled locally, and built an alloy smelting plant. It is conceivable that with the continuous development of the 2 camps, the transportation exchanges between them will be very frequent. Road construction is of course necessary, but transportation equipment is also important. He didn't want his subordinates to push carts and carts for 8 hours each time to go back and forth. Vehicles, engineering equipment, these things are very necessary. He looked up at the sky. It seems that he still has to fleece Quintet, including the 100 sets of weapons and equipment promised to Feidong Society. However, when he thought about dealing with that woman, Gu Heng felt a little annoyed. Chapter 12. Commodore Captain Alicia felt a little annoyed when she thought about dealing with Gu Heng. As a proper Commodore of the Imperial Navy, the captain of a strike cruiser, she was an absolute big shot in the Pegasus Star region. Which one is more important? A Commodore or a planetary governor? There are only 7 cruisers in the Imperial Navy stationed in the entire Pegasus Star region. In comparison, there are 9 planets in the Pegasus Star region, which is about the same number. The 2 are not in the same system. The planetary governor has a special status, but generally belongs to the Imperial Administrative System, while the starship captain is the military system of the Imperial Navy. In theory, the Star District head does not have the ability to directly command the Imperial Navy. Of course, this is not the case in reality. The Pegasus fleet was established by the Pegasus Star District, and most of the officers and soldiers were recruited and selected from various planets in the Star District. The starships were also purchased by the Star District Finances, and the logistics supplies were also provided by the Star District. In terms of mission, the Pegasus fleet is also responsible for the defense of the Pegasus Star region, and it has to cooperate with the Star region government, so its independence is not that strong. In short, the status of the 7 cruiser captains and the 9 planetary governors in the Pegasus Star region is not easy to compare, and they are probably not much different. But if it is embodied in Gu Heng and Yi Lixia, it will be different. Among the 9 planetary worlds in the Pegasus Star region, although the levels of the other 8 are also uneven, they are all local lords. Only this Angry Owl star is a difficult problem. According to past practice, Gu Heng being the governor is not much different from being sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. How can he compare with Yi Lixia? Yi Lixia also comes from a noble family. The Fofana family she belongs to is an ally of the Gu family and a supporter of the current Star District leader. She herself is a rising star in the military, the most dazzling rising star in the Pegasus Star District Navy, the only female among the 7 captains, and the youngest to be able to sit in this position. Family background is of course important, but her own ability cannot be ignored. Gu Heng and Yi Lixia are worlds apart. However, the female brigadier general also has her own troubles. It has been nearly 2 years since she was promoted to captain of the quintet, and doubts are still coming one after another. Age, qualifications, gender, have all become targets of attack. As for ability, it is too idealistic to just talk about ability, and it is not enough to make a living, unless it is transformed into achievements that cannot be questioned. She really tried her best to fight a beautiful battle, punch the greenskin warlords, kick the chaos traders, exterminate the void zerg. Anything is fine. Anyway, I just want to win a hearty victory, return with honor, and see who dares to point fingers at me in the future. As a result, I didn't get anything from the war, but the Angry Owl Star came to escort the family's political ally, the young man who was sent to be the governor. She stayed there for 2 years. She was very unhappy, but she had no way to resist, so she could only take up the post angrily. It was annoying to begin with, and that guy always bothered her. She couldn't figure out now whether Gu family valued Gu Heng or not. If they valued him, why was he sent to such a place? It's not impossible to take on the responsibility of developing the difficult Angry Owl Star. But I haven't seen your Gu family invest much resources. But if they don't value him, why did the Star District government send one of the only 7 cruisers of the Pegasus fleet, the quintet that she led, to stay here for 2 years? I can't figure it out. There's no need to think too much. She considers herself a soldier, so she should be more pure and just follow orders. The order she received was to ensure that the wrathful Owl Star remained loyal to the Empire, to assist the planetary governor, and to provide military support. In this matter, she never thought of creating difficulties for Gu Heng. As long as the governor made a request, she would perform the duties of the Imperial Navy. In her opinion, what she had to do was nothing more than to deter the surface from orbit, and to strike when necessary. There was no pressure, and she could just do things step by step. But Gu Heng didn't ask her to help with the bombing, but asked for a group of slaves and soldiers. She didn't expect this. She didn't want to give it at first, but Gu Heng kept nagging her, and finally tricked her into giving it to him. After coming to her senses, she still felt regretful. I can help you fight, but you can't take my people away. This is not within her job's scope. Moreover, she is in the Imperial Navy, and it's true that there are 100,000 people on board, which seems a lot, but a giant ship with a total length of 11 kilometers needs so many people to start. If Gu Heng took too many people with him, it would directly affect the combat effectiveness of the starship. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Navy is all on the starship. Without the starship, a population of 100,000 people, thrown on the surface, would not even make a splash on the planetary scale, compared with the Imperial Guard, which is specialized in land warfare, and has a legion of millions of people. Their numbers are not of the same order of magnitude. Gu Heng took more than 3,000 people with him, which would not affect the operation of the starship. But this matter must be dealt with once and for all. This time, receiving another communication request from Gu Heng, Yi Lixia made up her mind that unless there was a combat mission, she would not meet any request. Adjusting her mood, she sat upright and asked the technician to receive Gu Heng communication signal. Gu Heng head appeared on the screen in the center of the command desk. Brigadier General Yi Lixia. Hello. I haven't seen you for half a month. You have become more beautiful. The female brigadier general said with a stern face. Please don't be so slick. Governor General. Just say what you want to say. Don't be so serious. I have good news to tell you. What news? Our troops annihilated a rebel army on the Angry Owl Star today, and nearly 200 enemies of the Empire were eliminated. A group of plunderers, Wasteland bandits, in Gu Hang description, became rebels, enemies of the Empire. Strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Yi Lixia didn't know much about the specific situation on the Angry Owl Star, but despite this, she knew that what Gu Hang said was not true. But the most important thing is, 200 enemies? She showed disdain. How dare you brag about this little achievement in front of me? I know you don't care about these 200 people. Madam Brigadier General, but what if the number in the future may be 2,000, 20,000, 200,000? Or, annihilate a greenskin warlord? Eradicate a heretical cult that does not believe in the God Emperor? Even eliminate the indigenous evil gods? Yelisa's expression became serious. Hearing Gu Hang say this, she subconsciously began to think. If it was really as he said, and he eliminated hundreds of thousands of imperial traitors, annihilated a green-skinned warlord, and killed the evil god, how about this achievement? Isn't it achievement that she seeks? The thing she is most dissatisfied with coming to Angry Owl Star. Isn't it because squatting for 2 years is a pure waste of time? But she is not so easily fooled. Why do you say that the whole Angry Owl Star is about to turn upside down? Are there such enemies on Angry Owl Star? She expressed doubt. It's possible. Gu Hang smiled. With an inexplicable taste. Chapter 13, Help Each Other. Of course. This unexpected answer made Yi Lixia vaguely understand the meaning behind Gu Hang's words. But she still deliberately asked, if there are such enemies, Governor, please give me a clear coordinate, and the orbital bombardment will arrive soon. Whether it is greenskins or heretics, I will bring the most terrible wrath of the Emperor to these enemies. How dare those enemies of the Empire be exposed to the sun? They won't act openly. It will take me some time to dig out these enemies. I also need your help. Yi Lixia was silent. She now understood exactly what Gu Hang meant. These enemies may already exist on the Angry Owl Star. Which would be the best? If they don't exist, they can exist. But this requires the governor's authority to help, which is difficult for Yi Lixia to do by herself. Gu Hang's voice sounded again. I need very little. And you don't need to send more people down. 200 sets of weapons and equipment for the servitors. And some armored vehicles that can be used on land. These things, temporarily staying on the starship is useless. However, they can bring opportunities. This is indeed helping me. But it is also helping yourself. The savior of the wrathful star. What do you think of this title? The heads of countless enemies of the Empire will be cast into your medals of honor. And all you have to pay is some insignificant marine equipment. I will find your enemies. And I can even help you take off their heads. I don't want to be executed by the Internal Affairs Department's Taxation Bureau in 2 years. And you don't want to waste 2 years in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star. Then why don't we help each other? This is not a deal. This is our mission here. And it is also our future. Ahem. Yi Lixia wanted to speak, but found that her throat was a little dry. To be honest, she was a little moved. Originally, she thought that she would have to stay on the track for 2 years. And after returning, she would continue to face all kinds of rumors. And she didn't know when she would find a real fighting opportunity. But now Gu Hang's words opened a new door for her. She began to seriously think about the feasibility of this matter. And began to think about what she would pay and what she could get. And the conclusion seemed not difficult to draw. The worst case scenario was that she provided manpower, weapons and equipment. But Gu Hang still achieved nothing. And she wasted 2 years here in vain. But what does it matter? It is a fixed number for her to stay here for the next 2 years. It is the order of the Navy Department. It cannot be changed. The manpower and weapons and equipment provided are for supporting the ground. If they are all lost, it is not her problem. Supporting the governor is her duty. The missing equipment can be requisitioned later and supplemented. The key is that she does not spend a penny. The Empire's treasury pays for it. Besides that, there is no other price. Could it be that she still has to worry about someone threatening the starship? She herself thinks this is a joke. If Gu Hang succeeds, she will be rewarded with the merit of clearing all enemies on the planet. The enemy head is the soldier's medal. The enemies that prevented the Angry Owl Star from providing enough resources and taxes to the star zone were eliminated by her. And the planet returned to normal. Isn't this the honor she pursues? Of course, doing so is certainly not as impressive as showing off one's prowess in a decisive naval battle and destroying the enemy main battleship. But at least it is an achievement, which shows that her time in the past 2 years has not been wasted. If she returns, she will not only shut people up, but at least she can add more color to her resume, instead of just exercises and training results, which will only make her laugh in front of the old hands. Gritting her teeth, Alicia said. If that's the case, I agree. That's great. The crew on the quintet had a very good work efficiency. It didn't take long for 2 transport ships to take off from the starship. Watching the spaceship go to the desolate gray planet below, Alicia gradually came to her senses. The size of the Marine Corps on my starship is not large, and the amount of equipment in stock is not that much. That's not right. Didn't we agree that no matter what Gu Hang said, we would not give a penny this time? That Gu Hang, he just drew a big pie and ate it. The key is that he hasn't given any benefits. Not even a specific promise. How come I gave away 200 sets of individual equipment, plus 4 armored vehicles? I was fooled by that man again. But what he said made sense. It hit her right in the heart. Ah. Sighing, Alicia forced herself not to worry about gains and losses. The things had been given away, what else could she do? I just hope Gu Hang can do as he said. After getting what he wanted, Gu Hang was in a good mood. Not long after, he saw 2 transport ships coming from the quintet, and parked at his unfinished airport. A large number of slaves are ready. After the hatch of the spaceship was opened, they unloaded the items on it. After the inventory was completed, there was nothing missing. 200 sets of individual equipment, basically based on the G7 assault rifle, matched with some squad machine guns, mortars, and combat uniforms. These combat uniforms are equipped with bulletproof inserts made of alloy plastic steel. The performance is not bad, after all. It is a piece of protective gear. Gu Hang directly allocated 100 sets, and gave them to the newly recruited Feidange company. Then, he used the soldier card function in the system to spend the last bit of his gift on them. Abandoned Cave Company. Comprehensive 0. Cannot be upgraded. Type, Light Infantry. Number, 100. Equipment, T5. Training, 0. Experience, 0. This is the current attribute level of the Abandoned Cave Company. And according to Gu Hang's previous experience, within about 3 days, the results of the training bonus will be fully reflected. By then, the comprehensive level of this new army will also reach the T5 level. This is the lowest level of the regular army of the Empire. If the number is the same, they can basically achieve a complete victory against the bandits and small warlords on the Angry Owl Star. And the number of casualties can be controlled to a very small extent. At the same time, the transport spacecraft also brought down 4 Wanderer V-type light armored vehicles. This armored vehicle has 3 pairs of wheels, and the weapon platform on it is equipped with rapid-fire machine guns, which is a very scary combat vehicle. It's a pity that the mecha soldiers can't drive this kind of vehicle, and no one in the Feidange Society company can drive it, so they can only turn back and deploy the 30 elite Marines on these 4 vehicles, as a mobile force. So far, Gu Hang has a force of more than 400 people, equipped with 4 high-level armored vehicles. This is already an armed force that cannot be ignored. He looked in the direction of Fuxing City, the capital of the Alliance. Chapter 14, Lack of Oxygen. Don't get me wrong, Gu Hang certainly didn't think that, after he had more than 400 people and 4 armored vehicles, he could take Fuxing City by force. That was unrealistic. Fuxing City was the capital of the Alliance, a city with a permanent population of 130,000, and dozens of times that number of refugees, who depended on the city for food. There were hundreds of large and small gathering places of survivors in the surrounding areas that were directly or indirectly controlled. The conventional military force has tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, a large number of artillery, and domestically produced tanks and propeller planes. If necessary, they can even recruit mercenaries far exceeding the regular force at any time. In terms of military strength, the difference is too great. However, if Gu Hang wants to take over Fuxing City, he does not necessarily have to rely on military means. At least not by the army. If the 400 people in his hands go to cause trouble for Fuxing City, it is indeed an egg hitting a stone. But in orbit, the quintet was floating there. The starship's cannon was aimed at Renaissance City, and the power of the orbital bombardment was enough to wipe the city off the surface within a day. This was the greatest military deterrence. Another point was a political means of legitimacy. At the same time, Gu Hang was the planetary governor. And the Alliance government was theoretically the only legitimate regime on the wrathful Owl Star. So he was naturally the supreme leader of the Alliance. Before him, every planetary governor who came to this planet landed in Renaissance City, inherited the Alliance regime, and then exercised the power of the governor. In fact, Gu Heng did the same thing at the beginning. When he first obtained the system, he hoped to get a piece of territory that belonged to him, and he felt that he had a dream start. After landing, the entire planet was his territory, so wouldn't the fixed income given by the system be fully utilized? With the help of the system, no matter what troubles he encountered on the planet, he could easily solve them. After planting for 2 years, he could still not pay taxes. The fact soon slapped him in the face. After landing, he was warmly welcomed. But the system did not make any move, and did not recognize his ownership of Fuxing City as a nominal leader, not to mention the entire planet. Therefore, Gu Heng, the governor, came out to work alone. In fact, he also had some thoughts about this. The first level is that the system does not recognize the territory. So he cannot activate the system's ability without a territory. And there is no way to earn any gifts. The system cannot be effective. So of course, he has to come out to find a way to make the system effective. Otherwise, wouldn't the golden finger be wasted? The second level, the system does not recognize the territory, which means that there are huge troubles in Fuxing City. It is very difficult for him to gain real power through political struggle. Gu Heng does not think that he, a time traveler who has never learned any political tactics, has the ability to fight with those local snakes. Even if there is a quintet in the sky, it is useless. Orbital bombing is the last resort. Can he really blow up Fuxing City? That is a mutual destruction. Unless it is the end of the world, it will not be used at all. It is a deterrent at best. The third level. Based on the first 2 points, he basically understood the core problem of the previous governors, who could not handle the angry Owl Star. In addition to the harsh environment of the angry Owl Star, the dangers, and the lack of productivity, there is probably another point that they cannot completely grasp the power. The objective conditions are not good, and there are internal struggles. It is normal that they cannot develop and cannot pay the imperial tax. Gu Heng cannot go the old way. Otherwise there is little hope. It is precisely because of considering multiple factors that he ran out to start a new business. But this does not mean that he does not want Fuxing City. It is the largest gathering place nearby, with abundant manpower, a developed light industrial system, and a commercial trade exchange center. Gu Heng still has to take it down, and he cannot delay it for too long. Otherwise, if he really relies on himself to develop slowly, he will be executed if he fails to pay taxes in 2 years. He probably has some ideas on how to do it. Connect me to Fuxing City. Gu Heng called out. Yes. Zhang Chao answered loudly. And then he started to operate the radio. He was the only person who followed Gu Heng when he came from the family. He was Gu Heng's follower. A very smart young man. Not long after, the communication was connected, and an old voice that sounded very tired came from the loudspeaker of the radio. Hello, Governor. This is Fuxing City. I am Miriam Hodgson. Gu Heng had met the old man who called himself Miriam Hodgson once, when he had just landed on this planet. This generous old man is the chairman of the Union Council. During the absence of the planetary governor, he and the Union Council he led were the actual rulers of Renaissance City. After the new governor took office, he should retreat to the second line and serve as the governor's advisor and staff officer. But it was obvious that Gu Heng, the governor who did not play by the rules, caught Hodgson off guard. He was tired. Facing Hodgson, Gu Heng would not be as polite as when he talked to Yilixia, and he was not interested in appealing to his emotions and reasoning. Instead, he directly made a request in an imperative tone. I need 100 tons of food, 10,000 sets of textiles and clothing, and various industrial consumer goods. I will give you a list, and send it to my camp within a week. After the words fell, there was no reply for a long time. Gu Heng frowned. Answer. He seemed very dissatisfied. A young voice came from the other side. General. Governor. Speaker of the Parliament. What happened to him? The Speaker of the Parliament fainted. Gu Heng's first reaction was disbelief. How could he faint so easily? I just asked for so many little things. However, listening to the chaotic voices on the radio, it seemed a little true. Then his second reaction was a little guilty. It was not good to provoke people like this. Then his third reaction was that I didn't feel guilty at all. You deserved it. He did it on purpose. And it was an accident that Hodgson fainted. But it was no big deal. Gu Hang coughed lightly and continued, "Anyway, you have all heard my request. This is the governor's order. There must be no shortage of supplies, and it must not be late. Let's do it this way." A few dozen minutes later, Fuxing City, Inner City Council Hall. The silver-haired old man, wearing an oxygen mask, was breathing heavily. After waking up, Hodgson convened the Alliance Council and publicly informed all Alliance members of the governor's needs. The crowd was excited, and the members below quarreled. Hodgson, who was still wearing an oxygen mask, felt his head hurt more, and his eyes went black. He thought sadly, if this continued, he really wouldn't live long. He had to slap the table hard for several minutes before the crowd calmed down. He took a deep breath of oxygen, then slowly took off his mask and said, "If we continue to argue like this, we won't get any results. Let's vote. I want to see how many people have the guts to disobey the governor's order under the rail gun of the Imperial cruiser." Chapter 15, I Always Trust the Governor. Hodgson asked for a show of hands, but the audience remained silent. Members looked at each other, and no one was willing to speak first. Hodgson was impatient. He pointed at a middle-aged man. "You are big in food trade, you speak first." The person pointed at by the Speaker of Parliament was Councillor Wohan. He stood up and said, "We cannot accept the governor's request, it's too much. He has done nothing for us, but he repeatedly asked us to provide supplies. Last time, we provided supplies to the slaves he brought with him. The burden of more than 3,000 people was already heavy. This time, it was even more excessive. 100 tons of food. 10,000 pieces of textiles. Does our governor know what these things are? But we must obey the governor's orders." Another person said helplessly, "Otherwise we will be regarded as rebels. Hong Pao is unreasonable. We cannot lack the materials aided by the Empire. Nor can we lack interstellar trade. These can only be done with the governor's signature." Wohan sneered and said, "You made your fortune by being a broker for interstellar trade for Blackbird Heavy Industry Group. You value trade share. So of course you are eager to lick the governor's ass. And you don't care whether the economy of Renaissance City can bear it." The person named immediately retorted, "You have stored food for 2 months, waiting for the price to rise in winter. When the time comes, the food sent to the governor will be taken from your inventory, which will delay your making money. Right? You are the one who disregarded the governor's order and exposed Renaissance City to the macro cannon." Seeing that the MPs were about to quarrel again, Hodgson had to slam the table again. "Okay. Stop quarreling." Hodgson's old voice sounded. "I asked you to vote. I didn't ask you to give any reasons. I just want an answer. Think clearly when voting. If you give, where will these materials be allocated? If you don't give, what about the interstellar trade quota, the imperial aid quota, and the orbital strike deterrence? Now vote. Those who agree to obey the governor's order, raise your hands. Those who don't raise their hands mean that they disagree. There are no abstentions." After saying this, he raised his hand helplessly. With him taking the lead, the other councillors hesitated, reluctantly, but eventually raised their hands one by one. Finally, even Wohan, who had previously shouted, "Does the governor understand the concept of 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles?" also raised his hand helplessly. This caused a sneer from the people around him. He couldn't refute it, so he could only mutter quietly, "What should we do? Are we really not going to give up the quota? Damn. This governor is really outrageous. Why doesn't he stay in Fuxing City properly? Then we have at least 19 ways to make him behave. Be careful with your words," Hodgson shouted hoarsely. The man shut up obediently, but his eyes were still dissatisfied. After the meeting, Hodgson was sitting in a wheelchair, and was pushed back to the room by a young man. The young man did not leave, and reported one thing, "Grandpa." Wohan summoned his supervisors after the meeting and contacted several mercenary brokers. He dare not harm the governor. He can't afford the price. But maybe he might target the goods that will be shipped out of Renaissance City. Hearing this, Hodgson said expressionlessly, "Let him go. Whatever the consequences, he will bear himself. Just keep an eye on him and his people, and see what they did. I'm worried that he will anger the governor and bring disaster to Renaissance City." "Alas," Hodgson sighed. "What can I do? I'm the Speaker of the Council. But I'm just the Speaker of the Council. Even if I knew about this, how can I stop Wohan?" His voice was a little bleak. Instead, his grandson, the young man standing behind him, comforted him on the first day of the governor's arrival. He publicly announced his declaration, saying that he would rebuild the Wasteland world and let everyone live a good life. He shouldn't be so easy to vent his anger on the entire Fushing city and do something irrational. Huh? Hodgson smiled. His voice was very dry and hoarse. You don't trust the new governor? No. I always trust the governor. Hodgson waved his hand. The only one who can save Angry Al Star is the governor. However, he had another half sentence, which he didn't tell his grandson. I just don't know if it's this governor. Gu Heng received a reply from Fushing City, saying that they agreed to the request, but it would take 8 days to transport the designated materials to the destination. He was a little surprised. These people agreed to it too easily. He thought there would be a lot of arguing. But it didn't matter. Although what he hoped for didn't happen, the supplies were real. It wasn't a loss after all. It was still early, so he didn't think about it anymore. Yin Fangxiu should be back soon, because Gu Heng had already seen the battle settlement interface popped up on the system. A hearty victory, gained 1 point of grace. 0 loss, killed 45, captured 13. 1st Mechanic Servant Battalion, 1 ST Company, 0 loss, killed 38. Marine Corps, 0 loss, killed 7 before. He sent Yin Fangxiu to lead the team to kill the remaining prisoners. There were only a small number of people left behind, and the elderly, weak, women and children. As expected, while completely annihilating the enemy, his men also suffered no loss. According to Gu Heng's order, all the remaining prisoners should have been executed. Gu Heng did not intend to give these cannibals, human traffickers, and robbers any chance to survive. Their bodies would also be hung in their destroyed camps. And with their blood, a warning would be written, the fate of cannibals. As for getting 1 point of grace after the battle, it was expected. The enemy was too weak, and probably couldn't give much benefit. He didn't care. After Yin Fangxiu came back, he had a new task to assign to the captain of the Marine Corps. Then, he went to see his 2 black box manufacturing machines. These 2 machines were placed not far from the camp, guarded by special machine servants, and a simple factory building was built to surround them. Except for authorized workers, no one else was allowed to enter. When Gu Heng arrived, the 2 machines were in operation. Before that, a batch of ore transported from Feidong had arrived. The ore was sent into the material port by the workers, and the black box manufacturing machine began to work. There were bursts of noisy sounds, which seemed to be the sounds of friction, vibration and high temperature treatment, but not very loud. The material sent into the black box manufacturing machine, after a series of mysterious and unknowable changes, finally formed high-quality alloy plastic steel, and was spit out from the material port. The shining alloy ingots perfectly demonstrated its strength and toughness. The alloys directly produced by the black box manufacturing machine are excellent materials. The workers who were already waiting nearby will continue to carry the produced alloy plastic steels into the inlet of another manufacturing machine. Then, the mother machine black box also started to work. After a while, an important component for building a smelting furnace was spit out from the outlet, and was pulled to the other side of the warehouse by the workers. There were already a lot of parts piled up there. Some were large, one-piece cast, and some were small but very precise. They were placed in different categories, waiting to be transported back to the Waste Cave Society, so that they could be assembled on site into a smelting furnace that could produce alloy plastic steel. Gu Heng was very satisfied. Chapter 16, I Will Take My Life. Alloy plastic steel is the most basic and widely used multifunctional material in the entire Imperial civilization. It can be used for construction, making machinery and weapons, and can also be used to repair and strengthen facilities and vehicles. Its high strength and corrosion resistance enable it to be used in extremely harsh environments, and it is competent for work needs in a variety of completely different environments. And this is especially important on the harsh environment of the Angry Al Star. As far as Gu Heng knows, Angry Al Star does not have the technical ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel. The entire planet is still using relatively basic and primitive ordinary steel. In comparison, alloy plastic steel has much better performance. Obviously, if the ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel is mastered, Feidong Society will make huge profits. The scarcity and widespread demand for alloy plastic steel make its price high. Gu Heng, who has the black box, can reduce the production cost to a very low level, even more than the manufacturers specializing in this industry on other planets. In fact, alloy plastic steel brings more than just profit. But if it is to be mass-produced, Gu Heng is worried that the output of, or in the Waste Cave Society may not be enough. The Waste Cave Society does not have enough manpower, and Gu Heng has not got the equipment to mine ore. The key is that the quality of the waste cave or vein itself is average. It is enough for now, but seeing that more and more smelting furnaces are built by Black Box, there will definitely be a gap in the future. However, by that time, there should be a stable output. Don't worry about finding a market. There's no need to worry about selling. We can also import raw materials on a large scale. In the future, the pillar industry of Feidong Society will definitely change from resource mining to metal smelting. This batch of parts that have been produced should be enough to assemble a smelting furnace. Ship it to Feidong Society. Production can start now. Patel never doubted that the governor would keep his promise. If he said he would build a production line for them, then he would definitely build it. But he never dreamed that it would come so quickly. He saw that under the escort of the mechanical servant soldiers, a group of slaves from the governor's camp, or rather workers, brought all the production parts with carts. Patel, who had received the news in advance, brought the young men of the Feidong Society to help unload the goods. The instructions were ready, and a technical worker from the governor's camp would guide them on how to assemble the smelting furnace. At the beginning, Patel was worried that he and his illiterate men would not understand the process. But in practice, it was found that the process was much simpler than expected. There were words on the manual, but more of them were various schematic diagrams, which were not difficult to understand. They first installed the furnace body vertically, and then carefully aligned the various joints. Then, they used fasteners to firmly fix the various parts of the furnace body together to ensure the firmness and stability of the furnace body. Next, there was the furnace cover, observation window, exhaust pipe. Finally, he installed the furnace door by himself. The whole assembly process was very simple, but very rigorous. Just follow the steps step by step. The only thing you need to do is to be careful and make sure that every detail is checked and confirmed repeatedly. The installation took them half a day. They placed the energy crystal block sent with a transport team into the energy module of the smelting furnace and started the heating system. The whole furnace gradually became hot, and the temperature continued to rise. A batch of ore that had been prepared was sent into it. The workers of Feidong Society soon became sweaty in the heat wave, but they still stuck to their jobs until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally started to operate, making a roaring sound. A few hours later, it was dark. The produced alloy metal liquid cooled into metal ingots in the mold and was neatly stacked. Patel didn't know that the quality of the alloy plastic steel he produced was much worse than the top quality plastic steel produced by the Black Box in the governor's camp. But even if they knew, it didn't matter. As long as it was qualified plastic steel, it would be fine. This was already a very good industrial product on the Angry Owl Star. Old Butch, who was originally supervising the construction of the ground camp of the Waste Cave Society, couldn't help but come to see the finished product. The two leaders of the Waste Cave Society looked at this batch of alloy plastic steel ingots and smiled foolishly. A huge sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. No one could experience the power of industry more personally than them. From today on, the Waste Cave Society is no longer a place that can only rely on manual digging of poor quality, and sell it at a low price in exchange for food that can't even feed itself. They have industrial capacity. They can directly produce alloy plastic steel, and can sell it at a higher price. They will no longer suffer from hunger and cold, and they will live a good life, as the governor said, as long as they work hard. Old Butch sighed. Even if the governor wants to kill us, I will accept it. Patel smiled and patted his uncle's shoulder. The governor will not kill us. The governor hopes that we will get better and better. Soon, the second smelting furnace was also delivered to Feidong Society. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel was further strengthened. But the problem that Gu Heng was worried about before did happen. Just 2 smelting furnaces already consumed almost all the ore produced by Feidong Society. To continue to expand production capacity, more raw materials must be obtained. At the same time, energy is also a problem. The smelting furnace uses energy crystal blocks, which is also a kind of black technology under the Empire system. According to Gu Heng's understanding, this is essentially a battery. Of course, it is much more powerful than the battery he has in mind. High-density energy is bound and condensed in solid crystals, and can be safely released when necessary. This kind of energy crystal can be mined directly on some worlds, and more often on planets with developed energy industries. through various means of power generation, and then compressed with special processes, directly producing energy crystals. There is no doubt that the Angry Owl Star itself does not have such production capacity. What Gu Heng is using now is the wool he got from the quintet. But he can't keep getting more. But there is good news. First, Gu Heng still has enough energy crystals. Second, in addition to using energy crystals, the smelting furnace can also be connected to electricity. Gu Heng still has time to build the power supply of the territory. This is also a headache. I won't think too much about the high-tech means. The primitive means of power generation is essentially boiling water. But there must be fuel to burn. Fuel. Raw materials. Garbage town? Gu Heng muttered to himself. The garbage town he mentioned refers to a gathering place of survivors 100 kilometers north of Feidong Society. There is the output that Gu Heng needs. Chapter 17, I want an explanation. About 100 kilometers north of Feidong, it is almost the area of high wall ruins. It was a core city before the disaster era, and now it has become a ruin. The waste energy storm, mutant monsters, green-skinned orcs, both the environment and the things living in it, are a huge threat to humans. However, the huge city ruins also hide the wealth of the pre-war era. Garbage Town is right next to the ruins of the high wall. At first, scavengers established this gathering point as a supply point and trading place for exploring the ruins of the high wall and digging. Later, it continued to develop and eventually became a town of considerable size. There is no central government or ruler in Garbage Town, but merchants called agents, who control the situation and form a social structure of agents, caravans, adventurers and mercenaries, and scavengers. Armed adventurers conquer and guard resource points. Scavengers enter to dig for resources. Caravans purchase and sell resources. Agents sit behind the scenes to control everything and manage the business. The garbage picked up by scavengers will be processed into various raw materials, mainly metals, which is also the main output of Garbage Town. Another major output is energy. Here we have to mention the waste energy storm, the most terrible disaster on the Angry Owl Star. The so-called waste energy storm is a huge trauma left over from the war. In the sweeping strong wind, high-density waste energy will be stirred up, which is the residual energy after the spiritual energy explosion. This energy cannot be used under normal conditions, but will cause fatal damage to the human body, machinery, and electronic equipment. Humans cannot survive in this environment. And even the mutant monsters born from waste energy dare not move in the core of the storm, when the waste energy storm is the most intense. The high wall ruins are one of the areas where waste energy storms are most frequent and intense. But after the storm, there will always be some legacy left. The violent waste energy combined with some minerals occasionally produces something called hot ash stone. This thing is not the same as the high-density energy crystal block, but it can continue to generate high temperature after being ignited. Then it can be used to generate electricity. Raw materials. Hot ash stone. These are the two major outputs of Garbage Town. Gu Heng still remembers that the ore produced by the Waste Cave Society in the past was basically sold to Garbage Town. They wanted to sell it to Fuxing City, which was closer. But Fuxing City didn't want the raw ore. The nearest place that had the ability to process raw materials was only Garbage Town. The price offered was low, which was one of the important reasons why Feidong Society didn't have enough food before. Let's not talk about the past. What Gu Heng cared about was that Feidong Society was connected to Garbage Town. Gu Heng made up his mind and asked Patel to contact Garbage Town. If his direct territory was to continue to develop, it would require sufficient raw materials and energy support. As for the trade items, he had already thought about it. Food. Garbage Town does not produce food. They usually import it from Fuxing City. What Gu Heng wants to build is that Feidong Society produces alloy plastic steel. And there may be other industrial products in the future, which will be shipped to Fuxing City for sale. And food will be purchased from Fuxing City, sold to Garbage Town. And raw materials will be purchased from Garbage Town to expand production. It's a good cycle. The 100 tons of food he asked for from Fuxing City this time will be useful. In addition to supporting the governor's territory, he planned to sell the rest to Garbage Town. This batch of materials would arrive in 8 days, and Gu Heng waited patiently. During these 8 days, 2 pieces of news came. One good and one bad. The good news was that the value of the monthly fixed gift income was rising rapidly with the large-scale production of alloy plastic steel launched by the Waste Cave Society. Current gift points, 1. Monthly fixed income, 12. Governor's camp, 8/Terra month. Waste Cave Society. 4/Terra month. It doubled. Neither territory has increased its population. The main change during this period is the increase in the productivity of alloyed plastic steel. The increase in the number of Feidong Society from 1 to 4 should be a reflection of productivity. The increase in the governor's camp should also be a reflection of productivity. The difference is that Feidong Society relies on 2 installed smelting furnaces, while the governor's camp relies on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the output of alloyed plastic steel is not as good as Feidong Society, the quality is much higher, and 2 smelting furnaces have been produced. In short, expanding production is definitely a good thing. Apart from the things produced, the growth of the monthly fixed income within the system is also of great value. Gu Heng hopes to try to increase the monthly fixed income before the distribution of this month's gift points. He can find a way to increase the population, open up trade routes, and expand production. In the past few days, in addition to inspecting the training of the soldiers, he has been considering these plans. However, on the 7th day, he received bad news. The goods were robbed? Gu Heng had a gloomy face and interrogated the man in front of him. The man cried bitterly, "Yes. We set out from Fuxing City with 30 trucks of supplies. When we were almost there, we planned to take a break before continuing. We were sitting on the ground singing, and hundreds of looters jumped out and robbed us. Why didn't we have a hot pot?" Gu Heng sneered and said, "There was not a single piece of goods left, and no one was injured or killed. Are the looters in the wasteland so merciful now? It's true that there are no casualties. Governor, look at my nose. A rifle but hit it, and the bridge of my nose is broken." The man was still talking. Seeing the governor's face getting worse and worse, his voice became smaller and smaller. He began to feel a sense of majestic oppression, filling his heart, as if a mountain was about to hit him. He spoke again with difficulty. "We surrender. The robbers do not seem to be simple bandits, not wasteland looters. I know 2 of them, and they seem to be mercenaries roaming around the outskirts of Renaissance City. We were also scared at first, but after we surrendered, they didn't kill any of us. They just took the ox cart away. Here." He paused, and then said, "I suspect that when we set out, someone saw the supplies we were transporting. Those mercenaries, blinded by greed, didn't dare to take action near Fuxing City, so they followed us all the way." Gu Heng interrupted him. "You said you were robbed 15 kilometers away from my camp?" "Yes. You were few in number, and you didn't have enough guns, so you surrendered after they surrounded you, and then the robbers didn't kill you, but just took away the goods?" "Yes." "Okay." Gu Heng was too lazy to say more to this man. He left the board house, where the transport team members, who had run in a panic were temporarily housed, called Yin Fangxiu over, and asked him to take more than 20 Marines in the camp, and the Feidong company that had completed the training, to go out together, to first investigate the situation at the scene, and try to track down the robbers. And he himself returned to the house, and asked his follower Zhang Chao to connect him to the communication of Hodgson, the chairman of the Fuxing City Council. "My goods were robbed, and I want you to give me an explanation." Chapter 18, It's a Pity to Burn to Ashes. The governor's strong power made Hodgson fall into silence. He knew it was rude to remain silent at this time, but he did feel very embarrassed. What should he explain to the governor? But he knew he couldn't keep silent. "I will try my best to find out who did this." "No," Gu Heng interrupted him. "If you just throw out a mercenary group or a robber as a scapegoat, then there is no need. I just want one explanation. It's agreed to be 8 days, so I must see what I want tomorrow, not a single thing less. Or Fuxing City can send a new batch over, so I can still make it now, or I can go and get it myself." Hodgson felt his throat was dry. Sending a new batch is nonsense. 100 tons of food, 10,000 pieces of textiles, are not something that can be easily raised. Even in Fuxing City, not everyone can have enough to eat. The most important point of the governor's words is in the following paragraph. He can come and get it himself. Where to get it? It seems to depend on his answer. If he can give a satisfactory answer, then perhaps the governor can go find the person who robbed the goods. And he only needs to give a name. If he can't give an answer, then the governor should come to Fuxing City to get it, no matter where he goes. I'm afraid the process will not be too gentle. Who will bear this unkindness? At this point, Hodgson knew he had no choice. He gave Gu Heng a name, and then said, "Give me another 2 or 3 hours, and I will send you the detailed address." "Governor." "Okay. I give you the last 3 hours." After the call was hung up, Hodgson pressed another button to call the attendant. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. An unbearable itch made him cough loudly. The cough was violent, very intense. On the other side, the servant's voice was also panicked. Speaker? Speaker? How are you? Hodgson couldn't speak. I go right away. You hold on. A few minutes later, two people broke into Hodgson's office. One was the servant, and the other was Lambert Hodgson, who was called by the servant. He was the grandson of old Hodgson. At this time, Hodgson had stopped coughing. He was half paralyzed in a chair, gasping for breath. Seeing that his grandfather was fine, Lambert was finally relieved. You? Don't talk about this for now. Hodgson raised his hand to stop his grandson's questioning. Go find the people from Vaughn Company immediately. We must find out where the mercenaries he hired took the goods sent to the governor. Lambert was stunned. Did he really do it? Yes. But? No buts. We only have 3 hours. Is the governor angry? Lambert guessed. Hodgson sighed. Our governor is much more decisive and ruthless than I thought. Gu Hang didn't think he was ruthless. He just knew, and insisted on one idea. He couldn't fight with these people to the point of playing tricks and political tactics. It's not about whether you can win by playing some conspiracies and tricks. The most important core factor is, what's the point of winning? It's inefficient and time-consuming. Gu Hang doesn't have the time to play this game with them. Go straight. Be more decisive. He called people. Take the radio. Take 100 people. Leave 100 people. And set off. Gu Hang planned to catch up with the team led by Yin Fangxiu, who set off first. Go to the scene of the incident to see if there is anything to gain. And try to track the enemy tracks. It would be better if there is something to gain. If there is no gain, then let's see what news Hodgson will bring him in 3 hours. The worst result is that he will take more than 200 people to Fuxing City to ask for the supplies he needs. The people under his command alone are definitely not enough. At that time, he may need Brigadier General Yi Lixia to provide him with some small help. I believe Yi Lixia will not refuse. She should be able to gain a lot of merits at that time. Gu Hang does not want that scene to happen. But if it really comes to that, it is inevitable. And he will definitely take the most thundering and decisive measures. How can the sword holder not have deterrence? If someone feels that the governor's deterrence is not enough, then he doesn't mind using actual actions to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let's see if Fuxing City is willing to be the chicken. 2 hours later, Gu Hang and his troops also arrived at the scene of the incident and joined Yin Fangxiu. The Navy captain gained something here. We found some clues. When the looters evacuated, they deliberately covered it up. But the means were relatively low level. I have sent a team to follow them. And there should be more information. After listening to Yin Fangxiu's report, Gu Hang nodded, finally. We have some good news. Let's wait and see whether Fuxing City responds to us faster. Or whether your team finds the looters faster. Fuxing City? Yin Fangxiu was a little confused. Are you talking about looters? Do you suspect that it was done by the so-called alliance in Fuxing City? Is it hard to guess? Yin Fangxiu scratched his head. Yes. It's easy to guess. Although I didn't guess it. I won't admit it. Gu Hang stared at Yin Fangxiu, feeling a little helpless. He was good at fighting. But he was so dumb about this. Gu Hang didn't say anything more. He looked around. Actually, the signs of looting were not very obvious. There was almost no fighting. No death. No corpses. And even no bloodstains. All the transport vehicles were taken away. And there was almost nothing left at the scene. From this perspective, being able to track back the robbers, who committed the crime a few hours ago, at a scene where there were not many clues left. Especially those robbers also did counter-reconnaissance. Which means Yin Fangxiu is not a fool. Thinking of this, Gu Hang was slightly satisfied. It is okay as long as there is no problem with military skills. And don't expect him to be a jack of all trades. The next time, it is to wait patiently. And the news from both sides came almost at the same time. The elite Marines who were sent out responded by telegram that they found a trace that can be continuously tracked and speculated on several possible departure routes and destinations of the robbers. On the other hand, the chairman of the Fuxing City Council also called Gu Hang and gave 3 specific locations, and ranked them according to the probability. The information from 2 different sources was verified with each other, and there were some overlaps. In the end, Gu Hang roughly determined the target, Mantan Valley Manor. It was a private territory, belonging to a member of the alliance named Wohen. Mantan Valley Manor was his property, and it was also the place where he made his fortune. It was one of the few high-quality lands around Fuxing City that could grow food. After completing the basic accumulation, Wohan not only produced food, but also participated in the food trade, making a lot of money, and thus became a member of the alliance. Wohan's main business is now in the food trade. The food production of the Mantan Valley Manor is only a small proportion to him, but he still attaches great importance to it and treats it as a vacation spot and a home. It sounds like a beautiful place. It would be a pity to burn it to ashes. Chapter 19, River Valley Manor. Mantan Valley Manor is indeed one of the rare beautiful places in this wasteland world. At least it is so in terms of scenery. A narrow river flows gently. The unpolluted water source soaks the surrounding land, forming a green area. The wall built of gravel surrounds a large area of green shade. A few buildings are dotted among them, and the crops in the fields are thriving, moving with the wind, as if showing off the upcoming harvest to the world. It was almost dusk, and the water surface of the river bay reflected the light of the setting sun, shimmering with golden light, as if it were a mirror, making the surrounding scenery even more beautiful. The sky slowly turned a light orange, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared, replaced by a bright starry sky. The angry owl star had no companion satellites, and no moon. At this time, the farm in the small river bay was half bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and half illuminated by the starlight, presenting a beautiful and peaceful scene. "It's so beautiful," Yin Fangqiu said with emotion. "I haven't seen such a scene for a long time. For a long time, I was either on a starship, and after landing on the angry owl star, I saw devastation. The last time I saw such a scene was many years ago. I don't have the heart to break it," Gu Heng replied casually. "But I don't want the supplies I want to be left here, and then used by that man named Wohan to raise food prices and reap the people. Such a beautiful manor, farm, is destined for me, and we will make it even better." An hour ago, the troops led by Gu Heng had arrived here and dealt with the sentinels outside. Then, they began to rest nearby. The manor became tense because of the loss of contact with the sentinels. But he didn't care. His people had surrounded the area. If someone wanted to run away, he could ignore it. But if they wanted to leave with a large amount of supplies, it was impossible. The soldiers were resting. Gu Heng was looking at the scenery, and the people in the manor were trembling. When the sun just set, it was the scheduled time for the attack. He said to Yin Fangqiu beside him, "Let's do it." The scattered soldiers began to charge outward, for black armored vehicles drove out from the sparse woodland, and the roar of the engines resounded through the empty valley. The leading mecha soldiers, holding the raiders, rushed towards the defense line of the valley manor, and the bullets shot through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, mortars also began to bombard the valley manor. The explosions were like the roar of hell, and the smoke filled the air surrounding the manor. Wherever the artillery fire went, the grass and trees were burned, and the land became broken. Sparks and fragments hit the stone walls and roofs of the manor fiercely, making bursts of bangs. The looters also immediately launched a resistance. They relied on buildings and rubble walls and fired outward. The gunshots were intertwined, making it impossible to tell who was shooting. All you could see was bullets flying through the air, raising dust and rubble. These looters put up a very strong resistance. It is estimated that there are about 100 to 200 people in the group. They still dared to stand firm and fight back fiercely despite the bombardment of mortars, the hail of bullets, and the casualties. In terms of equipment level and fighting spirit, they were much stronger than the prisoner robbers they encountered before. The prisoner robbers still used hand-rolled iron tube rifles, which were not only inaccurate, but also had poor power. When they hit the mecha soldiers, they could not penetrate the plastic steel plate vests at all. The casualties in the battles at that time were mainly caused by the mutated green beasts. The mercenary teams active around Renaissance City now have better equipment. At least they have automatic rifles, which have much stronger firepower, more powerful bullets, and high accuracy. They are even equipped with machine guns. They have the advantage of using cover to attack the attacking mech soldiers. And from time to time, some mech soldiers are shot and fall down. The fallen soldiers were not necessarily killed. Their bulletproof armor vests and helmets were lightweight, but they were made of alloy plastic steel, which had excellent performance and could save lives. Those who fell were usually shot in the legs, and a considerable proportion of them could return to the team after recovering from their injuries. But in general, the offensive was not going well, which was visible to the naked eye. And as the attacking soldiers got closer to the manor, the offensive became more and more unsuccessful. The closer the distance, the more accurate and fierce the enemy firepower would be, and the casualties suffered by the soldiers would be particularly heavy. If you are far away, it is not easy for the enemy to break the vest. If you are close, not to mention that it will be penetrated. At least the unprotected face, neck, and limbs are more likely to be hit. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Heng wants to take over the manor quickly, he has to pay the necessary casualties. If he wants to fight hard, he may suffer casualties of half a company. If you don't want to suffer too much loss, you have to be prepared for a long-term battle. Dig trenches on the periphery and extend them inward, and confront and shoot for a long time. The mortars will continue to bombard until the opponent's manpower and ammunition are reduced to a relatively low level. And then, the final general attack will be carried out. In this way, the casualties can be controlled. However, Gu Heng did not intend to pay too high a casualty, nor did he intend to fight with these mercenaries for a long time. He did have a decisive weapon in his hand. There were two of them. One was the 4 Wanderer V-type armored vehicles. After closing the distance, the vehicle-mounted machine guns roared with continuous fire. The 45mm twin-barreled machine guns lined up side by side fired rapidly, and the bullets or shells that gushed out swept across a rubble wall. Each large-caliber bullet carried a powerful destructive force. Rubble flew everywhere, and the wall was destroyed beyond recognition. The mercenaries relied on the wall for protection, but they could not withstand such a fierce attack. The 4 walkers advanced, firing mercilessly. The shells tore the wall apart, and also tore the bodies of many mercenaries apart. The bloody scene frightened the people around. After Walker V opened fire, the mercenaries' resistance was suppressed immediately. After the Mechanical Servant Infantry Company was suppressed, the Waste Cave Infantry Company, accompanied by 4 walkers, formed a second wave of attack. Even the mortar positions began to move forward with the forward pressure of the walkers. After the distance was shortened, the accuracy and destructive power of the mortar would continue to increase. At this moment, a mercenary suddenly appeared from the side, carrying a straight-barreled weapon in his hand. The structure of this thing looked a bit simple, but it was undoubtedly a rocket launcher. This guy, I don't know if he was blessed, or if he was really an elite veteran with extraordinary ability. Anyway, he hit the target with one shot. Aim, fire, the rocket dragged a long tail flame, and actually hit an armored vehicle that was firing. The mercenary smiled, and immediately dropped the tube, and prepared to find a new shelter. However, just as he ducked back to the wall, he felt the wall beside him collapse, and he was thrown over by force, and fell to the ground, with a blood mist in front of his eyes. He saw his hand flying out, and saw his lower body not far away. He was desperately aware of the current situation. He was hit by a large-caliber machine gun, and his waist was broken. The shelter he relied on did not help him, and the rubble wall was completely broken. But what made him feel even more impossible was that the vehicle that killed him was the one he hit with the rocket launcher. The last scene he saw was the armored vehicle walking out of the smoke, without a single scratch on its skin. Why? He died with pain and doubt. Chapter 20, All Geniuses. The 4 Wanderers were the first weapon Gu Heng could use to smash the defense line of the Valley Manor, and the second weapon was himself. He also joined the battle in person. Gu Heng sat in the armored vehicle, and fixed his eyes on a bunker. A hole was dug there, and the superstructure was built with heavy stone, leaving a firing hole. There were heavy machine guns inside, which were a great threat to the infantry. Facing the solid bunker, even the machine guns on the Wanderers were difficult to shake. The mercenaries built 3 bunkers, forming their second line of defense. After realizing that the simple rubble wall could not be defended, a large number of mercenaries had already retreated. They planned to rely on this bunker to continue the resistance. Gu Heng closed his eyes. He could feel the vibration of his mind and the taste of blood. In his mind perception, the resisting mercenaries formed a vague shadow, which was detected by his psychic vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and a blade that could not be seen in the real field of vision slashed across the heads of the 2 mercenaries inside, beheading them. In reality, the bodies of the 2 mercenaries did not look abnormal, but they fell backwards as if they had been beheaded. Their bodies were still twitching due to nerve twitching. Then, Gu Heng did the same thing again, and eliminated the other 2 machine gunners in the bunker. He felt that his spiritual consumption was not bad. at least less than that of the mutant green skin who was imprisoned. There may be two reasons for this. One is that after the green-skinned beast was transformed by the potion, its extremely strong body also brought about an increase in the strength of its soul. The cost of cutting off one of that guy's legs was much greater than killing multiple mercenaries. On the other hand, after the last upgrade, his spiritual attribute increased a little. This increase in attribute made the spiritual power he could control 150% of the previous upgrade. The value of one attribute point is huge. Killing these mercenaries, who are slightly more resilient than ordinary people from a distance, is not too difficult. The firepower points of the three bunkers were muted at the same time, resulting in a large gap in the overall firepower of the mercenary defense line. Under the mortars and the cover of the machine guns of the moving armored vehicles, the infantry took this opportunity to charge forward. Some mercenaries tried to get back into the bunker and start the heavy machine guns again, but those who tried to do so would either be torn to pieces by the machine guns of the armored vehicles, or be accurately shot and killed by the elite marines. If they really went in, Gu Heng's spiritual vision could see it clearly, and with another soul cut, he could easily cut off the enemy head. At this point, the morale of the mercenaries finally collapsed completely. They knew they couldn't escape. Leaving the bunker, it was impossible to escape the pursuit of the armored vehicles on foot on the flat ground. Not to mention, there were also terrible psychics. A considerable number of mercenaries put down their guns and raised their hands to surrender. At this point, the second line of defense of the Mantan Valley Manor was also destroyed. The main force of the mercenaries guarding the manor had almost been annihilated. How many people surrendered? How many people were killed? It is too late to count now. However, according to simple questioning and confessions, the remaining enemy should be no more than 20 people. And they are all concentrated in this central building. It is not far from the river bay, and it is the residence of the owner's family. Those 20 people are not all mercenaries, but mainly Wohan's personal bodyguards. In addition, we also learn the storage place of the materials looted by them before, which is in several warehouses not too far from the main building. They had just returned not long ago, and the goods had not been unloaded yet. The tied livestock and wooden carts loaded with goods were all nearby. Gu Heng had already sent the personnel of the abandoned cave company to clean up the warehouse. On the one hand, they were on guard against the presence of others, and on the other hand, they were counting whether the goods were complete and how many there were. The remaining personnel surrounded the last building that had not been conquered. The building was beautifully built, and the 4-story building occupied a large area. When Wohan is not in Fuxing City, he basically lives here, in that house. There are his servants, butlers, and other people who serve him. As for the cultivators of the entire manor field, those serfs, they are not allowed to get close to here. The serfs live in a more remote place, where there are some simple wooden houses, and there are about 200 people living in the big bunk bed. The place has also been controlled by the soldiers, and the unarmed serfs stay in the house honestly and dare not move. There were at least 20 more militants inside the main building. The soldiers of the Feidong Company had tried to persuade them to surrender, but the soldier sent to persuade them to surrender was met with only bullets. Luckily, the distance was not very close. Only 2 bullets hit the chest and were blocked by the bulletproof plate. The young soldier with a sore chest ran back in a hurry and cursed with lingering fear. Perbov, the company commander of the Feidong Company, went up and kicked the young man twice. Why are you panicking? Can these 2 bullets kill you? The young soldier shrank his neck. He dared to charge fiercely in the battle just now. He was not afraid of going alone to persuade the enemy to surrender, but he was afraid of this company commander. In theory, it shouldn't be the case. The company commander Perbov was an old acquaintance. He was originally a local of Feidong society. He was the captain of the ore excavation team. When everyone was recruited from their hometown, the leader asked Perbov, the captain, to lead the team. After they were organized into an army, Perbov was also promoted to temporary company commander, in charge of training. A captain of an ore mining team, how could he know anything about military training, military command? But in the past few days of training, this company commander has miraculously mastered the skills and abilities of leading and commanding soldiers. This, even he himself found very strange, as if in those few days of training, his memory, comprehension ability, even muscle memory, are like a cheat. He quickly became a qualified officer. He knew how to train soldiers. He knew that sometimes he couldn't be too lenient with everyone like in the past, and the discipline and strictness that should be in the army must not be lacking. But at the same time, He also retained his understanding and love for everyone. They were all his compatriots and brothers from the same hometown. He regarded these soldiers as his family from the bottom of his heart. Under his training, these soldiers also mastered the skills of officers, as if he had mastered the various skills to become a qualified soldier. From not knowing how to shoot a gun at the beginning, everyone became a qualified shooter later, able to complete accurate tactical actions, understand combat terms, and know how to form a formation, attack, and retreat. The whole process. Prabhav felt very magical, but it was reasonable. He could feel the whole process of those changes happening to him. It was just a little faster. Maybe these 100 people were born to be soldiers, are all geniuses? Of course, this speed is a horror story to Yin Fangxiu, a veteran and senior officer. When Prabhav was communicating with Yin Fangxiu, he also heard such comments from the other party. He was afraid that there would be any problems, so he asked the governor, but he only got one answer from the governor. Don't think too much. Under normal circumstances, you are all geniuses. Chapter 21 Wind Bullet. The governor said not to worry. Then, there is really no need to worry. The world is big, but the governor is the biggest. The excellent training results and performance made a big change in the mentality of the 100 people in the waste cave. After learning that they were going to fight, they tried their best to win a beautiful victory, to declare their loyalty and bravery to the governor. The battle was fought, but it was not what Prabhav had thought at the beginning. After completing the siege of the manor, he asked the governor to lead the charge, but was rejected. He could only follow the armored vehicles to lead the second wave of attack. Of course, it was easier than leading the charge, and the casualties would be smaller. But he and his soldiers felt that it was very dishonorable. And now, his young soldiers were still shouting in front of the governor, and Prabhav felt very embarrassed. After teaching the young soldiers a lesson, he turned to Gu Hang, saluted, and said, "The enemy has rejected our surrender. Can we launch an attack?" Captain Prabhav seemed eager to try, waiting for the governor to nod. And then, he would lead his brothers to charge forward. He had already thought of how to fight. The mortar gunners fired at the windows on the first and second floors, and the squad machine guns fired at the main door. After that, the best infantry squad in training rushed in through the main door that was blown up, and the windows on the first floor, and took control of the lobby. "We are going to launch an attack, but you don't have to move." "Ah, I will personally fight in this battle." Gu Hang called out again, "Yin Fangxiu, you come too, bring 2 assault teams." "Yes." After the captain saluted, he turned around and called for people. "Governor." Prabhav was a little anxious, but Gu Hang stretched out his hand to stop him from continuing. "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet." The governor's eyes turned to the building in front of him again, and his eyes turned blue and white at this moment. He saw there was a gust of wind condensed in the house. There is an enemy inside that is difficult to deal with. We Feidong people are not afraid. Prabhav's chest was very hard. "Governor, you have given us a new life. We are willing to prove our loyalty to you with our lives." "That's good," Gu Hang said with a smile. "But loyal soldiers should not sacrifice in vain. Your lives have greater value to realize." Seeing Prabhav wanted to say something, Gu Hang waved his hand. "Follow the order." "Yes." The company commander returned to his team unwillingly, seeing the soldiers around him asking if they could go up. He relayed the governor's order. The soldiers were in the same mood as him, unwilling to accept the order. They tried to urge him to ask for orders, but he turned away with a sullen face. Gu Hang didn't care what the officer was doing. He continued to observe the situation in the house with his spiritual vision, and calculated how much spiritual power he had left. Some of them were consumed in the front, but it was not serious. It should be enough to deal with the next battle. At this time, Yin Fangxiu had already prepared with the elite marines, and he himself would join the battle. In general, this team that came down from the quintet was worthy of the name of elite. The equipment level was excellent, and the technical and tactical level was also very high. They were very reliable. Of course, even so, they would not break in directly through the door or window. It's powerful. But if you don't use the help you have, and insist on forcing it, you have a brain problem. The Waste Cave Company can still play a role in this battle. The mortars in the company, the mortars of the mechanized servant company, and the squad machine guns were all transported out separately. The machine guns swept the windows and the gates, and carried out long-term suppressive shooting. The mortar shells were fired through the windows. If the distance is not too far, The well-trained soldiers are capable of accurately delivering the shells. Occasionally, some of the shells missed the target and hit the outer wall. It didn't matter. Just reload and continue firing. Although the territory controlled by Gu Heng did not have the ability to produce additional ammunition and shells, the ammunition currently consumed was still the wool pulled from the starship. However, the reserves were still sufficient, and it was not necessary to use them sparingly. After 2 rounds, Gu Heng, Yan Fangxiu, and the Marines suddenly rushed in. They were not attacked at the first time. The places they attacked had all been baptized by firepower. No mercenary dared to stay in a room covered by machine guns and artillery fire. Then, the Marines began to quickly clean up outside. They were well trained and divided into multi-person teams. After confirming that there was no one outside the house or in the corridor, they kicked open the doors one by one. They strictly followed the tactical requirements when breaking the door, using a battering ram to open the door, throwing tactical grenades inside, blocking the interior with crossfire, and then entering. No matter whether there was anyone in the room, they followed the fixed process. If there was no one, it would just take a little more time, waste a grenade, and if there was someone, under their efficient and deadly actions, they would often be finished without any resistance. They cleared the rooms in the villa one by one. Gu Heng walked on the stairs, and he heard the crackling sound of gunfire, which came from all over the house for a short time, and then quickly subsided. The battle was decided. He could see the condensed wind, which had never moved in a room. You don't even dare to resist? You really wasted my caution. When the Marines cleared the rooms one by one, Yan Fangxiu came to Gu Heng's side and reported softly, "The rooms in the entire villa have been cleared, only this one is left." "Okay," Gu Heng ordered. "Just follow your way, break the door normally." "Yes." The prepared Marines began to act. However, this time it was not as easy and calm as before. The moment the wooden door of the room was smashed open, a strong, visible white spiral wind bomb blasted out from the inside. The Marine who had just smashed the door was caught off guard and was about to be hit without any defense. But at this moment, the storm bomb collapsed in an instant. At the critical moment, Gu Heng took action. The collision between the spiritual energies disintegrated the spiral wind bomb. The remaining force was still a strong wind, which blew the soldier who broke the door backwards. Quite embarrassed, the strong wind swept through the corridor outside, and everyone seemed to be a little unstable. But no matter how embarrassed they were, at least no one was injured. A man's voice came from inside. "Don't come over. Don't come over." His voice was full of panic. Obviously, the man inside was not a strong warrior. The Marines outside would not be weak because of this. Although they realized that the enemy had extraordinary power, they continued to act without any hesitation. In the strong wind, Yan Fangxiu was the first to react. He leaned in personally and saw a pale middle-aged man first, with 2 bodyguards around him. The black-clad bodyguards tried to shoot him, but Yan Fangxiu was much faster than them. When they just raised their guns, the captain's electromagnetic rifle had already opened fire. The electromagnetically accelerated metal spikes instantly killed the 2 men. Then, he pointed his gun at the middle-aged man. When he saw that the other party raised his hand and wanted to do something again, he fired again without hesitation. There was a miniature storm around the man, and the power of psychic energy was flashing, blocking the metal spike bullet. But right behind Yan Fangxiu, several soldiers entered and fired at the same time. The defense of the storm shield was in jeopardy in an instant. Finally, Gu Heng walked in. Chapter 22, The Electromagnetic Rifles of the Original Angry Owl Cult. Several Marines fired fiercely. Under the fierce shooting, the middle-aged man was unable to launch a counterattack like before, and could only maintain a storm shield with great effort, so as not to be shot to death. But he couldn't stand it anymore. Although the supernatural power was strong, it couldn't withstand the full-strength shooting of multiple electromagnetic rifles. It was actually surprising that he could hold on for a few seconds. Seeing that the storm shield was about to fail, the mortal body behind him would definitely not be able to withstand even a metal spike, and would be shot to death. But at this moment, the Marine stopped firing. At this moment, there was only one person who could stop their attack: Gu Heng. Catch him alive. Yan Fangxiu raised his fist, signaling a ceasefire. At this moment, the storm shield on the man's body was already very weak. The white rotating storm became very light, and was almost fading. The guy himself was also pale, half because he was frightened by the current desperate situation, and the other half because he was uncomfortable because of the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Gu Heng stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, the invisible soul blade found the weakness of the storm shield that had been exposed, and cut it directly. The psychic backlash immediately made the middle-aged man vomit blood. Gu Heng looked at his face for a while, and then said, "Wahan, right? We met once, when I first arrived on this planet." Hearing Gu Heng's words, Wahan's somewhat dull eyes became a little more lively, as if he had reacted. Without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, Governor, I can explain. At this point, he was a little stuck. Huh? Why don't you continue? You don't even know how to quibble? Wohan really didn't know what to say. Of course, there was no need to lie with open eyes. The goods had just been robbed. The goods had just been transported back, and the warehouse had not even had time to load them. But the governor's troops had already arrived and completely defeated the mercenaries he had cooperated with for many years. He was caught in the act, with evidence in his hands, so how could he argue? I lost, Governor, I accept all charges, I surrender to you completely, I beg you, to spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. As he spoke, he struggled to move twice, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Gu Heng for a long time. He had tried his best to be as sincere as possible. Gu Heng laughed happily. It's too late to realize that you have strayed and returned to the right path when you are at the end of your road. Wohan, I'm sorry, you used to be a member of the Alliance Council, you should have been a member of the planetary polity under the leadership of the governor, and you could have become an official recognized by the Empire. But you committed serious crimes, plundering goods, attacking the governor, acting insincerely, and colluding with the cult. I fully admit. What? Colluding with the cult? No. Hearing the last 4 words, Wohan's eyes widened. He is not a commoner who knows nothing, he completely understands one truth. If there were only the first 3 items, he might still have a chance of survival. After all, his biggest sin was to oppose the governor. Now, he lost, but not completely. He still had industries and influence in Fuxing City, and he controlled a very important part of the grain trade. These should be valuable to the governor. And if he surrendered completely, was willing to hand over all of this, and became a loyal and reliable dog for the governor in the future, he might really have a chance of survival. Or, after overcoming the current difficulties, after 2 years, when this governor is finished, he may still be a big figure in Renaissance City. However, if he is involved in the cult, it will be over. In the whole empire, the so-called heretics, the cults, are the most important internal traitors. They are extremely serious crimes, and are unforgivable. The only faith in the empire is the great god emperor. On the Angry Owl Star, the situation of the cults is relatively better, but only slightly. Because there are too many factors threatening human survival on the Angry Owl Star, there is no time to eliminate the heretics on a large scale. But this does not mean that people who have been confirmed as heretics will be gentle. The heretics on the Angry Owl Star can basically be equated with the original Owl Beast sect. The name of the Angry Owl Star comes from a kind of huge predatory land creature that existed on the planet before the world-destroying war. Its body is like a giant bear covered with feathers, and its head is similar to an owl, with antlers. According to the existing data, this creature looks a little silly and cute, has a gentle and docile personality, but is very ferocious when angry. This sect believes that on the once beautiful Angry Owl planet, the Owl Beast represents a beautiful image. The first Owl Beast was born with the planet, and became a god, protecting the entire planet. The war that destroyed the world angered the original Owl Beast, and its anger turned into an eternal waste energy storm on the surface of the planet. The storm will never stop until the world has redeemed its sins. The primordial owl cult is dedicated to atonement. In addition to their own set of religious rituals, their most important atonement ritual is to sacrifice sinners who do not believe in their will to the gods, in order to pray for forgiveness. They have also caused a lot of damage. The horrific blood sacrifice is fine, anyway. Human life is worthless on the Angry Owl Star. Being eaten by mutant monsters, being starved to death, dying of illness, seems to be no different from being sacrificed by the cult. But the key is that they will not only target a few people. The goal of this group of evil cults is to make the entire planet atone for the gods. They have created many events that destroyed an entire settlement. They are committed to expanding the area polluted by the waste energy storm, which will lead to a reduction in arable land, which will make the mineral veins unable to be used, and the investment and construction of the factory will be completely ruined. This will become a public enemy, whether from the perspective of imperial law, or from the situation of the native land of the wrathful owl, Wohan knew that if he was proven to have colluded with the evil cult, he would be killed. He was extremely regretful now. Why did he use the storm spell when the other party broke into the house? The key was that he couldn't escape. He could only try to argue in this regard. Please believe me, Governor. I didn't collude with the cult. I don't know them at all. I just suddenly found out one day that I could use. Gu Hang nodded. I heard your testimony. I will verify it. Next, you will be interrogated and tell us everything you know. And finally, I will hold a trial for you in Fuxing City and make a final judgment. Don't worry. It won't take too long, and you will soon get what you deserve. Chapter 23. Captain's thoughts. The battle at the river bend is over. The shivering serfs in the simple bunks next door were driven out. The junior non-commissioned officers of the abandoned cave company announced to them that they had been liberated by the governor and were free. The serfs who heard this did not move at all. They never thought freedom was a good thing. And they did not even understand what freedom meant. Does freedom refer to the precarious life when wandering in the wasteland in the past? Does it refer to the hunger and cold when making a living at the foot of Renaissance City? Back then, they were quite free. They could do whatever they wanted, but they had no food to eat, no clothes to wear, and they could see dead bodies every day. Some died of starvation, died of illness, robbed and killed, all kinds of things. Especially in winter, which was the most difficult. Compared to those times, they were still satisfied with their current life. Although they didn't eat well, although they were very tired, they were the laborers in the fields, and the masters would not let them starve to death. At least before they lost their ability to work. As a result, a group of subordinates, who claimed to be the governor, came and beat them up. It seemed that their master was finished. They were also liberated and regained their freedom. But they were at a loss. Ah! I am free? They almost cried. However, the following statement made them feel much more at ease. They didn't know what was good about freedom. But at least they knew that bread was a good thing. A sufficient amount of food was distributed. The serfs who had always been only half full every day, are now freemen. And they ate voraciously. While they were eating, someone announced the next arrangements to them. They were no longer serfs, but freemen under the governor's rule. Next, the governor would personally govern the entire Man Valley Manor, and would need a large number of agricultural workers. Food and accommodation were provided, plus a small bonus, which would increase with production. They were free to come and go, without restrictions, and those who were willing to stay could be hired. Only a fool would not stay. Suddenly, the panic, confusion, and helplessness in the hearts of the serfs almost disappeared. They didn't need to know more. As long as they knew that they would not be hungry and cold in the future, that was enough. After eating, they should go out to work. The bodies should be cleaned up and burned, the walls destroyed in the war should be repaired, the fields that were trampled and blown up should be cleaned up, and as much harvest as possible should be saved. The whole manor was busy. After Yin Fanshu had roughly arranged everything, there was not much else to do. He looked at the rolling hills across the river. In a daze. Through the psychic, or cultist, he had just met. He was thinking about his future. When he was sent to the surface as the governor's guard, he originally felt that his future was bleak. He still remembered that day. Before the governor left the starship and landed on the surface, he asked Captain Elisha for armed protection. The Commodore originally only planned to assign 300 servitors to the governor, and just send them off. But who could have made him do that day? He was bored and chatted with his colleagues, and mentioned an inexperienced woman who was promoted to captain at the speed of light. What about the joke of the Commodore? More importantly, the captain heard it. The Emperor of God can see that he actually didn't have any big opinions about the female captain. It was just that his colleagues were joking like that. So he followed suit. But why did the captain hear it when he was speaking? Shit! It just so happened that the governor named Gu Hang was complaining that 300 servitors were too few. So Elisha waved her hand and asked him to bring 30 Marines to join the governor. Amid the laughter and gloating of his colleagues, he, a young captain of the Marine Corps, could only take 30 people to the surface. He was heartbroken and felt that his life was bleak. Who doesn't know that the governor of the Angry Owl Star is a consumable once every 2 years? He was just a small captain. And he offended the captain. Being thrown to the surface was like exile. Even if he protected the governor, he would eventually be executed for not being able to pay taxes. He would also waste 2 years on the Angry Owl Star without making any progress. But he still had to fulfill his duties. On the one hand, it was the sense of responsibility of a soldier. And on the other hand, it would be one thing if the governor was executed by the tax department. But if he died under his protection, he would be held responsible. As for the governor, he finally dealt with the tax, and then secured his position as the governor of the planet, led the entire planet to revive, and finally thanked him for his help when he was in a humble position, became his backer, and helped him rise to prominence. He had thought about this in his dreams, but he didn't dare to think about it when he was awake. Of course, he hoped that the future would be like that, but that was too impossible, especially since the governor was still daydreaming. He didn't plan to start by quickly taking over the alliance regime and find a way to collect taxes, but was thinking about developing the territory from scratch. God Emperor, where do you have the time? But then he thought, what does this have to do with him? Anyway, I won't be the one to be executed. Then, as time went by, his mind gradually became active again. Some thoughts that he only thought of in his dreams when he first landed on the surface occasionally came to his mind when he was awake. Is it really possible for Gu Hang to succeed? The reason why he thought so, of course, was not just because Governor Gu Hang always looked like he had everything under control. He had seen many people who pretended to be so, and he didn't know, nor did he want to confirm whether the governor was also that kind of person. He didn't want to see attitudes. He only believed in facts. The fact was that the governor was a rare psychic, and would accompany the soldiers to participate in the battle. They won 2 battles and occupied 2 camps. This achievement was not big enough, far from enough to save lives. But the governor was indeed advancing his plan. Moreover, the governor didn't know where he got 2 black box manufacturing machines. The Imperial Mechanicus would probably be willing to pay a high price for that kind of magical thing. These performances gave him more confidence in the governor beyond the sense of responsibility, especially the 2 black boxes. It seemed that there was no way out of this matter. And today, he met a psychic with the governor. At first, he thought that the man named Wohan was just an ordinary psychic, but according to the governor's judgment, he was a cult member. Cult, heresy, this is a very good enemy. If the so-called original Al-Beast sect is truly identified as a heretical cult, then the credit for destroying them is not small. But he still had doubts in his heart. Was it really a cult? Is it made up by the governor as a reason to ask for more assistance, or is it true? Chapter 24, Battle Victory. This question is not that important. On the way back, Gu Hang answered Yin Fangxiu's question. The captain found him and asked the question in his heart. Gu Hang also gave an answer, even if it is fake. So what? The Navy needs merit, I need a target. A cult organization that does not believe in the Emperor of God is one of the culprits for the long-term inability of the Angry Owl Star to recover. This merit can satisfy Brigadier General Yi Lixia, can also make me gain enough benefits, and can also allow me to unite the people of this world. Then, this cult should be real, and that Wohan should be a real cultist. After a pause, Gu Hang saw that Yin Fangxiu still had some hesitation on his face, and he smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. What's more, it is real. The original Al-Beast sect is a cult, and that person named Wohan is indeed connected with the original Al-Beast. How did you judge that he was a heretic, and not an ordinary psychic? Gu Hang pointed to his head and explained. The power of psychics comes from ourselves, from our spirit. We have enough talent and spirituality to borrow psychic energy from the omnipresent, but imperceptible spiritual world and form psychic spells. The power of heretics comes from the dirty evil gods they believe in, not from themselves. These 2 powers are completely different, and they are clearly distinguished in my perception. Speaking of this, Gu Hang silently added in his heart that the divine arts mastered by the priests of the Empire State religion are almost the same. But he did not say it out loud. Hearing this, Yin Fangxiu touched his head and said, I really didn't know these things before. But since he is indeed a heretic, there is no problem. Don't worry, Gu Hang said. We are on the right track. Gu Hang was quite serious about comforting the captain. This man was one of the few capable people under his command. He came to the Angry Owl Star alone, and without taking over the power of the alliance government. He had no team to speak of. The only person he could use was Captain Yin. The people of Feidong society seem to have changed their minds, but they are illiterate and cannot be relied upon to do big things. His little follower Zhang Chao is trustworthy, but he has no knowledge. Maybe he can become a talent after long-term training, but he is far from it now. The rest is Yin Fangxiu. After all, he is a naval captain, a serious imperial naval officer. He didn't care that Yin Fangxiu still belonged to the naval sequence and was not his man. He obeyed his command because of Yi Lixia order. It makes no difference. As long as he is currently working for me, capable, and trustworthy, that is enough. Gu Heng turned his head, looked past Yin Fangxiu, and looked at the entire army. The entire team had nearly 300 people, and they were pulling ox carts along the road back to the governor's camp. This time the harvest was quite fruitful. He left 20 soldiers from the Feidong company stationed in the Mantan Valley Manor to protect the safety of the manor, and to make the hired farmers work hard. A man named Salama was selected from the hired farmers as a manager. The other soldiers, a total of about 200 people, and about 100 hired farmers, set out on the journey home together. Those hired farmers were responsible for transporting the reloaded materials to the governor's camp. The so-called cart was an ox cart, a cart pulled by a kind of livestock called barbarian bulls. This barbarian bull should not be a native creature of the angry owl star, but a species introduced from an alien planet a long time ago. After experiencing the world-destroying war, this creature did not become extinct, but instead had a further mutation, but still retained the characteristics of being able to be domesticated. In today's wasteland world, barbarian bulls are an important source of animal power. The supplies transported from Fuxing City were originally pulled by ox carts, and now they are all in Gu Heng hands. After counting the supplies, they are consistent with what Gu Heng asked for from Fuxing City. These things have been returned to their original owners. In addition, Gu Heng also seized nearly 200 sets of individual weapons and equipment, mainly rifles. These rifles have a variety of models, and the overall production level is not comparable to the assault rifle. The latter is at least the standard rifle of the Imperial Army and the Marine Corps. Although it is used by cannon fodder, its production and technical level are at least online. As for the firearms used by these mercenaries, which are produced in the native land of Angry Owl Star, it is hard to say. Not only is the quality uneven, but the best among them is not as good as the assaulter. But at least it is much more reliable than the iron barrel rifles in the hands of the bandits of the Prisoner of Death, which Gu Heng was too lazy to treat as scrap metal. It can be regarded as a military product after all. Gu Heng planned to use this batch of equipment. Including this batch, he had about 100 sets of raiders, and 200 sets of domestically made equipment. He could arm 300 more soldiers. With the weapons and equipment, there was no big problem with the source of soldiers. Feidong Society could send out more people, and some of the 3,000 slaves he brought down from the starship could also be used. Those slaves were not qualified sources of soldiers. Their physical fitness was not even as good as that of the robot servants. However, it is not better than those hungry people in Feidong Society. Under Gu Heng's system, all the people in Feidong Society can be turned into gold and become soldiers with qualified training. Not to mention the former slaves. The low quality of the soldiers will at most limit their further upgrading. But under the ability of the system, it is not a problem to train them to T5 level and reach the ability of regular army. In addition to the materials that he deserved, and the weapons, equipment and ammunition seized, the greater gain is the gift obtained after the victory of the battle. Great victory, gained 33 points of grace. Lost 20, killed 116, captured 42. First Mecha Servant Light Infantry Battalion, part lost 16, killed 43. Abandoned Cave Company, lost 4, killed 21. Marine Corps, part lost 0, killed 52 in this battle, including killing and capturing. A total of 158 people were eliminated, and a total of 20 people were lost. T5 level army, with 30 T4 level Marines, the combined combat power is much stronger than those inferior mercenaries. Even though the defenders had an advantage, and even though the soldiers adopted a strong attack under Gu Heng command, the exchange ratio in the end was still an exaggerated 1 to 8. Of course, without the Marines Wanderers, and without Gu Heng, the psychic, participating in the battle, the exchange ratio would be worse. Most of the casualties of our soldiers were caused by machine guns and rocket launchers. Heavy machine gun fire hit the femoral artery, causing heavy bleeding, or they were directly killed by rocket explosions at close range. In addition to a small number of deaths among the 20 people, there were also many who were seriously injured and could not return to the battlefield. This kind of loss is still within the acceptable range for Gu Heng. You can't always expect that there will be no deaths in the war. However, Gu Heng also has to consider the replenishment of the troops. The loss of Feidong Company is not a big problem. It can be directly replenished from Feidong Society. It is not a problem to draw out 4 more people. As for the mechanical servant soldiers, there is really no place to replenish them. In the future, The main force of Gu Hang army cannot be expected to rely on mechanical servants for a long time. Looking back, it is still necessary to recruit soldiers from the mainland. These will be discussed later. What he wants to think about now is how to use the 33 new gifts he has obtained. Chapter 25. New Technology. G9 Gun Family. 33 points of grace. This is the largest sum Gu Hang has received so far. He plans to keep 3 points, used to train 3 more companies. As for the other 30 points, he thought about where to spend them. First, he opened the hero interface. His personal information panel was still stuck on the prompt that he could not upgrade due to insufficient experience. The way to gain experience is war. Besides this, Gu Hang did not know if there was any other way. For example, would handling government affairs give experience? Gu Hang felt that he should give it, but he hadn't verified it and didn't know. Anyway, the war he just won was not enough for him to reach the upgrade limit. Instead, here, he saw a new name. New hero can be activated, Yen Fangxiu. Activation requires 10 points of grace. Now Gu Hang was a little entangled. Should I activate Yen Fangxiu as a hero? After becoming a hero, he can accumulate experience, upgrade, and obtain talents. That guy doesn't seem to have any psychic talents. I guess he will be a warrior template after activation. And if you really put in the effort to train him, the Elixia starship will fly away in 2 years, and the naval captain Yen Fangxiu will probably go with it, and then all the investment in him will go down the drain. Gu Hang will not distrust him just because he is a naval officer, but putting in the effort to invest in training is another matter. Let's put it aside for now. Gu Hang clicked on the technology panel again. He tried it, and invested 10 points of grace first. Invest 10 points of grace, and the probability of lighting up a new basic level technology is 70%. Do you confirm the investment? No. Gu Hang was a little surprised. Is this probability going to drop? Before, with 10 points of gift, I directly exchanged for a basic level technology. He thought that he could get 2 black box machines with only 10 points each time he exchanged, but now he said that the probability will drop? The probability of 70% is not low, but Gu Hang is worried that it will continue to drop in the future. Every time the technology is successfully lit up, will the success rate of the next lighting decrease? Gu Hang made a guess about the system's technology function panel. A heavy blow. I thought that after opening such a big cheat, I could be invincible easily in the future, after all. Technology is the primary productive force. Even if the imperial tax is really tight in the future, I will sell the black box manufacturing machine. What kind of imperial chamber of commerce? The imperial mechanical church. Wouldn't they come eagerly to give money? There is no need to worry about paying taxes. As a result, this problem of reduced probability directly hit him hard. You still have to come honestly. Gu Hang thought helplessly. Fortunately, he really didn't regard the sale of technology as the only lifeline. If the tax problem can be solved normally, it will be solved normally. These black boxes, including the black boxes accumulated by lighting up technology in the future, are the capital for him to continue to grow and become stronger in the future. In this position of governor, he didn't think of trying to transfer after working for a few years and overcoming the difficulties. The planetary governor is a very special position. Like the governor of the Angry Owl Star, that is of course not valued, but if it is a planet with top productivity and military capabilities, the governor's voice is too great. Pedisai, the head of the Tianma Star region, was able to hold his current position because his brother was the governor of the star region's capital planet, Fade Planet. The 10 billion population and huge and stable productivity were his strongest backing. Technology was the first driving force for development. Gu Hang would definitely not sell the black box manufacturing machine unless it was absolutely necessary. At present, the success rate of the technology function has decreased. But it doesn't matter. The remaining 70% is still a good probability. He still had more than 30 points of grace in his hand, and he could exchange it successfully anyway. Invest 10 points of grace, and the probability of lighting up a new basic technology is 70%. Do you confirm the investment? He took a breath, and this time he clicked yes. Basic technology, G9 type gun family. The Imperial Mechanicus took on the order requirements of the Star Army and developed a new generation of kinetic rifles, under the premise that the overall cost is lower than that of the previous generation of guns. It continues to promote lightweight and modularization. Through different accessories, it can be simply modified to form machine guns, automatic rifles, precision rifles, short submachine guns, and other firearms with different functions, and further adapt to the gold bayonet. Gu Heng smiled, and then couldn't help laughing more and more happily. My baby! I don't know about other places, but at least in the Pegasus Star region, whether it is the main force of the Imperial Guard Star Army or the main force of the Marine Corps, the firearms they use are still mainly G7, that is, the assault rifle. Before, Gu Heng did remember that there was news about the gradual replacement of G8 rifles, but at least until now, the scale of replacement is not large, and the production capacity is not enough. And now, he got the more advanced G9 model directly. Another powerful weapon. If Gu Heng can integrate the entire planet, the production of G9 rifles alone can bring a large number of orders. The Star Army, the Navy, and even the local defense forces of each planet in the Pegasus Star region don't need to change to G8, they can just go straight to 9 and be done with it. If we take these orders, they will be enough to pay the full Imperial tax. Of course, this is just a thought. First, it is very difficult to produce such a large production capacity, and second, if we really want to make such a big move, the source of technology cannot be explained. Unlike alloy plastic steel, which is a basic material with a wide range of production processes, the G9 gun family is still very rare. If it makes too much noise, there is nothing else to worry about. Will the oil men from the Mechanicus Church come to the door? And if it is really hard to explain where this thing came from, the Inquisition may come to the door. Suddenly mastering some knowledge from an unknown source is a manifestation of chaos corruption. Of course, Gu Heng will not give up because of choking. It still has to be used. At least, it is not a problem to equip your own troops on a small scale. I was thinking about using the weapons and equipment seized from the mercenaries before, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Gu Heng, who was very interested, clicked the technology interface again. Invest 10 points of grace. The probability of lighting up a new basic technology is 40%. Do you confirm the investment? Sure enough, it has dropped again. A successful technology lighting, the success rate will drop by 30%? If this happens twice more, it will be gone. It's outrageous. Who would want to charge in like this? Gu Heng cursed. Then he charged another 10 points. What should I do? The things given by this technology system are too good. Light up failed. Gu Heng's face fell, and his blood rushed, so he threw the remaining 10 points in. Yin Fangshu stepped back a little. Drawing cards is more important. Light up failed. No 40% probability. I failed after clicking twice in a row. What does it mean? Actually, Gu Heng doesn't like this kind of probability-based draw. He hates failure. But now he can only draw the 10-point gift level. The next level requires 100 gifts. Looking at it this way, actually, in the technology panel, the prize pool of each level is limited. If you draw too much, the probability will continue to decrease. Then you either upgrade the level and draw a better one, or pay a higher price to get a low probability. Under this concept, there may be a hidden mechanism. When the probability is high at the beginning, you can get good goods otherwise. When the good goods fall to a low probability, you will lose a lot. Chapter 26, Long-Term Plan. During the process of returning to the camp, nothing extra happened. Only the governor had a sullen face for some reason, which made people afraid to approach. Gu Heng follower Zhang Chao was already waiting outside the governor's camp. He had received Gu Heng notice in advance, and arranged the preparations for the arrival of supplies in the camp. Gu Heng was short of manpower, so he was also interested in training Zhang Chao. This little guy doesn't look like a good soldier, but he should have no problem handling some clerical and administrative work. There was no way to solve the problem. Gu Heng's subordinates were not very literate, and he had no better candidates. Besides, Zhang Chao did a good job. There was no time to build a large enough warehouse, but they also vacated some board houses for storing supplies. Some things that did not require high storage, which did not matter if exposed to wind and rain, were piled up in an open space, covered with a large tarpaulin, which was enough for temporary storage. Afterwards, Zhang Chao was busy counting the supplies, and arranging the distribution of the supplies, including how much to send to Feidong Society. It was reliable, so Gu Heng was relieved, and his face looked a little better. As for the depression of 2 consecutive draws, it was almost gone now. Technology. You have to spend grace to draw. Probability is here. There is nothing you can do if you don't win. Just hope you will have better luck next time. The cat went into his room, and Gu Heng took out a pen and paper and began to plan what to do next. This time, He didn't plan to materialize the G9 gun family black box from the technology lottery immediately. According to the previous experience with the alloy plastic steel black box, the size of these two things should not be too small. Once they are materialized, they cannot be taken back. Zhang Chao is already arranging people to dig a bunker. Gu Heng plans to build a core secret base as the future scientific research center in the camp, which needs to be kept strictly confidential. The black box thing should not be exposed in front of people as much as possible. The science and technology lottery is a small episode. What to do next is the key. The materials demanded from Fuxing City, or extorted from them, alleviated the shortage of materials in the camp, especially the problem of food shortage. He is not yet self-sufficient in food within his current sphere of influence. The Mantan River Valley Manor can produce grain, but the harvest will have to wait until the autumn a few months later. During this period, he can survive on this amount of materials. The premise is that the population he needs to support will not expand further. But that is impossible. Gu Heng's next goal is to expand the population. The alloy plastic steel industry line needs to expand. The G9 gun family production line also needs workers. Construction also needs workers. And other technologies may be extracted in the future to build other production lines, all of which require people. Where do people come from? This problem is easy to solve. The Angry Owl star is obviously a wasteland planet with a sparse population, at least not comparable to those hive worlds with tens of billions of people. But people are particularly worthless. The wandering survivor tribes, the poor who make a living around the Fuxing city. These are the sources for Gu Heng to absorb population. But he can't just suck randomly. When people come, Gu Heng has to provide them with jobs, food, and other consumer goods. To put it bluntly, he has to be able to support them and let them play a greater role. This requires more materials and greater production capacity. To implement it now, the first step is to sell the most important output within his current sphere of influence and the most important output in the future: alloy plastic steel. Only after it can be sold can we talk about expanding production capacity. Thinking of this, Gu Heng looked at Fuxing City again. It's not that he has to catch a sheep and plunder it, but it's mainly because he is too close and his identity is suitable, so it's too easy to plunder it. Besides, he has long regarded Fuxing City as his own. Yours is mine, so what's wrong with using it first? Anyway, he must control that city in the end. He only has 2 years, and it's impossible for him to really start from scratch and grow enough financial and material resources to pay the tax of a planet in 2 years. Going out to start a new business is essentially another attempt to control the entire planet. If he wants to completely control Renaissance City, he will go directly to the city to play political battles with those local snakes, which is a dead end. But if he has a force of his own and then takes over Renaissance City, or even the administrative power of the entire alliance government, it will be another situation. In the near future, when he is ready to take over, it must be when he is sure to clean up the power class of Renaissance City from top to bottom and make the power of the entire city truly work for him. This kind of power cannot rely solely on the deterrence of the quintet in the sky. If they perish together, he will also be doomed. The counselors in Renaissance City also know this. Nuclear deterrence alone is not enough. Gu Heng wants 100 tons of supplies, and they give them to him. Gu Heng wants to carry out a purge and wants their lives. Then, they will fight Gu Heng to the death under the deterrence of orbital bombing. At worst, they will die together. He needs a truly useful, conventional force to support him in doing what he wants. We still need to expand the army. Gu Heng came to a conclusion. Expansion is simple. From the slaves brought down from the starship, 200 people were selected. 100 people used the remaining G7 raiders, and the remaining 100 people used the captured local miscellaneous guns. 1 point of the system. 2 points of grace were spent. And together with the 100 people from the Waste Cave Company, a light infantry battalion was formed. Gu Heng handed over the task of recruiting new soldiers from the 3,000 servants to Yin Fanshu. Captain Yin was already numb. He knew that his governor was going to demonstrate once again that he could train a regular army that could only be trained in 1 or 2 years with just a few days of training. He was really puzzled. And in the end, he could only think that this was the governor's ability, and that the governor was a genius in training soldiers. Although this explanation was also nonsense. He couldn't think of anything else. Of course, although he knew that in the hands of the governor, even the worst soldiers could be trained in a few days. But when selecting soldiers, he still conscientiously selected the 200 best from the 3,000 servants. After the equipment and weapons were issued. Gu Hang casually spent 2 points of grace in the soldier card and prepared a training package for these soldiers. Then he didn't care about it anymore. Just showed up every day in a formal manner. It didn't take long for new information to come out. 2nd Infantry Battalion, Light Infantry. Comprehensive 0. Not upgradable. Number, 300 people. Equipment, T5. Training, T5. Experience, 0. The commander of this unit is Prabhav from Feidong Society, and he was promoted to battalion commander. Chapter 27. Take my wallet. This is the Waste Cave Society that Dennison Henry has never seen before. He never thought that he had not been here for only a month, and such a drastic change would happen. He came from Garbage Town, and was a traveling merchant. He bought the ore produced by the Waste Cave Society, and then sold it to Garbage Town, for preliminary processing, to form suitable pig iron, and then sell it. He heard before that a group of looters had set their sights on the Waste Cave Society. He thought that the abandoned cave society was finished, and silently prayed for these poor people. He also felt sorry that he had lost a cheap resource import site, and would make less money. But he didn't expect that the abandoned cave society not only survived, but also got help from the planetary governor. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? In the abandoned cave society, Henry saw factories in clusters, and saw smelting furnaces erected, emitting white smoke, which represented the power of industry. He saw the residential area built next to it. It was dinner time, and he could see the smoke from cooking. The food eaten by the residents of the abandoned cave society was even better than that of his hometown, Garbage Town. He also saw the soldiers on guard. They were wearing combat uniforms, with bulletproof plate vests on the outside. Their left eyes were transformed into machines, and their mechanical servants glowed with cold blue light. They looked very elite. His expression was seen by Patel next to him. The surprised look of this old friend made Patel feel very satisfied. He really liked to see others surprised. It would make him further confirm from the bottom of his heart that it was the right thing to do to accept the governor completely and become his subject. He patted Henry on the shoulder and said, "Don't be in a daze. Let's go. There are more good things to see." Retracting his gaze, Henry turned to Patel. "You, governor, is really so generous." Patel looked pious. "Yes. And this is just the beginning. I believe that under the rule of the governor, we will live better and better. To be honest, you can go back and talk to your bosses, and let them join the governor as soon as possible." When this topic was mentioned, Henry calmed down a little. "We are already under the rule of the governor, and we are also a member of the alliance." Patel could hear the perfunctory tone in his words. He was a little disappointed. He really thought that Garbage Town could join in and contribute to the governor's cause. Of course, he also knew that his old friend Henry was just an ordinary merchant in Garbage Town, and his status was just that. Garbage Town had a population of over 100,000, and was also a large settlement. The people who have the final say there are called agents. Agents, big and small, determine the direction of the entire Garbage Town. Henry is just a traveling merchant, and he is still trying to get even the smallest agent qualification, so his words don't count in Garbage Town. Patel simply hopes that Henry can go back and persuade those agents. But it seems that he is indeed naive. Those agents make money from raw materials and energy, and make money from scavengers and adventurers. How can they let go so easily? Unless they personally witness the governor's majesty. Patel put his thoughts aside and smiled again. He pulled Henry and showed him some good stuff. That was the finished product of alloy plastic steel made by Feidong Society. Seeing the neatly stacked plastic steel, Henry was stunned again. "This is alloy plastic steel? Can you make such a thing?" He really didn't expect it. Looking at those smelting furnaces before, he thought that at most being able to produce steel was already amazing. He was already thinking in his mind, in the future, the raw materials will be transported from Garbage Town, then produced by Feidong Society, and then transported to Fuxing City for sale. This route is much more cost-effective than reselling mineral resources. But what is unexpected is that what Feidong Society produces is not steel, but alloy plastic steel. This thing, the performance is much better than steel. With different formulas, it can show strong compressive and tensile strength, and strong plasticity. From the perspective of businessmen, its selling price will certainly be higher than that of steel. But in fact, it is not too high. Mainly, those manufacturers, whether they use alloy plastic steel to make weapons, machinery manufacturing, or building materials, Many low-end product lines with high demand are very sensitive to costs. If the cost of alloy plastic steel is much higher than that of steel, then people would rather continue to use cheap steel. Of course, if there are some alloy plastic steel materials with very special properties, then they are definitely valuable in some special tools, such as making better gun barrels, more solid mechanical structures, and used in some high value-added production, and can be sold at a very high price. But even though ordinary alloy plastic steel materials cannot be sold at a particularly high price, as long as there is a reasonable pricing strategy, this thing will not have to worry about sales. At the same time, it seems that there are very few forces in the entire wasteland that have the ability to produce alloy plastic steel. Perhaps Blackbird Heavy Industry Group has this ability, but their production capacity is not enough to supply their own consumption, and I have never seen them sell this material. From this perspective, the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Cave Society can almost be regarded as a unique business. In addition to making money, this represents a huge influence. Dennis and Henry can't wait. How much are these? Sell them to me. He rubbed his hands and said, Don't worry. Patel laughed and led Henry to another place. Here, there are some finished individual armored vests and helmets made of alloy plastic steel. Patel proudly introduced, Look at these things. The iron barrel rifle will only leave a mark at most. After saying that, he was afraid that Henry would not believe him. So he really took out an iron tube rifle. This thing looks simple, but it is a very common firearm in the wasteland. The simple iron tube is tied to a wooden handle, and has the simplest launching device, which can fire gunpowder bullets. Since there is no craftsmanship at all, its power is very mysterious, and its accuracy is even more mysterious. If it is well made, it may be mediocre, and if it is not well made, it is just a fire stick that can make a noise. Whether it can hit the target depends entirely on fate. The Fedong Society had hundreds of guns, which were seized from the bandits after the prisoners were annihilated. The Governor General looked down on these rags and gave them to them as self-defense weapons. The armored vest was put on a target, and Patel pulled the bolt and fired more than a dozen bullets at it from a distance of more than 10 meters. After the job was done, Henry leaned over to take a look. There were still bullet marks, but none of them could penetrate this individual vest. The target behind was shaken a little crooked, but there was really no damage. This defense is enough. Henry even tried it on himself, and found that the weight was completely within the acceptable range. Alloy plastic steel can maintain sufficient strength and toughness while ensuring lightness. This thing is a killer in the wasteland, as long as you equip it with such a set. The most common iron barrel rifle in the wasteland will really become a fire stick. He could already imagine how enthusiastically this kind of single-soldier vest will be sought after by those scavengers and adventurers when he takes it to the garbage town. This is all money. Stop talking. I buy it. Take my wallet away. Chapter 28, Corpse Starch. Henry really wanted to buy it. The alloy plastic steel material itself, and the single-soldier vest made from it, have already made him see huge profits. In his hometown, Garbage Town, he was just a traveling merchant. But he had a further idea. He was pursuing the identity of an agent. Garbage Town was a chaotic place, but it was also a holy place for doing business. Rich resources, and a large population. There, if the business was big enough, there were enough people under him, and the military force was strong enough, you could gain enough influence and become an agent. In the chaotic political ecology of Garbage Town, it is the agents who have the final say. They each control a unique business, forming a monopoly, competing with each other, and uniting with each other. And their power is huge. Henry does not have enough people under him, and his business is not big enough. But if he can really take over the alloy plastic steel business, then he will have a unique business. As long as the Fedong Society supports him and allows him to monopolize, he will be able to quickly make a lot of profits. The remaining problem is the problem of money, which is easy to solve. The identity of the agent is already beckoning to him. To be honest, if it weren't for the governor behind Fedong Society, he would definitely turn around and leave now, and then find a way to gather a team to wipe out Fedong Society and firmly grasp the production capacity of alloy plastic steel in his own hands. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter, as long as I can get the exclusive agency rights for this business. That's enough. Henry said to Patel solemnly, I want all your goods, and I will give you the best price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Believe me, I can definitely help you sell these treasures to the entire wasteland world. We will become the best partners, as long as you sign an exclusive agreement with me. Wait a minute. Henry frowned tightly. Do you have any other conditions? Just say it. Patel waved his hand quickly. I don't have any conditions, but this matter, my words don't count. Without waiting for Henry to speak, he continued, everything here belongs to the great governor. I dare not promise you anything casually. Without the governor's nod, not a piece of alloyed plastic steel can be sold here. Governor. Henry calmed down and began to have a headache. It might not be difficult to fool Patel, but fooling the governor. He had also heard about the deeds of the governor named Gu Hang. Being a maverick after landing, he did not take over the power of the Union government, but went to the wilderness to build. Can the entire Angry Owl Star be saved by construction? Henry did not believe it. Even under the rule of the governor, the abandoned cave society had undergone earth-shaking changes in a short period of time. But such changes alone are far from changing the ecology of the entire Angry Owl Star. 2 years later, Governor Gu will probably be eliminated by the Empire taxation like his predecessors. But before that, he was the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of this planet. How could a small merchant like himself deceive an imperial governor? Seeing Henry's hesitation, Patel didn't know what was going on in his old friend's mind. He just grinned and said with a smile, the governor is a very good person. As long as you serve him sincerely, you will definitely get a generous reward. When Patel said this, he seemed very honest. But why did Henry vaguely feel that there was a hint of meaning behind him? If you are not sincere enough, then you are finished. It should be an illusion. How could this Patel have so many thoughts? Henry took a deep breath and said firmly, I will go to see the governor now. The great governor Gu Hang was studying a corpse at this moment. Its shape barely resembled a living creature, with 4 limbs, and it seemed to be walking semi-upright. It was a bit like a headless ape with abscesses all over its body and completely uncoordinated limbs. Its chest was swollen. It is very fast, extremely ferocious, and has claws on all 4 limbs. After hunting, it will tear the prey's body into pieces, and then corrode and dissolve the prey fragments through the pus on its body, and then dissolve them into its own body. This thing, which the locals call an abscess monster, is a common monster in the Wasteland. At that time, he was taking a nap in his house, and suddenly heard a noise outside. Then Zhang Chao reported to him that more than a dozen abscess monsters appeared on the expansion site outside the camp and attacked the workers. Although the soldiers guarding the camp arrived quickly and annihilated the monsters, 3 workers were still killed. Death and injury are of course very bad things. But this is a wasteland. Gu Hang did not pay attention to what had already happened and could not be changed. He looked at the monster corpse in front of him and asked a soul-searching question, can this thing be eaten? Yin Fanshu did not understand what the governor was thinking, but he was shocked. Gu Hang was a little dissatisfied with Lao Yan's shock. He emphasized, in the wasteland, the most important thing is food. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to think about how to feed thousands of people in 3 camps. It is definitely not okay to sit on the mountain and eat everything. We must find a way to explore the source of all food. I think this kind of thing has great potential. It is said that there are many in the wasteland, and there are also zombie dogs and other things. If they can all be eaten. Governor, please wait a moment, Yin Fanshu said helplessly. These monsters have a lot of corrosive abscesses on their bodies. They don't look like edible things, do they? How do you know if you don't try? Gu Hang was still very persistent. Of course, I don't want our people to eat them directly. I heard that most of the hive planets have the technology to decompose all organic matter into food. They call it corpse starch? Anyway, it's a starch block. I wonder if there is such technology on the Angry Owl Star. Anyway, it must be on the quintet, so we still have to try to get it. Yin Fanshu was even more helpless. Brother, I have eaten starch blocks too. That thing is essentially a food chemical product, which can decompose recycled organic waste, including textile waste such as old clothes, wastewood, industrial organic waste, even plant fibers, animal limbs, and a series of other things, into small molecules, and then refined and processed into synthetic starch blocks. Although some hive planets with extremely poor resources and high population density do recycle the bodies of the dead, and even recycle feces, so they are jokingly called corpse starch. But don't say it out loud. After all, in general, the composition of synthetic starch is still normal. A small part, a trace amount. If you don't say it out loud, we are still good friends. Chapter 29, What's Wrong with Puppets? Gu Heng said that he wanted to use these abscess monsters as a source of food. He really meant it. If there is a choice, normal food is better than anything else. But in this wasteland, production conditions are like this, and the number of people that can be fed is limited. Don't we have to find all ways? Eating enough is always more important than eating well. This technology, of course, can be extracted from the technology panel. But the mechanism that lights up a technology once, and the probability of shipping it next time drops sharply, makes each technology quota precious. If there is a choice, Gu Heng does not want to obtain this technology from the technology panel. He prefers to use normal means to achieve his goal. He looked up at the sky. A certain force on the Angry Owl star may have mastered similar technology. However, Gu Heng has never seen it near Fuxing City, which means that even if this technology exists, it is very far away and difficult to obtain. Secondly, synthetic starch technology is probably very precious on the Wasteland planet, and those forces will not hand it over easily. It is better to go to the Quintet to get some wool than to spend that effort on it. A giant starship like the Quintet, which has a population of 100,000, does not have the opportunity to land for supplies all the time, especially during missions. They must have this technology that can recycle almost all usable organic matter. Thinking of this, he coughed twice again, feeling a little embarrassed and thinking, last time I asked her for 200 sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles. I'm going to ask for new technology today. Isn't it a bit bad? Then I won't ask her today. I ask her tomorrow. Gu Heng thought so, and felt relieved. Gu Heng, who was happy, hummed a little tune, and waited for the merchant from Garbage Town, Dennis and Henry. Dennis and Henry finally met Governor Gu Heng. After a thorough body search, he was brought to the door of the governor's house. It was just a board house, except that it was bigger. It looked no different from the board houses built next to it, where the slaves lived. There was no special decoration, nor any precious materials. The guard pushed the door open. Henry walked in, and all he saw was plain and simple. There was no special decoration in the room, just an ordinary long table. A man who looked quite young sat at the other end of the long table. That should be Governor Gu Heng. This governor was quite out of tune with the environment he was in. The surroundings were so simple, but the clothes he wore were so exquisite. But this difference, because of the governor's calm attitude towards this simple environment, became insignificant. Henry did not dare to observe any more. He lowered his head, came to this side of the long table, did not dare to sit down, but put one hand on his chest, and then bowed deeply. Maintaining the bowing posture, he humbly said, "My name is Dennis and Henry, from Garbage Town. I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to His Excellency the Governor. Your speech when you landed on this planet, like thunder in my ears, made me deeply understand that you came to this dying planet with great ambitions and compassionate feelings to save us, the subjects. As a resident of the Angry Owl Star, I have great respect for your nobleness." He gave me a lot of flattery. While speaking, Henry also took out a beautifully packaged box. When I learned that I had the honor to meet the governor, I was so excited that I decided to prepare a gift for you to express my respect for you. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and I only had this small gift. I hope the governor will not mind. He continued to bow, holding the gift box in both hands, and raised it above his head. The guard next to him came up, took the gift from his hands, and brought it to Gu Heng. Gu Heng did not even look at the gift box. His eyes were always on Dennis and Henry, with an interested smile on his lips. "Get up. Your waist will break if you continue like this." Henry straightened up, as he was told. "Sit down. Let's have a good chat." Henry dared to sit down. Gu Heng knocked on the table and said, "Dennis and Henry, I know your purpose." Henry said cautiously, "Please give me the opportunity to work for you, Your Excellency the Governor." Gu Heng chuckled and said, "You are very good at talking, and I am very satisfied with your attitude. I know that what you say may not be what you really think, but I don't care. I can give you this business, but I have 2 conditions. First, I will give you the goods, and I will also give you what I need. You must bring me quality and quantity, and there can be no discount at all." The first half of Gu Heng's sentence, which was not necessarily sincere, made him feel a little uneasy. But the second half of his sentence made him feel very happy. Obtaining the agency rights was his biggest demand for meeting the governor this time. As for the second half of his request, Henry thought it was no different from giving it away for free. It was not a request, but a great gift from the governor. Of course, he had to pay for the goods. And now he could get the money back by helping the governor buy the things he needed. Could this be a bad thing? He did not hesitate and nodded directly. No problem. I am willing to serve the governor. Gu Heng waved his hand and said, I have a second request. You need to expand your influence in Garbage Town as much as possible and become an agent, or even a big agent. Hearing this second request, Henry calmed down a little. Seeking to become one of the agents of Garbage Town, this is his goal in itself. In theory, the governor gave this condition, which did not conflict with him, and he should be happy. However, he thought he was not stupid, and would understand the hidden meaning behind the request. With the support of the governor, he became an important agent of Garbage Town, and then what? Who has the final say? Is it him, or the governor who is his boss behind the scenes? But he quickly put this hesitation and entanglement behind his mind. It is inexplicable to think about these things. There is a big leg in front of him, wouldn't he hug it? What's wrong with being a puppet? How many people want to be the governor but can't? And he is not necessarily a puppet. If he works hard for the governor, doesn't he have some power of his own? The governor is busy with all kinds of things every day. When he is in charge of a small garbage town, doesn't he have to make the final decision? At most, he has to complete the governor's goals and follow the governor's pace. That is also reasonable. What's more, to put it bluntly, it is not certain whether the governor will still be the governor in 2 years. Thinking of this, he saw the half-smile on Gu Heng's face, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He always felt that he would be seen through. Chapter 30 Pressure. Dennis and Henry came to meet the governor this time. He was very surprised at the initial communication. He got what he wanted without paying anything. Of course, it was not that he didn't have to pay anything. After getting the goods, he had to pay for them. The coins were from the Alliance. The governor provided a series of lists, asking him to buy this and that. He looked at them, and found some of them were difficult to handle. For example, the governor wanted the best textile machines and sewing machines in Renaissance City. He wanted to import textile raw materials. He wanted hot limestone generators. He wanted hot limestone itself. He wanted to build a cement plant and a brick plant. Moreover, the governor seemed to know the market very well. The list and approval he gave allowed him to take away goods of similar value. According to his own estimation, the profit margins here are very tight. If he wants to make more money, he will have to find ways to sell the alloy steel and armored vests at a higher price, and try to find cheap and easy-to-use sources for the things he buys for the governor. But even though it is difficult, Henry is still full of motivation. Isn't this the time for him to show his ability? If everything is easy, the governor can just find someone to do the job. What does it have to do with him? However, when the topic came to the second half, he gradually became less happy. Mainly, a very critical point was mentioned. Dennis and Henry wanted to obtain the exclusive sales rights of the alloy plastic steel industry. This is to protect his own interests. He needs this thing to ensure that the market path he has blazed will not be plucked by latecomers. Excluding competitors, doing a monopoly business, that would certainly be more profitable. But Gu Heng did not allow it. He argued with reason, something like, this way can better serve the governor, this will help me expand my influence in Garbage Town, and help you, the governor, do more things in the future, and so on, and so on. He also said it. However, none of his words could move Gu Heng. Gu Heng just said 2 sentences to stop him. I can give you the power you want, but I won't give it to you for free. You haven't done anything yet. Why do you ask me for so much? Use your actions to prove your loyalty. What else can Henry say now that it has come to this? He nodded heavily. I will prove it to you, Governor. Also, help me do one more thing. Just tell me. My camp needs more people. There are so many refugees living in Fuxing City. Bring them here. No problem. I will definitely bring you healthy and reliable refugees. The price will definitely be cheap. Gu Heng shook his head, looking very dissatisfied. What's the point of talking about money? Those refugees are not recognized as official residents by Fuxing City, but I recognize them. Every human on the Angry Owl Star is a subject of the Empire. And is my subject. I want you to spread my kindness, my policies, and my declaration to them, and let them migrate here. If they have difficulties, you must provide them with necessary help, and I will even help them directly when necessary. Do you understand what I mean? Henry was stunned. Why didn't he understand? He must have understood. Free? Don't you want to get people here just because you don't want to pay? Henry looked very ashamed. Yes. That's right. I am shallow. But according to the governor, It seems that there is some hope. Although Fushing City is large, it can only provide so many jobs and support so many people. Outside the city, there are many refugees who can't survive. It is not impossible to make these people willing to migrate here spontaneously through propaganda. But, Governor, please forgive me. If we do it this way, the number and quality of the refugees who may be migrated may not be guaranteed. Those refugees who can't survive are mostly old, weak, sick and disabled. Those who are strong and healthy can still find a job to support themselves. Gu Heng waved his hand and said, "This is your job. Spreading my will to the people is also a manifestation of your loyalty. Don't let me down. Damn. You really want to get it for free." Dennis and Henry could only say helplessly, "Yes, I know what to do." After sending away the ambitious merchants, who were ready to do a big job and had to meet their reasonable and unreasonable demands, Gu Heng immediately started another thing. He asked his follower Zhang Chao to send another communication message to Fushing City. Wahan, the Alliance counselor, was a cultist. Gu Heng needed Fushing City to give him an explanation. Of course, it didn't matter how to explain it. What Gu Heng needed was an opportunity to make use of the issue. He had to work hard to find this opportunity. Now, there was a ready-made one. In the Alliance Parliament, the nominal ruling body of the Alliance, a cultist counselor emerged. When Wohan was resisting, he used the evil storm magic. When Gu Heng found out that it was not his own spiritual power, but some kind of source, he almost laughed. After capturing Wohan alive, he had almost obtained all the necessary interrogations and intelligence. This guy, indeed, believed in the cult. Although he was not a devout believer, he did believe in the original Al-B sex theory, and was willing to provide convenience for the cultists in his capacity as a counselor, and would also offer money and materials. He is not a core member, just a believer. Who is richer? He also gained some things, such as being blessed by God, mastering the evil magic of storm, and he can let the cultists help him do some secret things that are difficult for him to do. In fact, when he was looking for trouble with the governor this time, he wanted to let the original Angry Owl sect take action. But they were unable to arrange the manpower temporarily, and were busy with other things. So they refused. With these confessions, and Wohan himself was still alive, Gu Heng had the greatest capital to make trouble. After the communication with Fushing City was connected, the person who talked to Gu Heng was still the Alliance Parliament Speaker, Miriam Hodgson. "Hello, Governor." Hodgson greeted him first. Gu Heng didn't give him any face, and said in a very stern tone, "Mr. Hodgson, I am very disappointed with your work." Hearing the governor's words, old Hodgson already felt a nerve in his head aching. The governor is going to start making trouble again. I have given you the large amount of materials you wanted, and I have sold the people you wanted me to sell out. What else do you want now? Hodgson replied weakly. Please give me your instructions. Governor, how can the Alliance members be corrupted into a heretical cult? How did you, the Speaker of the Parliament, do that? Is the Alliance Parliament still loyal to the Empire? Has Renaissance City become the lair of the primordial Albi sect? Gu Heng accusations came one after another. Hodgson had never thought that Gu Heng would say such a piece of news. It was like a big pot on his head, which made him stunned. Before this, he didn't know that Wohan was a cult member. Chapter 31, Is it this governor? Hodgson really didn't know that. A member of their Alliance Council, Wahan, was a cult member. He had no idea of this information beforehand. Now that Gu Heng had revealed it, he was completely stunned. After coming to his senses a little, his first reaction was to doubt. Was the governor making up the fact that Wahan was a cult member as an excuse to cause trouble for Fushing City? This matter is of great importance. Do you have any evidence to prove this? Governor? The evidence is irrefutable. The attackers of the transport team were instructed by Wohan. I eliminated the gangsters in his manor and arrested him. I saw this guy use the storm magic with my own eyes. You seem to know nothing now. Speaker Hodgson. I am very disappointed. A member of the Alliance has been corrupted. As the Speaker, you have no information at all. Is this a dereliction of duty? Or has the Alliance Parliament itself been condoning the spread of the cult in Renaissance City? Hodgson immediately denied. Absolutely not. We have been strengthening the crackdown on cults. How could we condone the spread of cults? I will investigate this matter. Before Hodgson finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Heng. Investigate? If you wait for your investigation, what will Fushing City become? Even members of Parliament can be corrupted. How can I believe that you can find out anything? Hodgson was forced into a state of panic by Gu Hang. This completely unexpected news caught him off guard. He had not made any relevant plans. So he could only bite the bullet and say, "We will definitely take effective measures to deal with this problem. We will conduct background checks on all council members and strengthen the investigation of cults in the entire city." Gu Hang said, "I will give you this opportunity. But I also want to remind you that our city is facing a serious threat. I want you to solve this problem as soon as possible and thoroughly. If I don't see you taking a more proactive approach, I will take action myself and hold you accountable." Hodgson could only try to assure, "We will do our best to take all necessary measures to ensure the safety of the city. I promise you that we will give you an explanation. You'd better keep your word." After hanging up the phone, Hodgson frowned. He didn't want to be the weaker party every time he communicated with the governor. However, what else could he do? The first time he came to ask for supplies, he used the power of the governor to request the allocation. The amount was not small, but it was not too much to bear. He stuck to the limit of Fuxing City's ability to pay, and made them accept it with a pinch of their nose. No one was willing to completely offend the governor for such a small amount of supplies, and turn against the governor. The second time was when Wohan attacked the transport team without authorization. This was his own behavior. Hodgson sold him out without any psychological pressure. In those two times, the governor had hinted that he would use his authority and orbital bombardment to exert extreme pressure and threaten, in order to get something. At this point, unless Hodgson wanted to avoid falling out, he had no choice but to compromise. And this third time, although the governor did not make too many threats and did not ask for anything, his tone was the harshest, directly accusing the Alliance Parliament of either dereliction of duty or being a traitor. The topic was firmly grasped, but Hodgson couldn't refute it. This time the governor was on the commanding heights. The primordial owl beast cult was the public enemy of many forces in the Wasteland. They did not believe in the God Emperor, but believed in the primordial owl beast, master the evil magic of storms, and had actually created many tragedies that destroyed the gathering places. A member of the Alliance was actually a member of this evil cult. How to explain it? It didn't make sense. The governor was angry with reason. "I thought I just sold out a greedy grain merchant. If that guy wanted to go against the governor, he should be the target. He deserved to die. But this guy turned out to be a cult member," which was completely unexpected for Hodgson. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. After hesitating for a while, old Hodgson turned to look at his grandson Lambert and asked, "The governor said that Vaughn was a cult member. Do you think it's possible? Maybe it's true. Maybe it's false." Lambert Hodgson listened to the conversation between his grandfather and the governor. He carefully gave his own answer. But this matter is not critical now. Since the governor used this as a handle, it means that he must have some evidence. Even if the evidence is not true, the governor must have forged it well enough. We are really passive now. Regarding Lambert's speculation, old Hodgson sighed and continued to ask, "What do you think? What will the governor do next?" Lambert considered. He may use this as an excuse to further intervene in the political situation of Renaissance City, deprive us of our power in the name of fighting against the cult, and then control the entire Renaissance City. "From what you said, you seem to be very dissatisfied with this?" Lambert was stunned. "Grandfather?" He didn't understand why his grandfather asked this. The governor is the planetary ruler appointed by the Empire, and the head of the Union government. Isn't it legitimate and reasonable for the governor to completely control Renaissance City? Lambert frowned tightly, and said with difficulty, You are saying, but... Old Hodgson talked about another thing. I still remember. You said your ideal was to save the world? Yes. It was nonsense when I was young and frivolous. Then let me ask you now. Is this ideal still buried in your heart? Lambert didn't want to answer. Grandpa, why are you talking about this? I told you that only the governor can save the world. I don't know if it's this Governor Gu. So I've been hesitant. Just like the previous governors, who all failed. But I recently figured out a question. How many more governors can we wait for? I don't understand. Could it be that you want to? No. It's not that far yet. I just think this governor is a little different from the previous ones. Old Hodgson said. As for now, I think you've missed the point. Please teach me. The focus now is not what the governor will do next, but what we should do. What we should do is also very simple. To find out how serious the original Owl Bees sect has spread in Renaissance City, and what their purpose is. This is the most important thing. A matter of life and death. What is the point of intrigue? It would be ridiculous to defeat the governor and then have the city destroyed by the cult members. I understand. Chapter 32, the gift is small. But the sentiment is great. The news of the cult's growth made everyone in Fuxing City very busy. As the initiator of the incident, the governor was not in a hurry at this moment. The next morning, he began to solve the food problem of the territory and contacted the quintet in the sky again. Elixia still didn't look good to him. Gu Hang didn't care about it, and even understood it very well. If it were him, he would be fleeced by others every day, and his reaction would be even greater than Elicia's. Then, considering my kindness, will you give me the synthetic starch technology? Of course, Gu Hang knew that. He couldn't just ask for it for nothing, but had to give something in return. Brigadier General Elicia, I have another good news for you. Hearing this, Elicia remembered the 3,000 slaves, 300 mecha soldiers, a bunch of weapons and equipment, and 4 wanderer verses that she had lost. He felt heartbroken. As for the fact that she had given away a marine captain before? Is that true? I don't remember. Yelisa said with a straight face. Good news from the governor. Every time it's very expensive. How could it be? I'm sharing our achievements with the best partners. If you have something serious to say, please tell me. Regarding the heresy of the cult that has grown on the Wrathful Owl Star, I have already got some clues. I caught a cultist, who turned out to be a senior official in the government of this planet. Hearing this, Yelisa became serious. Has it deteriorated to this extent? Tell me where the enemies are, and I will destroy them. No. 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 It's not time yet. I will soon find the specific traces of those cultists. And then you may need to send out elite marines, or even the power of the ship's church, to help me purify those heretics. Yes, you can, but it would be better to create an opportunity for me to conduct direct orbital bombing. I try my best. There was nothing wrong with Elicia agreeing to this. Orbital bombing is the most convenient. If the marines are needed to attack, that's fine. She doesn't object, as long as it's meritorious. Moreover, this way of sending the marines to fight is different from the previous way of saying that people are borrowed. But in fact it's no different from sending them. The people who are borrowed to Gu Hang have worked under Gu Hang for a long time. As for the mission, whether to fight or not, how to fight, the entire command system is still under the control of the starship. At most, Gu Hang only provides a target and some reference suggestions. It's not a conceptual thing at all. Elicia's expression calmed down a little, and she felt a little relieved. The investment in this governor finally had a little hope of return. Eliminating the heresy entrenched in the planetary government's head city was more or less something that could be mentioned. Although it was not big, there was a return, there was expectation. And there were still 2 years to go. Elicia, who was in a better mood, asked a question that she would regret later. Very good, is there anything else? Yes, I need the technology to synthesize starch. Elicia's face froze. I originally thought you were just here to report some news. Oh my god, you're here to ask for something. Right? I'm only responsible for fighting the enemies of the Empire, Elicia said. Supporting construction is not my job. This is to fight the enemies of the Empire, Gu Hang argued. What is the core of the breeding of cults? It's because the people can't see hope. If you can't even get enough food, you will be easily bewitched by cults. Synthetic starch technology can help us solve this problem. Elicia felt that what Gu Hang said made sense. But, would the people saved by this method be considered as the Navy merit? While she was thinking, Gu Hang's voice came again. Commodore Elicia, please understand that when we face the enemy, it is of course necessary to destroy it with thunder. But if the situation deteriorates to the point where it is uncontrollable and complete destruction is required to achieve salvation, then it may not be a good thing. The cult corrupted a city and then destroyed it. Or, the cult spread to a terrible extent, but was completely wiped out under the command of the Brigadier General. And hundreds of thousands of the Empire's subjects were saved. Please compare. Which of these two statements is better? Destroyer or Savior? It seems that the former is cooler. But in the Empire, at least in the Pegasus Star region, the latter is more valuable. What's more, the identity of the Savior is more in line with the mission that Elicia is carrying out this time. She came to stay in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star for 2 years. Not to attack and destroy any enemies, but to assist the governor in reviving the planet. At this point, Elicia had to admit that Gu Hang's words moved her again. She began to think about how to give Gu Hang the synthetic starch technology. Is the cost high? The conclusion is, not too high. Of course, there is synthetic starch technology on the starship. During the long interstellar journey, it is difficult to get supplies. This ability to recycle almost all organic matter and transform it into edible starch blocks is an important auxiliary technology. However, although it is important, the starch synthesis machine is not usually used. In peacetime, the starship can be supplied relatively smoothly, and few people are willing to eat starch blocks. At present, the food stored on the quintet is still relatively abundant, enough to last for several years. Moreover, there is more than one starch synthesis machine on the starship. It is not a big problem to send one down. Of course, what Gu Hang wants is technology, not just a machine. But this is not a big deal. Throwing down the technician in charge of logistics on the starship, with a machine and some spare parts, should be able to meet Gu Hang requirements. In theory, this is enough for Gu Hang to produce the synthetic starch manufacturing machine on his own, assuming that he has a certain industrial foundation. If not, then Elisha can only say that she can't help. I'm not your mother. How can I feed you milk directly? I agree. Elisha gave in. A transport plane carrying technicians and equipment came to the surface, and on the return trip, Gu Hang loaded them with a lot of supplies. According to him, this was a thank you gift to Brigadier General Elisha, a specialty of the Angry Owl Star. But in fact, it was a small portion of the food and textile materials transported from Fuxing City that was sent to the sky. It was not meaningless. To improve the food for the people on the starship and provide some supplies. After all, it was to show that the governor was not just eating for free. As for the difference in value between the two, the gift was small, but the sentiment was great. After watching the transport plane fly away, Gu Hang plunged into the plan of expanding production. Chapter 33, Development Expressway. In Gu Hang's plan, Feidongsh is going to be the heavy industry production center of his territory. It has a good location. It is close to the future raw material and energy production site, Garbage Town, and it has a certain amount of mineral resources. The alloy plastic steel production line is there, and later, when the merchant named Denison Henry brings back the unit that uses hot limestone to generate electricity, Gu Hang will also build a power plant in Feidongsh. With the development of heavy industry and energy industry in Feidong society, the labor force of only 800 people is definitely not enough. Gu Hang has already continuously arranged the workers, who were originally expanding the camp and building the airport in the governor's camp to Feidong society, to meet the manpower needs of the alloy factory there. But this manpower pool still has a maximum limit. And the governor's camp itself also needs people. Production requires people. And military expansion requires people. Gu Hang's current demand for manpower is very high. Absorbing population from outside is inevitable. And this is exactly what he specifically asked Denison Henry to do, asking him to find ways to publicize and attract population. Of course, those refugees recruited from outside the city of Renaissance are not necessarily qualified industrial population. Not to mention refugees, even the people of the abandoned cave society and the former slaves brought down from the starship are not very qualified. Literacy rate is a big problem. Illiterate people may be able to do hard labor, but it is difficult for them to grow further and become skilled workers. But this is a solvable problem. Gu Hang has requested that night school classes be held in Feidong society, including his direct camp. The first step is to do literacy work, and then do some basic skills training and experience summary and teaching. In Feidong society, there are indeed many people who are willing to learn and willing to make progress. These people, there is no need to worry too much. As long as they are given the opportunity, they will work hard to move forward. But not everyone is motivated. Now they can live on the surface, no longer worrying about safety, having enough food, having clothes to keep warm. I heard that there will be electricity and heating in the future. Such treatment will already satisfy them enough. There is no motivation for improvement. Gu Hang certainly doesn't want this. If no one works hard, how can I expand production? How can I rebuild the world? For this, Gu Hang proposed a trick, work allocation system. Work is settled by work points. Work points determine materials, and welfare is allocated. If you want to eat well, live well, dress well, and even let your closest family members live a good life together, you have to work hard. In addition, at the worker level, some technical jobs are classified. After passing the examination, you become a technical worker, and the work allocation you get will be higher than that of normal workers. The requirement to become a technical worker is to study hard. In addition, although you will not get work points for going to school, You will get a dinner. And you don't have to spend the ration. Which is also good to save money. With visible and tangible motivation and a real increase in food rations. The night school held in Feidong society and the governor's camp has been widely welcomed. On the contrary, the problem of teachers is not easy to solve. At present, we can only let the few literate slaves brought down from the Quintet Starship act as teachers. The so-called professional and technical teaching is simply the experience and tricks formed by the few smart workers in their work during this period of time, which are summarized and disseminated. If the teaching staff is insufficient, there is no hope of teaching excellent students. Gu Heng himself understands this point. Under limited conditions, he can only do his best. As for the work points mentioned earlier, Gu Heng originally considered whether to create currency. The circulation of goods in the wasteland is very chaotic. There are currencies. 2. The Alliance has issued the Renaissance coin, and several major forces have also issued their own currencies. But these currency systems are not only chaotic, but also troublesome to exchange with each other. Even some distant settlements may not recognize a certain currency. The most popular trading method in the wasteland is still the primitive barter. Gu Heng forces are not large enough for the time being. It takes a lot of effort to promote a currency. If he uses other currencies, it is easy for others to overwhelm him. So he simply does not make a currency for the time being, and makes a set of work points that are only used internally as an incentive. Participating in production earns work points. Spending work points earns housing. And rationing is already a simple prototype of currency under a planned economy. Gu Heng did not intend to continue the planned economy, but the proportion would definitely be large. The method of concentrating efforts to accomplish great things, in Gu Heng thinking, is a very successful experience in the development stage. If the goal of Feidong society is to develop into a heavy industrial center, then Gu Heng positioning of the governor's camp is a transportation hub and a light industrial center. I won't talk much about transportation, the core work of which is to connect with the great treasure house in the sky, the Quintet. When Gu Heng was selecting a site for the camp, he chose a flat, unprotected place for this very reason. The textile machines and related technologies that Gu Heng asked Denison Henry to purchase were part of the light industry that Gu Heng planned. In addition to textiles, there is also the food industry. The synthetic starch manufacturing machine shipped from the Quintet has already started working under the guidance of the technicians who came down with the ship. At the same time, the new synthetic starch production line is also being built, which mainly relies on some parts shipped from the starship at the same time. The alloy factory of Feidong Society has also received orders. According to the requirements of the technicians, it will make some qualified parts. For some parts that really require high craftsmanship and materials, Gu Heng will produce them through the finished black box of alloy plastic steel. Of course, there are still some core components that cannot be produced by the industrial capacity under his power at present. The technician who came down from the starship, at the request of the governor, is trying to overcome this part of the technology to see if there is any way to achieve it. There is still hope. The industrial base here in the governor's camp started from scratch, but it has developed very quickly, mainly because of the very powerful material black technology. Even if the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Cave Society is not good enough, the alloy plastic steel made directly from the finished black box is the best of the best. However, before the technology is overcome, the scale of the synthetic starch production line cannot be further expanded. However, despite this, the current production capacity alone is sufficient. As long as there are enough raw materials and the production line is running at full capacity, it is more than enough to ensure that all the people under Gu Heng can be well fed. There is even a considerable amount of surplus production capacity, which can be used to store food and even export it. Gu Heng many ideas are waiting for Denison Henry to bring back the first batch of goods and the first batch of people, and then start to get on track. The merchant from Garbage Town did not let him wait too long, and soon returned. The population, materials, were all swallowed up by the forces under Gu Heng. The two major industrial centers, together with the Mantan River Valley Manor, which was gradually recovering agricultural production, the overall productivity of the governor's forces, began to enter the fast lane of rapid development. Chapter 34, A Beam of Light. Asuna looked around, and what caught her eye was a large construction site. The territory of the governor, the land of salvation claimed by that kind man, seemed to be different from what she imagined. After the end of last winter, Asuna's hometown, which was called the Southern Provinces by the people of Renaissance City, exploded a large-scale wave of mutant monsters. It was a huge disaster, and many gathering places were completely destroyed. It was not easy to survive until the wave of mutant monsters passed. But it did not mean that the disaster was over. There was no time to sow in the spring. And because of a winter, and because of fighting against alien monsters, various factors, people lost a lot of food reserves. Hunger and shortage of materials flooded the southern provinces. What would people who could not survive do? They would become evil spirits. Asuna and her brother originally lived a comfortable life. The land in the southern provinces was relatively fertile, and the erosion by the waste energy storm was relatively mild. So many settlements here could make a living through agriculture. In fact, the southern provinces were originally very important grain-producing areas. Fushing City, including the inner and outer cities, had hundreds of thousands of people, and they mainly relied on grain imported from the south. Asuna's father was a plantation owner. Before everything collapsed, their plantation had a population of tens of thousands. When the harvest was good, it could not only feed everyone, but also have a lot of surplus to sell in exchange for industrial products. As you can imagine, Asuna's living standard was like that of a little princess, far exceeding that of most people in this wasteland. But all this collapsed at the turn of spring and summer. A large number of looters from outside besieged the plantation, and then a riot broke out inside, under the protection of the guards. Her family tried to break through at the last minute and escape from the plantation. There were also many people who did not participate in the riot, who tried to escape together. But in the chaos, she was separated from her father. She hid her name, smeared dust on her face, cut her hair. She took her brother with her, followed the group of refugees, and arrived at Fushing City in a daze. In the meantime, she had suffered too much. For a bite of food, she was willing to do anything, even a small job, to get a little food. Worse, begging, fighting, stealing, cheating. Before everything collapsed, she was taught to be a good lady, and she never thought she would be like this. But she persisted. In the past few months, she was starving, and her brother, who was just over 10 years old, was malnourished. But at least, they are all still alive. However, she often falls into confusion. If she had never seen the beauty, she might have been sinking in the darkness forever. But she was still a little princess a few months ago, the apple of her father's eye. She worried about the appraisal and restoration of the pre-war artworks she bought at a high price, helping her father manage the manor, and calculating the accounts every day. Now she has to hesitate about what to eat tomorrow. More importantly, there is no end to this kind of life. No hope, and no light. She felt that she could not hold on any longer. She had thought more than once, living in such a terrible world, would it be easier to die? But every time she saw her brother's eyes, she would put the thought back, and then grit her teeth and continue to suffer. It was strange to say that in the past, she was not very close to her brother, who was 7 years younger than her, and she even often felt that this naughty kid was really annoying. However, in the past few months, she would rather die than take her brother with her. Once when her brother was kidnapped, she bit him like crazy, and did not let go even after being beaten to a bloody mess. She herself didn't know why. She only knew that she would fight anyone who dared to harm her only remaining relative. But she still understood sadly that they were about to die. The chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. The shortage of food imports caused the food prices in Fushing City to continue to rise. She relied on odd jobs, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to feed herself and her brother. Recently, there was even worse news. It was said that the largest food merchant in Fushing City had disappeared. Then, the price of food in the city became more volatile. At this time, a merchant opened a free porridge shop in the slums outside the city of Renaissance. Anyone can get a bowl of hot porridge in the porridge shop, provided that they listen to the declaration made by the planetary governor, Mr. Guhang, on the first day of arriving in the Wasteland. She had a fight with someone and managed to grab a seat with her brother. The so-called governor's declaration was very long. At that time, she only wanted to read a few sentences and eat quickly. As for what the governor's declaration said, she could not remember too much. There was only one sentence that she remembered clearly. The governor would make everyone who submitted to him live a good life. The next day, the porridge shop was still open, and she came again. But this time, she was told that people who had eaten once would not be allowed to eat again, unless they were willing to follow the caravan to the governor's camp and become his subjects. She did not hesitate and pressed her handprint on the paper. After waiting for a few days, When the caravan set off, she came here with her brother, following the caravan to the governor's camp. Although she had to do so due to the pressure of life, she also wanted to change the status quo and seek some light and hope. She thought she would see a well-developed city, but she saw large areas of dust. There are many simple cement buildings that have been built, but more are still under construction. However, looking at the large-scale construction in the camp, there should be no shortage of job opportunities. But with her small body, could she be a construction worker? With her head in a mess, Asuna, who had no idea what the future would be like, held her brother's hand, followed the team's arrangement, and arrived at the registration place. When it was her turn, the person who registered asked some basic information. Name, age, what she was good at, what she wanted to do. She answered according to the actual situation. Huh? The person who registered opposite her suddenly said. Can you read? Yes. That's great. The man was overjoyed. Go to that table and fill out another form. Congratulations. You will be treated well. Asuna went over confused. There were not many people at that table. After she filled out a form, she was assigned 2 jobs. Work as a clerk in the textile factory that was about to be established during the day. Arrange and implement production plans. Count production results. Manage production processes. The second job was to be a teacher in the night school literacy class. The work content made her feel relieved. This was what she was really good at. When she was in the manor, she would help her father with some management work, although it was agricultural production management at that time. And now she has to be a clerk in a textile factory. It is better than doing physical work by hand, especially after hearing about the treatment. She was more tempted. According to the calculation of work points, the material rations she could get every day were more than enough to support herself and her brother. And she could save a lot, although everything was incomparable to the past when she was a little princess. It was the only ray of light she saw in the months of wandering. Chapter 35. Henry. Oh, Henry. Dennis and Henry found that every time he came to the governor's camp, he would see a new surprise. At this moment, after finishing a business trip, he came to meet the governor again, accompanying Gu Hang to inspect the newly established synthetic starch production line. He saw the workers mixing the decomposed bodies of alien monsters, the scraps of wood discarded after construction, and the leaves and branches from the nearby woodland, and feeding them into the machine. After being crushed, decomposed, and reconstructed, the other end of the machine outputs rectangular starch blocks. Each block is a standard 50-gram weight, and a few blocks are enough to keep an adult alive. Although the raw materials used to produce it look a bit strange, Henry still realizes the great value of this technology. Toxic alien monster corpses, wood waste, weeds with very low nutritional value, old clothes, rags. These things that were originally of very low value can be transformed into precious food in the wasteland through this machine. What's wrong with the raw materials being disgusting? When people are starving to death, why do they care so much? This is real food, carbohydrates, high in calories. Isn't this much better than finding some wild vegetables, weeds, bugs, mixing them with some grains, and cooking a bowl of thin porridge? Henry pinched his nose and tried to eat a piece himself. The taste, it can be said to be tasteless, like eating gypsum powder, at most a little sweetness after the starch is simply decomposed by saliva, and a little salty. But it's still the same sentence. These problems are not a problem in the wasteland. Let alone the environment in the wasteland where people are starving to death. Even the Imperial Star Army and the Imperial Navy, when the supply is not so smooth, there is still a large amount of food rationing achieved through corpse starch. Who is more noble than who? This is a terrible technology. Henry's eyes were straight, he said, incredible eye. Before he finished speaking, Gu Hang raised his hand to interrupt. Don't talk, I take you to see it. Henry's face turned red from choking. But then he immediately realized that he could not get this part of the business, especially the production line and technology, from the governor. In a sense, this technology has the potential to change the whole world, and it is of great significance. He could only feel regretful about it, and he was more determined to cling to the governor's thigh. After visiting the newly established synthetic starch production line, Gu Hang took Henry to his office. Henry, who had just finished a business deal, had a lot to report to Gu Hang. Sitting in front of the governor, Henry was a little reserved. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission this time. The alloy plastic steel has caused a sensation among material merchants in Fuxing City. In the past, only a small amount of this material would flow out from Blackbird Heavy Industry. They controlled it very strictly. Now there is an additional channel. Those merchants are very happy. And our goods are also very easy to sell. I have basically exchanged everything you want for you. The generators using hot limestone should be enough to build a small power plant. At the same time, I also used my connections in Garbage Town to allocate a batch of hot limestone. The textile machines are also enough to open a production line. The porridge shop propaganda station we opened recruited more than 2,000 refugees in one go. However, recently, there has been some unrest in Fushing City, which has affected our prices. The Alliance Council has been frantically investigating cults and heresies throughout the city, and many people have been affected, causing panic among the people. I heard that a counselor in charge of food was found to be colluding with a cult. And it was said that you, the governor, got angry? Henry paused and stole a glance at Gu Hang. Seeing that there was no answer to this question, he also understood. That is, it was tacitly agreed. Maybe the governor killed the man. He continued, this matter caused a big fuss. And the whole Fushing city was in chaos. And that counselor was finished. And the grain trade business he controlled was also in chaos. And the whole market was in turmoil. If it weren't for this, our alloy plastic steel could be sold at a better price. But it's not bad now. Fushing City is the largest market nearby. Not only does it have a strong consumption capacity for various raw materials, but more importantly, it is a trade hub that connects multiple forces and multiple regions. I have also reached long-term agreements with many agents. They can take on a large amount of production and have no worries about sales. In addition, the bulletproof vests we sell are even more popular in Junk Town. That thing can even withstand a bullet from a green-skinned orc. Now our products are completely popular in Junk Town. Recently, the range of activities of those green beasts has been expanding, and scavengers and adventurers have been clashing with them more and more frequently. Arms and bulletproof equipment are now the best-selling items. This is an opportunity, Governor. I don't ask for all exclusive agency rights, but if you are willing to grant me the exclusive right to sell armored vests, it will be of great help to me in my efforts to become the agent of Junk Town. At that time, I can serve you better. After reporting a lot of situations, mainly to seek credit, Dennis and Henry couldn't help but mention the exclusive authorization that he had been thinking about. In his opinion, Governor, you asked me to prove my loyalty. So I did a good job this time. Didn't I? I tried every means to get you the materials and equipment you wanted. And I paid for the people you wanted to deceive, and brought them to you. Is this enough to prove my loyalty? You are unwilling to give me the full authorization of the alloy plastic steel production line. But you are willing to give me the exclusive license of bulletproof vests. Is it too much? Henry. Gu Hang muttered his name. Do you want me to say you are smart? Or stupid? I don't understand. You are so smart. You are expressing to me that you have made contributions. You are also expressing your loyalty to me, saying that you will do more and better in the future, and hope to get exclusive authorization from me. You are worried that if you open up the sales of materials and bulletproof armor, more merchants will come to me and do this business, so that you can no longer make this exclusive business. At this point, although he was praising him for being smart, Dennis and Henry only felt embarrassed. Gu Hang said what he was thinking, and it was not that difficult to guess. But, how could you say it directly like that? Where would you put my face? He did not speak. And Gu Hang continued to say, but you are so stupid that you cannot see the essence of the matter. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel is not much, and it will take time to expand the scale. Now and in the near future, you can consume all the goods. So what are you worried about? Are you worried that you won't be willing to work for me wholeheartedly in the future, and I will find a better partner? Are you worried that you can't manipulate the price of goods at will, and I will limit your future earning? Are you worried that you can't make me rely on you all the time, and you won't be the master behind the governor in the future? Henry, tell me, are these what you are worried about? Chapter 36, Knock. Dennis and Henry fell to his knees in front of Gu Hang with a thud. Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. The three questions from the governor, like peeling off the skin, stripped off his psychological defenses layer by layer. He didn't think so. At least, he didn't dare to think so openly. But if you ask yourself, even with the instinct of a businessman, wouldn't he have done so subconsciously? He is a businessman, he wants to make money, but the governor is not a businessman. He always asks him to do this and that, and there are many additional conditions attached to the business, which of course affects his ability to make money. He really didn't want other merchants to compete with him for this business, even if he couldn't take up all the production capacity in the future. As for the deeper step, he really didn't think about it, but if he was the only exclusive licensee, and won the qualification of Garbage Town agent in the future, his subordinates would be powerful, and if he continued to grow bigger and stronger through exclusive rights, then the governor would become more and more dependent on him if he wanted to expand the trade route and continue to develop. He would become the governor's right-hand man. His words and deeds would have a huge impact on the governor's strategy, and his voice would become very high. These scenes that I dare not think of, but in fact, I can't help thinking about, at this moment, being questioned by the governor, and being smashed to pieces with a hammer. He cowed out heavily. Governor, I absolutely dare not. Keeping his head bowed, he could not see Gu Heng's expression, but only heard the governor's cold voice, which came a moment later. Really? You are so smart, you will think of some deeper things, but you can't even think of this? I dare not think about it. Henry didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. He was really beaten clearly today. Governor, you are right, I am really a fool. I can't see the essence of things. I should have thought that as long as I worked diligently for the governor, I would not have to worry about those illusory things. After your suggestion, I have completely understood it. Please give me another chance. After saying that, he raised his head, looked at the governor sincerely, and cowed out deeply and heavily again. Looking at Dennis and Henry's submissive look, Gu Heng finally smiled slightly, and his tone was relieved. Since you can be smarter and think more deeply. That's good. Get up. Stop kneeling. I take you to see another batch of goods. Didn't you say that in Junk Town? Weapons and equipment are the best commodities. I think the standard weapons widely equipped by the Imperial Star Army must be very attractive to those adventurers. Dennis and Henry raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. He had just been slapped. But the date in his mouth was too sweet. The standard equipment of the Imperial Star Army. If he could get a batch and send it to Junk Town, wouldn't it sell like crazy? Gu Heng didn't want to criticize Dennis and Henry at first. Objectively speaking, the work the guy did this time was not bad. Gu Heng had everything he wanted, and several thousand people, which greatly supplemented his manpower needs for expanding production capacity. But the guy was pestering for exclusive authorization, which annoyed the governor. So Gu Heng was not polite. At the same time, he also further clarified one thing. What is the positioning of Dennis and Henry? That guy, maybe he considered himself as a collaborator. He is a businessman. Cooperation is to make money, to gain his own interests, which is reasonable. But Gu Heng's attitude is certainly not like that. What he actually wanted to say is, I didn't cheat you, I didn't bluff you, I gave you a chance to rise to the top overnight. Do you want to continue to be a businessman, or become my subordinate, and become a senior official of the future planetary government? An ordinary businessman, even if he made some money relying on the governor, how can his status compare with that of a real senior official? Of course, this is a very risky thing. Whether the governor can take full power in the future, whether he can really develop. These all require Henry to make up his mind, and even invest money. But Gu Heng is full of confidence in himself. And he also kindly gave Henry the opportunity. At least for now. Henry is still willing to seize the opportunity. That's good. What he says is not important. After Henry's statement, Gu Heng will take a good look at how he will perform in the future. As for handing over the Star Army's standard equipment to Dennis and Henry for sale, this was also what Gu Heng was planning to do. It was also a side job for him. There is no production line for the G9 gun family yet, but it will be available soon. In fact, it is already using a black box manufacturing machine to carry out small-scale production. Later, the mother machine will be used to output a complete production line, and the heavy industry of Feidong Society will be able to add a new military production capacity. With sufficient production capacity of raw materials such as alloyed plastic steel, the production capacity of the G9 gun family will also be quickly increased. It won't be long before the 2 infantry battalions under Gu Heng can be fully equipped. The gradually eliminated G7 gun family must have a place to go. Selling it to Garbage Town is a good idea. Gu Heng's territory is developing rapidly, and he is in great need of raw materials. Of course, he doesn't plan to sell it all. He can take out a small part and mix it with the local miscellaneous weapons seized from the mercenaries in the previous battle at Man Valley Manor. He should be able to sell it at a relatively ideal price by bundling it together. The rest, Gu Heng plans to use temporarily when expanding the army. He still wants to expand the army. At present, after a simple registration and reorganization, some of the newly recruited refugees will be arranged to Feidong Society. Some will be added to the alloy plastic steel industry line of Feidong Society, and some will enter the construction of the hot limestone power plant. Although Gu Heng has enough energy crystals in his hands now, it is still too extravagant to use this precious high-energy battery in industrial production. With the ability to build cheap power plants, it would be better to keep the energy crystals, besides sending them to the abandoned cave community to fill the heavy industry population. The rest would be used to build a textile factory here in the governor's camp. Human resources are still in short supply, so Gu Heng still needs to expand the army. In such a wasteland world, he does not feel safe. To put it bluntly, everything he does now is still dancing on a tightrope. It is true that the quintet in the sky is extremely powerful, but it does not belong to him. He is the governor, the ruler, but the direct forces under him are too weak. If a large force like Garbage Town or Fuxing City, which is nearby, is driven to desperation by him one day and launches a full-scale attack, Gu Heng can only wait for death except for letting the quintet avenge him and wipe out a certain force on the surface. Not to mention these small probability things that have not yet been seen. Just at this moment, something is happening that touches his sense of security. The threat of mutant aliens. Chapter 37. Hatching Nest. Not to mention the security anxiety that comes from the weakness of his own direct lineage, and the paranoia of being persecuted. Just to say that there is an imminent matter, which forced Gu Heng to accelerate the expansion of military power. Before, there was an attack by an abscess monster in the governor's camp. Afterwards, Yin Fanxiu led people to investigate the source of the monster attack and found that it came from the woods in the west. Afterwards, when Yin Fanxiu led the soldiers to train, on the one hand, it was used as a training place, on the other hand, it was also to clear out these monsters. You won't know the results until you go. You will be shocked when you go. They encountered many monsters in that forest, and not limited to abscess monsters. And further, they also found many monster hatching nests. Gu Heng also went to check it out in person. In the forest, where the corrupt nests were densely populated, the bark of the trees had been corroded by the secretions of the alien monsters, and it exuded a strong smell of decay. The hatching nest, he saw, was hidden in a dark and humid forest area, and the entrance of the nest was covered by dense vines and thorns. Burn the vines and thorns, and enter the nest, surrounded by parasitic trees. It forms a hatching nest, which is dark and damp inside, and a strong odor permeates the air. In the corner of the nest, many alien monster eggs are attached to the wet ground, and in the translucent egg shells, the embryos of mutant monsters are wriggling. A thick layer of mucus condenses on the egg shell, which drips from time to time and turns into a pool of foul-smelling green pus. The cracks in the eggshell revealed a strange light, which was reflected on the wall of the nest, forming a strange shadow. At that time, Gu Heng ordered the destruction of the nest, burning it with fire and destroying it with explosives. However, it was just a small hatching nest, and there were no telling how many more there were in the woods. According to their subsequent assessment, if left alone, in a few months, a wave of mutant monsters would sweep towards Gu Heng camp, including the abandoned cave society. By then, it is hard to say how much it will cost to calm this wave. But fortunately, the situation was discovered relatively early, and there is still time. Gu Heng needs to expand the army to protect the safety of the camp. According to his idea, after the troops are reorganized, except for the necessary guard troops, the other teams will be rotated and sent to the forest to purify the monsters' nests. The goal of doing this is, of course, to nip the problem in the bud as much as possible. In addition, there is also a harvest that can be obtained immediately, which Gu Heng also attaches great importance to. This harvest is the gift point. When Yin Fanxiu led the troops to destroy the first alien hatching nest, Gu Heng jumped out of the battle settlement interface. There was no loss, and he got 2 gift points. Then he learned that there were a large number of hatching nests in that forest. His eyes lit up at that time. You said it was a threat, and it was indeed correct. But in Gu Heng's view, it was also a big treasury. He spent a lot of time and effort to develop the territory, introduce population, light industry, heavy industry, and construction industry. He finally raised his monthly fixed income from 12 to 25, which doubled. He was just thinking of making further efforts to raise the data and wait until the end of the month to get the harvest. But he found such a big gold mine. Destroying 1 hatching nest is 2 points of grace. If 10 are burned, it will be equivalent to a month's harvest. Then I still have to work hard to farm. Oh, the fields still need to be farmed, and these two things are not in conflict. However, precisely because of the harvest, he paid more attention to it. The 1st Mechanic Servant Battalion basically did not move, divided into 3 places: River Valley Manor, Governor's Camp, Abandoned Cave Society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion basically threw them into the strange forest. This name was newly given by Gu Hang. The team was handed over to Captain Yin Fangxiu as the general commander, responsible for clearing the forest. In the past few days, 7 nests have been burned. Captain Yin was more cautious in commanding the operation. He would rather slow down the progress and be more cautious, and avoid losses as much as possible. In contrast, Prabhav, the original commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, was not very satisfied with this. According to his idea, let alone burning 7 nests during this period, he would like to burn 70. If we don't do it as soon as possible and strive for more results, how can we live up to the governor's trust? Gu Hang was very satisfied with the high fighting enthusiasm shown by Prabhav. Then he chose to support Yin Fangxiu's command strategy. Things were not so tense that they had to be filled with human lives. Gu Hang didn't need to order the soldiers to die in vain. The elimination of monsters in the alien forest can still be done step by step, destroying the monsters and destroying the hatching nests. And it can be done slowly. There are still several months to go. Even if we follow Yin Fangxiu's cautious strategy, we should be able to solve this problem. Of course, as a leader, Gu Hang needs to be more cautious. Destroying the 7 monster nests brought Gu Hang a total of 11 points of grace. He plans to recruit an infantry battalion from the refugees and slaves. Using the black box manufacturing machine, he will be able to produce enough weapons and ammunition to equip them. By spending grace points, he can also quickly train these newly recruited soldiers into qualified warriors. Gu Hang, he recruited soldiers very quickly. The will of the governor was implemented very quickly. A conscription office appeared in Feidong and the governor's camp. Residents of the 2 places joined the army enthusiastically. Of course, the reasons for their enthusiasm were different. The most enthusiastic were the residents of Feidong, who had lived a good life for a while, and fully cherished this time. They were willing to take up arms and protect the hard-won results. The second most willing were the refugees, who had just been assigned. They didn't have any special ideas. They were simply attracted by the generous treatment offered by the governor to recruit soldiers. Full meals, 2 sets of military uniforms, weapons and equipment. These were enough to attract those refugees who had nothing. Moreover, Gu Hang would give them work points, so they could go to the distribution station to buy what they wanted. After these 2 days of preaching, they clearly understood that work points were good things. According to Gu Hang instructions, among the 300 soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, 150 were selected from the refugees, 100 from the Starship slaves, and 50 from the Feidong Society. The personnel composition is relatively complex, but Gu Hang himself hopes that the army, as a melting pot, can try to bring together soldiers of different origins. The more effective melting pot is the systematic soldier card system. After a short period of training, Gu Hang will get a qualified infantry battalion. After 3 or 4 days of training and about 6 days of equipment production, this infantry battalion will be formed. While preparing the team, Gu Hang, who plans to make a move in the alien forest, has not forgotten another thing: the situation of the cult in Fuxing City. How is the investigation going? Chapter 38, Attack Warning. The cult storm caused by Counselor Wohan shocked the entire Renaissance City. From the mouths of those refugees, from the mouth of Dennis and Henry, Gu Hang has learned that the Renaissance City authorities have been thrown into chaos. He is very satisfied with this situation. Taking advantage of this incident to change the political situation in Renaissance City is to pave the way for later intervention in the political situation in Renaissance City. So, even though he knows that the Alliance Parliament is in a mess now, Gu Hang has no intention of stopping. Instead, he wanted to add more fuel to the fire. He called Hodgson. "Hodgson, why have you never contacted me during this period? What about the explanation I want?" Hodgson's voice was full of fatigue. "Your Excellency the Governor, we have taken a series of actions, and have achieved some initial results. I was planning to report to you after I had more information. But since you need an answer now, I can report to you our current results." "I'm listening." Hodgson began his report. Obviously, he was prepared for Gu Hang to come to him for questions in advance. His words were very fluent, and he described what the Union government had done during this period in Fuxing City. Gu Hang listened patiently until Hodgson finished. Hodgson was a little surprised. He was prepared to be interrupted at any time during the narration. But the governor did not do so. However, he was not grateful. This may mean that the governor has greater anger in his heart. Amid his growing uneasiness, Gu Hang's voice slowly sounded, "Oh, that's all? It's really a remarkable achievement. Several suspects involved in the cult were arrested. And some cult information was seized. But then what? Nothing. We didn't find out what the situation of Fushing City being infiltrated by the cult was. Nor did we know what plans these hateful heretics had. Even I, who has only been on Angry Owl Star for less than 2 months, know a little about those cult materials. The few small shrimps we caught didn't tell us any useful information. I can't even be sure if they are scapegoats pushed by some people. Don't you think that the Union government should make more efforts for the safety of Renaissance City?" Sure enough, it will come. Facing the questioning of the governor, Hodgson slowly said, "You are right. The Union government does need to make more efforts. Our next investigation will be further intensified. However, as for the results, we do have an unconfirmed intelligence. Oh, we have reason to believe that you may be attacked by the cult members. They seem to know that Woham was solved by you. And they may even know that the current crackdown on them in Renaissance City was ordered by you personally. They may launch a revenge operation against you." Gu Hang's expression had completely turned cold. Unconfirmed intelligence mentioned that they were going to attack me. How is this intelligence unconfirmed? In a communication we intercepted, the location of your camp was mentioned, and the number of armed forces you might have. Although the intelligence did not say what to do, our intelligence officer believes that your current situation is somewhat dangerous. I strongly recommend that you return to Fushing City as soon as possible. The Alliance army will serve you to the death." After he finished speaking, Gu Hang fell silent. This was really a show of force. Gu Hang thought a lot in a moment. He finally spoke slowly, "Speaker Hodgson, you really gave me a big surprise." Hodgson sighed. Gu Hang's tone let him know that his previous worries were right. This matter cannot be said casually. It is easy to be misunderstood, and he has no way to explain it. He said, "I still suggest that Your Excellency the Governor, please return to Fushing City as soon as possible, so that you can ensure safety here. I will pay attention to the safety issue. As for the cult, I hope that next time I communicate with you, you will have more to learn from you." He was too lazy to respond to Hodgson's suggestion that he return to Fushing City. After hanging up the phone, Gu Hang's face was not good. A warning of an attack against him. This matter has too many and too deep meanings behind it. Is it true or false? Regardless of whether it is true or false, Gu Hang can no longer force the old Speaker of the Parliament. As for the results, they have achieved a result. Isn't the safety of the governor a big deal? After learning this information, Gu Hang was in a dilemma. How should he deal with this security threat? Focus on his own safety and be cautious in everything? That would obviously drag his attention. He might not have so much energy to cause trouble for Fushing City later. And even the fast track of development that his own power had just embarked on would be affected. But he couldn't just ignore it. What if this was true? But if he had to, how could he do it? The method of the attack was completely unknown. Was it an assassin hiding among the refugees? A bomb? A raid by a small team? An army? Even if nothing happened, Gu Hang couldn't go looking for trouble with Hodgson. After all, according to the old man, this information was unconfirmed, and he didn't want to say that it was obtained when Gu Hang was forcing him to answer. Even if nothing happened at that time, it would not have much to do with the Alliance government. It would not be wrong to ask the governor to be careful about his own safety. Right? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow on Gu Hang's heart. He could even think about this issue in a darker direction. Is this Hodgson, or the Alliance Parliament, warning him not to manipulate the governor's power too much? You have the ability to part ways and perish together. Do we have it too? Even if this information is false, the Fushing City authorities have the means to make it true. Thinking of this possibility, Gu Hang's face became even uglier. However, today's bad news came one after another. After finishing the conversation with Hodgson, he thought for a while, and his follower Zhang Chao ran in, looking a little panicked. "Governor, we received a distress signal from Captain Yin Fangxiu. They were in the alien forest and were besieged by a large number of monsters." Gu Hang did not reply immediately. After a while, Zhang Chao's throat moved, and he spoke again with some difficulty. "Governor?" It was not until this time that Gu Hang sighed deeply. "I know. Gather our troops and prepare to rescue Yin Fangxiu. Yes. Watching Zhang Chao hurried away again, Gu Hang sighed again. This warning was delivered in a timely manner. Chapter 39, The Fire Bearer. In fact, Gu Hang has not been able to determine until now whether Yin Fangxu's being trapped is part of Hodgson's warning. If so, then the original Angry Owl sect is quite powerful. Not only do they master the storm magic bestowed by the evil god they believe in, they even have the means to control those mutant monsters to some extent. But to say it is not, it would be too coincidental. He also thought, could this be a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Besiege Yin Fangxu, dispatch the main force in the camp to rescue, and then attack the camp? But soon, Gu Hang ruled out this idea. It's unlikely. If his enemies are just those mutant monsters, then these monsters don't have the brains to do that. If his enemies are cults, or worse, some people in the Union government, then for them, destroying Gu Hang camp is not worth much. After all, whether Gu Hang is causing trouble for the cult members, or for the Union government, his main reliance is still his power as the governor. As long as he was alive, what if his camp was destroyed? Those people would be in no less trouble. Of course, it was not completely impossible. If the rescue team sent by Gu Hang was not led by him personally, then the enemy would probably still attack the camp in order to seize this opportunity to kill him. And if he led the team to rescue in person, he would probably have to be prepared for an ambush. No matter what, this matter would not be easy to deal with. But Gu Hang was not a stubborn person. Since the challenge has come, let's face it head on. In Renaissance City, Hodgson sat in a wheelchair, looking at the entire city through the huge glass window of his office. In fact, Renaissance City is not particularly large, and there are not many tall buildings. Inside the entire city, the planning of buildings and roads is in order, which is a good foundation laid by the first governor when building the alliance. However, after so many years, although the inner city looks okay, the larger outer city attached to the outer wall is in chaos. Hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million people, depend on the city for survival, but have no chance to live in the inner city, forming a vast slum outside the city walls. There is no planning, no order, and everything is in a mess. Sewage is flowing everywhere. Supplies are in short supply, and life is difficult. These problems shroud that place, which is not what a planetary capital city should look like. Many alliance members, inner city residents, do not like those refugees. They thought these people brought chaos, and that the slums were even more filthy. But the smarter people, in fact, clearly understood that Fuxing City could not do without those people. The refugees living in the outer city ate the worst, the least food, had no clothes to cover their bodies, and their homes were built randomly. The people in the inner city did not pay them any public services or welfare benefits, but made them do the hardest work, and only gave them a little insignificant compensation, which was just enough to keep them alive. Without them, how can the residents of the inner city live a good life? How can those counselors earn wealth far beyond their contributions? So, these smart people will occasionally show their compassion generously. They will provide more jobs, give alms to the refugees, as if they are really saving them. But they have no intention of seeking welfare for those who are not considered residents. Let those nearly 1 million refugees live a good life? This is simply unimaginable. The people in the inner city are still dissatisfied with their lives. How can they care about the refugees outside? The only mercy they can offer is to reduce the number of deaths. The smarter people may be able to see the crisis hidden in the low and dilapidated houses outside the city wall. Under those low-browed and submissive faces, is there anger? In fact, the fire has burned countless times. It's just a little spark, still too weak. The slight resistance is either suppressed by the huge inertia of this deformed system, or dispersed when facing the armed police unarmed. In short, none of these sparks could become a big fire that burned everything. But that day, sooner or later, would come. What was missing was a fuse. A person who held the fire. Hodgson clearly realized that he was a smarter person. He could see all this, but his wisdom was limited to this. He could not find a solution. Nor did he have the ability to integrate and unite everyone. He could not even control the alliance parliament. Some people in the parliament secretly supported the cult. But he did not know that someone dared to attack the supplies delivered to the governor. He was powerless to stop it. The layers of resistance, when mobilizing military and police forces to investigate the cult, and the endless debates and doubts in the parliament, exhausted him. He felt more than once that he was really old. But he didn't dare to retreat. The investigation of the cult was originally an order issued by the governor, which was to mess up the political situation in Fuxing City. However, when he really investigated, he felt something was wrong. The fuse he feared in the past, the fireman, seemed to have appeared. Grandpa Lambert Hodgson pushed open the door of the office. Old Hodgson didn't look back, but asked, "Are there any results? We still haven't found out where the supplies went." Congressman Marion denied that the supplies passed through her hands. "Two agents in charge of this line are missing. We found many Angry Owl statues in the outer city. According to the confession, they came from a relief center. A team of police officers tried to search there, but triggered a small-scale riot among the refugees. They returned empty-handed. After mobilizing more people, the place had been burned down." Old Hodgson sighed heavily. "This time, we are in big trouble." Lambert agreed with his grandfather's judgment, and because of this, he felt a little helpless. He asked, "I thought it was just the governor who was causing trouble for us, but I didn't expect that. As I investigated, it really made me sweat. Those cultists, they want to do something big in Fuxing City, but we don't have any clear information yet. What should we do next? The governor is likely to be attacked. Do we really not need to go to support him? Who should we send? I'm not even sure if the people we send are the ones who might attack the governor in the future. The governor might think the same way. He won't trust us easily. Then we must also make our position clear." Lambert insisted at this time. "I go with a team that is absolutely trustworthy. Do you know what this means?" "I know, it means that we will have to bear the governor's suspicion, and those congressmen will think that we are completely loyal to the governor, and we will be sandwiched in the middle." Although he was talking about the tragic consequences, Lambert's tone became more and more determined as he spoke. "But I think I understand what you said last time. Only the governor can save the world. We are not sure if it is this governor, but at least now it seems that this governor is a little different from the previous ones. He chose a path that the previous governors did not dare to take. He has a starship support that the previous governors did not have. I want to give it a try. If he is not the governor we expect, I will do my best to help him become the governor. We don't have that much time to wait for more governors. The whole planet is looking forward to revival. The sooner the better. I am willing to contribute to this first, rather than continue to wait silently. Being a promoter of the times is far more meaningful than waiting for the times to change, and then rushing to get on the bus." The young man told his lofty ideals in front of his elders, and his elders just looked at him quietly. After a long while, Hodgson let out a long sigh. "I am already very old. At my age in this wasteland, I have lived enough, and can't make more courageous decisions. You have always been better than your father. If you want to do this, then do it." Chapter 40, The Storm is Coming. When the young man bid farewell to his elders, also in the city of Renaissance, the original high priest of the original Angry Owl sect, Shui Cao, was doing his daily homework. This is a bright hall, where a statue of a god that looks like a bear or an eagle stands here in a dignified manner. The statue of the Angry Owl, carved out of white jade-like stone, looks furious. Anyone standing in front of it will feel a storm coming towards them, and those with weak minds will have their minds destroyed by the strong wind. The original high priest Shui Cao, but he was standing in front of the original Angry Owl statue. He was receiving the baptism of the storm, and was also listening to the anger of the gods. At this moment, a priest wearing a gray hood quietly appeared behind the high priest. From a distance, he did not feel the wind, but he knew what the consequences would be if he stood in front of the statue of the storm. And the high priest had been standing here for a long time. The priest's eyes were full of fear and piety, and he reported in a low voice, "High priest, our actions in Renaissance City encountered some obstacles. The governor, who was not in the city, gave too much pressure to the alliance government, and they are now much more stringent in their investigation of us. Many materials could no longer be circulated through official channels, and the missionary work among the refugees in the outer city was forced to go underground." The high priest turned around, his eyes deep, as if he could see through the heart of the priest. Although his lips did not move, his voice was like a breeze, ringing in the ears of the priest. "The power of the storm is endless. We will overcome all difficulties and achieve our sacred mission. Some obstacles will eventually be destroyed by the storm, even if it is a governor who is blocking us." The priest was convinced. "You are right. The Howling Wind envoy sent a message earlier. The enemy has taken the bait. I believe there will be good news soon. As long as the governor dies, the whole city of Renaissance will be in chaos. They can't afford the cost of the governor's abnormal death. They will be afraid of the starships in the sky. No one will have the energy to care about what we are doing. The high priest sighed. Time flies, and humans are still sinking in ignorance. Only the storm can lead them out of the darkness. Our mission is to spread the glory of God to every corner of the world. The priest responded respectfully. As you said, High Priest, we will do our best to live up to the expectations of the storm. The high priest prayed silently again, and sighed, May the storm guide our path, and let us become a beacon to guide people forward in this darkness. Go, my child. The Lord's blessing is with you. The priest bowed respectfully, and then quietly left, leaving the high priest standing alone in front of the statue of the angry owl. Yin Fanshu had already deeply felt that something was wrong. He led the 3rd Infantry Battalion, which had just been formed and equipped, to carry out a cleanup operation in the alien forest. For hours ago, his team was purifying a monster nest. They killed dozens of monsters near the nest, and the subsequent things to do were no different from before. Although the scale of this hatching nest was larger than any they had encountered before, it was not as large as they had imagined. After destroying the nest, they prepared to leave and go to the next location. Then, dense gunfire was heard in the surrounding woods. Yin Fanshu's command style has always been steady. Even though he had destroyed many hatching nests before, he still did not relax his vigilance when encountering this one. All the peripheral guards that should be deployed were not missed. And when destroying the hatching nest, temporary defense positions were not neglected. In short, it was a battle of wits, leaving no loopholes. He knew that Old Man Prabhav had been complaining about his slow efficiency behind his back, and wanted to let the 2nd Battalion do this job, and let the newly formed 3rd Battalion guard the house. But obviously, the governor trusted him, a serious imperial captain, more than the quick-made Prabhav, and he did not disappoint the governor's trust. Since the start of the operation, the team he led had suffered few casualties. Especially today, his caution paid off. The soldiers on guard outside discovered that a very large group of monsters were approaching. They opened fire first, delaying the monsters' advance, and also bought time for Yin Fanshu. The soldiers on guard outside fought and retreated. When they came back, Yin Fanshu had already commanded the troops to build a triangular defense position. The 3 infantry companies each had a position, and some parts extended outward, forming a corner for each other, and ensuring that the firepower could cover and support each other. In the 10 minutes or so that the soldiers on guard outside had fought for, they were able to do all this. On the one hand, Yin Fanshu had good command, and there were advanced preparations. The troops strictly abided by discipline and did not relax. On the other hand, the military skills of the entire 3rd Battalion were completely solid. Although they had never fought a tough battle, the soldiers were visibly nervous, but their morale remained good, and they followed orders meticulously, reaching the normal level of the Imperial Star Army. Every time he saw this scene, Yin Fanshu would sigh. There were not many such troops on the quintet. Most of the slave laborers, servants, or mecha soldiers could not reach this level. Only a few Marine Corps had this ability, and the Marine commandos he brought with him were indeed more elite. But there were only about 1,000 soldiers of this level on the entire starship. The soldiers smoothly built a defensive position, which eased Yin Fanshu's nervousness due to the sudden attack. When the enemies appeared in front of them, the soldiers began to fire fiercely. Under the crossfire, the monsters fell in groups. They quickly repelled the attack of the monster group. Those disgusting, various abscess monsters died on the ground. The dark green pus flowing from them was extremely smelly. Disgusting as it may be, but it really wasn't a threat. They could only rely on biting, the close-range pus splashing and corroding. The enemy who would die if shot had no chance under the fire net. But before they could relax for a while, the enemy's second wave of attack came. It was still a large number of abscess monsters, humanoid, beast-shaped, unrecognizable things with lumps all over their bodies, rushed out of the woods, howling and rushing towards the position. And in this second wave of attack, some things with long-range attack methods appeared. Abscess sprayer. This monster looks similar to the common abscess monster, except that it has a spray port on the chest or on the top of the head. When they reach a distance of about 50 meters, they will stop in place, accumulate for a moment, and then spray a large amount of yellow-green pus from the spray port. These monsters that can spray highly corrosive pus pose a great threat to the position. Chapter 41, Besiege the enemy and attack the reinforcements. The appearance of the abscess sprayers made Yin Fanshu feel a little tricky. The pus sprayed from these monsters will form a pool of pus when it falls on the battlefield, and the ground will be corroded and crackling. No one can stand in this place, And if you are unlucky enough to be sprayed, it will be okay if the splashing pus hits the individual armor, but it will not corrode it. But if it hits the arms and legs, it will quickly penetrate the clothes, causing large areas of corrosive burns, which will soon make the soldiers lose their combat effectiveness. The worst thing is that when the head is sprayed all over the body, the soldier will die screaming. What kind of biochemical artillery is this? If these monsters are allowed to spray as much as they want, they may be wiped out here. But fortunately, firstly, the number of abscess sprayers is not large. And secondly, the spraying distance is very short. Only 50 meters. Not as far as artillery. Within the range of 50 meters. Even if there are a large number of other abscess monsters to cover, it is still easy to be hit. After seeing the threat posed by the abscess sprayers, the soldiers will prioritize their firepower on these monsters. The 3rd Battalion is a newly formed unit, but it was the first to replace the G9 gun family produced by the camp. The powerful and stable firearms are the best partners for the soldiers, especially the G9 machine gun type, which has greater power, faster firing rate, larger ammunition capacity, and more sustained firepower. When facing these monsters, it is like a lawn mower. Bullets were scattered like water, and those monsters that stood in front of the abscess sprayer were swept down in pieces, and their bodies were even smashed to pieces. Then, the bullets smashed the abscess sprayer into pieces. After paying a certain price, they once again repelled the monster's attack. The surrounding area of the forest became quiet. After 2 rounds of attacks, the monsters left at least 1,000 corpses. Before this, Yin Fangxiu had never found such a large number of monsters gathered together in this dense forest. This incident itself was very unusual, and what happened next made him smell a strong conspiracy. Those monsters seemed to understand that it was meaningless to continue the previous fierce offensive, and they were just sending their heads off. They stopped the large-scale attack, but did not leave completely. From their current position, the soldiers could see ghosts in the dense forest in the distance. Those monsters did not leave, but hid behind the trees in the forest. Even from a distance, they could still feel their deep malice. The soldiers, including Yin Fangxiu, tried to fire into the dense forest. The effect was not good. The area where they were was originally a monster's nest. In order to clean up the nest, they cut down and burned many trees that were parasitized by the eggs hatched here, forming a small open space. When the monsters attacked, they were within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions, and there was no cover. However, in the forest 100 meters away, the power of the bullets was greatly reduced. These soldiers, after a short training, did become qualified fighters. But qualified fighters are not necessarily sharpshooters who can hit the target every time. At a distance of 100 meters, the enemy is hiding in the dense forest with dim vision and large areas of trees blocking the view. It is really difficult to hit the enemy. With his super military skills and the powerful performance of the electromagnetic rifle in his hand, Yin Fangxiu can guarantee that he can hit the target every time and eliminate the enemy as soon as he sees it. However, after firing 2 shots and killing 2 monsters suspected of being abscess sprayers, he stopped shooting. Not only did he stop fighting, he also asked his soldiers to stop firing. He now realized a problem. The number of enemies was too large. They might run out of bullets and might not be able to kill all the monsters. Ammunition was limited. They originally thought that they were just entering the woods to destroy the hatching nest, not to fight. They did not bring too much ammunition reserves. And even if they really went to fight, the ammunition reserves still needed to be delivered by the logistics troops. In a field battle, how much can you carry with you? Although Yin Fangxiu was very cautious when he led the team out to perform the mission, he also called a bull cart, dragging a cart of food and ammunition supplies. But that was still not unlimited. If they continued to hold on, the final result would only be running out of ammunition and food. He led the team to try to break out, but failed. After the troops entered the dense forest, the advantage of firepower was greatly reduced, and the threats they faced were also greater. Not only did the biochemical artillery become more difficult to destroy, and more likely to cause casualties to the soldiers, but even the ordinary abscess monsters would become threatening. After all, no one could tell from which tree such a monster would jump out. The bigger problem was that no one knew how many monsters were hiding in the surrounding dense forest. If they insisted on breaking through, how many casualties would they have to pay? After making initial attempts and realizing the difficulties, before casualties actually occurred, Yin Fangxiu ordered the troops to retreat, continue to hold their ground, and asked for help from the headquarters. Soon, he got a reassuring reply. Stay where you are. Hold on. The governor will lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the Marine Commando to rescue you. It was indeed reassuring to get such a reply. The governor would not give up on them. But as time went on, Yin Fangxu's uneasiness gradually grew. He felt the wisdom in the behavior of these monsters. The first 2 attacks were quite brainless, which seemed like the style of these monsters. If they encounter other kinds of creatures, they will rush forward without thinking, showing no fear of death. But at this moment, the monsters use the terrain of the dense forest to trap them in place, which is definitely not a decision made without thinking. Either these monsters have wisdom, or there are human factors behind their actions. Yin Fangxu is more inclined to the latter. Then why do these monsters choose to surround them, but not attack? Starve them to death here? Obviously unreliable. Then their goal? Did they expect reinforcements? Was this a conspiracy to surround and attack the reinforcements? Were they going after the governor? A series of thoughts flooded into Yin Fangxu's mind, and his thoughts suddenly became a little confused. The road to the rescue was mostly dense forest terrain. If the governor's team was attacked by a large group of monsters during the march, the result would be unimaginable. He immediately activated the communication equipment again. This time, he successfully contacted Gu Hang and reported his guess to the governor. But after hearing his report, Gu Hang just said, "Don't worry. I have a plan. You take your time." Chapter 42, Fishing, Just Fishing Hard. Gu Hang did have his own plan. Since he had guessed that this matter was strange, the road to rescue Yin Fangxu would probably not be peaceful, and he certainly would not let himself fall into the enemy trap without any preparation. At present, he could roughly determine that the people who targeted him were the original Angry Owl sect. This group of cult members had been under a lot of pressure because of his pressure on Fuxing City. They could not solve the problem, so they began to try to solve the person who raised the problem. That is, the governor. They also have the initial ability to drive mutant monsters, which is also a bit surprising. However, he judged that the power these cultists can mobilize should not be too strong. If they have this ability and want to kill him, then there is no need to go through so much trouble now. Just mobilize the power directly and attack his camp. They don't do this, obviously, because they can't do it. They had to choose the battle position in a dense forest environment, so that they could play the advantages of the monsters they could control, and have a greater chance of winning. After thinking about this premise, Gu Hang would not rashly lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the woods. For armored vehicles led the way, followed by a large number of foot soldiers, and the entire team marched at the edge of the woods. Gu Hang led the team, looking for a route closer to the besieged Yin Fangxu, and with sparser trees. It doesn't matter if we walk slowly. Anyway, Yin Fangxu said, there is no danger there for the time being. Then Gu Hang was happy to walk slowly. In fact, rescuing Yin Fangxu was not Gu Hang's primary goal this time. His actions were not urgent at all. Although he pretended to go to rescue, in fact, he just wanted to lure out the enemy. At the edge of the woods, before entering, his team was attacked by a small-scale attack. A bunch of abscess monsters rushed out, but were wiped out by the soldiers' firepower. It was more like a test, or a manifestation of insufficient control over large-scale monsters. Unfortunately, the enemy main force was not caught. So after thinking about it, Gu Hang waved his hand and led the team into the dense forest. Continue fishing. After officially entering the forest, Gu Hang team moved even slower. They always maintained a tight formation, relying on 4 wanderers, and refused to relax. If the trees are too dense, it is better to stop temporarily, burn, cut down the trees, but ensure a clear view. When fishing, use yourself as bait. You can't let anyone bite you. The governor's troops are not in a hurry, and it's really frustrating. Prabhav is a little anxious. The 2nd battalion he leads did not compete with Yin Fangxu some time ago, and didn't get the job of clearing the forest monsters, which is a bit aggrieved, and can only rely on training soldiers to vent their energy in the camp. Suddenly, he heard the governor's order to gather the troops, and he and his men became energetic, especially when he heard that their mission was to rescue the 3rd battalion led by Yin Fangxu, which was trapped in the woods by a large number of mutant monsters. He was even more eager to fight. You are a veteran, right? You are a formal officer from the Imperial Navy, right? Don't you still have to rescue you? He really wanted to lead the team right away, through the entire woods, to kill Yin Fangxu, and then laugh at him loudly in front of him. However, he was still able to suppress his desire for war. When they set out, the governor had already roughly told them the goal of this battle. Rescue was secondary. The most important thing was that they might be ambushed on the road, and they had to lure out the ambushers. When he heard the news, he was even more furious. How could someone dare to plot against the governor? That was truly an irreconcilable enemy. To want to murder the governor was more hateful to Prabhav than to murder himself. He went back to Fading Village some time ago. Although he had not been away from home for long, there had been earth-shaking changes there. Having enough food and clothing was the most basic thing. Everyone lived in houses on the surface, and no longer had to live in the dark in the caves. The houses in the residential area were simple board houses for the time being, but they were planning to build a new brick factory and cement factory. They also planned a place to build a single-family building. Prabhav had seen the design drawings of the building. It was very beautiful. When he worked in the caves in the past, he could only live in such a house in his dreams. At that time, housing will be allocated according to work points. According to the work points that Prabhav has now joined the army, and the work points that his wife has earned working in the factory, they can be the first to move in after the planned houses are built. Life is getting better and better. Prabhav also deeply understands that at this moment he is not only fighting for the governor, but also fighting to protect his life that is getting better and better with great effort. All this is brought by the governor. Whoever dares to harm the governor, whoever dares to interrupt their pursuit of a better life, will be his mortal enemy. It was precisely because of this that he was able to completely suppress his desire for war. He carried out the governor's steady and cautious orders without compromise, hiding all his anger in his heart, waiting for the moment to release it. This anger, when it erupts, will surely burn very strongly. And this opportunity to erupt did not make Prabhav wait too long. The enemy is coming. They can hear, coming from all around the dense forest, the roar that is unique to the Abscess monster, becoming clearer and clearer. Their roars are very special. This monster without a head or mouth can make a sound to intimidate its prey by vibrating the lumps all over its body at a high frequency, which is sharp and unpleasant to the ear. After hearing the noise, without the governor saying anything, Prabhav gave orders to each company. They immediately stopped the road clearing operation and quickly moved to the defensive position. After a while, the figures of those disgusting monsters could be vaguely seen through the woods. But the soldiers still adhered to the combat discipline and did not open fire immediately. Only the precision shooters deployed in the company had better shooting skills and more suitable precision rifles to try to kill from a distance. For the time being, the gunshots were still sparse. But almost every time a gunshot was heard, a monster in the dense forest fell down. After a while, the monsters moved closer to the edge of the forest and closer to the small open space cleared by the soldiers. At this time, officers at all levels gave the order to open fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and machine guns of infantry fighting vehicles covered all surrounding areas. Under the baptism of the metal storm, many monsters fell down before they could get out of the dense forest. Even if they could get out, they would be one step closer to death and be shot to death. The prepared human soldiers defended the place like a rock. Chapter 43, Come Out Quickly. The battle was fierce in an instant. The mortars began to show their power. A few shells were blocked by trees, but the fragments of the exploding shells were still threatening. More shells that were not blocked, at a distance of about 100 meters, smashed into the middle of the charging monsters in the woods, and one shot could clear out a whole area of enemies. In general, due to the woodland environment, the range and power of the mortars were greatly reduced. But after all, it was a cannon, and no one could ignore its lethality. Machine guns are more terrifying killers. If the enemy hides in the dense forest, it's okay, there is cover, the vision is poor, it's really hard to hit from a distance, but as long as those monsters rush out, even if they just rush to the edge of the dense forest, the trees will be less blocked, the power of the machine gun will increase rapidly. And once they really rush out of the cover of the dense forest, the bullets fired by the machine gun will really be like a steel whip, sweeping across, and no one will survive. From now on, conventional rifles only need to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps. The multiple and three-dimensional firepower network guaranteed that those monsters could not really pose a real threat to the troops led by Gu Hang. What biochemical artillery, what fast-moving zombie dogs, all of them are useless. The Abscess sprayer has a range of 50 meters. What is there to be afraid of? The precision shooters in the company are targeting such high-value targets. Even if we don't mention the shooting specialists in the T5 level army, the soldiers of the Marine Commando are serious elites. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands are more powerful and more powerful. With their help, it is extremely difficult for the abscess sprayers to enter the range of 50 meters and eject the corrosive pus into the formation of human soldiers. As for the zombie dogs, let alone, their targets are indeed relatively small, and they are also faster and more flexible. However, under the dense firepower network, these small monsters are often killed by chance. Often, a heavy machine gun would fire without a clear target. If a few bullets landed on the zombie dog, it would blow up the dog-like abscess monster. If it really broke through to the front, it would not be a big deal. The little thing was fierce, but its weight of about 30 kilograms determined that the threat it could cause was limited. The guns in the hands of the soldiers were all equipped with alloy bayonets without exception. If they were to hit the dog that pounced on them, they would be stabbed to the bone. Throw it on the ground, step on its head with your foot, pull out the bayonet, and fire 2 more shots at it, then it becomes completely quiet. And in the battle, the most terrifying performance is still the 4 Wanderer versus. This kind of infantry fighting vehicle that can also play a role in interstellar wars is not something these monsters can deal with at all. The few biochemical shells that the abscess sprayer successfully fired, 2 of them hit the Wanderer V, but it had no effect. The corrosive effect of this pus seems to be very terrible for organic matter. The textiles in the soldiers' uniforms are not very effective in blocking pus, and when they come into contact with the flesh, they are extremely painful. But the armored vests on the soldiers alone can prevent corrosion. Not to mention the Wanderer V, its outer armor is not only made of solid alloy plastic steel, but also has a layer of ceramic steel film on the outside, which is a more advanced material than alloy plastic steel. But on the contrary, mounted on the weapon platform of the Wanderer, the double-barreled 40mm machine gun, the shells that sweep out are really deadly. Terrible firing rate. Super strong power. Even hiding in the woods is useless. A few more shots, and the tree trunks and the monsters hiding behind them will be destroyed together. In a sense, it really looks like a long-range logging machine facing such a strong firepower attack. The damage suffered by the attacking monster cluster is much greater than when attacking Yin Fangxu's team from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang team is at a disadvantage in terms of terrain compared to Yin Fangxu's team. After all, the open space they were in at the moment was newly opened up, the result of clearing the way during the march. They were the attack party, not the initiators of the battle, and they did not have the right to choose the battle location. However, apart from this point, the team around Gu Hang had advantages in all aspects compared to Yin Fangxu. More firepower, more outstanding soldiers. Although they were all T5 teams, Gu Hang also brought more than 20 Marine commandos with him. In the battlefield here, they could all be used as sharpshooters, and the shooting accuracy within a few dozen meters can be fully trusted. This also means that the alien monsters die faster. But they did not retreat, still rushing out of the woods as if endlessly. These brainless monsters certainly don't know how to be afraid. Their lives are not worth much. They are purely cannon fodder. However, even if they are cannon fodder, they are valuable. If the manipulators behind these monsters were hoping to use the death of these cannon fodders to exchange for the ammunition in Gu Hang's hands, then they were wrong. Knowing in advance what kind of enemies he would face, he made preparations when he set out. The G9 production line had not yet been rolled out, and with the finished black box manufacturing machine, it just met the equipment needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, and the production of ammunition had not yet been put on the agenda. But at least the ammunition stored in the supplies shipped from the starship was still sufficient. At this moment, Gu Hang brought out most of the reserves in one go, and several bull carts, carrying ammunition reserves, were placed in the center of the position. With such a sufficient number, let alone a battle, even if the intensity rises a little, it is enough to support them to fight several battles. Gu Hang observed the entire battlefield indifferently. He was in the middle of the position at this moment, and a Wanderer V served as his command vehicle. The range that his eyes could see was very narrow, but this did not affect his control of the overall situation. With his psychic vision activated, he had a clear view of the entire battlefield. Originally, he was still preparing if a particularly threatening monster appeared, such as a large number of abscess ejectors entering the range and throwing biochemical shells into his own position. He would take action to solve the problem first. But now it seems that he doesn't need to take action at all. The soldiers did a great job, so he didn't even have to use this backup measure. Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this, since there was no problem on the battlefield. Gu Hang could focus on the cult members who might appear. He did not believe that the cult members only used these mindless monsters to harm him. They must have other means. The brainless monster has attracted most of my soldiers' firepower. Now it's your turn to act. Come out quickly. Chapter 44, Howling Wind Envoy. Those monsters have already attracted most of the firepower of the governor's soldiers. What are we waiting for? In the dense forest not far away, 3 people in gray and white robes, standing on the branches, looking at the battlefield in the distance. They were surrounded by breeze, blocking their vision, making it difficult to observe them from a distance. Even with Gu Hang's spiritual vision, he did not notice that there were still people standing here. These 3 people are the apostles of the original Angry Owl sect. The leader was unusually tall, and it was quite strange for him to stand on the branch. But if you look closely, you will know that he was not simply standing, but just the tip of one foot was touching the branch. A whitish wind was under his feet, supporting his body. It was more like floating. Few people knew his real name, but his code name in this sect was well known. He was one of the 12 executive gods, the Howling Wind God. Although they did not care about specific practical matters, they had strong combat power. In the original Wrathful Owl sect, all the 12 great executive gods have received the sincere blessing of the original Wrathful Owl and are able to use powerful storm magic. In the entire sect, their lofty status is second only to the 4 high priests. But at this moment, the Howling Wind Envoy was a little hesitant. Hearing the inquiry of the attendant priest behind him, he responded, "Now is not a good opportunity. The impact of this abscess monster is much smaller than we expected. The guards around the governor are not in chaos at all." The priest who spoke in front spoke again, "But, Lord God's envoy, are we going to give up this opportunity?" This question made the Howling Wind Envoy fall silent. The man waited for a moment, and couldn't help but speak again. "This is a task personally issued by High Priest Chui Cao, which is related to God's great cause in the City of Revival." The Howling Wind Envoy still didn't speak. The third person next to him spoke, "Don't interfere with the thinking of the God's envoy." The former's face froze, and he added, "Sorry. I didn't mean to question anything. I was just a little anxious. The controller obtained from the School of Life is already overloaded. Maintaining this scale of mass control, it can only last less than 10 minutes at most." "Quiet." The third priest interrupted him again. "You don't need to say more. We all know. Let the Lord God make the decision." The man finally shut up. A few minutes later, the tallest and most powerful Howling Wind God standing at the front finally sighed. "Let's go. Today is the time for us to sacrifice ourselves for the storm." The 2 people behind were shocked when they heard this. From what the Lord God said, "Devote yourself. It is very likely that there will be no return." Has it reached this point? But there is no time for them to think too much now. The Howling Wind God jumped down from the branch first. The wind that originally supported him floating on the branch became more violent in an instant, and it took the form of a giant storm eagle, made a clear cry, and flew forward with the god on its back. The other 2 priests hurried to catch up, and they also called out the storm eagle, and flew straight to catch up. The 3 of them, forming a V-shaped formation, rushed towards the human soldier's position not far away. Not long after they started to move, the governor's soldiers had already discovered their tracks. It was hard not to notice that there were 3 storm eagles, 1 big and 2 small, with a person on board, which was too conspicuous. Bullets immediately covered the 3 of them. However, it was not very effective. It was not easy to hit a moving target, a high-speed flying object. The training package provided by the system is to turn all soldiers into qualified soldiers within a few days. But this does not mean that every qualified soldier is a sharpshooter who can hit the target every time. Most people cannot guarantee accuracy when shooting at objects that are not close and flying at high speed. Even if it is machine gun fire, the effect is very poor. Of course, with the number of bullets flying around, they can always hit them. However, the attack of the abscess monsters on the ground is still fierce, and most of the firepower still needs to be used to suppress these enemies. There are still a few who can turn the muzzle to shoot the 3 unknown things flying in the sky. There weren't many to begin with, and with the poor accuracy, there were even fewer that could actually hit the target. The specially trained precision shooters in the army, as well as the Marines, could guarantee a certain hit rate, but soldiers with this ability were still too rare. Moreover, even if it was a stray bullet, or a bullet from a precision shooter, it would not be of much use. Even Wohan, who was given the storm magic just because he paid enough money, could use the wind shield to block the concentrated fire of several electromagnetic rifles for several seconds, not to mention a divine messenger and 2 official priests. Under the wings of the Storm Eagle, the power of the wind surrounded the 3 of them. The few bullets that hit them did not have any effect on them at all. The bullets were all bounced off. The Howling Wind Envoy and the 2 priests drove the Storm Eagle and arrived above the governor's troops. They began to circle. Then, the wind started to blow. The white storm enveloped the area below. The wind, in theory, has no color. It is just the flow of air. But the strong wind they blew out brought with it white mist. The mist that came with the strong wind was not cold, nor was it moist, but rather had a kind of knife-cutting taste. Not to mention the slight pain when the wind blew on their faces. Many soldiers were even blown to the ground by the strong wind. Then, as the strong wind blew, the thicker the fog became. Within a few minutes, it had already affected the vision. The direct casualties were not large for the time being. Many people were cut by the wind containing extraordinary energy, but these wounds were far from fatal. If these 3 evil priests, the messengers of God, compressed the range of the storm to a relatively small area, then these small wounds could really kill people, like slow slicing. But it's not possible now. Compared to killing only a small number of big-headed soldiers, the storm magic they released was more intended to interfere with the human soldiers below to continue fighting, so that the abscess monsters on the periphery could break through their defenses. That would be more efficient. The 3 of them hovered above the position, casting the storm magic, which really affected the soldiers' firepower output. Being blown here and there, it was difficult to stand steadily, and it was even more painful when the wind blew on exposed skin such as the face. These factors made it impossible for the soldiers to shoot properly. And with the arrival of the wind, the white fog that was drifting wildly also affected visibility. When the soldiers' firepower was greatly reduced, a large number of monsters broke through and approached. Chapter 45. The governor will take action. Prabhav's heart went cold. He knew too well what the consequences would be if these monsters really broke through the fire blockade and rushed to his face. The abscess ejectors that were considered very dangerous before were actually nothing. The most terrifying ones were the ordinary abscess monsters. The main reason was that there were too many of them. Once they got into close combat, even though the soldiers were equipped with bayonets, they naturally had no way to fire when fighting in close combat. When more and more, almost endless monsters rushed in, how could his subordinates fight the enemy with just bayonets? Even if a soldier could kill 3 or 5 abscess monsters in close combat, it would be useless. The enemy would use even greater numbers to completely overwhelm them. In fact, there are already such signs. There are already twice as many zombie dogs as before. After the firepower weakened, they rushed into the soldiers' line first. This is the first step to shake the entire defense line. The zombie dogs that rush in need to be dealt with by the soldiers at close range, and as long as they spend a little more time dealing with these zombie dogs, it will further weaken the firepower, and more zombie dogs may rush in later, and the situation will quickly enter a vicious cycle and quickly collapse. Prabhav can see this trend, but he is somewhat powerless. He has been shouting at the top of his voice, asking the soldiers to hold on and ensure the firepower. But it was difficult. The soldiers under his command were not cowards, but pain, strong wind, white fog are all objective difficulties, and there is no way to overcome them. Especially the white fog, which seriously impaired the soldiers' vision. Even if they could stick to their combat positions, they could only blindly shoot into the surrounding fog. Only when they were closer could they see some vague figures. The decline in shooting accuracy greatly reduced the power of the firepower network. What he could really do at this moment, effectively, was to let the more important firepower units maintain the attack. The mortar positions under the command of the battalion headquarters could not stop, and Prabhav also asked the mortar gunners to place the landing point of the shells closer. Before, most of the shells were thrown at the edge of the woods as the first wave of killing and interception. Not too close, that is to worry about accidental injuries also. After the enemy is closer, the formation will become sparse due to casualties on the charge, which will reduce the lethality of the artillery fire. But now I can't care about that. In addition, the machine gunners deployed at various points also tried their best to stick to their posts. Their situation would be slightly better. The small positions temporarily built with wooden boards and sandbags at the firing points could block the wind a little. The machine gunners endured the pain and lay on the ground, holding the trigger with their fingers, not caring whether the barrel would overheat and be scrapped, and madly poured bullets into the fog. At the same time, the firepower of the four wanderers never stopped. It was precisely because the mortars, machine guns, and machine guns, these three important firepower points, were not silenced, that the firepower of the entire defense line was still guaranteed to a certain extent. If not, the defense line would have collapsed by now. However, Prabhov knew that if he relied solely on his own command, he could only achieve this level. The fragile balance could only slow down the process of the defense line's collapse, and it could not return to the previous level of completely rejecting all monsters outside the range of firepower. He raised his head in hatred, looking at three storm eagles, one large and two small, in the fog, looming in the air. He knew that was the source. But for these three guys in the sky, Prabhov really had no way to deal with them. He had already ordered, letting all the precision shooters in the company shoot at the sky, but it didn't work very well. He also took out his pistol and shot at the sky, but that was more like venting, and it was useless. He had tried very hard, but what happened next seemed to symbolize that his efforts were about to be destroyed. The position was able to be stabilized at present, because the mortar position and machine gun fire points still existed. The storm apostles flying in the sky could also see this factor clearly. They did not bother the Wanderer V. Their storm magic did not have the ability to penetrate the armor and hurt the driver inside. As for hurting the infantry fighting vehicle itself, forget it. In comparison, the machine gunner and mortar gunner were easier to deal with. In the sky, wind bombs fell. A wind bomb as big as a wheel, cut through the white fog from midair, came straight down, landed on a machine gun position, and exploded with a bang. It was like a cannonball. The sudden explosion of wind pressure swept people up, and the wind blades scattered under high pressure, really like broken shrapnel, cut the human body with holes. The machine gunner and the two soldiers next to him, who were blown away by the wind bomb, were already dead when they fell to the ground. A machine gun fire point was removed, which had a significant impact. In the area it originally covered, several zombie dogs rushed in immediately, and the abscess monsters behind followed. The pressure suddenly increased. Seeing two more wind bombs falling from the sky, Prabhov was already very anxious. He subconsciously went to the landing point of the wind bombs, trying to block them with his body. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry. Lead your team with your heart. Governor? Prabhov recognized the voice. He looked around, but saw nothing. At this time, he realized that the voice was ringing directly in his mind. He suddenly realized, recalling the battle by the river valley, those people who died in a very special way. The governor possesses some kind of magical power, called psychic power, and is not a powerless person. If it is the governor, then there will be no problem. Prabhov has such deep trust in the governor. Gu Hang did not disappoint him. The two wind bombs that were about to fall to the ground, which he wanted to block with his body, suddenly dissipated in midair. Then, the three flying storm eagles in the sky also dissipated afterwards. Three figures fell from midair. In an instant, the situation had changed greatly. All this was of course due to Gu Hang's move. At this moment, he had already gotten off the infantry fighting vehicle. Through the armor of the walker, the spiritual energy that was directly released to the outside to release spells would be attenuated to a certain extent. To ensure success, he left the infantry fighting vehicle and went outside. Psionic cutting is a very useful spell. Gu Hang did not use this spell directly on the three cultists. The soul strength of those three guys was quite high, and he could see them clearly in his spiritual vision. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to cut off their heads and kill their souls. The target Gu Hang chose was the psychic connection that controlled the Storm Eagle. Destroying the flying magic, letting the three fall, and then annihilating them physically is a more convenient method. Beside him, 11 Marine commandos rushed out and found the three fallen people respectively. These commandos, shooting at high speed, are incredibly accurate, and the metal spikes accurately find the targets falling freely in the air. This is far beyond the level of their colleagues. And the reason why these 11 special forces can perform at such a high level is that they have surpassed the T4 level of warriors and reached the T3 level. Chapter 46. T3 troops before coming to carry out the so-called rescue mission. Gu Hang emptied his savings. Originally, the boon he received in the battle at Mantan Valley Manor was used up when he was extracting technology and training the 3rd Battalion. But a few days ago, when Yin Fanxiu led the team to burn the hatching nests in the alien forest, he could get 1 to 2 boon points for each nest burned, depending on the size of the burned hatching nest. After burning down 7 hatcheries, Gu Heng received 11 points of grace. He gave these graces to 11 Marine commandos. The elite commandos coming down from the starship were completely different from normal soldiers. They wore dark brown one-piece combat uniforms, masks, and were well equipped. They did not expose any skin during the battle. The seemingly light combat uniforms, with ceramic steel plates, were more useful than armored vests. These are the elite of the Imperial Marines, which are considered special forces. Their training level, according to the system rating, is at the level of T4 troops. If you want to raise their training level to T3, then the cost for each soldier is 1 point of grace. 1 point of grace, which is enough to train 100 ordinary people into a whole company, equivalent to the level of the Imperial Regular Army. But when used to train T3 soldiers, it is only enough for one person to upgrade. If you want to train up to T2, you need 10 points of grace per person, which is enough for Gu Heng to level up in the hero panel. However, although the cost is high, the value is extraordinary. At that time, he led 11 Marines out separately, and then did some special training actions in a mysterious way. He made up the actions, but when he claimed it, he said it was a blessing from the Emperor and a special training method he had. It is difficult for ordinary people to believe this kind of thing, but it is different for Governor Gu Heng. These Marines had seen with their own eyes how those peasants became qualified soldiers in such a short time. How could they not believe it? The Marines were ecstatic. 11 people followed the governor's instructions meticulously and devoutly, and completed the movements. Then, they really felt a tremendous change in their bodies in such a short time. They became stronger, even to a certain inhuman level. They run faster, have more power, and are more resistant to attacks. Even if the bullets are less powerful, they may not be able to penetrate their frontal bones. Their strength is almost 2 or 3 times more than before. They can even move the big rocks that they couldn't move before. Now they can even move them easily. Their nerve reactions have also become faster. Some flying birds look like slow paper airplanes in their eyes. Their military skills have been greatly improved in a short period of time. They have changed from being just mediocre accurate shooters to sharpshooters. They also feel that they have mastered some very efficient close combat skills. With a short knife, they can kill 5 or 6 of their past selves in close combat. They deeply feel the changes that have taken place in themselves and feel like they are in a dream. Why is this happening? It's too unscientific. But this is indeed the reality. They can only attribute it to the blessing of the Emperor and the magic of the Governor. And they are one of the trump cards that Gu Heng prepared for this operation. At this moment, these soldiers who have been strengthened to the T3 level are also playing the role that Gu Heng expects. 11 electromagnetic rifles, chasing the falling evil priest. They don't need to communicate with words, every 3 of them target one. The metal spikes are like unlocking a padlock. Even if they are running, the target is still in free fall. But they rarely miss. In the process, Gu Heng is still doing bad things. The opponent is very strong, and Gu Heng will not use his limited spiritual power at will. But just like he cut off the control of the 3 evil priests on the Storm Eagle just now, he can do some things with little effort at some key nodes. And this time, the bad thing he did was to interfere and cut off the control of the 3 priests on the Storm Shield. Although the Marines were strengthened to the T3 level, it was the soldiers who were strengthened, not the guns. The Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands did not change at all. The metal spikes hit the 3 guys, but were all blocked by the Storm Shield. It would be very difficult to break the Storm Shield with the power of bullets alone. People would have to stand still for a long time. But it would have some effect. It would reduce the strength of the Storm Shield and force the evil priests to mobilize their spirituality to maintain the strength of the shield. This gave Gu Heng an opportunity. He only needed to attack lightly, and he didn't even need to exert much effort to completely disintegrate the Storm Shield. He just needed to make it more unstable. The strength of the Storm Shield suddenly weakened, and even cracks and holes appeared, which was quite fatal to the falling priest. The weakest one among them was particularly miserable. In midair, at least 5 or 6 metal spikes pierced his body. The extremely high power of the electromagnetic rifle could not be resisted by the strength of the human body. That guy was smashed in midair in an instant. When he landed on the ground, he couldn't even be seen in human form. He was just some broken pieces of corpse. But the other 2 were in good condition. In Gu Heng's field of vision, he could see that the strongest one was basically unaffected. After his Storm Shield had problems, he quickly made up for it and didn't get shot. The other one had a similar reaction, but his level was obviously not as good as the strongest one. He was eventually shot twice, and one hand and one leg were broken. The two priests who were still alive after landing, each made a move. The strongest, the one who was almost uninjured, suddenly had a pair of white storm wings grow out from behind. The wings looked a bit like turbines, and suddenly ejected air backwards, and in the blink of an eye, the speed reached an extremely fast level. He ignored the marine assault soldiers who rushed over, and instead set his target directly on Gu Hang, who was behind. The Howling Wind envoy did not forget his mission, and the most important goal of his trip was to kill the planetary governor. He had planned to use the storm and the white fog to disrupt the soldiers' positions, let the abscess monsters rush over, and basically wipe out all the soldiers. He only needed to deal with the governor hiding in the infantry fighting vehicle. But he didn't expect that the governor would leave the protection of the infantry fighting vehicle. However, he was surprised that the governor actually mastered psychic power, and even used very advanced techniques. His plan therefore had a major flaw. The governor's actions not only stopped their destruction of the human soldiers' positions, but also put him and his two subordinates into a very dangerous situation. But he still had a chance, as long as he could kill the governor on the spot. Chapter 47, Fortunately, I am more skilled. The whirlwind brought up the wings formed by the vortex, allowing the Howling Wind envoy to gain explosive speed. He rushed straight towards Gu Hang. As long as he killed Gu Hang, his mission would still be completed. Those soldiers who looked very elite seemed to have noticed his intention. Half of the people went to suppress the other surviving priest, and the other half tried to stop him. Bullets came, and the storm shield still faithfully performed its duties, and could not be easily broken. Two soldiers who were close to him blocked his way, and drew their daggers to fight him. The reaction speed and agility of those soldiers surprised the Howling Wind envoy. He was moving at super high speed, and the explosion speed of the turbine wings was extremely fast. It was impossible for ordinary people to react, let alone intercept. But those soldiers could do it, and their will was beyond imagination. To get close to him, one would have to bear the power of the storm. The high-pressure wind blades cut through their combat uniforms, and even cut dense wounds on their bodies. But they were still able to strengthen their will and not waver. More importantly, the short knives in their hands could really pierce the wind around him. This is definitely an inhuman force. If he hadn't reacted very quickly and exploded a wind bomb between himself and the soldier, deflecting him away, he would have been stabbed. But he could only deflect one. Another soldier stabbed the blade into his body fiercely. If the power of the wind had not helped him deflect the blade at the critical moment, he would not have been stabbed in the abdomen, but in the heart. But the current situation was still very critical. The soldier quickly let go of the hand holding the knife, regardless of the blood, picked up the electromagnetic rifle, and prepared to shoot the god envoy at close range. If he was hit, the Howling Wind god envoy would probably die on the spot. His storm shield had been pierced by the knife just now, but he was not sure that he could completely resist the shooting of the eagle. At the critical moment, the Howling Wind envoy became ruthless. He opened his arms, did not retreat but moved forward, hugged the soldier, and prevented the special warfare elite from shooting directly. His physical strength was not as good as the opponent's, and he would be freed in a moment. But the storm magic was at its peak at this moment. The wind blades instantly spun around him, and poured into the soldier's body without any mercy. The ceramic steel insert will not be destroyed easily, but it does not cover the whole body. The combat uniform was cut by the high-pressure wind blade, and then the flesh. Blood gushed out, and was blown everywhere by the wind. In an instant, a big man was cut off, leaving only the gun, the bulletproof insert, the helmet, the fragments of relics, the broken bones. The bloody Howling Wind envoy did not dare to stay for a moment. Just now, in a desperate situation, he almost burst out with all his strength, which was able to achieve such a terrifying effect. However, he had personally experienced the strength of these elite soldiers, whose attire was completely different from that of ordinary soldiers. The short knife stuck in his abdomen proved this. If he hesitated for a moment, soldiers would rush over. If he kept his distance, relying on the storm shield that blocked bullets, he might be able to kill all the soldiers. But firstly, there was Gu Hang, who could manipulate exquisite psychic spells to cause trouble. Secondly, he couldn't keep his distance now. The storm shield's defense effect against close-range blades was not as good as that against bullets. In addition, his physical strength and fighting skills were not much better than those of ordinary people. He was at a great disadvantage against those elite soldiers. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to exert his strength again. The pair of storm turbine wings behind him, which were made of evil magic, made a violent roar. He once again burst out at the maximum speed on the spot. And this time, no one could stop him. He rushed towards Gu Heng at an extremely fast speed. While flying close to the ground, the thin white mist was completely cut open. His whole body was like a sharp arrow. The next moment, he hit Gu Heng hard and threw him out. The violent wind completely enveloped Gu Heng. The howling wind envoy treated Gu Heng more cruelly than the soldier he had chopped up before. He once again overloaded the energy of the storm magic. Even if it would cause a strong backlash, he must ensure that Gu Heng could be killed. Gu Heng fell heavily to the ground. Then, he stood up by himself. The howling wind envoy stared at him with wide eyes, completely unable to understand why this happened. The power he put in was enough to completely chop Gu Heng's entire body into pieces. But why did this Governor General look intact? Gritting his teeth, he tried to burst out his strength again. But the strong wind did not respond to his call this time. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his lungs, as if the wind was constantly cutting his chest. He couldn't help it. His body arched. His mouth opened, and he vomited blood, which contained fragments of lung. When the pain subsided a little, he raised his head and saw the infantry fighting vehicle next to him, which had already aimed its machine gun at him. Open fire. In an instant, several large-caliber machine gun shells broke his already fragile storm shield, and then destroyed his body. Gu Heng still felt a little scared. After the enemy appeared, he realized that one of the three was particularly strong. When dealing with these three guys, he also distributed his strength accordingly. The other two were basically no accident. One died before landing, and the other was almost dead. He wanted to resist even though his hands and feet were broken. At this moment, he was held down by 3 or 5 special warfare elites and stabbed to death. But the strongest one still exceeded expectations. He had already tried to make a move. When the guy was flying over, he was intercepted by the elite land soldiers. If Gu Heng hadn't sneakily attacked him again, he wouldn't have been stabbed in the stomach so easily. But unexpectedly, the guy had clearly used his evil magic to the limit and had a knife stabbed in the abdomen, but he was still able to burst out with amazing power in the end. Not only did he use the storm to dismember an elite land soldier in a terrifying way, he was able to continue to burst out with power and rush towards him, shoving him away, and the violent storm continued to sweep around him. Under normal circumstances, he should have died, just like the elite land warrior who was chopped into pieces. At the critical moment, the talent he obtained when he upgraded his personal level to LV2 last time came into play: Protective Spiritual Aura. This thing does not need to be activated. It is passively triggered, and it will take effect when you get hit. It really saved Gu Heng's life. After being blown away, Gu Heng could feel that the violent winds around him were constantly fighting against his spirituality and consuming each other. The force of the gust of wind was too fierce. In almost an instant, Gu Heng's spiritual power was almost gone. But fortunately, this gust of wind came and went quickly. It was all the power that the opponent burst out at once. If he could withstand it, it would be gone. However, after withstanding this wave of attacks, Gu Heng's spiritual power was basically exhausted. But he was not alone. The infantry fighting vehicle could help him with the last step. Looking at the enemy, who was smashed to pieces and would definitely not survive, Gu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am more skilled. Chapter 48, Shall we practice? The howling wind god died, so dead that he had no human form. The priest who was blown up by the metal spikes before also had no shape, only a pile of body fragments. The last one, whose death was a little more beautiful, only a little. He had one arm and one leg broken in midair, and tried to resist after landing, but the elite land warriors who came back to face him broke through the storm shield and then stabbed him to death. After the death of the 3 priests who controlled the power of the storm, the wind soon subsided and the white fog soon dissipated. During this short period of time, the soldiers were indeed in chaos, and the firepower network was affected. Many monsters rushed in, and more than a dozen abscess ejectors entered the range. The sprayed pus caused casualties among the soldiers, but in general, the damage caused by this chaos was serious, but not fatal. After the wind subsided and the fog dissipated, the soldiers regained the initiative on the battlefield. Despite the casualties, they killed all the monsters that rushed into the position. The abscess ejectors that had just fired 1 or 2 rounds of biochemical shells were also annihilated by machine guns, and the machine guns of the infantry fighting vehicles. Although the 3 storm priests were finished, the battle was not over directly. Those monsters obeyed the command of the storm priests to a certain extent. But after the priests died, they were out of control and still posed a huge threat. They remained in a violent state and continued to pour out of the woods, trying to attack all living things they could see. But even though they were still crazy, the firepower of the soldiers in the position was reduced due to previous casualties. But they still couldn't rush in. The difference in firepower was not something these primitive monsters could resist. It is said that when a large-scale, mature abnormal tide occurs, more and more advanced monsters will appear, not just limited to inferior abscess monsters and ejectors. But at least Gu Hang and his team didn't encounter them this time. The major hatching nests in the forest were still in the stage of accumulating strength. Maybe in a few months, they will gradually hatch, devour each other, and grow into a group of high-level monsters. And the situation will become very troublesome. But at the moment, in order to kill Gu Hang, the original Angry Owl sect has accelerated the ripening of most of the hatching nests in the forest in advance, and launched a seemingly large-scale attack. But in fact there are not too many high-level monsters, and the threat is relatively general. In fact, to some extent, the behavior of the original Angry Owl sect has also helped Gu Hang. A large number of hatching nests were ripened in advance, and a large number of monsters gathered here, which could be dealt with in a unified manner. This reduced a lot of work for Gu Hang troops to clean up the entire alien forest in the future. As the battle continued, it can be seen that the number and density of monsters rushing out of the dense forest were significantly reduced. Obviously, they were not really endless. After being eliminated in large numbers, there were not many left. Finally, when the troops led by Yin Fangxiu arrived at the scene, the entire battle was basically coming to an end. When he knew that the governor might be ambushed, he could no longer stay where he was and wait for rescue. He took the initiative to lead the troops and slowly broke out, taking a steady approach. According to his thinking, it was not necessary to succeed in breaking out. Even if it could help attract some attention from the governor, it would be a good thing. As a result, after a while, the number of monsters he encountered suddenly decreased, as if they had all gone to other places. He guessed that this was because the battle on the governor's side had already started, and he could even hear the roar of guns and cannons. So, they sped up, and rushed to the battle scene, and joined the governor. But at this time, it was already the end of the battle. He could only take the 3rd Battalion, join the battle, and clean up the remaining monsters together. Soon, there were no more active monsters, and they appeared in front of the soldiers. Prabhav stepped on a pus monster that had lost its lower body, and was crawling on the ground with its hands, and watched it stretch out its hands in vain to try to grab him. After thinking for a moment, he raised his pistol and shot it at the monster's head, making it completely quiet. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned his head and saw Yin Fangxiu, who looked tired, walking towards him. His eyes naturally fell on the other person's corroded shoulder clothes, and he saw the red skin under the tatters. He grinned and said, "Oh, Captain, you are in a mess." Yin Fangxiu rolled his eyes in annoyance, walked up to him and punched him in the chest. "You are not much better. You are limping. Isn't it to save you?" At this point, Yin Fangxiu couldn't deny it, and his face turned a little dark. Prabhav comforted him at this time. "It's not your fault. This bunch of trash, waste, and heretic traitors who have fed their consciences to dogs just want to use you to ambush the governor. It can't be counted as your fault. Our mission is to serve as the sword and shield of the governor. Today, neither of us completed this mission very well, but from now on, I will work harder. What about you?" Yin Fangxiu looked at the officer who grew up in the abandoned cave society with some surprise. Why did this guy suddenly express such emotion? He didn't know yet that the storm priest had rushed in front of Gu Hang and directly threatened the life of the governor. He had no idea that this scene was seen by Prabhav, and how much impact it had on the battalion commander. He didn't understand any of this, so the captain could only touch his head, nod, and agree. After saying goodbye to Prabhav, Yin Fangxiu found Gu Hang. The governor was in an infantry fighting vehicle. One of his old subordinates stopped him. "The governor is resting. I have something to report." The marine was a little entangled, but still stopped him. "But, Captain, the governor is resting. You should not disturb him." Yin Fangxiu was surprised again. These were not the soldiers Gu Hang recruited on the Angry Owl Star, but the marines he brought down from the starship, his direct subordinates. All along, their relationship was closer. To be even more disrespectful, privately everyone complained about various things about the governor. The soldiers were loyal to the governor, but that was more like a duty, because of the position. But now, he really saw his old subordinates' respect for the governor in their eyes. A question mark slowly rose from his head. What happened just now? He didn't think that his subordinates' respect and loyalty to the governor from the bottom of their hearts were problematic. On the contrary, it was as it should be. But this did not prevent him from being curious about the reasons for these changes. He gave up waking up Gu Heng, and instead pulled his old subordinate aside, and asked him carefully about what happened in the battle just now. After learning the situation, Yin Fangqiu also fell silent. The governor was approached by the heretic of the cult. But he was unharmed despite the attack. He was just a little tired. The governor's psychic magic was once again powerful. After the governor's rapid special training, his old subordinates had undergone earth-shaking changes. This information sounded like a book of heaven to Yin Fangqiu. Why were they unharmed? Why did those cultists fall down while flying in the sky? All of this can only be attributed to the magic of psychic energy. Yin Fangqiu could accept the news that the governor was a psychic master. Anyway, it was not the first day that he knew that the governor was a psychic. It was just that his performance was more amazing. Yin Fangqiu tried to convince himself that it was no big deal. But could these elite Marines who followed him in the past become stronger? And did they do it in a very short time? Just like the governor trained those ordinary people? Yin Fangqiu found it hard to accept and hard to believe. He joked, "Then you, kid, are you better than me now? Do you want to practice?" In the past, no Marines dared to respond. Captain Yin Fangqiu was famous for his fighting ability. Practicing with him was uncomfortable. But now, it was different. The soldier said with some interest, "Okay. Okay." Chapter 49, Battle Settlement. Gu Heng sat in an infantry fighting vehicle with a pale face, closing his eyes to rest. He noticed the movement outside, but was too lazy to care. The previous battle, he was exhausted. The most important thing was that he was hit head-on. Spiritual body protection blocked almost all the damage for him, but also exhausted all his spiritual power. In fact, this is a very dangerous thing. According to the education about psychic spells received in memory, complete exhaustion of spiritual power will bring uncontrollable consequences. Death, madness, mental disorder, split personality. These are all possible. After the battle, Gu Heng rested while checking his spiritual condition, and the result still made him feel relieved. Those bad situations did not appear. The current symptoms are just some fatigue and a little headache. Generally speaking, after rest, it will get better. But he still learned some lessons. This time, it was still a little risky, so that he put himself in danger. But thinking back carefully, Gu Heng didn't think he did anything wrong. He was the governor. But he was not so rich that he would not sit in the hall. His career was still in its infancy. And he had to fight for some things. Just this time, he couldn't find another psychic in his entire sphere of influence. If he didn't show up in person, there would be no way to solve this matter today. He couldn't let Yin Fangqiu and the 3rd Battalion he led be trapped in the forest and die. But the result this time is definitely good. The way the original Angry Owl sect gave birth to and controlled so many monsters must not be easy. Otherwise they would not still be rats in the gutter. After using this method, and losing 3 powerful priests here, the loss must be quite painful. Even before this, they should have been in great pain. If I hadn't asked Fuxing City to increase its efforts to investigate the cult and force them to jump off the wall, they would not have thought of paying the price to assassinate me. That's great. If you can't handle me this time, then wait for me to go to Fuxing City and blow all your old tricks away. After resting for a while, he felt that his condition had recovered a lot. At this time, he was really energetic and came to count his gains. This time it was a great victory. Although the loss was also the largest in all the battles, the result was also great. Slightly in the upper hand, gained 86 points of grace. Lost 103, killed 6597, captured 0. 2nd Infantry Battalion, lost 77, killed 4447. 3rd Infantry Battalion, lost 24, killed 1613. Marine Corps, lost 2, killed 537. Just looking at the battle loss ratio, it was very beautiful, but Gu Heng was not happy at all. Those who were destroyed were all brainless monsters. If they acted according to Yin Fangqiu's strategy, in the next few months, they could burn the nests of these monsters one by one without any damage, instead of facing them all at once after they were catalyzed. not to mention bringing 3 storm priests to face them together. A total of 103 soldiers were lost, of which the loss of the 2nd Battalion exceeded 25%. These casualties were mainly caused when the wind and fog were shrouded. Among them, 2 Marines he had just promoted to T3 level were killed. And they were all killed by the most powerful priest. That was the loss of the 2 points of grace invested. The 2 normal infantry battalions, especially the 2nd Battalion, needed a large number of reinforcements. The total population under Gu Hang jurisdiction was less than 6,000, not counting the mechanical servant battalion. It also supported 2 infantry battalions of 600 people before, and the mobilization rate was over 10%. In fact, from the perspective of population composition, the pressure was already very high, not to mention that in addition to the army, Gu Hang also had various rapidly expanding production lines, which also needed manpower. The high mobilization rate has affected production efficiency. Especially young and middle-aged manpower, there is a big gap in Feidong society, which has become a constraint on development. The army's wounded need to draw another 100 from the manpower pool. Very weak. Gu Hang can already imagine that. Patel, who is in charge of heavy industry production in Feidong society, will definitely be scratching his head. That guy will not set any obstacles for the young men to serve as soldiers for the governor. In his heart, that is honorable, and is defending the fruits of their labor. But with less manpower, how to maintain, or even expand production, he really has to scratch his head. As for other costs, the textile factory has been opened, military uniforms can be produced by ourselves, the relevant design drawings have been given to us, the alloyed plastic steel production line can produce armored vests, firearms can recycle equipment left on the battlefield, or produce new ones, even soldier training. 100 soldiers only have 1 point of grace. There is no problem with these. The problem is still the population. We still have to suck blood. It's not easy to attract the quintet in the sky. And there's no point in attracting low-end population. Gu Hang has other ideas for the female captain. On the quintet, there are talents he covets. To destroy the original Wrathful Owl sect. At least give them a hard blow. That also requires the help of the female captain. And it can also be regarded as a reward for Yi Lixia. But this can be discussed later. The rest are Renaissance City and Garbage Town. Garbage Town is mostly full of adventurers who dream of getting rich. It is not ruled out that they have experienced ups and downs. Now they want to find an honest person. No, they want to live an honest life. But they can't force it. Fuxing City is a huge source. Gu Hang doesn't despise the refugees who can't survive outside the city. It's unrealistic to eat hundreds of thousands of people at once. But he now has enough jobs and plenty of food to feed a lot of people. After thinking about the losses, the next thing is the harvest. 86 points of grace. This is Gu Hang's biggest income so far. It's even more than the previous sum. This makes Gu Hang feel like he has become rich. The shadow cast by the huge casualties of the soldiers on his heart was dispelled by this joy. Of the 86 points of grace, it is estimated that more than 30 points were contributed by the 3 priests. And the one with the strongest light gave more than 20 points. The great priest, in terms of psychic strength alone, was even higher than Gu Hang. However, in terms of psychic application, Gu Hang had the exquisite soul cutting inherited from the ancient family, and the spiritual protection given by the system, which was much stronger than the great priest, who could only borrow the native evil gods and use the storm evil magic. In other words, Gu Hang was able to win, firstly because of his powerful spells, and secondly because of his large number of people. In terms of spiritual strength, Gu Hang, who was only LV2, was not as good as his opponent. It was reasonable to give more gifts to such a powerful enemy. As for the remaining 50 points, they were the results of the more than 6,000 alien monsters killed by the soldiers. Obviously, the lives of these monsters were not worth much, but the number was indeed huge. More than 6,000 of them died, which also gave Gu Hang a lot of gifts. It's just a pity that the evaluation of the victory in the battle was only slightly superior, and the coefficient of the gift obtained after the battle was not large enough. Otherwise there should be more room. Next, it is a question of how to spend this gift. He happily called out the panel, and then saw an old thing flashing, and a new thing appeared. The flashing thing was the hero panel. The new thing that appeared was a new function called Event. Chapter 50 Battle Group? Hero. The interface was moving. Gu Hang had expected it beforehand. Now that such a tragic battle was over, he could always upgrade. Right? Sure enough, he clicked on it, and saw that among the heroes, he was the only one who had reached the standard for upgrading. It was just that the price of the upgrade made him frown. 50 points. The price of upgrading to level 2 was too expensive. However, after this experience, he was also eager to increase his personal strength. After the upgrade, his own safety can be better guaranteed. A powerful psychic can have a huge influence on battles below a certain scale, even if it is expensive. He intends to grit his teeth and upgrade himself. But don't rush. There are some other changes in the hero panel. He saw that there are 2 more characters who can be activated as heroes. One is Prabhav, this leader of the miners from the Waste Cave Society. After this battle, seems to be recognized by the system as a talented person who can be activated as a hero. And the other one, named Osinachenko. Who is this person? Gu Hang was confused. Is there such a person under my command? Oh, it seems that there is. Gu Hang remembered the statistics of the refugees who had just migrated from Fuxing City. He glanced at the list of literate people and seemed to have seen this name on it. What did this person do to make the system think she is capable? Gu Hang also became curious. It's not that she will be promoted to a hero immediately, but since she has been identified by the system as having certain potential, even if she is not promoted, she can be picked up and entrusted with important tasks. Gu Hang seemed to have discovered another use for this hero function. He could find talents without upgrading. Satisfied, he closed the hero panel and opened the newly appeared event panel. An unknown event is happening. You can direct the event to a direction that is relevant to you. It costs 50 graces to start this event. Event end countdown, 1 day and 6 hours, that's it. You don't have any information. And you want to cheat me of 50 graces? Gu Hang turned off the event function without a second thought. Then he really thought about it and turned it on again. I can't help it. The unknown is so tempting. Generally speaking, the quality of things produced by the system is strongly linked to the number of grace points. The more you pay, the better the things you can get. Except for the 2 times when I drew technology cards with a 40% probability but missed 2 shots in a row. It seems that I have never been cheated. Hiss? But if you draw the unknown event card, isn't it easy to get cheated? What if there is a hidden probability? Gu Hang was struggling for a while and had many thoughts. He was not a person with a conflicted personality. But what could he do? Too poor. All the problems were caused by poverty. If he had enough gift points, wouldn't Gu Hang activate this event immediately and see what it was? But if he activated the unknown event, the remaining 36 gifts would not be enough for the upgrade. After careful consideration for a long time, Gu Hang decided to trust the system. Although it was a gamble, he still made this choice with the idea that the system product was worth the money. Of course, the more important point was that he had a guarantee. In 2 days, the month would be up. At that time, the monthly fixed income would be paid. According to the development momentum of Gu Hang forces, there should be 30 to 40 points of income by then. If he puts it together, it should be enough for him to upgrade to LV3. And relatively speaking, unknown events may be more precious. After all, it has a countdown. When the time is up, the event will disappear. Limited time lottery, I have to win it at least once. Right? With this mentality, Gu Hang made the final choice. 50 points of grace were gone in a snap, and instead, a new message appeared in his vision. Event activated. Phoenix will die. A space marine regiment that is about to be destroyed, ended a century-long atonement expedition, is approaching the Rathal Al Star, where they seem to be looking for redemption and hope. Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior determines the next development of the event. Event branch, unknown. When he saw the new event prompt, which mentioned that a space marine regiment was approaching the Rathal Al Star, Gu Hang almost couldn't control the expression on his face. If there is a space marine regiment to help him, what is there to worry about? Any difficulties on the Rathal Al Star cannot stop the steps of an entire regiment. The term Space Marine symbolizes glory, greatness, and death in the Empire. They are the Emperor Angels of Death. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the God Emperor used himself as a template, created many different gene seeds, selected the best people, implanted the gene seeds, and formed the first Space Marines. Each of them is an extraordinary being, with a body that is countless times stronger than that of an ordinary person, wearing a special, nerve-connected power armor, and the individual combat power is extremely terrifying. Fighting 1 against 100 is just a routine operation. Often only a few Space Marines form a team, and they can kill tens of thousands of troops, and behead a general, And this is just their routine mission. They are real killing machines. And the Angels of Death are worthy of their name. In the founding era, the major space marine legions were the sharpest swords in the hands of the Emperor. And they made absolute contributions in creating the infinite territory of the Empire. Then, about 10,000 years ago, after the Emperor ascended to godhood, all space marine legions were split into small groups. According to the provisions of the Holy Code, the maximum size of a space marine group is 1,000 people. Usually, a group will have a home planet. The war group's home planet does not need to pay taxes to the Empire, and all human and material resources belong to the war group. The war group can form mortal auxiliary forces, the war group fleet, and have great autonomy. They will respond to the highest level of the Empire's call and be deployed on the most terrifying battlefield. But other than that, their actions are more arbitrary and have a high degree of freedom. In Gu Hang understanding, it is like a combination of warlords and feudal lords. Such a war group will come to the Angry Owl Star. Gu Hang soon calmed down. As I said before, the system product is worth the money. 50 points of grace. I am afraid that you can't even exchange it for a space marine, let alone a war group. It's not that good. He also noticed the information provided in the event interface. This is a dying war group. That's good. If it is a strong war group, he can't say anything. The status of a war group leader may be higher than the head of the star zone. Gu Hang has realized that. This event, the blessing or disaster, is unknown. He really has to act cautiously as the system prompts, otherwise the consequences are unpredictable. But in general, this also means opportunities. If there are space marines who can provide him with help, he will have an absolute guarantee of force on the Angry Owl Star. Chapter 51, The Phoenix is about to die. In a cosmic void that is infinitely far away in terms of physical distance, a fiery red spaceship is sailing. It is scarred, it is not big enough, and it carries a dying regiment. The Phoenix Regiment has ended their long atonement expedition, and now has restored its glory. The Grand Inquisition of the Eastern Star region, on behalf of the Central Empire, personally announced this to the world. But what about it? We have won the 100 Years of Atonement expedition, and have achieved the results we most want, but we are about to be destroyed. The chapter master of the Phoenix chapter, Sir Ross Martins, always thinks sadly like this. He is the 64th chapter master of the Phoenix chapter. This chapter, with countless glorious history, will probably come to an end in his hands. Before the Atonement Crusade, how did the chapter live? At that time, the Phoenix chapter was glorious and powerful. They guarded their home planet, received the worship of billions of mortals, selected the best youth from billions of people, received gene seed transformation, and turned them into one of them. The human and material resources of the entire planet were mobilized by them. In addition to defending their home planet, they would also accept the Emperor call, and go to all parts of the universe to participate in glorious and great wars. They either crushed the Emperor enemies into dust, or defended one world after another that was about to be destroyed. He and his brothers were called the Emperor Angels. This glory, accumulated over thousands of years, came to an abrupt end 100 years ago. Martins didn't hate anyone. In the Bohemia disaster, the Phoenix Regiment stood on the wrong side. By the grace of the God Emperor, they were not purged as traitors, but they were still guilty. And the Grand Inquisition sentenced them to a 100-year-long atonement expedition. The so-called atonement expedition meant that the convicted regiments, without supplies, without troops, and lacking support, were to carry out the most difficult and most casualty-inducing offensive missions. After the mission is issued, it cannot be refused, and must be carried out with all your strength, until death. Most of the war bands sentenced to the expedition of atonement often do not even survive the punishment time. But the Phoenix, as its name suggests, is tenacious, and they miraculously survived the expedition of atonement. One brutal war after another lasted for 100 years. During these days, they are still fighting for the Empire, but there is no honor to speak of. Their battle is to atone for their sins and to die. During the 100 years of expedition, the chapter master changed 6 times, and finally fell into the hands of Martins, who thought he had no talent. A few months ago, in the final battle of the atonement expedition, the previous chapter master led the last elite of the chapter and launched a desperate charge. They won, but the price was that no one survived except Martins and the other 6 people who were left behind. He will always remember the look in his mentor's eyes when he handed him the medal symbolizing the chapter master before the charge. It was full of expectations, full of hope. and the future of the chapter was hanging heavily on his chest. He was determined to rebuild his chapter. But he didn't know how to do it. Their home world had long been assigned to another chapter. And the fleet had all crashed, leaving only the burning feather. A small spaceship that was not even a frigate, the power armor, the weapons depot, and the gene seed library were all lost with the crash of the flagship. Perhaps no chapter has ever been in a worse situation than them. They could only wander aimlessly in the universe, drifting around like headless flies. There were indeed many forces that wanted to help them. However, Martins could see through their evil intentions. They just wanted the Phoenix Regiment, which only had 7 people left, to serve as their high-level fighters. There was no honor in that. And there was no hope at all. Martins wanted an opportunity to rebuild the regiment, and an opportunity to continue to fight for the honor of the regiment. Unfortunately, when these were mentioned, the people who tried to help them shut up. Some time ago, their spaceship jumped through a spiritual network tunnel and came to the Pegasus sector aimlessly, just like the many star regions they passed by in the past few months. Nothing special. However, the chapter priest came to him at this time, claiming that he had received a revelation during prayer. The hope of the chapter's rebirth lies here. Hope rose in Martin's heart, like a straw for a drowning man. Rationally, he shouldn't believe it. Is there anything special about the Pegasus sector? An unknown sector, with no special output, no glorious history, and no other regiments have ever been stationed here. How could the hope of the regiment's rebirth be here? However, emotionally, he believed this almost without hesitation. It was only a few months, which was not worth mentioning compared to the long life of the Space Marines after the transformation, but he felt that he had suffered too long. This feeling of emptiness was even more painful than during the atonement expedition. If there was a chance, he could not wait to grab it. The chaplain of the regiment, who was also his most trusted battle brother, had been in the prayer room for 2 days without any movement. Martin's mentality gradually became anxious, but all the anxiety had its results at this moment. He heard heavy footsteps, and he turned his head and saw a man wearing the black power armor unique to chaplains, with a skull-shaped helmet, and a huge shoulder armor painted with the regiment's fiery red color and phoenix pattern, symbolizing the identity of the regiment. He is Rizzo, the oldest of the 7 still alive, and has fought in the war band for 400 years. He was supposed to participate in the final battle, but was forced to stay by the previous warband leader. The warband needs his experience to assist Martins. Reverend Rizzo, you finally came out. Did your prayers pay off? Yes. Warband leader. Rizzo's voice was tired, but also a little expectant. I got a more accurate revelation. The opportunity for the rebirth of the Phoenix is here. The priest's finger pointed on the star map. There is the Wrathful Owl star. Martins looked a little dazed. He searched his memory and could not remember anything special about this world. He could not help asking, "Are you sure you are not mistaken?" "I am sure," Rizzo said frankly. "The Emperor of God revealed that. The chance for the rebirth of the war group is there, and it should be with the governor of that planet." Martins paced left and right, and finally made a decision. "Okay, turn around, and we will go to the Wrathful Owl star." The revelation that Rizzo received was the only opportunity that Martins had been looking forward to in the past few months. Although he had never heard of anything special about the world of Wrathful Owl star. Since it was a revelation from the Emperor, he must be a powerful governor, and he might be willing to help the regiment complete its reconstruction. Chapter 52, Not a Big Beating. After activating the event Phoenix is Dying, Gu Hang still had 36 points of grace left. Not a small amount, but not enough. For a moment, he was itching to use this grace to draw cards. With a 40% chance of delivery, how could he not draw a card after 3 draws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But he didn't choose to do that in the end. He still wanted to upgrade. Waiting for the monthly fixed income to be paid, plus these 36 points, it would be enough. If I spend the gift now, I won't be able to level up in 2 days. In the end, he still suppressed the urge to draw cards. After Gu Hang finished working on various system functions, he also rested for a while, although his head still hurt a little. It was much better than when the battle just ended. This also made Gu Hang feel more at ease. It seemed that the situation of draining spiritual energy before was not serious and did not affect the Foundation. After leaving the infantry fighting vehicle, the work of cleaning the battlefield continued. The soldiers collected a large number of monster corpses, or body parts that were beaten to pieces, together. Because there were too many, they could not be loaded back all at once. so the remaining ones were piled together first, and they could be transported again later. These are the raw materials for the synthetic starch production line. In other places, corpse starch may be a derogatory term, but here in Guhang, it seems to be true. Although the hungry people in the wasteland may not care much about this, as long as they are not sick after eating it, or they don't have too big a problem. It is better than having nothing to eat. But Guhang still tried to hide the news. It was impossible to keep it secret completely, but he certainly would not actively publicize it. After all, it was not an honorable thing. Just when the troops were busy, Yin Fangxiu found him again. Seeing that the captain's nose was a little crooked, and there was a black bruise above his left eye, Guhang was stunned for a moment. How did you get hurt like this? This shouldn't be a wound caused by an abscess monster. Right? It's nothing. Oh! Looking at the embarrassed face of the captain, Guhang suddenly realized and remembered something he almost forgot before. You were beaten up by your old subordinates? Yin Fangxiu immediately became anxious. What do you mean by a beating? How can you say it is a beating? It's just, I accidentally lost 1 or 2 moves. It's not a beating. Ha ha! Guhang was amused. Yes, it's not a beating, it's just a small beating. Yin Fangxiu was speechless. He didn't want to talk to the governor anymore, but he couldn't help but feel itchy. Wincing, he couldn't help but say, that, Governor, this intensive training. He was a little embarrassed to fully express his request. He couldn't beat his old subordinates, and he had to come to the governor to ask for the special intensive training. He always felt a little embarrassed. Guhang patted Yin Fangxiu on the shoulder and said, how could I not agree to this request? But not now, you have greater potential, you deserve more severe and more valuable training. Yin Fangxiu's eyes lit up. Thank you. Governor. Don't thank me first, but I also want to say it in advance, there should be sacrifices for gains. Nothing in the world is without a price. If you want to receive a gift from me, you should be more loyal to me. Yin Fangxiu understood what Guhang meant, but he didn't dare to agree. He was a member of the Imperial Navy, and his future was still in the Sea of Stars. Would he have to switch to a planetary governor and work in the Planetary Defense Force? There is a gap. The Imperial military system is roughly divided into 3 parts: Imperial Navy, Imperial Star Army, Planetary Defense Force. The first 2 are directly under the Empire's military, with a relatively high status, and are theoretically directly under the command of the Imperial Central Government, and receive supplies provided by the Empire. The Planetary Defense Force, PDF, is only a planetary defense force, organized and led by the planetary governor. The Empire does not care about the training, equipment, and supplies of PDFs, but sometimes they will be recruited into the Astra Militarum, or used as imperial taxes, often in high-intensity interstellar wars. PDFs will be used as cannon fodder by the Empire's main forces. The Navy masters don't even look down on the big soldiers of the Astra Militarum. How can they look down on being a PDF? Comparing a captain of the Planetary Defense Force with a captain of the Imperial Navy, only an idiot would choose the former. But what if a general of the Planetary Defense Force is compared with a captain of the Navy? This is hard to say. A captain of the Marine Corps, such as Yin Fangxiu, and most he led a special marine company, with 100 men under him, and now he only has 30 men. But if he becomes a general, then he may become an important figure on this planet. But can he really become a general? If he agreed to the governorship, it would be like putting all his wealth on the line, and betting that the governor in front of him could win. Yin Fangxiu was a little afraid to bet. He was not a barefoot man, unlike the natives of the Angry Owl Star. Looking at Yin Fangxiu, who was in a dilemma, Guhang did not force him. He smiled and patted the other's shoulder, and said, don't worry, it's still early, you don't have to make a decision now. No matter what, you are my subordinate at this moment, and you all obey me. As for the future, I believe you will make a decision in the future. Yin Fangxiu breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Guhang with gratitude. Fortunately, the governor did not force him to make a choice at this moment. He was worried that he would make the wrong choice. Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want to see me about? It's indeed a serious matter. A troop from Fuxing City is approaching us. They don't seem to be hostile. The leader claims to be the grandson of Hodgson, the Speaker of the Alliance Parliament, and is here to protect the governor's safety. Guhang had a strange look on his face, and it was unclear whether his tone was mocking or sighing. The Alliance Council team, whether they have evil intentions, or they really want to protect me. They have come too late. What should we do now? Disperse them? No. Gu Heng waved his hand. It's over. I want to see what they mean. You take the 3rd Battalion up. Disarm them all. And then bring the people here. It just so happens that the battlefield needs more people to clean up. And I also want to meet the grandson of the council president to see what news he will bring me. Yes. Yin Fanxi went to work. He didn't let Gu Heng wait for long. Soon, he brought people. About 500 soldiers, with bare hands, began to clean up the battlefield honestly and carried the monster corpses with the soldiers under Gu Heng command. In addition, a young man in officer's uniform was brought to Gu Heng. Lambert Hodgson. Gu Heng read out his name. The young Lambert saluted Gu Heng and greeted loudly, Governor, hello. Why are you here? To protect the governor. You are here. Does your grandfather know? I am here on the orders of the Speaker of the Parliament. You came at a very good time. My battle is over, and the enemy has been eliminated. You should have come earlier. No matter what you want to do. Lambert said, I am sorry. Governor. We are late. I also understand your doubts. But please believe that we are here to protect you. My subordinates, and I will obey any of your orders unconditionally. Without regrets? Gu Heng smiled. Chapter 53, The Second Generation Governor. Gu Heng smiled. He walked forward and gave Lambert a big hug. I am willing to believe you. Welcome to join, young comrade. Lambert's statement was very sincere, but Gu Heng did not completely believe it. It's just that, this guy brought a group of people, he surrendered his weapons when asked to, and he worked when asked to work, so what else is there to worry about? Gu Heng didn't expect anything from them, and he wouldn't use them for important work, just clean up the battlefield, be a porter, who doesn't care who does it. Just use it. As for trust, it can't be expressed by words. With more time and more experiences, he will always show his true self. Moreover, this guy brought Gu Heng a bigger surprise. In addition to 500 armed soldiers, he followed him with more than 2,000 refugees. According to Lambert, these were recruited from outside the city when he set out. The reason why he did this was that he heard that a businessman named Dennison Henry had recruited refugees for the governor. I think the manpower shortage here is quite large. So when he set out, he did this once. Not only that, he also arranged people to carry out long-term migration propaganda outside Fuxing City. He spread the word that there would be good jobs, good treatment, and that people would be well fed and clothed and not starve to death. Wow! The young man is very sensible. Gu Heng was very happy. For this reason, he was embarrassed to scold even when he called old Hodgson. But there is really nothing to complain about. The attack should have nothing to do with them, at least there is no evidence to prove this. The attackers were the cultists, and the powerful storm magic made this clear. Moreover, before the attack, it was Hodgson who gave him a warning in advance. At the moment, old Hodgson also said that their investigation of the cult had made further progress. They captured 2 middle-level missionaries of the original Angry Owl sect, and learned that this cult organization was indeed secretly increasing its actions in Renaissance City, and that there might be a plan in progress. Following this line, there should be more gains. In addition to the cult issue that Gu Heng used to manipulate the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other aspects also made Gu Heng quite satisfied. Sending a grandson here, whether it is to serve him or to be a hostage, is itself a manifestation of attitude. In fact, he also made his attitude very clear. 500 soldiers and 2,000 refugees may not be a big deal. Hodgson has implicitly promised that in Fuxing City, he will act according to Gu Heng's instructions and cooperate with the governor. But Hodgson also said that he needed the governor to understand his difficulties. He is the Speaker of the Parliament, but he does not have the final say. Directly providing resources, promoting a certain law, replacing a certain member of Parliament, mobilizing troops on a large scale. These ultimately require the entire Parliament to discuss and form a resolution. Gu Heng did not force him on this matter. There is no point in forcing him. At present, Hodgson can be regarded as standing on his side. At least judging from his attitude, there is not much point in forcing him. On the contrary, Gu Heng still needs Hodgson to help him force those congressmen. This time, Gu Heng talked with Hodgson for a long time. From what he needed Hodgson to do, what support he needed to provide, how to push forward Gu Heng will step by step, what kind of situation the city of Renaissance would reach before Gu Heng would consider re-entering the city, and even slightly touched on what kind of policies and reforms he would implement after he entered the alliance and truly took over the power of the governor. How to make the entire planet pay taxes in 2 years while ensuring the planet's continued development. The conversation was not in depth, and most of the places were just a brief taste. After all, Gu Heng didn't completely trust the speaker who had said he would stand on his side. But being able to talk about these topics, and talking about such a wide range of topics, Gu Heng could be considered to have accepted the speaker to some extent. As for the present, Gu Heng did not plan to visit Fuxing City in the near future. The cult issue had not been resolved, and his safety was not guaranteed in Fuxing City. The power was not fully concentrated, and it would be difficult for him to exert his power there. His own strength had not been accumulated enough, and he would not be able to make his words final in Fuxing City. But that time would not be too far away. Fuxing City, inner city, somewhere in a private club. 3 big names who are considered famous in the entire alliance are gathering here. These 3 are all members of the alliance, and each of them has a large business in Fuxing City. However, their faces are very gloomy. Bradford said, "The recording, everyone has listened to it. Don't be silent, let's talk about your ideas." He is a business tycoon in Fuxing City. He doesn't have many businesses under his name, but he has strong business channels in the east, south, west and north. Many things produced by Renaissance City can only be sold through his channels. Things that Renaissance City does not produce need to be bought through his channels. In Renaissance City, a place with a commercial hub as its core, his status can be imagined. After Bradford finished speaking, the old man sitting next to him shook his head and said, "I still can't figure out why old Hodgson did this. Isn't he afraid of the recurrence of the second generation of governors? This man is called Norris, and his family is an industrial tycoon in Renaissance City. The companies under his control include food factories, chemical factories, textile factories and other important categories. And they are also involved in the medical industry. He and Wohan are important allies. After Wohan's death, the industry collapsed, which had a great impact on him. When he mentioned the situation of the second-generation governor, the faces of the other 2 became even gloomier. They all recalled that terrible era. 12 years ago, the second-generation governor came to the Angry Owl Star on a frigate. At that time, the alliance was still very powerful, although the structure was slightly loose. It was in line with the reality of the Angry Owl Star. The major forces would not say that they would obey orders, but at least they would respond to the various requirements of the alliance government. This was a solid foundation laid by a generation of governors. However, within just 6 years, this foundation almost collapsed. After the governor took office and took control of the governor's power, he did not take the path of recuperation and development as the previous governor did. He believed that the previous generation of governors had insufficient tax revenue because of their kindness and weakness. The natives of the Angry Owl Star were all disloyal people, and they needed to be whipped to pay taxes with the most severe attitude. He sat in this position for 6 years, and paid enough imperial taxes by extortion and coercion in the first 2 times. But his tyranny also caused turmoil that swept the entire world. The flames of rebellion were everywhere. Some forces left the alliance. Some forces secretly disobeyed. Some forces violently resisted. And some forces were tragically destroyed. The entire planet suffered a huge loss of population in 6 years. This loss included a large number of manpower being paid as imperial taxes, a large number of deaths due to turmoil, and people starving to death or freezing to death due to lack of supplies. The first governor's 17 years of recuperation on the Angry Owl Star were almost destroyed in an instant. The second-generation governor, naturally, could not support the third taxation, and died in the hands of the Imperial Taxation Department. Those 6 years were something that no one from Angry Owl Star wanted to live again, no matter if they were poor or rich. The last of the 3 stood up. He was a burly man, and he still wore camouflage uniforms when he met with friends. He was Mondok, a general of the Alliance. In Renaissance City, the 10,000 regular soldiers, the more than 20 planes, and the 70 tanks were all his subordinates in theory. Everything must be back on track. Old Hodgson's mistakes must be corrected. Parliamentary impeachment? I remember the next parliament will start in 4 days, but we may not succeed. Old Hodgson has been running for so many years, and has many supporters. It will take a long time for us to connect. No. Mondok rejected this statement. That's too slow. We need a faster way. The other 2 were stunned. They saw Mondok's slightly ferocious expression. Chapter 54. Activate this girl for me. The situation in Fuxing City is treacherous. Gu Heng can roughly guess a little. But he can't know it too clearly. He doesn't care too much. He is still squeezing the development progress of the entire territory. The reinforcement work of the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Battalion is continuing. And Gu Hang is also planning to recruit another infantry battalion. The new batch of refugees is an important source of soldiers. When there is a choice, Gu Hang has always tried to avoid the source of soldiers in a unit being too consistent. But now, the other groups under his command have been mobilized several times, and it is difficult to spare more manpower. So, Gu Hang simply spent 3 points of grace to complete the initial training of the 300 newly recruited soldiers, and then pulled out some veterans from the 2nd and 3rd battalions, and mixed them into the 4th battalion. So far, the total population under Gu Hang's command has reached 8,000 people, and there are 1,100 soldiers. The manpower gap is still large. However, the actions that Hodgson and his grandson had arranged before were gradually taking effect at this moment. In addition to the more than 2,000 refugees who came with Lambert in the past few days, there were refugees who came here with their families every day because they heard the propaganda about the governor's camp. This allowed the forces under Gu Hang to add dozens of people every day, and as many as 100 or 200 people. Although it didn't quench thirst, it was a good thing to have water to drink continuously. One smelting furnace after another was sent to the Waste Cave Society after being manufactured by the Black Box Mother Machine. Cart after car of hot ash stone, metal waste, and metal minerals were transported from the garbage town and sent to the smelting factory. The alloy plastic steel manufactured in the Waste Cave Society was partially sent to Renaissance City and sold through Denison Henry channels. Some of it was kept in the Waste Cave Society or made into armored vests, which were first used to supply the governor's newly recruited soldiers. But some of it was also sent to the garbage town for sale. The other part of the alloy plastic steel will enter the newly established G9 gun family workshop, be processed into various parts, and then be assembled again. The G9 gun family has gradually begun mass production in Gu Hang territory, and it is no longer like before. It can only rely on the mother machine to produce. The population of Phaidong society has now even exceeded that of the governor's camp. The heavy industry is simply a population black hole, as if it can eat up as many people as it puts in. In the governor's camp, the development of light industry is relatively slow. The textile factory and the synthetic starch factory have already started operation. However, the latter does not have enough machines. The technicians who have come down from the starship have not yet figured out how to make the synthetic starch machine based on the current industrial foundation. Currently, only 2 production lines are in operation. The former can absorb a lot of people. But according to the plan, the heavy industry in Phaidong has a higher priority in recruiting workers. The textile factory here can only recruit female workers, and even many female workers have gone to Phaidong. At the same time, the 2 places also have a great demand for construction workers. Factories need to be expanded. Residential buildings need to be expanded. And in addition to these, there are also shops, distribution centers, canteens, school buildings, administrative agencies. These all need to be built, and the corresponding facilities also need to be filled with population. Population, population, and population. The unemployment rate of Gu Hang forces is almost 0. This also means that every citizen who comes to the governor's camp is warmly welcomed. Factories, production lines, and heads of departments all scrambled to recruit people. Men went to factories. Women went to textile factories. Children were raised by the collective. There were educational institutions. And as long as the elderly could still walk, there would always be a job for them, even if it was just to free up another labor force. While the forces under his command were running as fast as clockwork, Gu Hang also ushered in the 2nd month of settlement after his arrival at Angry Owl Star. Current gift points, 88. Monthly fixed income, 56. Governor's temporary camp, 17/Terra month. Abandoned Cave Society, 39/Terra month. The monthly fixed income has been issued. Previously, he had 36 points of gift left to replenish the 2nd and 3rd battalions and to establish the 4th battalion. There are a total of 400 new soldiers to be trained, and 4 points of gift were spent. Adding the 56 points issued this month, the total is 88. The value of monthly income here quantitatively compares the development speed. Almost half a month ago, this number was still in the early 20s, but now it has more than doubled. This is already the limit of the current population size. To increase it further, the population must increase significantly and still maintain a very low unemployment rate and high production efficiency. Under this premise, Gu Heng looked at the hundreds of thousands of poor people outside Fuxing City and felt that it was a waste of resources. Under this population size, if everyone can be fully utilized, what a terrifying number it would be. Allowing them to be unemployed, hungry, and cold outside the city is a huge loss. However, speaking of the development of his own power, Gu Heng felt that his thinking had been expanded after meeting a person. That person was called Osina. It was after the battle in the alien forest that he found a person who could awaken into a hero in the hero interface. Gu Heng thought at first that this girl, who did not look like a warrior at all, might have some kind of psychic talent, and after activating it in the hero interface, she could awaken into a psychic. Psychic talent is rare in the human population. But after all, he has 8,000 people under his command. So it's not too much to have one of them. Right? But after seeing the real person, Gu Heng was a little disappointed at first. This girl didn't have psychic talent as he thought. As a psychic, he could tell. But after in-depth communication, and even understanding what this girl did after joining the textile factory and becoming a manager, Gu Heng found that he might have picked up a treasure that was no worse than a psychic. To be honest, there is nothing too surprising. Asuna did not improve any process. She just reorganized the work system of the entire factory according to her own ideas and trained several right-hand men to implement the system with her. Account records, work plans, incentive policies, results assessment, execution efficiency. When these things were implemented one by one, the management efficiency of the textile factory was effectively improved. The inevitable chaos and roughness in the process of rapid development of the territory have been effectively improved. This made Gu Heng realize that if there is really a limit, it seems that it has not been reached. Even if the population does not increase and the equipment does not increase, the establishment and continuous reform of the administrative management system can also improve productivity. The relationship between the economic base and the superstructure? Gu Heng thought about it in his head. To be honest, these jobs, these rules and regulations, these management policies, let Gu Heng do it himself. Of course, it will not be bad. But he is the governor, he is the ruler, he has to take charge of the military, politics and finances. It is unrealistic to ask him to handle every detail. Maybe it is okay now, but in the future, when his power becomes larger, it will be less and less likely for him to do so. He needs an efficient administrative system, bureaucrats, civil servants. These roles are indispensable. And this girl in front of him seems to be a good choice. Her potential, even recognized by the system. Then Gu Heng will not have too many other concerns. System, activate this girl for me. Chapter 55, Excellent Political Official. When Asuna left the governor's mansion, which was just a big house, she was still a little dizzy. When she first knew that the governor wanted to see her, she was quite nervous. She was originally a generous person, but after experiencing a few months of hardship, she became a bit of a wild cat, willing to fight and fight. But she was still nervous and at a loss. The hardships of the past few months were too unforgettable, so after arriving at the governor's camp, she lived a stable life again, without worrying about what to eat tomorrow, and without worrying about safety issues. She cherished it very much. She worked very hard. After entering the textile factory, she became a manager because she was the most literate. She did her best to put forward and implement her ideas according to her own ideas and experience, as well as the book she had read before the war. She thought she did a good job. But there were indeed some places that were not unorthodox, but at least different from other factories and units. Would the governor be angry about this? She met the governor with a trepidation. This was her first time to see the governor up close. She thought he should be a majestic man, but he was surprisingly young, not much older than herself. He had a handsome face, wearing a golden, gorgeous, straight military uniform, but his smile was quite easygoing. The governor first asked about her life and her past life experiences, and she answered them one by one. During the chat, her mood also eased a little. Later, they talked about her work in the textile factory and her thoughts. In addition to listening, she also raised some more in-depth questions and suggestions from time to time. Asuna felt that this exchange with the governor was very pleasant. She found that the governor was a good listener, and the occasional questions he asked were just right. At the same time, she also felt that some of the governor's insights were very profound, which gave her a lot of inspiration. She gained a lot. After the conversation, something she never expected happened. The governor mentioned that a new department would be established. called the production department, with the purpose of managing all factories under its jurisdiction, formulating production plans, and optimizing the system. And she would be promoted to the acting director of the production department. Osina was stunned. She first suspected that her ears were broken and she had misheard. After confirming that she was right, she began to doubt whether the governor's head was. Oh, she couldn't think like that. It was too disrespectful. But that's probably what it means. She is just a little white rabbit who knows nothing. How can she suddenly take on such an important job? Gu Heng did not give her the power to refuse. And she would not refuse. She felt panic and fear, and felt at a loss. If she was really a young lady a few months ago, she might really choose to escape because of fear, worrying that she would not do well. But now, after several months of suffering, she knows that any opportunity needs to be fought for by herself. The governor gave her an opportunity. She was fully aware of what this position and this job meant. She had no idea. But it didn't stop her from trying to convince herself that she had to try and change her fate. She couldn't let down the governor's opportunity. She had to live up to the governor's trust, so that she could hold her fate in her own hands. And it didn't seem like she really didn't have the ability to do it. In the past, she probably couldn't do it. But after talking with the governor this time, after she came out, she always felt her mind was churning. The governor's words just now seemed to have turned into some strange, huge, and useful knowledge. Many things that she couldn't figure out before, and didn't know how to do, now seem to be figured out, and can find the right way to deal with them. Many things that she thought were done well before, now can think of more appropriate ways to deal with them, which can make the results better. This situation she had already vaguely noticed when she was talking to the governor. He was not sure what it was, and he casually sighed. Then he saw the governor smiled a little strangely in her opinion. Normal situation. Perhaps this is the Emperor revelation. This is your revelation, she complimented. Gu Heng laughed and waved his hands at that time. Don't say that. I can't bear it. Activated hero, Osina, N. Level, LV1. Physique 4, Spirituality 5, Command 7, Politics 9. Features: excellent government official, good at statistics, arrangements, planning various political and economic affairs. Putting her in a suitable position can improve administrative efficiency. Politics +1. Looking at that N, Gu Heng looked a little strange. Above N, should there be RSR? It turns out that this is not a farming system, nor a war system, but a card drawing system. Right? There are also character development elements. So far, there have been 3 random functions in his system. Gu Heng complained in his heart. But being able to activate Osina is pretty good. It is even more valuable than activating Yen Fengshu. At present, Gu Heng's sphere of influence lacks population, but also lacks talents. The military aspect may be better. After all, there is a soldier card system that can provide training bonuses for the entire army. And Yen Fengshu is a serious captain of the Imperial Navy. Even if he is not activated as a hero, he still has excellent military command skills. To put it bluntly, he can make do with it. On the other hand, Gu Heng really does not have any suitable candidates for government affairs. Before this, he could only use his little follower Zhang Chao and Patel to coordinate the situation of the entire camp. This was very stressful for both of them. Zhang Chao did a sloppy job, which was not a big mistake. But this was only when Gu Heng did not have any more expectations of him. If there are further requirements, I am afraid Zhang Chao will not be able to bear it. In addition, the heavy industry group of Feidong Society is currently in charge of Patel, the former leader of Feidong Society. He is also learning while doing, and his past experience is far from enough to deal with the various problems that have emerged in the rapid development of Feidong Society's heavy industry. He works hard, but it is also very hard. Even if he is reluctant, it is difficult to really improve his own level to the necessary level. Now that he has Osina under his command, Gu Heng can be more assured in terms of government affairs. As for whether it would be a bit of a hassle to promote someone to such an important position so quickly, and there might be no more room for promotion in the future. This is possible. But Gu Heng can't care about that now. Let's solve the practical problems first. And the so-called way of employing people, let's put it aside for a while. Chapter 56, Draw a Card. Engine. In the matter of Asuna being activated as a hero, Gu Heng also discovered a hidden mechanism of the system. The people who can be activated as heroes seem not fixed. Asuna did not come to his camp for the first time, but after showing relatively outstanding abilities, she was detected by the system, and thus determined to be activated. After that, people like Patel, Zhang Chao, as their work experience grows, their own perception improves. Is it possible that their potential will increase, and they will become candidates for activation? Even Osina, who is rated as the lowest N-level rarity, is it possible that her potential will rise in the future? Gu Heng thinks it is very likely. The real world is not a game, and people will change. Those with outstanding talents may hurt Zhongyong, and those with poor talents may suddenly realize it one day. It is hard to say. After spending 10 points of grace on Osina, Gu Heng now has 78 points. Without a doubt, 50 points of them, he spent directly on himself. Upgrade. Upgraded successfully. Physical attribute increased by 1, spiritual attribute increased by 1. Please choose one of the 5 directions of physical, spiritual, commander, leader, unique, to generate new talents. Gu Heng tried to click on unique as usual, but it still didn't come out. In desperation, Gu Heng could only choose the previous route. What to choose? I have already thought about it. It is still the spiritual route. Telekinesis control. Now you can use spirituality to directly control physical objects. Spirituality +1. This spiritual talent is quite plain and simple. In Gu Heng memory, many psychics, their psychic talents are expressed in this way, which is quite normal. But normal does not mean weak. On the contrary, this is a very powerful talent, especially when the spiritual strength of the psychic is strong enough. It is a pity that a more powerful psychic talent is not drawn, but this result itself is not bad. From then on, his overall attributes became like this: Hero, Gu Heng, Camp Leader. LV3. Insufficient experience to upgrade. Constitution 9. Spirituality 17. Features: Psychic Caster. Governor of the Angry Owl Star. Talent: Protective Aura. Telekinesis Control. The attributes need to be mentioned in particular. Gu Heng has now figured it out. The average level of a healthy mortal is about 5. Take Osina as an example. The girl is a little thin, and her spirituality is no different from that of a normal person. She has good command ability, and can be a leader. It is a bit difficult to command a military, but it is not a big problem to manage logistics. Political attribute is the highest, more suitable as a high-quality government official. Gu Heng himself does not display the commander and political attribute points. It seems that the system is unwilling to quantify his abilities in these two aspects. In terms of the two objective abilities of physique and spirituality, he will increase 1 point for each level, and each point grows about 1.5 times. Now, his physical attributes, from strength to resistance to blows to nerve reaction speed, a series of abilities, combined, are about 5 times that of ordinary people. And his spiritual attribute is 129 times that of an ordinary person. If his total spiritual strength before can only be regarded as an excellent psychic, now he can be regarded as powerful. Who is not a psychic master? Gu Heng is still very satisfied with this. If he were to go back to a few days ago, the battle in the alien woodland would become extremely easy. When the 3 cultists rode the storm bird and flew out of the woodland, he could crush the 3 guys in midair. There was no need to wait until they reached a certain distance, as he did at that time, to interfere with the storm bird. And he also had to rely on the strengthened elite marines to help. In fact, he has almost understood it now. What kind of psychic talent is it? It is just the icing on the cake. The real decisive factor is the spiritual attribute itself. This determines the overall psychic strength. As long as it is high enough, even the most superficial means of use can be decisive at the critical moment. 1 force can defeat 10 skills, that's what it means. After completing the self-level upgrade, Gu Heng still has 28 points of gifts left to spend. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but took the technology card. This time, with a 40% chance, he hit the target with 1 shot. Gu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. If he missed 2 more times in a row, he would call the police. He couldn't wait to see what this newly drawn technology was. Basic technology, whetstone hybrid engine. The most frequently used engine within the unlimited territory of the Empire. It can flexibly use a variety of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries to provide power. It can be configured flexibly, and the size can be set. It is not advanced enough, nor powerful enough, but it is versatile enough. It can be seen in countless Imperial worlds. Gu Heng was very happy. All the technology cards he drew were good stuff. With the current awesome power under his command, it seems that anything he draws will be very powerful. But no matter what, the whetstone engine still has an irreplaceable role. As mentioned in the system introduction, this thing is not advanced at all, at least compared to those powerful engines that use material reactors, energy crystals, and supercompressed energy. It is far inferior. But if Gu Heng really had such a high-level engine, he would not be able to use it. He had no place to find enough qualified nuclear fuel. Nor could he mass-produce energy crystals, let alone supercompressed energy and spiritual energy. And even if he had these compatible high-level energy sources, they would be useless. These more powerful power sources are used in power armor, Titan mecha, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Gu Heng can't make anything. The low-end properties of the Dishi engine are just right. Its most outstanding feature is that it can drive any fuel. Put the whole battery on it, it can move, diesel, gasoline, kerosene, it can move, put some biofuel, put some firewood, crops on it, through pyrolysis, gasification, to produce liquid or gaseous fuel, it can still move. Moreover, it has a very wide range of applications. You can make a small one, earthen, sturdy and easy to use, make a three-wheeled vehicle, you can make a bigger one, the one with stronger power is used to make tanks, and then make a bigger one, and arrange it into a power group, it can drive a large cargo ship, make it lighter, higher quality, use high-quality fuel, it can be made into an aircraft engine. Very suitable. With it, Gu Heng engineering machinery and vehicle manufacturing industries have a place to go. He was thinking before that as the territory develops, the transportation volume will increase, and the cattle power he had seized while transporting the materials extorted from Fuxing City will become less and less sufficient. He was also thinking about where to get more cattle. Now, there is no need to worry about this problem. Who would use the backward animal power? At most, it can be used to make some use of the residual heat in some rugged terrains where cars can't run. Chapter 57. Curious engineers. It is not that having an engine does not mean you have a car or an engineering machine. Chassis, moving parts, suspension system, transmission system, body design, control system. To build a good car, there are many things needed besides the engine. However, the question of good or bad can be solved later. With a suitable power source, everything starts. To put it bluntly, take the entire frame of alloyed plastic steel, the entire transmission rod, and some wheels, and make a three-wheeled trampoline that can run, and pull a cart behind it. That is much better than using human or animal power. Now, the engine is ready. If we can extract some vehicles and engineering machinery designs later, the heavy industry in Gu Heng territory will be able to take another big step forward. Before that, Gu Heng plans to find someone to design a simple vehicle that can move, improve transportation efficiency, and export it. If the production is good, and the performance is good enough, we can make a three-wheel truck, and equip our troops. It will be a motorized infantry regiment at least. Gu Heng came to his secret base, where a basement was dug and a wall was built. The loyal and reliable robot soldiers received strict orders to stay here and not let anyone in. Of course, the governor could enter at will. Here, the two technologies extracted before, and the 4 black box manufacturing machines, were all there. In addition, a lot of open space was reserved. On the one hand, it was left for the 4 existing machines to feed materials and produce. And on the other hand, it was also convenient for placing more machines later. He configured the 2 new machines. There were also workers in this secret factory. The confidentiality level was high, and they were not allowed to leak any information. They were required to live in the factory, and were not allowed to go out without special circumstances. They would also be monitored when they went out. They poured the raw materials into the finished black box for producing engines. Soon, under Gu Heng initial settings, 2 engines, one large and one small, that met his requirements were produced. These 2 engines will be sent to the Research Institute and handed over to the technician who came down from the quintet to study. Anyway, there is no sign of conquering the self-produced synthetic starch production line, and it is a bit difficult to make it. There is no way. The industrial base and scientific research base under Gu Heng are all shabby. Even if it is a relatively basic technology in the scale of the entire imperial civilization, it is difficult to make it. This also indirectly proves how valuable the technological functions in Gu Heng's system are. To be frank, if Gu Heng wants to meet the biennial tax payment in the future, whether the things given by the technology panel can be used well will be the key. If Gu Heng had the ability to turn the angry owl star into a small forging world, then there would be no need to worry about the lowest level of imperial tax. Let's get back to the present. 2 finished products were first made with black boxes, and when the Research Institute has a specific application plan, more can be made. The black boxes of the production line are not in a hurry to start, and when the application plan can be implemented, then the full-scale production of engines will start. There is no need to rush for these. The person who was placed high hopes by Gu Heng, who was supposed to figure out how to overcome the technical difficulties of synthesizing starch for him, and who was supposed to come up with an application plan for the whetstone engine for him, was now scratching his head with a mechanical arm and calculating his secret factory. Wu Jiarong was really curious. She came from a forging world, was a technical specialist, and had the potential to be promoted to a mechanic. But the internal strife of the Mechanicus was much more serious than outsiders imagined. She lost the fight, not only failed to be promoted, but all her property and knowledge also became someone else's. She also lost her personal freedom, and was paid as an imperial tax. But since then, she can't say that her luck has turned, but at least the situation has not continued to be miserable. After all, she was a technical specialist, not a slave. When the Pegasus fleet needed reinforcements, she was thrown into the quintet and worked there for 10 years. She had already accepted her fate. After leaving the Forge world and the Mechanicus system, she was unlikely to have any room for improvement. Even on the quintet, there were more than one technical specialist, and there were even several technical priests. But it was difficult for her to be accepted as a student, and strive to be taken away from the starship in the future, and have the opportunity to develop again. In fact, after a long time, she still felt that there was nothing wrong with the current life. It was not too busy, no need to intrigue, and she could do her own thing and maintain her part of the starship structure, especially the logistics system. She still had a group of slaves and junior specialists under her, who obeyed her management and deployment. She herself, in addition to work, also had some free time, which she could use to study things that interested her and make some small toys, which was also quite entertaining. Life was not bad. Just when she had almost accepted her fate, a transfer order came from Brigadier General Yulixia, and she and several junior specialists were assigned to the production line and spare parts of synthetic starch and sent to the surface. The good days were over. That's what she thought. Wu Jiarong found that she couldn't accept her fate. As soon as she accepted her fate, fate would slap her in the face and slap her one level lower. See if you still accept it? 10 years ago, she didn't win the fight, gave up, and planned to consider promotion next time. But she was killed and became an imperial tax, and she could never go back. Now, she no longer struggles, and thinks it's good to spend the rest of her life on a starship. She even plans to find a man to marry, and have a baby before her body transformation reaches her belly. But she was exiled to the surface of the angry owl star. Anyway, there will always be a lower limit. But what can she do? She could only work hard and be patient. However, after arriving on the surface, she found that the situation was not as bad as she had imagined. She knew that Governor Gu had developed this place from scratch. The industrial base and scientific research base were almost zero. But other than that, everything else was good. She had no worries about food and clothing, and the food she ate was even better than on the starship. Although she had received the governor's order, she was studying how to use limited conditions to realize the synthetic starch technology, but she herself did not need to eat synthetic starch. According to the work point calculation method devised by the governor, her work points were quite high, and the rations were both of good quality. She could get the sun during the day and the night breeze at night. But there was no such thing on the starship. More importantly, she had found her long-lost goal again. This thing, although it sounds empty, actually means one thing: knowing what the meaning of what you do is. She saw the refugees from Renaissance City in the camp who were not getting enough food. To be honest, she did not have much sympathy for them. But through her own research, it was not a bad thing to be able to feed them. By then, she can see people's smiling faces. She can get praise from the governor. And she can know that her work is really changing something. Unlike on the starship, day after day, year after year, she can't see any clear work results. For those artillery, those machines, it seems that there is not much difference between daily maintenance and maintenance at intervals. Besides, the synthetic starch project given by the governor is also very interesting. It is challenging, but it seems to be within her ability. She is motivated to do a good job. In addition to motivation and goals, she also found another thing that has disappeared for a long time: curiosity. She is so curious about what happened to the governor's secret factory. Chapter 58. People really can't accept their fate. Is the power under Governor Gu Hang a real technological wasteland? Yes, but not completely. Most places are simple and backward. However, Wu Jiarong can see the best alloy plastic steel materials here. This does not refer to the alloy factory produced in the so-called abandoned cave society, but the special alloy that the governor specially sent to her. Other people don't realize it, just think that one of the two materials looks more beautiful and should be more useful, but if you go into more detail, you can't understand the specific difference. But she clearly understood that this alloy plastic steel could be considered a special material. Not to mention a broken place like Angry Owl Star. Many places with strong industrial bases could not produce this kind of special alloy plastic steel. Even in the casting world where she used to live, the output of this material was very low. Many times when doing some research or production work, it was very difficult to apply for or purchase this thing. She didn't believe that this was produced locally on Angry Owl Star. There must be some unknown secrets here. She had inquired about it, but she didn't dare to make a big fuss. She thought at first that the governor had already stockpiled a batch of high-performance materials when he came to this planet, but he just hadn't used them up yet. But later, when the G9 rifles began to appear, she knew that things were definitely not as simple as she thought. And now, the governor sent someone to send her 2 different specifications of the whetstone engine. This thing, the technical content is not particularly high. At the level of the entire Shanghai, it is not an advanced product. However, just like special alloy plastic steel, the most valuable thing is the craftsmanship value contained in it. Whetstone engines can be made everywhere, but it is the first time that Wu Jiarong has seen such a good one. It seems that someone has spent his entire life studying how to make a good engine that can only be used as a power source for 3-wheeled vehicles. It is outrageous. She had a bold idea in her mind. She couldn't sleep after thinking about it. Sometimes she felt that she was really fanciful, but sometimes she felt that it might be true, otherwise she couldn't think of any other explanation. How could a governor without real power, a mere wasteland planet, have such a thing as a black box manufacturing machine? If you say that Governor Gu family, the wealthy Gu family in the Tianma Star region, has collected one, then there is still a little possibility. Just a little bit. Is it possible that his family brought it to him? It doesn't seem very realistic. Wu Jiarong still couldn't figure it out, but she didn't dare to think about it any further. She would die. She even began to regret why she had inquired about the secret factory before. What should she do next? This restless state of mind continued until the next day, making her feel a little uneasy while working. Then, she heard a piece of news that made her even more shaken. What? The governor is coming? Yes. One of her apprentices, a junior specialist, didn't quite understand why the mentor looked like he was in trouble. What's wrong with that? Seeing the apprentice's confusion, Wu Jiarong had no intention of explaining. What did she say? Did she say that your mentor seemed to have guessed the governor's secret, and was now afraid that the governor was going to kill him? She could only prepare hastily. To be honest, the new topic given by the governor, which required her to come up with 2 solutions that could use 2 types of grindstone engines, one large and one small, was actually not difficult to do. With her level and excellent materials, it is very easy to make 2 kinds of cars that can run and work. However, the time is short, and she has been restless recently, so she has not done it properly. The governor is coming now. She has no choice but to say that she has not done anything recently. She should seize this time and cram for the final exam. Even if she can't come up with a design plan right away, at least when the governor asks about it later, she will have some ideas and a few pictures. It turns out that her preparations were valuable. When the governor arrived, she was able to talk freely, and she was able to take out the small parts she had just processed with tools, and she told her ideas in conjunction with the design drawings. She was a little hesitant at first, because she felt that this temporary thing was a little rough, and it could only run at best. But seeing the governor nodding his head, she gradually relaxed a little. I am still good enough, and the governor's requirements are not that high. Feeling relaxed, she could express her technical level to the governor more freely. This was the only thing she was proud of after coming to the Angry Owl Star. In the past, whether in the forging world or on the starship with technical priests, her technical level was not worth mentioning. only on the surface of the angry All-Star. She was unique. Seeing Governor Gu nodding his head and listening attentively, Wu Jiarong's mood became better and better. She even began to think that leaving the starship and coming to the surface was not a bad thing. No one here could suppress her. She was the most trusted technician by the governor. Of course, this was because no one could compete with her. But isn't this a good thing? Why should she get involved with a group of other technical masters when she can be the king and the leader? Just when she had this thought, Gu Hang spoke again. Commissioner Wu, I have another question. Governor, I can answer any questions you have. Wu Jiarong confidently took on the responsibility. Why are you so curious about the secret factory? Wu Jiarong felt like she was falling into an ice cave. She had only one thought. People really can't accept their fate. If she accepted her fate, she would have a bad ending. The thing she didn't want to face the most still happened. All of a sudden, she couldn't even remember the excuses she had been thinking about before. Facing the interrogation, seeing Wu Jiarong's face flushed, hesitating and not knowing what to say, Gu Hang smiled gently. Commissioner Wu, don't be so nervous. You have some guesses, right? Just speak out boldly. Hearing Gu Hang question, Wu Jiarong seemed to be deflated. Yes. In your secret factory, there is a black box manufacturing machine. Right? Yes. Gu Hang admitted with a smile. Wu Jiarong got the answer to her previous curious question and confirmed her guess. But in the current situation, she doesn't feel happy at all. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I would rather you didn't tell me this. You just need to tell a simple lie, and I will believe it. But it's not necessary. Right? Gu Hang stood up and looked out the window. Look here. 2 months ago, this was still a wasteland. Now, it looks like a town. You have also seen the Feidong society farther away. It is booming. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this doesn't seem like something a governor would do. But I am sure I am on the right track. I want to create a seed here, and finally let it take root and sprout in the entire Angry All-Star. In the future I envision, Angry All-Star will have the same powerful productivity as the Forge world, and the same living environment as the Garden world. At this point, Gu Hang turned his gaze back and looked at Wu Jiarong. Do you believe it? Chapter 59, From the Golden Age. Do you believe it? Wu Jiarong didn't believe it. Productivity comparable to that of the Forge world? That's possible. Living standards comparable to that of the Garden world. There are examples of this. But both at the same time? That's a joke. The Garden world has a beautiful environment, has abundant resources, people have a good quality of life, usually an administrative planet, or a trade hub planet. And the Forge world, the environment is usually not much better. The whole world will look like a huge factory. Countless people have to contribute sweat, even flesh and blood labor. Can these two things be easily merged? Among the countless stars in the entire empire, how many such examples can be found? Can the capital of the empire, Holy Terra, be as good as the governor said? I don't know. According to the propaganda, it can be, but she has never been there, has never seen it with her own eyes, and dare not believe it casually. She doesn't even believe that Holy Terra will be what the governor said, let alone this remote wasteland planet. Rationally, she thinks that the governor is just talking nonsense and making empty promises. That cake, it was big and round, but it was so far away and unreal that it was a little ridiculous. But emotionally, she could feel Governor Gu's lofty ambition. Ambition? Of course. Can't be eaten. She had the ambition to be promoted to a mechanic, or even to a technical priest, but in the end, didn't she pay it as imperial tax? But she felt that she could believe in Governor Gu's ambition. Belief that he has an ambition, and belief that this ambition can be realized, are two different things. But just by believing in the governor's ambition, she could probably imagine in her mind that her governor in the future should not be a person who only wants to eat and wait for death. Only wants to levy heavy taxes. Only wants to deal with the imperial taxes every 2 years. And enjoy the rest of the time. Then working under such a governor. It is probably a good opportunity that she has never had before. 10 years ago, she was in the Forge world. She thought she was talented, but she only wanted to be promoted to a mechanic. On the starship, her future was cut off. And she was thinking about finding a good man to marry and have children. And then eat and wait for death. One day she will be too old to retire. But it is very likely that before that, the quintet will be destroyed in a war. And all the people on board will become another part of space junk. Following a governor, becoming the most important technician under the governor. Her future achievements may not be just a mechanic or a mechanical priest. Perhaps she will have the opportunity to become a mechanical bishop. Or even, she dared not think any further, because it is too difficult to be promoted to a sage. Isn't it just as unrealistic as the governor's fantasy that the wrathful owl star can become a combination of the forge world and the garden world? All this is still far away, but not that far away. Indeed, the governor is now penniless, and the population under his direct jurisdiction is not even over 10,000. Even the governor's administrative power cannot be extended to the world. But then again, if the current governor is in power, would he still look down on a small technical specialist like me? I'm afraid he can easily recruit a bunch of more advanced experts. It is now the time to start, that we have the opportunity to help others in need, and the opportunity to grow as the governor continues to gain power. Moreover, the governor has a black box manufacturing machine in his hand. The value of this thing is extremely precious. Legend has it that they came from the distant Golden Age, when the empire had not yet been established, and it was almost impossible to verify. It is said that at that time, humans were the masters of the entire universe, and every human had dignity, could enjoy the best life, could follow their own interests, and engage in any industry at will. Or it didn't matter if they didn't work at all. The black box manufacturing machine was a product of that era, ensuring that humans could easily and quickly obtain products in any environment. As long as the interstellar colonists had a black box, they could quickly build a suitable home on a new barren planet. It was also thanks to the black box that humans could spread their footprints throughout the universe in the Golden Age and maintain a similar level of technology in each world. In today's era, the technology of the Empire is completely different from that of the Golden Age. Scientific research relies on archaeology. This statement is not a joke. A topic that the Forge world has been unable to solve for 100 years may be solved by discovering an ancient relic one day, getting a little hint from it, and solving the problem. In fact, many of the various technologies currently used by the Empire are restored by archaeology, and the level is less than 1% of that in the Golden Age. The precious Titan armor may have been just a vehicle driven by lumberjacks in the Golden Age. And the black box manufacturing machine is the most important thing for archaeology. I mean scientific research. This thing can directly produce finished products. And it also has extremely high research value. Although the 3 types of black boxes that Governor Gu currently has, the things they produce are already common in the Empire, and they have no value in themselves. After all, which normal world can't produce rifles, alloy plastic steel, and grindstone engines? However, the black box itself is of great value. The output is not that important. But the black box itself contains technology from the Golden Age, which is enough to drive the mechanical church crazy. Gu Heng listened carefully to Wu Jiarong's introduction of these situations. Some of them he knew from his memory, and some he didn't know. This information is very important, but it is not that important. According to Wu Jiarong, he basically gave up the idea of selling the black box manufacturing machine. In fact, it is not completely impossible to sell it. It takes effort for people to snatch it. Spending some money to buy it is not a less labor-saving approach. However, Gu Heng would not sell it. It was too dangerous, compared to the Mechanicus, which was extremely powerful throughout the Empire. He was just a small governor, which was nothing. What was more dangerous was that if he sold a few, wouldn't the Mechanicus keep an eye on him, intent on getting more, or want to know how he got the precious black box? As for the unimportant point, it was that the wrathful owl star was too remote and inconspicuous. What happened here was difficult to reach the ears of the Mechanicus. At present, the only interstellar communication of the entire angry owl star is with the quintet. If the news is not leaked to the sky, this matter will be regarded as nothing. Moreover, Gu Heng can't lose sight of the main point and not use the black box in his hand. He was careful before, but it was inevitable that some of it would be exposed. As long as it is used, there is no way. In the future, he will be more careful. At the same time, he also needs someone to help. Gu Heng looked at Wu Jiarong with expectation. Chapter 60, Technology Tree Planning. In today's communication with Wu Jiarong, what made him happy was the attitude of this female technician. Although she did not answer his previous question of whether to believe it or not, she expressed her attitude in the subsequent explanation. And at the end, this meaning was even more obvious. If the governor trusts me, I can enter the secret factory to work. It will be your R&D center, and all your technological output in the future will have a reasonable explanation. Wu Jiarong's attitude seemed humble. Gu Heng looked at her, with a smile on his face. Very good, I am very satisfied with your suggestion. I hope you can do everything you promised, and I will also guarantee that you can get what you want. Wu Jiarong's heart skipped a beat, but soon she calmed down. She was sure that Governor Gu understood what she meant. Entering the governor's secret factory to work, of course. In the future, all the special outputs can be pushed to her. In addition to the normal confidentiality mechanism, another illusion is created that there is a talented technical master working for the governor, in order to explain the output of the secret factory or the future Wu Jiarong Research Institute. In this way, if outsiders want to explore this secret, they must first break the confidentiality mechanism and means, and then see her, and then solve her, then they can get the secret of the black box. The security level is greatly increased. But at the same time, she can get more. She will become the governor's most important technical advisor. Even if more outstanding technical experts come in the future, she doesn't have to worry about her position being replaced. Even if she does nothing, there will be a steady stream of technical knowledge output in the future. Various technological achievements will be placed in her head, especially with the development of the governor's territory. More and better new technologies will appear in the future. She may really become a sage just by lying down. What's more, being able to study the black box, a technological creation of the golden age, at close range is something she could never imagine in the past. With her previous status, it was impossible for her to get access to such top-level research materials. She knew that she didn't have the ability to disassemble the black box and thoroughly study the contents. There were so many top sages in the entire Mechanicus who couldn't figure it out, and it was even more impossible for her, a small technical specialist, to understand it. But what if there was even a little bit of gain? A little bit of inspiration? Just a little bit of her. Maybe it could be equal to the results of her long-term research on technology in the past. Let's do it. The arrangement was made quickly. After Gu Heng left, Wu Jiarong immediately brought people, led by the governor's loyal mechanical servants, and moved into the secret factory. This place was renamed as a research institute. It was a pity that it was not renamed as Wu Jiarong Research Institute as she wished, but had no name at all. But she didn't care. She had seen a bright future, and her work motivation was fully boosted. She quickly produced the application plan of the whetstone engine that Gu Heng wanted. It was not a shoddy thing made just to deal with the governor that day, but a serious one, made with great effort. It was still not advanced, and it would be difficult for her to be too advanced. However, the governor did not require it to be advanced, but to have sufficient reliability and relatively low difficulty in mass production. In these aspects, she has already done her best. She believes that as long as there are people at the same level of technical specialists, no one can do better than her. After all, she almost became a mechanic, but failed to get promoted because of the failure of the struggle. She always felt that her real level had reached the level of a mechanic, and what she took out was not just a simple design drawing, but also included 2 samples. A 3-wheeled vehicle with a cargo box that could carry 3 people, and there was space for a machine gun on the side cargo box. A military 3-wheeled vehicle came out just like that. The larger engine was used to build a large truck head. It was also adapted to various types of truck bed, compartment, and flatbed, which could be hung behind the truck head. It could be used to transport goods or as a troop transport truck. After seeing the finished product and even trying to drive it himself, Gu Heng was very satisfied with Wu Jiarong's work. He decided on the model names for the 2 vehicles. The 3-wheeled vehicle was named Patrol Hunter, XL100. The truck head was named Iron Bull, RN100. These 2 types of vehicles will certainly continue to evolve in the future. Wu Jiarong has already worked out their large-scale mass production plan, and the subsequent related work will also be handed over to Feidong Society. The alloy plastic steel processing plant will undertake the production of some spare parts, and a new car factory will be built, with the process and production line guided by Wu Jiarong, and mass production will begin. The engine field is not in a hurry, and the mother machine black box can directly pull out the production lines of 2 different specifications of the grinding stone engine. There is no need to rush to do it now. It is not useful for the time being. The speed of making cars is not enough. If too many engines are made, they will just sit there and collect dust. After that, Wu Jiarong continued to talk and told Gu Heng a lot about what she planned to do later. Study the black box, improve the technical level as much as possible without disassembling it, perfect the theory, research the various products of the black box, These are her own cultivation, so I won't say more. In addition, she will also make the work of the research institute worthy of its name. Later, she plans to work on the research and development of propellant and shells. This should be easy to do. On the production line of the G9 gun family, there is of course a production process for bullets. Propellant is also a key link. However, the production line made by the black box is purely for the G9 gun family, and is not suitable for use on guns. But since the production process is ready, with Wu Jiarong ability, it is also appropriate to take out the production of propellant separately, and specialize in production. With the production of warheads and warheads, subsequent artillery shells can also be produced by ourselves. Gu Heng does not have to worry too much about running out of mortar shells, and his mortar becoming an empty shell. It is not just mortar shells, but also rockets. With the production capacity of artillery shells, artillery should also be put on the agenda. Different from mortars, according to Wu Jiarong design, she will make a serious, large-caliber artillery. Artillery is the god of war. She envisioned a 155mm howitzer. The technology is still adapted to local conditions, with toughness, durability, high reliability, and simple and easy to implement technology as the core. Of course, this may also affect the accuracy, but it is not a big deal. This is in line with the governor's idea of first solve the problem of existence, then solve the problem of quality. In addition, rocket launchers that can be used by individual soldiers, and rocket pods that can fire continuously will also be put on the agenda. At that time, it will be matched with the Iron Bull truck, and at most some improved models will be made. And there will be rocket pod launchers, towed artillery, and even self-propelled artillery, and other heavy firepower equipment. Chapter 61, Let Them Come. Wu Jiarong is a treasure. She can make Gu Heng black box technology become explainable. In fact, the black box technology he has extracted so far is originally low-end stuff. It is not incredible that a technical specialist, or even a mechanic, can come up with these. In addition, it can bring more technological products to Gu Heng subordinates in addition to black box technology. Climbing the technology tree, relying on system black technology alone is not enough. Of course, the so-called technology tree is not just military technology. Further development of non-military factory technology is also needed. Wu Jiarong is not capable of transforming the mature production line produced by black box technology, such as the alloy plastic steel production line. However, such as the hot limestone generator set, the textile machine of the textile factory, the cement factory, the brick factory. Most of these are production technologies introduced from other places in Angry Owl Star. In her eyes, there is still a lot of room for improvement. However, Wu Jiarong is not a jack of all trades. If all these R&D tasks were scheduled, her workload for a long time would be full. This female technician was quite regretful, as if she was eager to help the governor complete the technical upgrade of the entire camp in a very short time. This made Gu Heng sigh in his heart. As expected, for human beings, if they want to play their value, subjective initiative is the most important. Relying only on duties and slavery, production efficiency and production capacity are very weak. Once a person really wants to do something and regards it as realizing his own value and goals, he can often release huge energy. This energy is the core of changing the world. After Wu Jiarong returned to her heart and showed a very positive attitude, there was new movement in Gu Heng's system panel. When he checked the hero interface, he found that Wu Jiarong's name appeared among the activatable heroes. This was what he expected. After determining that the hero function would have new activation options as people grow up. After talking with Wu Jiarong and looking at her subsequent performance, Gu Heng was able to roughly determine that this guy should still have potential. In fact, she is a talented person. 10 years ago, when she was still young, she was already able to challenge the rank of mechanic. At that time, she was only in her early 20s, a female technician with no background. And it was impossible for her to get to this point without hard work and poor talent. If everything goes smoothly, it would be a bit wishful thinking for this guy to be promoted to bishop in his lifetime. But becoming a technical priest, or even a machine soul priest, would not be a problem. However, her life was not smooth, and she could not develop to such an extreme. So she wasted 10 years on the quintet. Now, she is here with Gu Heng, and has found a new way and a chance to go further. Although it is very unconventional, it is enough to cheer her up and strive for progress. It is normal for such a person to be recognized as a potential person by the system. Gu Heng casually gave the remaining 10 points of grace to Wu Jiarong. Activated Hero, Wu Jiarong, in. Level, LV2. Physique 6. Spirituality 8. Command 5. Politics 3. Technology 11. Features. Former technical genius. She was once a technical genius. But the years have worn away her talent. She may continue to sink. But she may also rise again and find her former spirituality. Technology +1. When Wu Jiarong was activated, he was already LV2. I think this is because of his past experience as a technical specialist, which made him recognized as a LV2 hero by the system. As for the activation fee, it is still a fixed 10 points. I don't know if activating a higher level person to become a hero will consume more grace points. Another difference is that, compared to Asuna, Wu Jiarong has one more attribute point, technology. As the name suggests, it should represent her technical level. This guy. Political points are only 3, which is much lower than normal people. No wonder he can't survive in a place like the Mechanicus where there is a lot of internal fighting. No wonder he was so naive to directly find out the information of the secret factory before. And he didn't know how to cover it up. And he was just panicking. But it doesn't matter. Gu Heng made her a hero. Not to make her do political work. As long as the technical points are enough, he can develop and improve more technology. That's enough. After activating Wu Jiarong, Gu Heng now only has 8 gift points left. Looking at Yin Fanqiu and Prabhav, who are still waiting to be activated in the hero interface. Next time for sure. Gu Heng felt relieved about the scientific research work and turned his attention back to the productivity construction of the camp. As a result, he found that Osina did a good job. With a population of nearly 10,000 in the camp, and a population increase of dozens or hundreds every day, and a shortage of manpower in various places, and various affairs to be handled, she was still able to arrange things in a general way. Very good. Make this girl a hero, let her take on a bigger responsibility, it was really a good choice. Zhang Chao didn't seem to have much ambition. After having Osina to help him, Gu Heng even observed the boy and found that he was not unhappy about Osina's decentralization, but was a little happier because of the reduced workload. Gu Heng didn't know whether he should be glad that there was no sign of infighting among his subordinates, or complain that his little follower was useless. But overall, Gu Heng was still very satisfied. With the help of Asuna, he was able to put his mind at ease and spare some energy to do other things. Instead of spending a lot of time dealing with various government affairs every day like before. With the energy saved, he could further focus on his next strategy, which is Renaissance City. With the help of Alliance Speaker Hodgson, Gu Heng felt that his previous plan to control the entire Renaissance City could be pushed forward a little faster. But just as he was modifying his plan, he received a communication request from Yilicia Fofana. The female captain gave him a message that surprised him. Gu Heng, do you know the Phoenix Regiment? Upon hearing this question, Gu Heng's first reaction was, the event he activated before has already begun? How long has it been? The regiment came so quickly. As for the question asked by Yilicia, Gu Heng felt that he should answer it carefully, saying that he knows them, or that he doesn't. Doesn't seem right? So he asked back, Brigadier General Yilicia, do you know what the Phoenix Regiment is like? Yilicia didn't think too much about it. She pondered for a moment, showing hesitation, but still gave Gu Heng a warning. Their situation is very complicated. Yilicia still didn't explain it in detail, but the general idea was, 100 years ago, they were sentenced to the Expedition of Atonement. They should have perished. They shouldn't have survived. Now, they hold on. Some people will have a headache. I won't give you any advice, just treat it with caution. After a pause, she continued, they asked to land on the surface to see you. I can't stop them, but if you need it, I can try. Gu Heng thought for a while, still said, no, let them come. Chapter 62, all very disappointed. Each Space Marine chapter is a powerful force. If fully staffed, they would not only have 1,000 top warriors, but also a fleet, and hundreds of thousands, or even millions of well-equipped mortal auxiliary troops. The Empire would establish such chapters one after another, to garrison certain important worlds, and when necessary, send them to a key battlefield in the Starry Sea, to play a decisive role. The Phoenix Regiment has cleansed itself of its sins. Logically, the Empire should support their reconstruction. With one more regiment, It might be able to ensure the stability of one or even several star regions. But the Empire did not do so. Gu Heng cannot control the higher-level game now. But as Yi Lixia warned, there must be trouble with the Phoenix Regiment. When Yi Lixia said, if Gu Heng needs it, she can stop it, she meant that she would not be willing to intercept a Space Marine regiment directly, even if it was a remnant, as it would cause a lot of trouble. But if Gu Heng is willing to take the blame, and he, the planetary governor, initiates the request, then she can take the risk to help. It is already good enough to be able to do this. Gu Heng knows that she is well-intentioned, including her help, including her warning. It seems that this female captain, unconsciously, has begun to be willing to regard Gu Heng as an ally. This is a good sign. However, Gu Heng still rejected Yi Lixia's kindness. What's the point of intercepting these space warriors? For the time being, Gu Heng didn't plan to give up this activated event chain. He really coveted that remnant regiment. No matter how weak the Phoenix Regiment is now, it is still a regiment. If he can get their help, then he will have no obstacles in sweeping across the entire Wrathful Owl Star. Starships are awesome, but no matter how awesome they are, they can only bombard from the sky. Yi Lixia can't send troops down for land battle. Even if it's a real land battle, her Marines are useless. Orbital bombardment, that is a strategic deterrent nuclear weapon, will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. As for intimidation, hasn't Gu Heng been using it for the past month? Otherwise, the Fuxing city government would not be so obedient, giving them supplies when asked, and going to such lengths to investigate the cult and give an explanation, and even Hodgson, the chairman of the Alliance Parliament, voted for it. How can the title of governor be enough? All the previous governors had titles, but they were all doomed. Right? Disobeying orders is a low-level trick, deceiving superiors and subordinates, actually obeying orders, but not implementing them, concealing actual information. Without your own power, you will be fooled around by the time, and you may even think that everything is under control. The indigenous leaders seem to be quite obedient, doing their best, and the progress of collecting imperial taxes is also going well. Before the tax collector came, I thought the warehouse was full of quotas, and ordered several waves of people to check, and there was no problem. But on the eve of paying taxes, I found out, oh no, the amount is not enough. Gu Heng didn't want this to happen, and deterrence alone was not enough. He had to be on the ground, have real power, subordinates who would definitely obey him, and reliable military force. He could ensure that others could not deceive him, and those who disobeyed orders would be suppressed forcefully. And the suppression method could not be destructive, like orbital bombing. The angry Owl Star was already very bad. And if they really used naval guns to bombard Fuxing City, they would really not be able to pay taxes. The Phoenix was just such a conventional force. With the help of the Space Marines, Gu Heng could make sure that person died when he made the judgment, without having to destroy a city with orbital bombing just to kill a few people. However, when he really saw the Phoenix Regiment, he was still shocked. A few hours later, he stood at the landing field, watching the sky fall. It was the burning feather. A ship. Well, it can't be called a starship. It can only be called a spaceship. It was too small. When he first learned that the regiment was planning to land their spaceship directly on the ground, Gu Heng was shocked, fearing that there would be no place to put it. In his impression, even if it was a frigate, there would be thousands of crew members on it, and it would be a huge thing when it landed on the ground. But now, it's just this. It's only 1 or 2 circles larger than the transport ship on the quintet responsible for communicating with the ground. No, it's a remnant. But can it be so remnant that it doesn't even have a starship? Space Marines? That's it? Could it be a vanguard? When the hatch opened, Gu Heng first saw a figure who was much stronger and taller than a normal person, wearing a bright red power armor with white trim, holding a bolter, walking out of the hatch of the spacecraft. He took heavy steps, and each step was extremely majestic. His power armor was not bright and beautiful, and there were slight signs of damage in many places. But this symbolized that he was a veteran who had survived many battles, and the number of people who died at his hands, monsters, alien, traitors, was countless. Under his bright red helmet, his cold eyes stared at Gu Heng. Gu Heng felt a bone-chilling chill. Is this what you call murderous intent? He was not afraid, but rather felt a little excited. Seeing the Space Marines for the first time, Gu Heng felt that they lived up to their reputations. They were indeed powerful warriors, whose reputations were widely spread throughout the universe. He watched one Space Marine after another walk out of the hatch, and his expression became more and more satisfied. Then, his satisfaction came to an abrupt end. 7 people came out, and there was nothing behind them. Just 7? No. What kind of a battle group are 7 people? They can't even form a tactical team. He knew that this was a dying battle group. But, to be in such a mess. It was too dying. Wasn't it? Gu Hang was a little disappointed. Martins was a little disappointed. He came out at the end of the team, and saw the governor who came to greet him. He knew that was Gu Hang, the person he wanted to meet on this trip. The light that Pastor Rizzo had foreseen. The one who might save the battle group. On the way here, he had originally dreamed that the Wrathful Owl was a rich planet, or a developed forging world. The governor here had a strong power, and would be very friendly to the war group, willing to help the war group rebuild. But, things didn't seem to be what he thought. The governor in front of him was too ordinary. Wasn't he? He was neither tall nor strong. Except that he looked pretty good. He looked like an ordinary mortal. Of course, Martins could feel the psychic reaction from the governor, which was not weak. But that was only relative to ordinary mortals. That little bit of psychic power cannot pose a threat to him or any of his fighting brothers. The power armor they wear has a certain anti-psychic effect. Their own bodies transformed by gene seeds, and their strong mental will, cannot be shaken by ordinary psychics. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that they can kill Gu Hang like pinching a chicken. It is more appropriate to say that it is like a strong man strangling a wolf dog. Of course, comparing a mortal with the angel of death is too harsh. The strength of a planetary governor does not lie in his personal strength. But, look at this planet. Look at this. Martins doesn't know whether to describe it as a town or a camp. The ruling core of this governor is like this. Chapter 63, What can be used to save? It is hard to say whether the first meeting between Gu Hang and Martins was good or bad. To say it was good, they were both disappointed. But to say it was bad, they both put away their disappointment at the same time, and their communication was quite smooth. The governor's expression always kept smiling, making people feel like spring breeze. Martins and his space warriors always kept cold and stern expressions, but this was their style. They had always been like this. Gu Hang was like this because he had calmed down. The Phoenix Regiment was much more destitute than he had imagined, which certainly disappointed him. But even if there were only 7 of them, they were still 7 extremely strong men. He even wondered if he had more than 1,000 soldiers under his command. Plus, he was a psychic. Could they defeat these 7 together? Very slim. What else could he say? These 7 Space Marines were still a decisive force. Moreover, if this regiment is not that badly damaged, with only 100 or so people, 1 or 2 large starships, and a large group of mortal auxiliary troops, what will he do? By then, he might be the governor and be set up by the regiment commander, and he would be lucky to be the logistics manager. On the contrary, if it is like this, the chance is greater. In comparison, Gu Hang is more curious about the attitude of the Phoenix Regiment commander, who calls himself Martins. The content of their conversation, to put it nicely, is to get to know each other. To put it bluntly, is just nonsense. Anyway, what they talked about at this time are all meaningless topics. Why, even though this war captain had a stern face, he still kept talking to him patiently about these trivial things? Even when he asked about some of their past experiences, Gu Hang could feel that this war captain Martins was resisting in his heart, and seemed not to want to answer such questions. However, just when Gu Hang felt that his question was a bit rash, he heard this war captain Martins, following Gu Hang words, talking about their circumstances and battles over the years. This is a bit strange. These Emperor Angels of Death, generally speaking, are not talkative. It's not that they don't know how to chat, but they usually separate themselves from the so-called mortals. They always think that they are the descendants of the Emperor, inheriting the Emperor genes, the Emperor Angels, although they come from humans, but they are beyond humans. Among them, some are friendly to mortals, some are cruel to mortals, some ignore mortals. But no matter what attitude, even if it is well-intentioned, it is the kindness from above, the charity of angels to mortals. Under normal circumstances, if I talk about something that makes the chapter master unhappy, I don't say that he will be furious, but at least he will frown, refuse to answer or change the subject, which is also normal. He answered with his nose pinched, which seems to show a certain attitude of the chapter master. Why is that? I have a request of you. Could it be that you also have a request of me? What do you ask for? Gu Hang recalled the words in the description of the event. A space marine chapter that is about to be destroyed, has ended the Centennial Atonement Expedition, is approaching the wrathful Owl Star, and it seems that they are looking for redemption and hope here. It is about to be destroyed, looking for redemption and hope. Oh, you want to rebuild the chapter, you need my help. Right? But why me? I am penniless, I don't look like I can help you rebuild the regiment. Right? Is it the system's function again? The system made you believe that I can help you? The key is that the system didn't tell me how to help. Gu Hang smiled, sincerely and dignifiedly communicated with Martins, but he was panicking. However, as they talked, Gu Hang slowly let go of these thoughts, gradually became fascinated by what Martin said. Martin's narration was not systematic. He just told a few fragments of the missions they had carried out during the Atonement Expedition. But, carrying out boarding missions on the starry battlefield with artillery fire, beheading generals and seizing ships, marching deep into the enemy camp alone, destroying heavy firepower positions, charging into enemy nests, eliminating the heretics and traitors entrenched in them, facing huge alien beasts, and cutting off their heads. Those achievements sounded too legendary. Gu Hang sighed deeply and said, Captain Martins, your experience is so touching. No matter what others think. At least I think that no matter what you have done, no matter how big a sin you have committed, you have redeemed yourself now. And the Emperor will never blame you again. You are great heroes. And you should not wander aimlessly in the sea of stars. After a pause, Gu Hang continued, although the conditions here are not very good. If you don't mind, I am willing to provide a place for the Phoenix Regiment to stay. You can rest here at any time and get supplies. I know that this may sound a bit arrogant, but if you are willing, Wrathful Owl Star is also willing to be your second home. My door is always open to you. At this point, Gu Hang had turned around and faced the war captain, who was much taller than him. When they looked at each other, he looked calm, sincere, and enthusiastic. But Martins hesitated. As an angel of the Emperor, he avoided the gaze of a mortal. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Governor. But I need to think about it again. In the camp, Gu Hang has sent people to temporarily clear out a house for the Phoenix Corps to live in. They are too tall, looking like 7 little giants. The house, built according to normal human needs, is a bit low and cramped for them. But there is no other way with this condition. Fortunately, they did not make too many requirements for living conditions. Although it was theoretically a safe environment, none of the 7 warriors took off their armor, and at most they just took off their helmets. They were sitting together at this moment. A bald, square-faced warrior with 3 golden service nails on his forehead said in a muffled voice, Captain Martins, I don't understand why you were so polite to that mortal just now. Brother Schneider, we all fight for the Emperor. We are all the people of the Emperor. We should not be too arrogant. We should have the most basic respect for a planetary governor. But I don't think so. Chapter Master, do you still think this mortal is the hope of saving the chapter? A mortal. A governor of a ruined world. Who can't even control his planet. What ability does he have to help us rebuild the entire chapter? We are just wasting our time here. Schneider's attitude was not respectful. He touched the service nail on his forehead, which was his pride. 1 golden service nail represents a space marine's 100 years of service for the chapter. 3 represents that he is a 300-year veteran. He has always believed that he is more qualified for the position of chapter master than the younger Martins. But the previous chapter master, he gave the important task to Martins. He wished that he could fight to the death with the chapter master at that time, which would be better than being led by Martins now. Of course, he is actually more unwilling to be confused now, not knowing what to do. He knew that the Phoenix Regiment now had no room for power struggles, and they needed unity. Although he did not recognize Martins as the regiment leader, he would obey orders unconditionally, as this was his duty as a warrior. However, before the order was issued, when things were still under discussion, he would not be polite. He would be straightforward and ask what he thought without hesitation. And he also believed that this doubt was not only in his heart, but also in the hearts of other fighting brothers. Chapter 64. Fighting for a New Life. Facing the doubts of his battle brothers, Martin sighed deeply. The face of this warband leader, who should have been resolute at all times, showed fatigue and confusion. We have no choice. This sentence made the others depressed. Bald Schneider continued to speak. We came here, seeing the situation here, now we should know that we are in the wrong place. We should not waste precious time here. We should return to the Starry Sea and look for new hope. Another soldier spoke up. How should we find it? Keep wandering? Wander until the fuel of the burning feather runs out. We can't even find a planet willing to supply us normally. Should we go and rob like those pirate traders? Schneider was choked for a moment, and he also recalled the dilemma of the past few months. But he quickly retorted, "What's the point of being here? That mortal is willing to help us with supplies, but he doesn't even have a bullet for his grenade launcher." Phoenixes rarely quarrel like this. They all understand that they are brothers and family members. But the uncertain future still makes it impossible for them to maintain a good attitude forever. Now is not the time to fight. Although the current situation is more life and death than a fierce battle. At this time, they need a correct direction more. Martins did not stop the brothers from quarreling. He knew that this happened, partly because of his lack of prestige. But even he himself was confused now, not knowing whether to accept Governor Gu Heng's invitation. So how could he stop the quarrel? The one who finally stood out was the oldest in the regiment, and the one with the most special status, Reverend Rizzo. The chaplain's power armor was painted differently from the other 6 battle brothers. It was no longer red, but mainly black, with only a bright red flaming phoenix pattern on the shoulder. The chaplain took off his helmet, and his face looked a little old. Half of his beard and his hair were already gray. Space Marines have a very long lifespan, and it is not even known that any angel of death died of old age. But this does not mean that Space Marines will not age. Time is the sharpest knife, and it can always cut marks on the face and the body. The priest said, "Stop the meaningless argument." After he spoke, the battle brothers really shut up. As a priest, and the oldest person in the chapter, his words carry more weight than the chapter leader. But after Rizzo stopped the quarrel, he did not say anything more, but cast his eyes on Martins, and said, "Chapter leader, you need to shoulder the responsibility of the entire chapter, and this matter should be decided by you." Martins hesitated. He understood that Rizzo was speaking in support of him. In the debate just now, he was unable to make a decision, and could not even stop the debate from continuing. This was a loss of prestige for his warband leader. But knowing all this did not mean that he really knew what to do next. He looked back at Pastor Rizzo and asked, "You said you got a revelation? This Governor Gu has the hope of rebuilding the war band. But how can he help us rebuild the regiment?" Rizzo shook his head and said, "You shouldn't ask me this question. The revelation did not give me the answer. But the person who received the revelation is in this town. Why don't you ask him in person?" Martin sighed deeply and said, "Okay, then I go now." Watching the regiment commander walk out of the house, the bald Schneider said, "Our regiment commander is too indecisive. Perhaps it's because the responsibility he shoulders is too great. So he has to be cautious. That shouldn't be the case." Schneider still seemed a little dissatisfied. "I don't have to leave here. But at least we need a firm goal. And then firm action. And we can't hesitate here." The months of drifting in the Sea of Stars were also terrible. "I hate this uncertainty. Warriors shouldn't be like this." Facing the questions raised by the returning Captain Martins, Gu Heng was a little stumped. "How can I help you rebuild your war band? You ask me, how the hell do I know? If I say I have no way, you won't suddenly get angry and shoot me with a bolter, right?" He was panicking, but his face was calm. He said, "Captain Martins, you suddenly asked me this question. I don't know how to answer." Hearing what Gu Heng said, Martins also felt a little disappointed. "No wonder, I don't even know how to rebuild the war band. So what answer can I get from asking a mortal?" But at this time, Gu Xing continued to speak, "But, Captain Martins, please forgive me for being blunt. You are confused now. Which is indeed a bit wrong. Rebuilding the regiment is a grand and difficult plan. When you think about how to get it done in one step and want to get a definite answer, you will certainly feel that you have no idea where to start. And there is little hope. And these things will turn into thousands of difficulties and stand in front of you. Why don't we break down this huge plan into small achievable goals? And then do it step by step?" Martins would not sigh in front of Gu Heng. He just said, "I understand these principles." But Gu Heng shook his head and waved his hands to stop Martins from continuing. He was trying to take the initiative in the topic. "Since you asked me, why not listen to my ideas? Captain Martins, in your opinion, what do you need to rebuild the regiment?" Martin's train of thought was diverted. He followed Gu Heng's idea and thought about it. He said, "I need enough manpower and material resources to build the basic strength of the war group, including logistical supplies and a large number of mortal auxiliary troops." "Very good," Gu Heng said with a smile. "This seems to be a more specific question. Let me try to answer it. The manpower and material resources you need can be provided by the Angry Owl Star in the future. Our planetary defense army can act as an auxiliary force of the war group. And the entire planet can also provide a large amount of manpower and material resources to provide logistical support for the war group. From the maintenance of power armor to the replenishment of war materials. It can be done. Martins was a little confused, even if I believe you. But as far as I know, although you are the planetary governor, you have not yet taken control of this planet. The manpower and material resources you can mobilize are limited. The production capacity of the entire planet is also questionable. You can't even produce a bomb. Ha ha. Gu Heng, who was questioned, was not embarrassed, but laughed. Yes, Captain Martins, you are right. But I have a plan. In the future, I will turn the Wrathful Owl into a forging world. I can provide everything the chapter needs. I don't ask whether you believe in my plan or not. It doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not. I only ask you, are you and your chapter willing to fight for the rebirth of the chapter? Chapter 65, for the Emperor. Is the chapter willing to fight for the rebirth of the chapter? Martins didn't even have to think about this question. This is as it should be. But how could he be so easily fooled by Gu Heng words? Of course we will fight for the revival of the chapter, even if it costs our lives. But I must confirm that our fight is indeed for the rebirth of the chapter, not for the power of some people. They are the same, Gu Heng said. I will be frank with you on this issue. Of course, what I do is not all for the Phoenix Regiment. I was ordered to come to this wasteland planet in times of crisis to develop and strengthen it. But, aren't our goals the same? I think there are three major factors for the reconstruction of the Phoenix. First, it is manpower and material resources. You need to be equipped with a large number of auxiliary troops and sufficient logistical support. Second, you need a regiment fleet. Third, the 7 angels are far from a regiment. You need to recover your vitality and add enough fighting brothers. Third, I can't help you. But first. Second, as long as Wrathful Star grows up according to my plan, it will also become your solid backing, solving the problems of mortal auxiliary forces, fleets, and logistics for you. I want to develop and strengthen my world. And you need a developed and strengthened world to rebuild your regiment. Phoenix fights for the future of Wrathful Star. And Wrathful Star fights for the revival of Phoenix. We were born to work together. The chapter master is not a good politician, but Space Marines don't need to think that much. Many of them always say what they mean. Why don't I choose a developed world? Gu Heng smiled. If you had a choice, you wouldn't come to the Wrathful Owl Star. Martins had to admit that. The mortal governor was right. The Phoenix chapter wandered for several months and experienced many worlds, big and small. If they had a choice, they would have settled down long ago. Their goal has always been to rebuild the chapter. But no one really wants to help them rebuild. It would be great to recruit a few Space Marines as allies and thugs. But rebuilding the chapter? Forget it. To maintain a proper chapter, it almost requires the efforts of the entire planet. A large number of troops. A large number of logistical manpower. And starships are ridiculously expensive. Not to mention, the special nature of Space Marines means that they are destined to be a group of highly independent superhuman warriors with a special status in the Empire. The Emperor Angel of Death is not only a description of them, but also a name for their special status. It took a lot of effort to rebuild the regiment. You thought you had gained a regiment to serve you. But in fact, who would be in charge at that time? The regiment or the governor? In the eyes of most Space Marines, the planetary governor is just a mortal who provides them with supplies and manages the planet. At most, he is just a steward. Do you still want to command the Space Marines to go east and west? That's a dream. Most governors, or the forging generals of the forging world, no one wants to spend a lot of effort and end up with a retired emperor on their heads. Most of the people Martins met along the way were like this. He himself didn't think much, but he could see what others were thinking. Those hypocritical smiles, those promises made with padded chests, are all false in his eyes. Using reconstruction as a carrot to hang them, let them work hard, and finally kick them away when they are no longer valuable, and a dying war group, it is difficult to resist a powerful governor. When he arrived at the Angry Owl Star, although he was disappointed with the backwardness of the whole world, to some extent, it was not a bad thing. His regiment was already in ruins, with only 7 warriors. But the Angry Owl Star was also a broken world. Governor Gu really needed them. With their help, the governor would be able to better control the entire planet. As the governor's power grew, They would also benefit and grow stronger. He didn't have to worry about Gu Hang deceiving them or doing something bad to them. Considering the governor's current situation, no matter how weak the Phoenix is, the 7 of them are capable of fighting back and escaping unscathed. They don't have to worry about the governor going back on his word. Because by fulfilling the duty of supporting the regiment in stages, the regiment will absorb nutrients and become stronger. As long as the regiment can become stronger as the governor's power grows. Then in the future, even if the two sides turn against each other after the governor's power grows, the regiment will probably have enough strength. By then, they will have enough strength to return to the Starry Sea after parting ways. What's the big deal about becoming a ship-based regiment? Even in the worst case, they can guarantee to kill. Oh, no. We are a loyal regiment. We won't do such a thing. Looking at Martin's serious face that seemed to show no thoughts, Gu Hang smiled kindly and sincerely, and didn't seem to care what Martin thought at all. Martin said, maybe we should really grow together. You revive your world, and I revive my regiment. But how can you ensure that you can do it, so that your world can really develop as you planned? You see, my situation may be similar to yours. You are about to perish, and if I don't make some achievements in 2 years, I will also die. But the difference between us is that I am confident about my future, but you are confused, you don't know how to succeed, but I know. In this case, you who are confused, why don't you bind your fate to me? It won't take too long. It will take only 2 years to see the result. Martins was persuaded by Gu Hang's words. The Phoenix? Who didn't know where to go? Why not take a train that knew how to go? It's just 2 years. For the Space Marines with long lifespans, this is not too long. They have survived the 100 years of atonement expedition. It's not a big deal to stay on the Wrathful Owl Star for 2 years and watch the time go by. If this Governor Gu really fails, when he and the officials of the Imperial Administration Department decide to execute the governor in 2 years, he can personally send him off. Martins was inclined to agree to cooperate with Governor Gu. He originally planned to go back and discuss with his fighting brothers before giving a final answer. But at this time, he remembered what Rizzo said. You are the commander of the war group, and you have to shoulder the responsibility of the war group. So, Martins changed his mind. He stood up and looked down at Governor Gu, who was much smaller than him. He found that although his body completely covered the governor, he had to look up to see his face, and the sense of oppression was very strong. But the governor's expression did not change at all. Finally, Martins extended his huge hand to Gu Hang. I hope our cooperation can be blessed by the Emperor. The smile on Gu Hang's face became brighter. He extended his hand and held Martin's disproportionately large hand together, for the Emperor. Chapter 66, just a little bit of deception. Gu Hang deceived Martins. Not much, just a little bit. Drawing a pie in the sky is not a lie. If the Space Marines are willing to help him, and the future of the Wrathful Owl Star really develops as he planned, then he doesn't mind supporting a regiment. He never thought of letting the Phoenix completely and thoroughly serve him. The difference is too big. In the Imperial system, the planetary governor and the Space Marine regiment leader are completely different systems. There is no subordination, but in terms of status, the latter is much higher than the former. If it was the heyday of the Phoenix chapter, they would dominate their home planet. The governor on the planet would really be a mortal steward, doing the chores that the Space Marines were too lazy to do. His influence would be extremely strong within the scope of a star region. Every governor in the entire star region would respectfully welcome the arrival of the chapter leader and pray that when their world was threatened, they would be able to get help from their nearest neighbors. In the entire star region, even if they were separated by a distance of countless light years, the reputation of the Phoenix would spread widely. Once a large-scale war breaks out, if only one warband participates, then the warband leader will become the highest military commander in most cases. The Imperial Navy and the Imperial Astra Militarum are not nominally affiliated with the warband, but they will fully respect the opinions of the warband leader and even obey his command. Of course, if there is a famous general with a great reputation, the situation may be different. Although the Phoenix is no longer the Phoenix of 100 years ago, the organization of the warband is still there, and the identity of the warband leader is still there. It is impossible for Gu Hang to let a warband completely obey him. Let alone him. Even the head of the Star Zone can't do it. But forming an alliance, mutual benefit, that's enough. You live in my house, drive my car, eat the food I provide, use the supplies I get for you, and I promise to rebuild your regiment in the future. In this case, I'm in trouble, and you have nothing to do to help me shoot a few shots. Isn't it too much? As long as this alliance is maintained, Gu Heng doesn't mind fulfilling his promise after a long time and rebuilding their regiment. Whether it is the supply of manpower and material resources, or finding ways to build or buy starships for them. As for where Gu Heng lied to them, that is the third point he mentioned before. Replenishing enough space warriors. Gu Heng actually has a way. How to become a space warrior. This is a very difficult thing. It requires gene seeds. After the selected person is implanted with gene seeds, he will undergo drastic human body transformation. After a year or two, the gene seeds will thoroughly and meticulously change the entire body. In this way, they become recruits. Then, after a long training, the regiment believes that the recruits have met the requirements and will be granted power armor, thus truly becoming a space marine. It is easy to say, but in fact, this process is extremely difficult. After the gene seed is implanted in the body, the drastic transformation is extremely difficult to endure. The chosen ones who want to become space marines are all physically strong and determined people selected from billions of people, but despite this, most people cannot survive. Either the body collapses, or the will collapses. As long as one of them fails, it will lead to genetic collapse and death. After getting through it, there is still the recruit training stage. Fortunately, this part is just strict, and generally there is not too high a mortality rate. In this whole process, the most important things are two things: high-quality soldiers and gene seeds. The source of soldiers is relatively easy to say. Generally, the war group has an entire planet as a recruiting world, which is the so-called mother planet. The people of a planet can be used to select soldiers, select the best from the best. Generally there is no need to worry. Even for a fleet-based regiment, you can go to certain planets to try to recruit soldiers. It is not realistic to conduct large-scale selections on a global scale, but if you want to take hundreds of people away for training, would there be any governor who would object? Even if the Phoenix is in such a bad state now, you can just go to any world and kidnap a few good seedlings. Generally, planets don't have the energy to hunt down a group of space warriors for a few people. But even if the problem of manpower is solved, the Phoenix cannot solve the latter. That is, the problem of gene seeds. How the Emperor created the gene seeds of space marines is no longer traceable. And there is no technology left for things that happened tens of thousands of years ago. In the current era, space marines are mainly born by space marines themselves. Each space marine can give birth to 2 gene seeds in his lifetime. The first one, after they become space marines for 5 years, will mature in their bodies and can be harvested to develop new soldiers. The second one, after 10 years, will mature, but cannot be harvested. It can only be harvested after death. Theoretically, 1 space marine can become 2, 2 become 4 become 8, exponential growth. But in reality, it is impossible. Space marines always fight in the most dangerous battles. It is very common that their bodies are broken and cannot be found. It is very common that there is no time to collect the bodies. The second seed may not be collected. Only the first seed has a relatively stable source. Then, each regiment must hand over 10% of its gene seeds to the Empire within a certain period of time as a gene tax, which is used to detect whether the gene seeds of the regiment are pure, contaminated, and mutated. At the same time, the collected gene seeds will also be used as a seed bank for the Empire to create new regiments. In addition, the gene seed implantation operation has a high failure rate. Once it fails, the person dies and the seed disappears. Under the superposition of multiple factors, it is almost impossible for the Phoenix to change from 7 to 14, or even 28. What's worse is that the 7 people who are still alive in the Phoenix are all veteran warriors over 100 years old. And the 5-year seeds have been picked long ago. If they want to pick them again, they have to wait until they die. In addition, it seems that there is no pharmacist among them who is responsible for the gene seed implantation operation. So they can only let Pastor Rizzo do this job. He can, but he is definitely not as reliable as a professional pharmacist in the chapter. If the skills are not good enough, it may mean that the probability of the recipient's successful awakening will be further reduced. Gu Heng said that he could not help the Phoenix in this regard, and Martins would not doubt it at all. But just skip the topic. No space marine would expect a mortal to be able to provide any help to the Phoenix in this regard. But the actual situation is that Gu Heng has this ability. Event in the panel. Phoenix is dying. This event line has undergone new changes. Phoenix is dying. Gene seed, repeated event, can be selected continuously. Phoenix War Band came to the Wrathful Owl Star, and reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with you. A governor who is seeking to control the world and develop the world, and a war band that is dying but determined to revive, are a good match. The most important thing for the warband's revival gene seed is nowhere to be found. If you have this ability, what would you choose? Pay 100 points of grace, and get a gene seed, Phoenix Warband. Looking at this system function, the feeling of happiness is secondary. Gu Heng felt more like a cold sweat on his back. Chapter 67, Real or Fake Phoenix? 100 points of grace for a seed. It is really expensive. And the seed exchanged for 100 points of grace cannot be equated with a space marine. How much is a young, strong, determined, highly talented young man worth? After completing the implantation surgery, surviving the transformation, and undergoing the long and extremely harsh training in the way of space marines, how much is it worth? The power armor on his body, which is specially designed and manufactured for space marines, and can be neurally connected with space marines, how much is it worth? Gu Heng still likes to use the system's gift point system to calculate the value. He has now upgraded twice to LV3, and the total value is about 70 points of gift. Activation 10 points. 10 points for level 2. 50 points for level 3. When he reaches level 4, he will get 200 points of gift. He is no match for any space marine now. And he probably has to wait until level 4 to tie with an ordinary space marine. For example, the Phoenix, a group of veterans who have fought for hundreds of battles, may have to reach level 5 to fight. As for Martins, Rizzo Priest, and a bald warrior Gu Heng observed, they were stronger than the other 4 veterans. In this way, it can be roughly considered that a space marine is worth about 300 points of grace, and a veteran is worth about 800 points. If Gu Heng wants to use the system to create a space marine from scratch, he will probably have to exchange 100 points for a seed first, and then perform implantation. If he fails, the 100 points will be wasted. Only if he can survive can he move to the next step. The new recruit who survived only had the hardware conditions, but no experience or skills. Gu Heng had to spend at least 111 points of grace to train him to the level of T1 soldiers, and then find a way to get a set of power armor. In this way, he could probably get a standard can. After this process, the grace points cost at least more than 200, and the power armor was assumed to be worth 100, which was indeed similar to the price of 300 per can that he had estimated before, according to his own combat power. Therefore, Gu Heng sighed. It's really expensive. I've been working for a few months now, and I don't know if the total number of gift points I've earned is enough to reach 300. But what stopped Gu Heng, and made Gu Heng feel cold behind his back when he saw the repeatable branch event of Phoenix is dying that can be exchanged for gene seeds, was that he was able to quickly realize the major hidden dangers contained in this matter. If he changed the seeds, and then met Martins, and said that this is my support for you, Martins would definitely not be grateful at all, but would definitely take out the grenade gun, and force him to ask how he got the gene seeds, and then send him to the court of justice. There was no point in quibbling. This seed was specially marked. It was from the Phoenix Regiment. The gene seeds of each regiment would be different. It might be hard for outsiders to tell them apart, but for them, they could tell at a glance. How would Gu Heng explain it then? He couldn't explain it at all. This was a function that he didn't dare to use. But soon, Gu Heng had another bold idea in his mind. Then can I take over the magpie's nest? When I get rich, exchange a bunch of gene seeds, secretly find people, ensure loyalty, psychic brainwashing, secretly implant seeds, secretly cultivate, and the armor can also be purchased secretly from some forging worlds. When the strength accumulated is almost enough, the whole Hongmen banquet, smashing cups as a signal, the 7 real phoenixes are surrounded by 70 fake phoenixes cultivated by Gu Heng. After killing them, the real phoenixes from now on will belong to me. Gu. Population replacement plan? It's really a bad idea to do this. Gu Heng shook his head and put the thought aside. Harming an ally. Am I the kind of person who is Governor Gu? What's more, it's easy to say now, but it's still very troublesome to do it. I don't know how many details there are to deal with. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, now, I can't afford such a high-end military force. The governor's government of Angry Owl Star and the Phoenix Regiment have become informal allies since then. It is said to be informal because they did not sign any specific agreement, nor did they put it into writing. The Phoenix Regiment only promised that if Governor Gu has any trouble, they can send them a mission invitation, and they will also accept the mission according to the requirements depending on the situation. In addition to the governor's mission invitation, they are free to do anything in principle. But it is best to say hello to the governor before doing anything, to respect the governor's rule over the entire planet. The governor also has the obligation to provide them with a base on the planet, to provide them with supplies, and to continue to pay for the reconstruction of the regiment, and to provide the necessary assistance within the governor's affordability. In fact, this kind of reconstruction assistance has already begun. The first is the supply of ammunition. Wu Jiarong received the governor's request that she had to produce bullets for the bolter. This is difficult, and the current industrial base of the Wrathful Owl Star is completely unable to produce it. Diamond warhead, secondary fire propulsion, mass reaction fuse, secondary explosion characteristics. It can penetrate armor and explode. This thing requires very high craftsmanship. If it really needs to be done, it is not impossible. Wu Jiarong has to rub the bullets one by hand. The mechanical arm modified on her body can complete this work. The junior technicians under her may be able to do the whole workbench carelessly. The output is very touching. Moreover, it is obviously a waste of talent to let her, the technical leader in the governor's camp, spend a lot of time doing the work of rubbing bullets by hand, which will also affect the development of Guhang territory. But after all, it is a way of supply. Later, Wu Jiarong also moved some equipment from the Phoenix Regiment's ship, the Burning Feather, to study how to achieve quantitative production, so that at least her junior technicians could take over this job. In addition, there is the maintenance of power armor, which is currently only Wu Jiarong can do. Don't break it too badly. Just make minor repairs. And she, a technical specialist, can barely do it. In fact, the maintenance of the regiment's equipment is generally the responsibility of technical sergeants. Phoenix's former technical sergeant went to Mars, the headquarters of the Mechanicus, for further training. His level is higher than that of ordinary technical priests. But what can we do? Just bear with it under these conditions. Reconstruction is not easy. It requires hard work. However, on the other hand, Governor Gu's efforts in rebuilding the regiment have been recognized. An engineering team was specially formed. They will build a monastery quite far away from the camp. The Space Marines claim to be the descendants of the Emperor Angels of Death, and they have always considered themselves to be the most staunch believers in the Emperor and the Empire. They are a military organization, but they are also a religious organization. Many Space Marine chapters call their headquarters Fortress Monastery. The construction site that has already started has also attracted the Phoenix warriors to visit. They all couldn't help but think of the chapter's former headquarters on the mother planet. This is now, and that was then, completely different. But at least, this is a good start, and the regiment is on the right track. The next day, the 7 warriors of the Phoenix left the house that the governor had arranged for them before, and lived directly next to the monastery construction site. They were going to watch this monastery and build it from scratch. Chapter 68. Something happened. The arrival of the Space Marines, the impact on the governor's camp, was not really that great. Even the people in the Wasteland had heard of the name of the Emperor Angels. In the past, before the planets were destroyed, these stories were enduring popular themes, appearing in text and visual images. In today's post-war era, these things are of course gone, but the story itself will still exist. The older generation tells stories to the younger generation, and then the next generation passes them on. This makes the people under the governor curious when they see the Space Marines, and they can't help but look around. But it is also the characteristic of the Wastelanders that they are sensitive and timid about danger. They only dare to watch from a distance, and they dare not even look too boldly or directly, to avoid angering these giants, who can kill them with a slap. As for the Space Marines, to be honest, they are really used to this kind of gaze. As for the impact on the development of the camp, to be honest, there is still a little impact. Guhang has always had a large manpower gap in the development of productivity. Now, apart from other supply needs, we have to allocate an engineering team to build houses for the Space Marines. The key is that these Space Marines attach great importance to this, and simply live next to it, supervise directly, and dare not cut corners at all. The large amount of alloy plastic, steel, cement, and bricks produced should be transported to them for use. The materials were the best, but the Space Marines were still not satisfied. They did not give up until they were sure that this was indeed the best quality that the governor's camp could produce. However, in general, this impact was still within the acceptable range for Guhang. Just think of it as hiring 7 strong men and paying the hiring fee. Apart from attracting attention, slightly slowing down the development speed of the governor's camp, and occupying some manpower and resources, their presence was very low. Every day, apart from watching the construction site, they prayed, trained, and lived like ascetics. Later, they seemed to feel that it was a bit embarrassing to do nothing all day. After all, they were supposed to assist in the battle. They began to enter the alien jungle in batches, looking for those mutant monsters to fight. This was definitely to protect the governor's cause, not because they were bored after not seeing blood for a long time. However, the monsters in the forest could not satisfy the space marines. Although there were no high-level monsters in the alien forest, there were still quite a few of them. However, after the ambush plan of the original Wrathful Owl sect on Gu Hang last time, some kind of catalytic means was activated, which caused a large number of hatching nests to be born in advance. After a large number of monsters emerged and were eliminated, the number of monsters in the alien forest became very small, and there were not even many hatching nests. This made the space warriors want to practice and find the feeling of killing again. But it was not satisfying enough. But soon, they came into their own. When the phoenixes were doing nothing, Gu Hang returned to his work of worrying about the development of the camp. The total population of the camp has officially exceeded 10,000 in the past few days. Osina's arrangements for various production plans, population distribution, are not particularly perfect, but at least well organized, so Gu Hang doesn't have much to intervene directly. There is a political officer with a political score of 9, and the camp of 10,000 people is handled quite well. Just pay a little attention. And don't worry too much. He saw that the monthly income of his subordinates was steadily increasing, and it had reached 61 points. He tried to get over 100 points when the salary was paid next month. At the same time, during this period, he selected and recruited more than 100 soldiers from the newly arrived refugees, including the 500 soldiers who originally belonged to the Hodgson family and brought by Lambert before. The command and ownership had been completely transferred to the governor's troops, and together they formed 2 infantry battalions. That is, the 5th Battalion and the 6th Battalion. These 600 soldiers have also been trained and strengthened by Gu Hang using the system function. This means that Gu Hang has spent 6 points of grace. But it also means that the troops under his command have reached more than 1,700 people. For the sake of caution, Gu Hang replaced and redeployed most of the officers of these 2 battalions. A considerable number of soldiers have also been reorganized with the previous 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. The mixed troops have been trying their best to get rid of the influence of the original command system. After the reorganization of the troops, even if Lambert had ulterior motives, it would be useless, and it was unlikely that he would call on the troops to defect in the middle of the battle. Of course, based on the current contact, Gu Hang initially believed that the 2 people in the Hodgson family, the old and the young, should be sincere in their cooperation. But despite this, one must be on guard against others. And it is also reasonable for Gu Hang to take precautions. Lambert had no objection to this. He even had no objection to losing his military power and being thrown by Gu Hang to work for the young Asuna. He worked diligently and was praised by Asuna. He understood that his identity would indeed cause the governor to misunderstand and be on guard. But he was determined to prove his loyalty in the long future with his attitude and everything he did. Gu Hang was satisfied with this. The young man was very sensible. His grandfather was also sensible. The population growth in the camp would be difficult to achieve without the cooperation of Fushing City. In addition, most of the goods in the governor's camp, except for those consumed internally, were sold well in Fushing City. For example, the purchase of food, minerals, and other consumer goods was also relatively smooth. During this period of time, Dennis and Henry felt that this business was too easy. But today, Lambert came to see Gu Hang in a panic and told Gu Hang some bad news. I can't contact my grandfather. Gu Hang frowned. Be more specific. This morning, I contacted Fushing City as usual, but failed to get in touch. It's not that no one answered, but it was completely disconnected. I realized that something was wrong, and tried to connect to other wireless communication lines of the family. But the situation was similar. I contacted some people who had a good relationship with our family. None of them knew what happened, but they told me that Fushing City was under martial law, and the poor people in the outer city were prohibited from entering the city. Gu Hang narrowed his eyes. This is really bad news. It sounds like Mr. Hodgson. Old man, may have been in trouble. I ask you to save him. Chapter 69, The Emperor Daughter. Gu Hang patted Lambert on the shoulder and said, I know you are anxious, but being anxious at this time will only make things worse. Calm down, you need to mobilize all your connections in Fuxing City, as much as possible, hidden power, to find out what happened. After a pause, Gu Hang continued, in addition, I will be prepared, and when necessary, I will enter the city. You want to enter Fuxing City? The governor will eventually return to his position. Gu Hang said. What's more, Council President Hodgson is working for me now. If he is in trouble because of this, I will try my best to rescue him. If the worst happens, I will avenge him. Thank you. Governor. Go. Do your thing. After watching Lambert leave, Gu Hang sat back in his seat. Revenge? Of course Gu Hang was serious about this. Old Hodgson has been sitting on the Diaoyu Island for many years. He can't be the Speaker of the Parliament without a foundation. He has gone through so many ups and downs without any problems. After he made it clear that he would support him, he suddenly suffered a disaster. If Governor Gu Hang doesn't do something, it won't work. In addition to this reason, Gu Hang made a decision for another stronger and more urgent reason. Someone declared war on him. Although the situation is still unclear. After Hodgson made it clear that he supported him, he still dared to attack him in Fuxing City. That was undoubtedly a war. Regardless of whether the one who declared war on him was the heretic who believed in the original Rathal, or the conservative faction in the alliance government, Gu Hang had to respond. In fact, his current preparations were not sufficient. In his past plans, he would personally enter the city of Resurgence, which should be 2 to 3 months later. By then, the economy and production capacity of his territory would be able to support him to fully support an army at least 3 times larger than the current size for short-term military operations. By that time, with the quintet's railgun as the greatest deterrent, and his systematically trained troops as conventional means, he will return to Renaissance City and completely control the city. With this, he will gain a population of nearly 1 million. The production potential provided by the technology panel will be greatly realized. Politically, he can truly exercise the power of the governor as the governor, and with military force as a guarantee, quickly sweep all the surrounding gathering places and incorporate them into the production system he has built. Now, it seems that this plan has to be brought forward. Since the war has begun, there is no such thing as being ready. He cannot ask others to wait until he is ready before fighting. But there is also good news. Gu Hang's strength has not been accumulated, but he now has the help of the Space Marines, which is an enhancement beyond his plan. The 7 Phoenix veterans, the help they provide, is probably more valuable than the military force that Gu Hang will expand in the next 2 months. Start the war. Then start the war. Planning ahead of time is not a bad thing. It's a pity old Hodgson. I hope he's okay. The troops directly under Gu Hang quickly assembled when the time comes. Let the Mechanical Servant Battalion look after the house as usual. The remaining 5 battalions form an infantry regiment. Waiting for the next order, the mission request was sent to the Phoenix Regiment and received a positive response. Gu Hang personally communicated with Yulixia, and the two communicated for about half an hour. Yulixia said that the entire starship would enter a combat readiness state from now on, as long as the governor needs it. The orbital gun strike would hit any location designated by him within 20 minutes. Starting tomorrow, the starship's combat readiness mission would be completed and it would enter a wartime state, which means that the time for the orbital gun strike could be shortened to less than 10 minutes. At the same time, since it was clear that the combat target was likely to include cult heretics, Gu Hang combat mission here would be supported by the National Religion team on the starship. A team of combat nuns will arrive on the surface in 6 hours. This is another extra surprise. Until now, Gu Hang knew that there was a team of combat nuns on the quintet. He didn't know this all along the way to the Rathal Star. The combat nuns are also a legendary group. They are the only armed force of the Empire state religion. After the Theocratic War, the state religion was not allowed to have any armed men. But they held on to this word, supported the sisters, and founded the Sisters of Battle. These Sisters of Battle, who were blessed by the state religion and had extremely firm beliefs, were called the Emperor Daughters. They may not be as powerful as the Space Marines with implanted gene seeds, but they can gain extraordinary power under the blessing of the Emperor. They also wear special power armor. Unlike the Space Marines, they cannot have a modified spinal cord to connect directly to the armor, but they can drive the armor through the power of divine magic. Although their blessed armor is not as thick as that of Space Marines, it is still a formidable weapon. At first, he thought it was strange that there was a squad of combat sisters stationed on the quintet. But after searching his memory, he suddenly realized it. There are many branches of the sisters. In addition to the main ones, there are also some subordinate second and third class orders. Of course, they also need a place to stay, usually with important institutions of the state religion. In the Pegasus sector, on the hive planet Garoja 3, there is a cathedral of the state religion, which is not only the most important branch of the state religion of the Empire in this sector, but also the faith hub of many surrounding sectors. And there, the Sisters of the Holy Lily of Mercy are stationed, on large starships like the quintet. The church is a must-have place. In normal times, priests and nuns need to comfort the crew on the warships. And in wartime, they will resist the corruption from evil. In this case, if the Star District government and the state religion have a closer military cooperation, it is not impossible to equip an additional team of combat sisters in addition to the regular Starship Church. And similar to the Space Warriors, the combat sisters are not directly under the command of Captain Elisha. But after all, they are on the same ship. And if there is a request, it is normal for them to agree. What's more, this time it was not Elisha who asked. It was the news of the cult on the Rathal Owl Star. After it reached these Emperor daughters, they volunteered to fight. The fanatical Battle Sisters would not tolerate the existence of cult heresy. With the help of these Battle Sisters, who were not much weaker than the Space Marines, Gu Hang action was even more powerful. Moreover, in comparison, these Battle Sisters were more professional anti-cult experts than the Space Marines. If there was still a shadow of the original Rathal Owl sect in this matter, the Emperor daughters would give them a huge surprise. Chapter 70, I Will Go. As Gu Hang tried his best to gather all the help he could get, the news from Fuxing City was also constantly being summarized. Lambert became an intelligence officer. He has mobilized himself as much as possible, and his family's connections, trying every possible way to get information from Fuxing City. At the same time, after receiving the news, although he was in Garbage Town at the moment, he also had many partners in Fuxing City. He was also actively mobilizing his connections to help collect information. The situation in Renaissance City was becoming more and more worrying. The person who initiated martial law was General Mondok. He was the supreme commander of Renaissance City's military forces, which meant that Renaissance City's military might have stood on the opposite side of the governor. There was still no news about old Hodgson, and his life or death was unknown. But what was worrying was that various clues showed that many important members of the Hodgson family were also missing, including Lambert's father. There are rumors that the bodies of servants of the Hodgson family were found. The Hodgson family's mansion was blocked by the authorities. Soldiers with live ammunition were guarding around it, and no one could get close. These were extremely bad news. In the name of Governor Gu Hang, the inquiry sent to Fuxing City received a response. But the response was insincere. The authorities claimed that they also discovered the disappearance of Speaker Hodgson and suspected that it was the work of a cult. Martial law. Blocking the mansion. These are necessary measures to investigate the matter. They promised that if they found anything, they would inform the governor immediately. Gu Hang didn't believe it at all. If that was true, why didn't the Fuxing City authorities report Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? Lambert only discovered this when he contacted his grandfather as usual. What's even more ridiculous is that the second message from the Fuxing City officials was to invite the governor to return to Fuxing City to take charge. But on the grounds that it was difficult to provide supplies and a place to stay, the governor was not allowed to bring an entourage of more than 100 people. So far, Gu Hang has confirmed that the situation in Fuxing City has completely gotten out of control. For this second message, Gu Hang only replied with 4 words. I will go. He will come. Industrial tycoon Norris asked cautiously. Are you sure? He said he would come, it must be true. Bradford said. But our governor, it doesn't look like he will surrender. Even if he comes, it is impossible for him to bring only 100 people. Norris continued to ask. The people who were planted at his camp said that 7 people, who looked like Space Marines, had come to his camp recently. If this is true, what should we do? This? Bradford was asked. His eyes could not help but look at Mondok next to him, with some complaints. Norris was already very dissatisfied. I said it long ago, don't rush it. That Governor Gu is very powerful, and he can really get the help of Space Marines. How should we end it now? Mondok sneered. It's only now that you feel scared. What's the point? Old Norris, have you lost your former sharpness? Norris argued, does this have anything to do with sharpness? No matter how sharp you are. Will you go head-to-head with the Space Marines? Don't worry too much. Bradford came out to smooth things over. This may not be true. How could a legendary figure like the Space Marine be summoned by him? This may be a trick of the governor. We can't lose our composure. Although he said so, his expression could not hide his panic. It was probably fake. But what if it was true? Mondok looked at the two people's hesitation, and the contempt on his face became more and more obvious. But he understood that he still needed the support of these two people, and he had to give them some confidence. First of all, Bradford is right. This matter is very likely not true. It is a false impression made up by our governor. Secondly, even if it is true, what is there to be afraid of? Intelligence from multiple sources says that there are only 7 Space Marines. Just 7 people. We have a legion of 10,000 people. We have 70 challenge tanks. We have 100 artillery pieces of various types. Should we be afraid of 7 Space Marines? Have you read too many stories from the pre-war era? Do you really think those Space Marines are gods descended from heaven? I never believe in those things that are exaggerated and spread by rumors. They all have 1 head and 2 hands. Can they tear tanks apart with their hands? It's so funny. After a pause, Mondok continued, the governor has only 1,000 men in total, with no heavy weapons, so you don't have to worry about it every day. You might as well help me with more things with this time. Hearing Mondok's confident words, Norris and Bradford felt a little relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it does make sense. Even if there are Space Marines, 7 people, what can they accomplish? Could he kill 1,000 at a time and slaughter all the Renaissance City Legion? But at this moment, Norris, a cautious man, raised another question. Have you considered the orbital strike? At this point, Mondok was silent for a while. Compared with the question of whether the Space Marines were real or fake, the quintet flying in the sky was the most troublesome threat. This thing must be real. Such a big starship is floating in the sky. On some clear nights, you can even observe the light from it with your naked eyes. The main gun of the quintet, it may not be possible to blow up the entire Fushing city with 1 shot, but a few more shots should be no problem. Spending half a day or a day carefully bombing a city-sized area can ensure that every inch of land is taken care of. There are underground air defense positions left over from the war years in Fushing City, and hiding in them may have a chance to survive the orbital strike. But firstly, there are not many people who can hide in them, and secondly, even if people survive, if the city is bombed, what's the point? Can General Mondok create food and ammunition supplies to sustain his army? Norris, the industrial tycoon, can develop his physical industry underground and produce on a large scale? Where can Bradford, the business tycoon, buy and sell and make a fortune? They are reluctant to do so. They usually look down on the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city. And even the ordinary residents in the inner city are not taken seriously by them. But these people are the real source of wealth. It doesn't matter if they die. The city is destroyed and all the people die. Then they are finished. But the problem of the starship is unsolvable. In the end, Mondok could only say, Gu Heng will not do that. If Fushing City is destroyed, he will die in 2 years. Chapter 71, Life is the Emperor Coin. If Gu Heng knew Mondok's idea, he would definitely laugh. I just want to kill a few people. Why should I bomb a city? Will he really order Yi Lixia to bomb Fushing City? Yes and no. Yes refers to small-scale, relatively precise military strikes. No means that Fushing City will not be destroyed until the last moment. Fushing City's inner city and outer city poor, a total of nearly 1 million people. What is the population of the entire Angry Owl Star? 6 years ago, in the last years of the second generation of the Governor-General, when the last imperial tax was paid, the population was more than 42 million. A planet with a population of 42 million, which is 0.5% of the peak population of the Angry Owl Star before the war. 99.5% of the population was lost in the war, and the 100 years of darkness and chaos after the war. After the end of the second generation of the Governor-General's rule, the Governor-General was replaced every 2 years. In the 6 years since then, has the situation of the Angry Owl Star improved? Obviously not. Given the situation here, the population is probably still declining. Compared to the population, the loss of productivity is probably more serious. This also leads to, even though the population is already small compared to a planet, people are still worthless. Because even with such a small number of people, the current output of the Angry Owl Star is still barely enough to support it. So now the answer to this question is very clear. Why is Gu Heng unwilling to easily order the starship to bombard Fuxing City? Because this is one of the few densely populated places on the Angry Owl Star. Calculated based on a population of 1 million, it is already 2.3% of the total population of the entire planet 6 years ago. And the actual proportion will only be higher than this number. According to Gu Heng estimation, the total population of the Angry Owl Star at present may be less than 40 million, or even less. Moreover, even though the poor people outside Fuxing City are poor as hell, this city is still a pearl on the Angry Owl Star. This city, which gathers the inner and outer cities, has a population of 1 million. The productivity increase brought by the scale effect is not comparable to that of 1 million small settlements of 10,000 people bombing Fuxing City, losing 2.3% or even more of the world's population, and losing more than 5% of global productivity. These are things that Gu Heng is unwilling to accept. Not to mention, without Fuxing City, the original population gathering place, there will be a huge loss of development potential. If it can be taken peacefully, control the city, 1 million people and Gu Heng technology system can burst out huge production capacity. Without Fuxing City, Gu Heng would have to find a few thousand people in the Wasteland, and a few hundred people, to gather the population in small places, like countless abandoned cave communities, which are hidden and full of vigilance. Peacefully controlling Fuxing City is equivalent to Gu Heng recovering 1,000 abandoned cave communities. This is the biggest reason why Gu Heng would not order the destruction of Fuxing City unless it was absolutely necessary. Life is the emperor coin. This sentence is very appropriate. But there is another half sentence behind it. Use it well. Even the emperor is like this. Gu Heng, the governor whose entire property may be less than 40 million in theory, has no reason to be so extravagant as to waste 1 million coins at will. 6 hours means 6 hours. A transport ship from the quintet brought a team of combat nuns. 11 nuns, led by Sister Grit, came to the surface. They were all over 1.8 meters tall. And they looked even taller and heavier in armor. The milky white armor was dotted with green patterns, which made them look holy and elegant, making them look like living lily ladies. When they walked out of the hatch, Gu Heng thought he saw another battle group coming out. Of course, it was just a sense of déjà vu. The difference between the two was quite big. The red armor of the Phoenix looked like a veteran who had fought 100 battles and shed blood, while the tender green of the Holy Lily and the milky white armor looked like an elegant lady spreading the gospel. The biggest difference is their body size. Each combat nun is over 1.8 meters tall, which is considered very tall and strong among women. Not to mention that they are wearing power armor, which is much larger than the bodies of ordinary troops. However, they are still no match for the Space Marines, who are 2.3 meters or 2.4 meters tall and have huge bodies. Gu Heng gathered his thoughts and went to meet them. Miss Grit, welcome to your arrival. With your help, the traitors and heretics of the wrathful Owl Star will have nowhere to hide. Unlike the Space Marines who always have a dead face, the attitude of the Battle Sister leader is gentle and kind. At least that's how it is for Grit. She has short white hair, and she extends her hand with a smile and shakes hands with Gu Heng. Her voice is low, gentle, and healing. I am also very happy to meet you, Mr. Governor. I hope we can have good cooperation in the future. After that, she turned her gaze to the Space Marine Chapter Master Martins, who was standing not far behind Gu Heng. She smiled and nodded. Martins also nodded in response. Gu Heng observed this. These two people have a story. He asked curiously, do you two know each other? Grit smiled and said, if you want to know, Mr. Governor, you might as well ask Chapter Master Martins. If he doesn't want to tell you, I can't say more. Gu Heng turned his gaze to Martins again. Martins didn't speak for a long time. He thought he would not get an answer. But in the end, this serious space warrior still spoke. We fought side by side in the Organ Star sector. Grit said, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, the Holy Lily might no longer exist. No, I want to thank you. You could have evacuated, but you insisted on fighting side by side with us. Grit's smile was a little clever. You didn't say that at the time. Martins rarely showed a little shyness. Ha ha. Grit walked forward with a big laugh. Although she was much shorter than Martins, both of them were wearing power armor. This did not prevent the head sister from giving the chapter leader a big hug. Anyway, It's nice to see you again, my comrade. Congratulations on your redemption of sins, and may the Emperor bless your future. Two comrades who have been separated for a long time can meet again in a small place like the Wrathful Alstar, and have the opportunity to fight side by side again, which is quite wonderful. The so-called Organ Star region they mentioned is very far away from the Pegasus Star region, but they don't have much time to reminisce. It's time to set off. The reason why it was delayed until now is that Gu Hang is waiting for the arrival of the battle nuns. Although there are only 11 of them, they are still 11 outstanding warriors. As long as 2 or 3 nuns cooperate, there is a good chance to defeat an ordinary space marine. Moreover, there is also the head nun Grit. Gu Hang could vaguely sense through his psychic power that the head nun's strength would not be much weaker than Martin's. Of course, there was no more news from Renaissance City. Old Hodgson seemed to have really disappeared from the world, and his life or death was unknown. But Gu Hang did not plan to wait any longer. The mechanic servant battalion was guarding the house, with a total of more than 1,500 soldiers from the 2nd to 6th battalions, Marines, Phoenix Space Marines, Holy Lily Battle Sisters, a whole team, escorting the governor from the camp, heading towards Renaissance City. Chapter 72, Are You Pretending? From the governor's camp to Fushing City, according to the speed of the infantry, it takes almost a whole day. In the evening, the team arrived outside Fushing City. And Fushing City had long known about Gu Hang's approach. Gu Hang had no intention of hiding it, and he had made a big fuss along the way, so it would be difficult not to be discovered. As for Fushing City, there are too many ways to know in advance. If Fushing City only counts the inner city, it is not large, but if the outer city is included, the houses built by the poor in a disorderly manner, the area occupied is not small. When Gu Hang led the team to Fushing City, they only stopped at the outer city. An army blocked his way. It was the defenders of Fushing City. A large number of soldiers occupied the slums in front of the main gate. They stayed in the houses, looking out covetously. There were tanks hidden in the houses. Most of their figures were blocked by the short houses, but the black gun barrels were extended out. They blocked the governor's team from moving forward. An officer, with several followers, came to the governor's team and asked to meet the governor. Gu Hang met him. The Fushing City officer bowed to Gu Hang. Good morning, Governor. I am Fushing. No need to report your name. I am not interested in knowing it. Tell me, why is my city blocking me from entering? Why are you soldiers, who should be loyal to me, standing against me? The officer who was interrupted in his self-introduction swallowed his saliva. He felt extremely nervous now. He looked to the left. There was a giant in red armor. He knew it was a space marine. He looked to the right. There was a lady in white and green armor. That was a battle sister. He looked to the middle. That was his governor, the supreme ruler of this planet. He thought, what was my virtue? How dare I speak in front of these legendary figures? But he still spoke. I am under the order of the Alliance Council, Lieutenant General Mondoc, the Garrison General of Renaissance City, to request you to stop moving forward. It is okay for the governor to enter the city, but he is only allowed to bring no more than 100 guards. And they cannot include space marines and battle sisters. Gu Hang seemed to have heard a super joke. Mondoc? Lieutenant General? He made a request to me? The officer seemed to realize how ridiculous his statement was. At this moment, he could only bow his head slightly and remain silent. Then, Gu Hang said, I am now telling you as the governor of Angry Owl Star that no matter what position or power the Mondoc you are talking about had before, he no longer has it now. He is no longer a member of the Alliance, nor is he the commander of the army. Now, bring this news back to your fellow soldiers. Gu Hang has given this officer a chance, but he did not seize it. It can be seen that he is under great psychological pressure at this moment, but he still withstood it. He said, I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Governor, but please listen to General Mondoc. He couldn't finish his words. He felt a magical force strangling his throat. Soon, he fainted due to lack of blood in his brain, releasing the power of telekinesis, letting his body fall to the ground. Gu Hang waved his hand, and a soldier came up to drag him away. This officer was very courageous, but his courage was misplaced. Martin said at this time, Governor, the situation is now very clear. The behavior of Mondoc, who calls himself a general, is tantamount to rebellion. Now, all those who stand in front of us are rebels. So, Captain Martins, what do you suggest? Kill all the rebels? 7 Phoenix warriors? Can you do it? Martins really calculated carefully. And then said, "It is difficult to completely defeat this 10,000-man force with heavy firepower and armor with only the 7 of us. I need the cooperation of the Sisters of the Holy Lily and the gunfire of the quintet. At night, we can enter the target area, mark the orbital strike, and then the starship will strike first. And then we can start the mopping up. In this way, the mission should be completed at a relatively low cost." Combat Sister Grit raised an objection. "I'm sorry, Captain Martins. I really hope to have another chance to fight side by side with the Phoenix again. However, our mission on the surface this time is not to quell the rebellion, but to deal with the heresy. I will not participate in the mission of fighting against the mortal rebels. Mr. Governor, please understand." Gu Hang was not disappointed, but showed a comforting smile. "I understand, of course I understand. Captain Martin's plan is very suitable. When I think all the enemies in front of me need to be eliminated, I will adopt your plan. But now, we don't need to make things so complicated for the time being. What are you going to do? Rest first. You are fine after a whole day of marching, but my soldiers need to rest to recover their combat effectiveness. As for the specific plan, I will tell you later, and please cooperate with me tomorrow, as well as Sister Grit." Martin stared at Gu Hang for a moment, and finally nodded. Grit also expressed his position. "We will not slaughter mortal soldiers, but we will provide necessary protection for you, Mr. Governor. We are very grateful for being able to do this." In Renaissance City, Norris and Bradford waited nervously for news from the outer city. When they learned that Gu Hang had already set off, and that he was accompanied by space warriors and even battle nuns, the 2 merchants among the Alliance counselors were already very panicked. Feelings of regret filled their hearts. They even raised objections when General Mondok decided to lead his troops to the outer city to deploy defenses. But their opposition was weak. As always, they could only watch Mondok stand in front of the governor and pray that there would be no conflict. As a result, there really was no conflict. Governor Gu actually stopped outside the outer city obediently. "This is great news," Bradford said. "It seems that we overestimated Gu Hang's tough attitude. Perhaps his previous toughness was all fake," Norris said happily. "At least, I can sleep well tonight. We really need a tough guy like Mondok. He does a good job." "Yes," Bradford said. "The crisis of war has been greatly reduced. Now, the only thing left is to make the willful governor stop playing the game of building camps outside and return to his rightful position as soon as possible. Yes, as long as he comes back, everything will be back on track. Just like the previous 3. Yes, we have countless ways to deal with him. What's the point of dreaming about saving the world? The wrathful Alstar doesn't need him to save it. He just needs to be a governor honestly, live a comfortable life for 2 years, and then die peacefully after 2 years." Chapter 73, Why Didn't Anyone Beat Him? The next day, early in the morning, the sun was about to rise, and the sky was just getting light. In the outer city of Fuxing City, many soldiers had been on duty all night. At the front, the people in charge of the checkpoints were 2 major officers. One of them said, "Last night, Randolph didn't come back. I don't know if he died or was detained by the governor." The other asked, "Did the general get angry?" "No," the major at the beginning answered. "The general was quite happy to see that the governor's troops really stopped outside." "Are you happy?" "Randolph is his nephew." The first person just shrugged, indicating that this is how it is. "How cold-blooded, poor Randolph." While chatting, one of them suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed to the dim morning mist outside. "What is that?" The other person looked in the direction of his finger. It was not yet completely daylight, the light was insufficient, there was still morning mist this morning, and visibility was not very good. But he could still see, faintly, several giant-like figures slowly approaching. The 2 looked at each other. One stepped back, blew a whistle, alerted the soldiers stationed in Lucca, and the other raised his gun and asked in the thick fog, "Who is it?" However, there was no response in the fog. The figure walking in the thick fog said nothing. Only when it got a little closer, there were heavy footsteps. The footsteps came a little abruptly. There was no sound before. Like a ghost. Now that they saw it, the footsteps were so obvious, so heavy, as if a war drum was beating in their hearts. He had realized who was coming, but he didn't know what to do. Open fire? He didn't dare. First of all, he didn't dare to take the responsibility of firing the first shot. Secondly, and more importantly, he was standing in front of the road blocking the road without even a shelter. If he dared to fire the first shot, He would die in the next second. But should he just ignore it? While he was struggling, he found that the soldiers stationed behind him were all prepared under the reminder of the fellow officer he had just talked to. There were dozens of guns pointed at this place, which made him feel relieved. He turned his gaze to the front again and asked again, "Who is it? Please answer." This time, there was still no response. However, as the footsteps approached, he could already vaguely see the person coming. The fiery red power armor and the iconic huge body undoubtedly represented their identity. The man they surrounded, although he had never seen him, should be the governor. As they got closer, the blocking officer became more and more nervous, his hands sweating on his weapons. He couldn't help but issue a third warning. "Please stop. You are not allowed to pass." There was still no response, as if the approaching ones were not living people, but a group of ghosts. After the third warning, the approaching ones were already very close. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at his companions, as if he wanted to know from them what to do next. As a result, he found that his companions were also looking at him, and their eyes revealed the same question. According to the rules of the Wasteland, if they encountered such a situation, they would definitely shoot a burst of bullets without saying anything. If the person was dead, there would be no threat. But here, regardless of political rules, would it be useful for the soldiers to shoot at these steel bodies with their rifles? What should they do? No one knew what to do. Under hesitation, entanglement, helplessness, and huge pressure and tension, the soldiers and officers who set up the checkpoints just let the Space Marines, Battle Sisters, and the governor come to them with their guards. It was time for the final decision. The officer who had the final say still did not dare to order the shooting, but he could not just let the people go. Finally, he gritted his teeth, bravely stood in front of the people who were advancing step by step, stretched out his palm to the leading Space Marine, made a gesture of rejection, and said, "Stop moving forward." Forbidden ahead. There was a dull sound. His head was deflated. The red-armored warrior walking in the front had no intention of stopping at all. Facing the obstruction, he just stretched out his hand, as if to ward off a fly, and slapped the officer's face with the back of his hand. The action was too fast, and the officer had no time to react, let alone dodge. His head was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and it deflated. The splattered blood, staining the bright red armor, was not noticeable at all. His body fell crookedly to the side. His legs and feet were still twitching. The head, which had already lost its shape, continued to bleed, and soon formed a large pool. No one cared. No one paid attention. The angel of death, who took action, did not even change his pace. The people who followed did not even look to the side. Even the Battle Sisters of the Holy Lily did not react to this. The leading officer died, but the soldiers still did not dare to shoot. Even when the Space Marine kicked Luca, no one dared to stand in front of them. They just let the governor's team pass. Gu Hang and his group walked smoothly on the road behind. Although someone died at the first roadblock, there was not much noise. There was no gunfire or artillery fire. Many soldiers in the back had no idea what was happening. Some of them were still asleep. In this situation, Gu Hang and his group of 19 people walked on the street leading from the outer city to the inner city gate. The environment of the outer city was not good. There was no planning for random construction. Many alleys were narrow, which was a typical high-density slum. However, the avenues extending from the gates leading to the inner city were still wide. The heavy feeling of the power leg armor, when landing, could float far away. Many soldiers on duty and awakened, looking around, saw them. The majestic Space Marines and the heroic Battle Sisters were stunning and dazzling, and also highlighted the dignity of the governor under their protection. How could these little soldiers deal with such people? No one dared to think about it. But at the same time, they felt relieved. Before, General Mondok was determined not to allow the governor to enter the city, and he was ready to confront him. Now, thank God, General Mondok has changed his mind. Most of the soldiers in the rear did not know what happened in Lucca. Seeing the governor and his party walking on the road, they thought it was normal, and that the general allowed them to pass. Otherwise, why didn't anyone beat them? Chapter 74. Dilemma: why didn't anyone stop them? Mondok, who was in the outer city, guarding the gate and sitting in the army, had just been awakened. When he heard the news, he was already very frightened. After the governor's army arrived yesterday, although the nephew who was sent out did not come back, the governor's army actually stopped outside and did not move. This made him quite satisfied. His tough attitude had achieved results. What he had to do next was to consider how to talk to the governor. But who could have thought that early this morning he heard the shocking news? The governor, under the protection of 7 Space Marines and 11 Battle Sisters, swaggered through his army and was walking on the road, heading towards the inner city. During the whole process, his army and the governor's guard seemed very peaceful. It is said that an officer who blocked the road died. His head was crushed by a punch. But other than that, no shots were fired, and no cannons were fired. His soldiers just let the enemy alone, walked over. Why? Did all my troops rebel? This is the source of Mondok's panic. Because it is not impossible. He is a general, a commander, but nominally he is a subordinate of the governor, who is the supreme commander. Ordinary soldiers don't know so many twists and turns above, and they won't easily identify the governor as an enemy. To some extent, if the soldiers really rebel, what can he do? Mondok couldn't even hold back, looking around, fearing that in the next moment, before the governor's men arrived, his own soldiers would tie him up, shouting something like borrow the general's head for a while. But fortunately, this did not happen. His personal guards were still loyally guarding outside. The adjutant who came to report the news answered his previous question. No one really stopped them. I asked around and heard that you might have allowed the governor's team to pass. So the soldiers did not dare to stop them or open fire. Not to mention others. Even he himself thought so. Bullshit. Mondok was furious. You didn't give such an order? Faced with this question, Mondok calmed down instead. He calmed down and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The situation should not be as bad as he just imagined. The soldiers are now just confused, bewildered, at a loss, but have no intention of rebellion. The prestige that Mondok has established in the army still exists, and the soldiers will still regard him as the supreme commander of the army. More importantly, the propaganda they had been doing in the Alliance authorities, in the army, and even in the entire city, for a long time was still effective. It had only been 6 years since the brutal rule of the second generation of the governor, and people still remembered it vividly. No one wanted to go back to that time. And it was with the help of this public opinion that they had, in the past 6 years, on the one hand, puppeted the governor, preventing his orders from leaving the office, not to mention affecting the wider land outside the city of Renaissance. On the other hand, they also secretly blamed the governor for many of their own bad deeds. On Angry All-Star, in Time City, after the baptism of the past 12 years. Although some people still miss the revival of the first governor, people nowadays do not have much good feelings towards the governor sent by the empire. They cannot even say they hate him, because he is a newcomer and has not had time to do bad things. But the remaining fear and resentment are not less. After Guhang came, he actually jumped out of the City of Revival and went out to mess around. This was something that the top leaders of the Alliance did not expect, but they were happy to see. If you want to play any construction game, then go play it yourself. No one believed that he could survive the imperial tax in 2 years by just building from scratch outside. 2 years later, the governor was executed, and the Alliance leaders introduced some scapegoats, saying that they were members of the governor's government, and they would be finished together, and then they would just wait for the next governor to come, and survive another 2 years. It is precisely because of this that they have recently relaxed their smear campaign against the new governor. Not to mention, among them, there was a traitor called Old Hodgson. Intentionally or unintentionally, the news that the new governor was doing well outside was circulated among the poor outside Fushing City. Until recently, they realized that the problem was serious. Not only did they kill Hodgson, but they also made it clear that they wanted to confront the governor. In this situation, they started a new round of urgent propaganda work, trying to make Gu Heng a new second-generation governor, saying that he would come back to seize power and arrest half of the people in Fushing City to pay as imperial taxes, saying how miserable it would be to be paid as human taxes. But in fact, if the poor were really paid as human taxes, it might not be a bad thing. Being a slave on a starship might be better than being a poor person on the Wrathful Owl Star. Of course, there is also a chance of being sent to the Star Army as a slave, cannon fodder, or a frontline logistics transport team. That might be a little bit worse, although you can still eat enough, but the average life expectancy is a bit lower, in hours. But when they promote it, they don't talk about eating enough, they don't talk about glory, the issue of honor, they only promote that you won't live long. Their propaganda still has a certain effect. Previously, Gu Heng had done a lot of construction outside and attracted many refugees. Henry and Hodgson also did a lot of publicity, which made his reputation very good. Now, if they continue to say bad things about Gu Heng, the effect will be limited. But at least it has diluted his previous good reputation a lot, reminding people of the fear of being ruled by the governor. And the attitude that had already been inclined has become hesitant again. Thinking back to this, Mondok had to be thankful that it was a good move. Otherwise, he might really face a situation where the governor raised his arm and the soldiers defected. After analyzing these situations clearly, Mondok roughly knew what he should do. He needed to come forward in person, with his own prestige, to strengthen the will of the soldiers, so that they could clearly distinguish the situation, who was the enemy, and who was the commander. Even at the critical moment, he needed to further insist on his tough stance, so that the guards, under his encouragement, clearly stopped Gu Heng from moving forward, so as to drive the entire army. But thinking of this, he hesitated again. Intellectually, this was no problem. But what if he really had to show up in person and face the Space Marines? If the governor really didn't care and ordered an assault, could the hundreds of people in his personal guard battalion stop it? He was afraid that before the army could react and before the heavy artillery could be mobilized, his head would be taken off. Mondok was in a dilemma. Chapter 75, 3 Warnings. Mondok knew what the right thing to do was, but he didn't dare to do it. Nothing else, he was afraid of death. He hesitated, swayed, but when he was at a loss, Gu Heng's steps were so firm and getting closer and closer. He knew this. As time passed, he began to realize that he couldn't hesitate any longer. At this time, making a choice, even if it was wrong, would not be more wrong than doing nothing. He really didn't dare to show up in person, face the governor's majesty, face the threat of the Space Marines. But he couldn't surrender to the governor. He didn't have this option anymore. He was unwilling to give up the current situation and retreat directly to the inner city, which would be equivalent to losing his prestige. A general who abandoned the army would never be able to gain the support of the army again. At that time, the governor might really be able to take the command of the army by relying on justice. He finally came up with a compromise plan. Gu Heng was finally stopped. To be honest, he was disappointed. The reaction was too slow. Although, the current scene was one of the many possibilities he had expected. The soldiers might be at a loss because of the identity of the governor, because of the suddenness, because they never opened fire. This was also the reason why Gu Heng chose to set off when the sun was about to rise and many people were still asleep, and why no one opened fire at the checkpoint ahead. But when it really happened, he still lamented the opponent's indecisiveness. If Gu Heng himself was in the opposite position, he would have decisively ordered to pull up the heavy artillery and tanks. No matter if there were accidental injuries or not. No matter what the consequences would be after the fight. He would just bomb him first. That Mondok. Didn't he think that he would not survive? He was still hesitating, not knowing what to be hesitant about. Of course, if the opponent really wanted to do this, Gu Heng was not afraid. Since he dared to come, he certainly had a way to break the impasse. Heavy artillery could not kill the Space Marines, could not kill the Battle Sisters, and could not kill him. To be more precise, it could not reach them. But this did not happen, so there was no need to say more. At the moment, Gu Heng did not care about this obstruction. About a company of soldiers, led by several officers, blocked the road in front. They were obviously in a hurry, and did not even have time to set up a roadblock. They just blocked the way with human flesh, and did not even fire a gun. There was just an officer in front of the battle, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Stop advancing. We will open fire after 3 warnings. The governor must come alone." After listening to the warning, Gu Heng also saw the soldiers blocking the road on the opposite side, with their guns raised, with their hands on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. 3 warnings? Gu Heng had a sneer on his face. These in front are indeed rebels, Gu Heng said softly. The officer on the opposite side was about to issue a second warning. But at this moment, a bomb blew up his body. The large-caliber warhead made of diamond completely destroyed most of the officer's body. The extremely penetrating bomb continued to penetrate and killed another soldier, and then exploded in the crowd. The characteristics of the standard bomb, in addition to the large-caliber warhead with strong penetration, are also equipped with explosive fuses and micro-shaped charge bombs. When it explodes, the impact force, the mixed power of shrapnel, is even more powerful than ordinary grenades and gun-mounted grenades. The grenade launchers in the hands of Space Marines are simply crushing weapons for ordinary armies. They can be used as a small-caliber howitzer when fighting against light infantry, and as armor-piercing shells when fighting against armored units. After penetrating the armor, the grenade will explode inside the vehicle, killing the target inside the vehicle. 7 Space Marines opened fire at the same time. The firepower of the grenade launchers covered the hundreds of soldiers who were acting as a human wall on the road. Almost in an instant, they were completely destroyed. Even if there were 2 tanks among those soldiers, it would still be meaningless. If it was the main battle tank of the Star Army, such as the Lion King tank, the grenade launchers would only scratch the surface. But the 2 tanks at the moment were just local products produced by some military enterprises on the Wrathful Owl Star, not the main land battle tanks of the Star Army. The armor looked thick, but the design, technological content, and material itself were not up to standard and could not stop the explosive bullets made of diamond. The explosive bullets penetrated the armor, blasted into the vehicle, and caused an explosion inside. A hole in the tank might not be a big problem, but the people inside would definitely not survive. During this process, some of the hundreds of soldiers occasionally reacted and pulled the trigger, firing at the Space Marines. But until they were almost all dead, the number of bullets fired was probably no more than 20, and most of them missed, and the few that hit could not even leave a scratch on the Space Marines' power armor. A Space Marine standing at the front said, "What gave these mortals the courage that they dared to stand in a dense formation on an open road to block us without cover, without shelter, without equipment?" Gu Heng knew that the man who spoke was called Schneider. This bald warrior without a helmet was a more elite warrior than the veteran. Moreover, Gu Heng could see that the guy had some problems with the Commander Martins. But Gu Heng had no time to pay attention to these things and what he had just said. He had more important things to do now. The psychic energy was amplified by the telekinesis, which amplified the degree of vibration of the air from his vocal cords when he spoke, and sent his words to the ears of many soldiers who were watching the devastating, one-sided massacre just now. "I am the governor of the empire. I am the ruler of the alliance. And anyone who dares to stop me will be regarded as a traitor. I order all soldiers to obey orders, stay on the spot, and wait for the result. I am the governor of the empire. All soldiers, obey orders, stay on the spot, and wait for the result." This sentence seemed to form a wave in the air, echoing continuously. At the same time, the speed of Gu Heng and his party suddenly increased. When the Space Marines and the Battle Sisters were moving at full speed, their speed was comparable to that of a chariot. Their explosive power was stronger than that of a short-distance champion, and their endurance was stronger than that of a long-distance champion. And Gu Heng, of course, would not chase with his own 2 legs. Telekinesis control took effect again, and the invisible force lifted his body, making him half-floating, and closely following the advancing extraordinary warriors, keeping himself under their protection at all times. Chapter 76, Cannot Escape. Although Gu Heng used the power of psychic energy to convey warnings and orders to every Alliance soldier around him, however, he would not leave his fate uncontrollable. It is entirely possible that those soldiers would not obey the warnings and orders, either because of their loyalty to Mondok and the Alliance, or because of stress reaction, and directly fire at Gu Heng and his men. Therefore, Gu Heng must be prepared to face the attack. If the soldiers around him took action, the armor on the soldiers and nuns moving around would become Gu Heng's best cover, and ordinary firepower would not be able to penetrate it if heavy shells really flew over. Not to mention whether those shells could easily hit the target in a fast-moving state. Even if they could hit the target, Gu Heng would be able to identify it in advance, and then use the power of psychic energy to make the shells deviate slightly when flying in the air, causing them to miss. At the same time, they will also turn into a sharp knife, pierce through the entire army, rush straight to the headquarters of the Fuxing City military, and capture Mondok alive. He believed that, under the high-speed charge, nothing could stop the 19 top fighters. With the assistance of his psychic, at least the Fuxing City military must not have this ability. However, although Gu Heng had made the worst plan, this bad situation did not happen at all. The surrounding soldiers still did not open fire. Perhaps the words that Gu Heng sent to their ears through his psychic power had an effect. The soldiers hesitated because of their status as governors, and because of the pressure of becoming traitors to the empire, and did not dare to take action. Or perhaps, the Space Marines just wiped out an entire tank in a few seconds, and the scene of the mixed infantry company was really terrifying. Of course, It was because the Mondauk Guard battalion that blocked the way did not understand the Space Marines' combat methods at all, and chose a very wrong arrangement, which led to a group annihilation. But the ordinary soldiers watching were probably just in shock and disbelief, and it would take them a while to figure it out. Moreover, if they figured it out, wouldn't it be scary? More than 100 bodies with the wreckage of 2 tanks. The effect achieved by 7 people in 2 seconds was simply terrifying. Those combat nuns didn't do anything. Of course, these 2 points may have worked together. Those soldiers were indeed scared. And then the words of the governor gave them another reason to convince themselves. Anyway, the soldiers did not take action. Gu Hang and others ran all the way inside. Their speed was even faster than Mondauk got the news. Those who could contact Mondauk directly were just killed. And some clever ones wanted to go back to report the news. But they had to run faster than the Space Marines and Battle Sisters. This led to the fact that when Mondauk learned that the guard battalion he sent out to intercept had been wiped out, Gu Hang, who was with others, was almost on his face. His face had already turned pale. The most loyal troops under his command were the personal guards. In his previous decision, he had divided this team into 3 parts, except for those who went to stop Governor Gu and those who stayed by his side. The rest were to mobilize troops. Of course, he had also considered what would happen if a conflict really broke out and the governor chose to take action. In other words, should he be prepared to take action? Originally, he thought he was ready. But when he found that Gu Hang could pass the roadblock without being blocked, he began to doubt it and sent out a team to try to directly command the large army below. But it seemed too late. What to do? He felt that he had only thought for a moment in his mind, before he decided whether to leave, stay or fight. The sound of gunfire rang in his ears. Those guards who were most loyal to him faced the 19 people who rushed straight at him, and bravely fought back. However, this obstruction is meaningless. This headquarters of Mondauk is essentially a relatively large house in the outer city that looks relatively good. Some buildings were demolished outside the house, and fortifications were built on the spot with the waste materials. The guards were stationed around it, and there were also 4 challenge tanks and a combat command vehicle. In the face of an attack, this place can be held, if necessary. When the surrounding messy buildings have been cleared, he can also get on the command vehicle and slip away more conveniently. His guards had a suitable place to garrison, and they also deployed a defensive posture in advance. They were not crowded together, and they had bunkers and foxholes for protection, so they would not be wiped out by a single round of grenade launchers. They were accurately targeted, and there were still many soldiers killed and injured in small-scale explosions, but at least they could still fight. At the same time, after these guards joined the battle, a considerable number of nearby Alliance soldiers were also mobilized. After all, General Mondauk was there, and a considerable number of these Alliance soldiers no longer stood idly by, but tried to launch an attack. But even though the Space Marines were not able to wipe out the defending troops in one wave, they were not blocked. They did not need cover, and they just rushed forward. The shooting of bullets had little effect on the ceramic steel armor. The grenade thrown at them could not hit them at all. The number of rocket launchers flying at them was small, and the hit rate was low. If they could hit the target, they would be deflected by Gu Hang's psychic power. In fact, if they were not deflected, it might not be a big problem. Even if they were hit in the face, they would only stagger a little, feel a little uncomfortable, and have some gray smoke on their armor. But it would not be a big problem. Of course, the Battle Sisters might be affected a little more. The white-green armor of the Holy Mercy Lily is beautiful, but it is not as strong as that of the Space Marines. Therefore, Gu Hang will take care of the firepower directed at the Battle Sisters. Sister Grit also noticed this. She nodded slightly to Gu Hang, and then fought harder. She took the lead, accelerated forward, rushed out of the front line, and quickly approached a tank that was turning its gun and trying to fire. In her hand, she held a long-handled halberd, and swung it. The golden blade shattered the barrel of the tank with just one blow. Then, she jumped high again, and the halberd penetrated the tank from the top. The soldiers in the tank only felt a golden light shining from their heads. And then, they saw the commander and the driver being strung together like a candied hawse. They were all shocked. And this was just a microcosm of the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers could not stop the advance of the superhuman warriors. The grenade launchers in the hands of the Space Marines and the Sisters of Battle could easily eliminate the enemies that stood in their way. They failed to kill all the soldiers quickly, but there was no need to do so. In just a moment, they had penetrated the defense line of those soldiers. Gu Heng could even see Mondok, this general of Renaissance City, right in front of him, had just hurriedly boarded a command vehicle, and seemed to be planning to run away. But if he wanted to run away now, how could he escape? Chapter 77, Execution. At this time, Mondok was doomed to die. It was still Sister Grit who did the action. She knew that for Gu Heng, if he could capture the rebel leader alive, it would be more valuable, even if this guy would still die in the end. After cutting off a tank, Sister Grit did not stop, but continued to accelerate. She jumped high, and the combat backpack behind her suddenly spurted out dark green flames, propelling her body, and she accelerated suddenly in midair. The command vehicle that had just started moving had not even started to speed up when the head nun rushed close to it. She was in midair, holding a gun with one hand and firing, and the infantrymen accompanying the command vehicle were sniped one by one. When she landed, there were no enemies around. With a swing of the long spear, the rear wheels of the command vehicle were cut in half. With another slash, the door was cut open, and Mondok's terrified face was exposed. The rebel leader still showed some bravery at this time. He trembled and raised the pistol he had prepared long ago, and pulled the trigger at the head nun. However, how could the bullets fired from an ordinary self-defense pistol shake the head nun's feedback power armor? He only fired one shot, and the bullet bounced off the armor. Then he was grabbed by the collar by the head nun with one hand and pulled directly off the car. The general fell to the ground like a dead dog, and was dragged towards Gu Heng by Grit with one hand. He kept struggling, but it was meaningless. The head nun's hand was like steel, and did not loosen at all. The surviving guards around them could only watch helplessly. The general, who was usually high and mighty, was now being dragged on the ground. Some of them wanted to save him, but they had no idea what to do. It would be useless to shoot him with bullets. Heavy firepower? What if the general was killed in the process? What was even more terrifying was the dozen or so male and female soldiers themselves. They had fought head-on against the most elite extraordinary warriors in the Empire, and they had only one feeling: such an enemy. Could he still be considered a human being? Invulnerable to swords and guns, and unmoved by artillery bombardment. However, the enemy fired a shot at random, and as long as their people were densely packed, large groups of people would be taken away. Those angels of death, as if strolling in the garden, captured their general under their protection. It's not that they didn't fight desperately, but all they could do was die. They couldn't fight this kind of battle that was doomed to fail and impossible to win. Seeing the general being captured, they even felt relieved. They had already lost, so could they not fight anymore? Such thoughts filled their minds, and the fingers of the soldiers pulling the triggers became less determined. The Space Marines also reduced their firepower and stopped shooting. They were too lazy to care about the soldiers who were hiding. They would only fire explosive bombs at the enemies who were still resisting. The Phoenix was an extremely poor warband. In their eyes, explosive bombs were more valuable than the lives of these local indigenous rebels. At this moment, Grit had brought Mondok to Gu Heng. At this moment, General Mondok, who always had a tough attitude and was dressed in combat uniform, had completely lost his usual image and demeanor. He was dragged all the way on the ground, and because the head nun was too rough, half of the time, he had half of his face on the ground. When he arrived in front of Gu Heng, the half of his face that was dragged on the ground was bloody, and his body was covered in blood, dust, and half-torn clothes, which made him look very embarrassed. He was thrown in front of Gu Heng, struggling to get up, but he was in so much pain that it was difficult to get up. But he didn't need to get up by himself. An invisible force supported his body, lifted him up. He was able to face Gu Heng directly. He opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to say something, but couldn't utter a word. There was also an invisible force blocking his throat, making it difficult for him to even breathe, not to mention speaking. This was of course done by Gu Heng. Whether the guy in front of him wanted to be tough one last time, or wanted to beg for mercy, Gu Heng didn't intend to listen. Now, Mondok's attitude is meaningless. For Gu Heng, if he can capture this guy alive, he will only be of use for one thing. I leave the safety issue to you. Gu Heng's voice rang in the ears of the Space Marines and the Battle Sisters. Grit smiled and nodded. In fact, the words were mainly directed at her. Next, Gu Heng will be exposed to the guns of all enemies. He is not worried about those ordinary soldiers, or even the bombardment of artillery fire. He had ways to deal with all of them. The only thing was, he was worried that there might be cultists of the original Wrathful Owl sect hiding in the army. This was possible. If they took action, coupled with the bullets and artillery fire of some controlled soldiers, it would indeed pose a threat to him. He wouldn't die. At worst he could sneak into the protection of the Space Marines and the Battle Sisters when the situation got bad. Is there anyone on this Wrathful Owl planet who could break through the protection of these 19 people and kill him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, that would be a bit embarrassing, and not conducive to Gu Heng's establishment of his own prestige. And what he needs Sister Grit to do is to try to ensure that he does not fall into such an embarrassing situation. This was discussed in advance, and the sister agreed very straightforwardly. Or in other words, if it is just to help the governor to suppress the rebellion, the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy are actually not interested. The core goal of their coming to the surface is to fight against the heresy of the cult. And now, the task of keeping an eye on the cultists, who might appear later, is just what they want. Gu Heng retracted his gaze and looked at Mondok again. It was time to use this alliance general. Under the power of telekinesis, Gu Heng's body began to rise into the air, taking Mondok with him. Gu Heng's golden governor's uniform moved without wind. He looked stern and solemn, overlooking the entire battlefield. Mondok's figure was slightly lower than him, his limbs and throat bound by psychic energy, unable to move, let alone speak. Only Gu Heng's voice, through the power of psychic energy, resounded in the scene. All soldiers, put down your weapons. I am Gu Heng. I am the representative of the empire you swore to serve. I am the agent of the Divine Emperor to rule this land. I am the master of the Wrathful Owl Star. I am your governor. And this man, whom you call a general, betrayed the empire, betrayed the Divine Emperor, betrayed me. Hearing this, the looks of the Space Marines and the Battle Sisters all changed subtly. Betraying the governor is indeed betraying the empire. Betraying the empire? Isn't that betraying the emperor? There is nothing wrong with what he said. But the governor put himself on the same level as the empire and the emperor. It always feels wrong? But they didn't say anything. Gu Heng didn't care what these devout followers of the emperor were thinking. He continued, I hereby declare that in the name of the emperor, General Mondok's identity is stripped away, and he is sentenced to be a traitor to the empire. Soldiers, no matter what orders you received before, they have now been completely terminated. In the name of the governor, I order everyone to lay down their weapons. Your past actions will not be investigated. But from this moment on, those who still disobey orders will also be regarded as traitors. As he spoke, Gu Heng raised a pistol, pointed it at Mondok's forehead, and shot him dead. Chapter 78, Put down your weapons, don't be a traitor. Killing Mondok in this state, for Gu Heng, it is no different from killing a chick. His psychic power can lift his entire body into the air, and with the same power, it is no problem to break Mondok's neck. Gu Heng did not do so, but chose to draw his gun to execute him, because of the sense of form. Gu Heng wanted to use this very symbolic shooting method to tell all the soldiers that their former commander was a guilty person, a traitor to the empire. And they should, right now, completely draw a line with the traitors, and accept the leadership of the governor. He did not intend to use all the 10,000 soldiers in Fushing City immediately. But at least, these people must not become an obstacle to his next action. If the purge is an inevitable thing, then it will start from the army. The soldiers watching around almost all saw what happened in the air, and all heard the governor's declaration. The general is a traitor? This news, it was a little hard to accept for a while. If Gu Heng didn't just say it, the soldiers would really regard Mondok as a traitor and Gu Heng as the commander. After all, before this, they were not familiar with Gu Heng, and Mondok had been their leader for several years. Many of them were officers promoted by General Mondok. However, now Mondok is dead. He died in front of them, and was found guilty and executed. The object of loyalty has been lost. Many people are at a loss. What should be done next? Revenge for the general? This, in the minds of some people who are deeply indebted to Mondok, this is not an option. In fact, some people have tried to do this. Some officers try to continue to encourage their soldiers to launch attacks. But this is not very effective. The most important point is that they have no way to deny Gu Heng's identity as a ruler. He was the real governor. He executed the general, and the remaining soldiers had almost no reason to continue fighting. It was not so useful to rely solely on the officer's instigation. Only a few people who were confused would take out their weapons and try to attack. Facing these attacks, Gu Heng stood still in midair. This was not the time to retreat. He was going to stand here and spread the declaration he had just made to the soldiers over and over again, and deeply imprint his identity in the soldiers' minds. As for those who were stubborn, their attacks were within Gu Heng control. His telekinesis was enough to allow him to catch the bullets fired at him within a certain distance, and deflect them so that they could not hit him. Even if there were a few bullets that he was unable to catch in time, he still had the protective aura on his body as a last resort. If he was targeted by thousands of people, then Gu Heng would have to run away immediately. But this did not happen. After all, only a few people attacked him. These few stubborn elements were also suppressed forcefully. The Space Marines would take action. The bolter in the Phoenix hand could always accurately kill the rebels. And the evil cultists that Gu Heng was worried about did not pose any threat to him at all. His previous guess was correct. There must be evil sorcerers from the original Wrathful Owl sect lurking in the army of Renaissance City. After he took off, those evil sorcerers quietly emerged and aimed at him. Gu Heng had already found traces of the heretics within the range of his psychic perception. While they were planning to attack Gu Heng with psychic power, they were also trying to encourage the surrounding soldiers to continue attacking Gu Heng. However, Gu Heng did not move because of his trust in the fighting nuns. And the sisters led by Sister Grit did not disappoint Gu Heng's trust. In the previous actions, the Holy Mercy Lilies, who actually seemed to be a little lazy, became active at this moment. The 11 people did not need to communicate, and they tacitly divided into groups of 2. Grit acted alone, and a total of 6 groups rushed into the group of soldiers. They shouted the name of the Emperor, and found those who had already revealed their disguises, and were ready to use the power of evil magic to attack Gu Heng. They are true anti-cultists experts, and are the natural enemies of all heretics, cults, and psychics. There was a faint light on the bodies of the Holy Lilies, and the blessing of the Emperor had arrived. Within a certain range, all hostile psychic powers and evil power methods will be directly blocked. Of course, this kind of blockage has a certain limit. If the target is too strong, the evil magic that can be cast will still be cast. After all, their anti-psychic power comes from the divine arts they master and the blessing of the Emperor. In essence, when a hostile spell takes effect, their divine power will immediately counter it. But at least, none of the sorcerers who appeared at the moment could break through the anti-psychic suppression of the Battle Sisters. The sorcery and psychic power were ineffective, and the cultists who were mixed in them had no ability to fight back and were easily eliminated. Seeing the Battle Sisters killing their comrades around them, some soldiers started to resist, whether they were instinctively counterattacking or were really bewitched by the cultists. The Holy Lilies would not be merciful and would eliminate them all. These cultists who sneaked in appearance, were not much different from ordinary soldiers. The soldiers did not know that these were cultists, and some even thought that they were being massacred, in order to prevent the spread of this misunderstanding, which would cause the already tense situation to slide into a completely uncontrollable state. Gu Heng used the voice of psychic energy to once again ring in the ears of all soldiers. Put down your weapons. Stop resisting. The cultists who intend to destroy Renaissance City are plotting, and the battle nuns are clearing out the heretics. Lay down your weapons. You will not be implicated. All those who continue to hold weapons will be regarded as traitors. Lay down your weapons. Don't be a traitor. In confusion, a considerable number of soldiers finally stopped resisting. At this moment, the infantry regiment led by Yin Fanshu also entered the field. They approached the defense line of the Alliance Corps cautiously, and also shouted with the governor, "Lay down their weapons, stop resisting." The disarmed soldiers stayed where they were, and the few who still held weapons, whether they resisted or not, were all executed. The governor acted as a humanoid radio station in midair, and released the persuasion aura to the entire Alliance Legion. The Space Marines and the Sisters of Battle cleared out the stubborn traitors from within, disarmed the ordinary soldiers, and the infantry regiment led by Yin Fanshu began to disarm from the outside. The main battle ended here. Most of the Alliance soldiers, after witnessing the general being tortured and shot, and the governor personally ordered to persuade them to surrender, chose to surrender in the face of the irresistible Space Marines and Sisters of Battle. They didn't want to fight anymore. They couldn't win, and they didn't know what the point of continuing to fight was. So why continue to fight? Chapter 79. The overall situation has been decided. The overall situation has been decided. Gu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had reason to be happy. The final means he prepared was not used. His actions today had some risk, but not much. Under the dual protection of the Space Marines and the Sisters of Battle, he himself was a very powerful psychic, so it was not easy for him to get into trouble. In addition, he was protected by his status as the governor, making those Alliance soldiers at a loss, and they were afraid to put their full efforts into the battle, which was another layer of protection. It was precisely because of these bonuses that he dared to come and behead Mondok, and then conquer the entire army. The biggest risk was the failure of the operation. At this moment, his set goal had been achieved. Of course, he also thought that if this adventure slipped into a state of complete loss of control, he might have to face the situation of being trapped in an army of 10,000 people with only 19 people. But on the one hand, he was confident that in this case, he could still break out with all his strength. And on the other hand, he also had the final means to completely solve the problem. In the space orbit, the quintet has been fully prepared for war, and the ship's guns are ready to fire at any time to launch orbital strikes on the ground. Once the situation is completely out of control, Gu Heng will leave a mark and break out with all his strength. The team led by Yin Fangxu will also support him from the outside, and build a defense line to block the Alliance army in the outer city. After he breaks out, the ship's guns will begin to carry out orbital bombardment, bombarding the Alliance army stationed in the outer city area in a relatively accurate and small-scale manner. Orbital strikes are not completely invincible. If the party under bombardment has dug deep air raid shelters, tunnels, and strong bunkers specially designed to resist orbital strikes, it may be able to greatly reduce the power of orbital bombardment and reduce damage. But obviously, the Alliance Corps did not make such preparations, and temporary digging is impossible. When the orbital bombardment is over, Gu Heng will bring troops to clean up the battlefield, which can also achieve the goal of destroying the Alliance Corps. But that is the worst strategy. The last resort? Orbital bombing cannot be completely accurate. There will certainly be shells that fall into the inner city, or places outside the war zone in the outer city, causing serious accidental injuries. The fear of orbital bombing will spread in Fuxing City. This panic may help Gu Heng's next actions, but it may also encourage the resistance of city residents. If it falls into that situation, there will be a lot of trouble later. But if it really comes to that, Gu Heng will not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would not have made such a plan. But if it is not necessary, it is better not to use it. The current result is much better than using rail guns to clear the way. The Alliance Legion has become his. It is definitely not enough to completely control these 10,000 fully armed Legion soldiers and turn them into trustworthy subordinates. In fact, it took a lot of effort just to disarm them all and put them under centralized custody. After executing Mondok, it took almost a whole day just to disarm and settle these soldiers. The main reason was that among these soldiers, although most of them had accepted their fate, there were still a few who refused to hand over their weapons, which led to conflicts with the infantry regiment led by Yin Fangxu and bloodshed. At the same time, there were also quite a few people who, although they did not dare to resist openly, would quietly escape with their weapons. The direct troops brought by Gu Heng, a total of 5 battalions with about 1,500 people, were really a bit stretched. Although they have tried their best to prevent this situation, there are still a lot of Alliance soldiers who fled with their weapons. These guys may become trouble in the future. If they hide in the slums of the outer city, they may become a hidden danger to the security of the outer city in the future. If they escape outside the city, they may become bandits. It is troublesome, but it is just a minor problem. Not a big deal. Excluding those who died and those who ran away, there are about 7,000 soldiers who were finally taken care of. Next, Gu Heng did not rush into the city. The current situation, the city's problems, and Hodgson's problems were no longer important. After the army was disarmed, the city had become a prey that could be taken at will. It would not move, and it would only depend on when Gu Heng would harvest it. In fact, what Gu Heng was facing at the moment was far from the full war potential of Fuxing City. This action was not even a war. If Gu Heng wanted to name it himself, it should be called a special military operation. Gu Heng made a sharp judgment that, although the disappearance of old Hodgson meant that the Alliance authorities had declared war on him, the enemy he had to deal with in this war was not the entire Fuxing City. On the contrary, the city should be his, and the people in the city and the army defending the city should not be his enemies, but his subjects, clearly recognizing who the real enemy is and who should be won over to his side. This is the core reason why Gu Heng was able to achieve such a great result at a relatively small cost. Only by understanding this problem can we achieve twice the result with half the effort. Instead of foolishly treating the entire city as an enemy, and finally end up with both sides suffering losses. The route problem has been solved. And the only thing left is how to do it. There are space warriors, battle sisters, starship macro cannons, and the identity of the governor. The means to solve the problem is not a big problem. After dealing with the Alliance army, Gu Heng set people to divide the troops into 5 places. For infantry battalions, each guarding, close the 4 gates of the inner city. These people in the inner city, who protected themselves with high walls, now found that the walls had become their prisons, and the 4 exits were blocked. At this point, the dignitaries in the inner city, as well as the 100,000 people living in the inner city, were locked inside, and separated from the 800,000 to 900,000 people outside the city. The other battalion guarded 7,000 disarmed and captured Alliance soldiers. Gu Heng was also here. These 7,000 people were crucial. Gu Heng did not have the whimsical idea that he could immediately subdue them and make them his subordinates. But in the future, they would be a very important part of Gu Heng military force. He could not leave these 7,000 people unused. Even if he had a systematic training function, a good source of soldiers was still important. But before incorporating this army, Gu Heng still had a lot of work to do. Chapter 80. Ideological construction. More than 7,000 soldiers were disarmed and put under centralized supervision. But that did not mean the matter was over. Are there any heretics among them? Could there be heretics who were not exposed in the action against Gu Heng just now? This is very likely. The combat nuns are in charge of this work. Unlike the Phoenix, which had been idle after the battle, the nuns of the Holy Lily became even busier. They began to search for hidden heretics throughout the army. Under the eyes of the Holy Lily, the heretics had no way to hide, and were quickly identified, exposed, and executed in public. Their behavior not only did not cause a backlash from the soldiers, but also provided further help to Gu Heng. The original Angry Owl sect did not have a good reputation. When the soldiers found that there were many heretics around them, they were actually angry. They wondered whether the former commander was deliberately condoning this. Should I join those cult traitors and continue to oppose the governor? That's definitely not possible. In other words, this gave the soldiers another reason to convince themselves to accept the decision of surrender. At the same time, the Holy Lilies were also preaching, instilling the doctrines of the state religion, the faith in the emperor, and the loyalty to the empire into the hearts of the soldiers. Their strength had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the previous bloody battles. And now, they were showing mercy. They will have a gentle smile on their faces, and their bodies will emit a divine light. The belief in the emperor, who ascended to God, is the most common belief in the entire human empire, even on the wrathful Owl Star. While fighting against the evil cult, carrying the power of the victor, and the confusion of the soldiers after the defeat, their missionary effect is quite good. The Holy Lilies did this not to help Gu Heng. Is there any other reason for the nuns to preach? As for objectively helping Gu Heng, the planetary governor, who was the spokesperson for the empire's rule, strengthened the loyalty of the soldiers. That was a pleasant surprise. While the combat nuns were busy, Gu Heng was not idle either. In the prisoner of war camp, he met with all the surviving military commanders above the battalion and regiment level, and talked with each of them for a while. After the individual meetings, he also convened all the military commanders above the company level, and held a closed-door meeting. During the conversation, Gu Heng listened to a lot, and said a lot. He knew the soldiers' confusion, demands, and bewilderment, and he gave many firm answers. Gu Heng was not here to destroy Fuxing City. On the contrary, he was here to build the city. Loyalty to the empire is the obligation of every soldier. They will be able to gain more merits on the battlefield. They will fight to rebuild the world. For themselves, for their families, and for a better tomorrow for their hometown. Of course, these things sound very abstract. But Gu Heng also talked about a lot of real things in Fuxing City. The treatment of these Alliance regular soldiers is not bad, and Gu Heng can ensure that their material allocation will only be higher than in the past. And the same is true for officers. In the future, the army will expand, and officers with good performance will likely have more promotion opportunities. The army will receive more attention, and better equipment will be allocated to the army. All soldiers' families and officers' families will receive corresponding subsidies according to their ranks. If there are casualties, The pension ratio will be higher than before. Gu Heng has provided protection for these middle and grassroots officers on both spiritual and material levels. The officers were all excited, patting their chests and assuring the governor that they had been deceived in the past. And now they understood that being loyal to the governor was the only right way. Overall, the host and the guests had a good time. Of course, Gu Heng was not naive. Can you believe everything someone says with a pat on his chest? Can you immediately use them as your own people? That is obviously unrealistic. For example, Gu Heng could not let these alliance soldiers take on the task of blocking the city now. If that were the case, there would be a bunch of powerful people in the city who were familiar with the officers, making friends, giving bribes. I'm afraid that many people would run away by then. Under the current situation, those old soldiers, those officers who were mixed in the Fuxing City Political Bureau, would be too stupid not to say some nice words. But Gu Heng didn't care. Just show your attitude, that's all. Later, Gu Heng had a lot of ways to improve the combat effectiveness of the army, and improve the control over the army. He will really follow his promise in terms of material conditions, and will not fool people. Soldiers eat food, and all the promised things are given, which will ensure basic loyalty, and the construction of spiritual civilization should be further strengthened. In this regard, Gu Heng intends to take some special measures. He will select a large number of people from the 6 infantry battalions he built, and conduct special training. He will invite battle sisters and space warriors to teach them. After they finish the class, Gu Heng will go to class in person. It is not a special military training, but a cultivation of ideological awareness, loyalty to the empire, faith in the God Emperor. These need to be further emphasized. And Gu Heng needs to tie loyalty, honor, faith, and other things to himself. There is nothing wrong with this. It is logically true. You believe in the God Emperor and are loyal to the empire. But I am the governor appointed by the empire, and I am the one who rules on the wrathful Owl Star on behalf of the God Emperor. Loyalty to the emperor means loyalty to the governor. There is nothing wrong with that. However, Phoenix and Holy Lily will not be bothered with these smuggling tasks. Gu Heng will work harder and do it himself. All the trained people will be placed among officers at all levels of the Alliance Corps. They are not there to grab power and become military commanders, but to do the work of political commissars. Their duty is to spread the idea of loyalty to the governor to the entire army, and to review the actions of military commanders. If an officer shows signs of disloyalty, the political commissar will report it to the higher authorities for handling. If it is during wartime, or in other emergencies, the political commissar can even execute the military commander and take over the command of the troops. In the regular army of the empire, there are similar positions. But what Gu Heng is going to do is to go a step further. Establish the political commissar in the company. Build the army. Strengthen discipline. Motivate morale. And spread loyalty. This is what these people will do for Gu Heng in the future. For these things, Gu Heng stayed in the outer city for 2 full days. The 50 or so political commissars were also selected. They put on black coats and red military caps, and were stationed in the prisoner of war camp and in various companies of the Alliance Corps. Although these people were forced to do something, even the ideological training that Gu Heng had conceived before was very simple. The nuns came to talk to them for a long time, and Gu Heng talked to them for a long time, and that was it. But in any case, their loyalty to Gu Heng is still guaranteed. Throwing them into the army first will strengthen the control over the army. As for the training, when we have time and the situation is calmed down, it will not be too much to expand it in depth. While Gu Heng was busy with the army, the inner city was in turmoil these 2 days. Chapter 81, each of them has his own agenda. Norris and Bradford, these 2 people who are in the Alliance, and who call the shots in Renaissance City, have completely lost their manners at this time. Damn Mondok. You must take a tough approach. It's not a pity to lose your life, but what can we do now? The army is gone, and the city is blocked. We are all fish on the chopping board now. Bradford's hair was disheveled, and his expression was crazy and terrified. But as he spoke, he kept secretly glancing at Norris on the opposite side. Hearing Bradford's words, he did not speak. Old Norris did not speak. His thick white hair, beard, eyebrows, and lips formed a gloomy expression. Bradford gritted his teeth and continued to complain. What should we do now? It's useless. Did you see the photo? Did you see the video? That Gu Heng. He just flew in the sky. He just executed Mondok in public. Damn it. Why didn't we know before that Gu Hang was actually a powerful psychic? After that, he looked at Norris again. The old man still didn't speak. Bradford continued, those space marines. Battle sisters. Didn't they say they were fake? They killed fully armed soldiers like killing chickens. And destroyed our tanks as easily as opening cans. How dare we go to war with such an enemy? Damn it! Mondok. That reckless man. Bewitched us and hurt us badly. And those soldiers? How dare they? Every month. Every year. The government spends so much money on those soldiers. Allowing them to live a life that they could never have lived as animals before. Giving them a higher status. But how do they repay us? When we need them the most. They dare not fight to the death. But surrender instead? That Gu Hang said he is the ruler. He is the commander of the army. Bullshit! Why don't those soldiers use their brains to think about it? Has Gu Hang ever paid them a penny? Bradford, the business tycoon, had no manners at all. He cursed all over. First Mondok and then Gu Hang. Then Mondok and then those ordinary soldiers. He finally succeeded in making Norris annoyed. Okay. Put away your crazy look. And stop pretending in front of me. Norris said. You want to ask me? Want to know what I should do next? I can tell you. No problem. Now Fushing City has become our prison. And they are all dying prisoners. So what's wrong with that? But even if I tell you, do you really dare to follow me? Bradford immediately abandoned his previous collapsed look, changed his face, and said, why not? The Legion is finished, Mondok is dead, now in the whole city, only you, Master Norris, are the real power. You have people in your hands, and you will have guns and cannons when you open the arsenal. All the people in the city, who don't want to return to the governor's rule will unite around you. Humph, Norris snorted coldly. After Mondok's death, and the surrender of the Alliance Corps, the political nature of Renaissance City changed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Alliance had changed. If they could rely on the Alliance Corps and the military potential of the large population in the inner and outer cities of Renaissance City to fight against the governor in the past, it would be impossible now. With the 4 gates sealed and the army turning against them, they couldn't even leave the city. It was impossible to turn the tables. The remaining thing is how to survive. Their life and death are only in the governor's mind. According to their thinking. Although the governor has not entered the city yet, it may be too late to make a decision when the governor enters the city. At this moment, they can make very few decisions. It is nothing more than escaping or kneeling. In the current Fushing City, it is not easy to escape. As for kneeling to the governor, if the kneeling posture is not good, I am afraid that you will not survive. Friends who used to work together now cannot help but cheat each other. For example, at this moment, Norris can see that Bradford pretends to be broken in front of him and flatters him with no good intentions. That guy seems to encourage him to arm the industrial workers and resist to the end, but if he really does that, I am afraid that the first person to sell him out will be this guy in front of him. Of course, his words that he is away and knows what to do are also false. He will arm the workers, and he will turn the factory into a military position. But this is not for resistance, but to concentrate the actual power in the city as much as possible, to increase the bargaining chips in his hands, and finally kneel down to the governor, so that he can kneel more weightily. The organized population, weapons and equipment, and means of production in the factory, all belong to me, Norris. The governor left me here. I will be of great use in the future. As for Bradford in front of him, a person who used to rely on connections and channels to do reselling business, can only wish him good luck. After a brief conversation with old Norris, Bradford's face was quite gloomy. He felt that old Norris saw what he meant, and was not fooled. Damn it! Without a conspicuous guy, staying in the city, and attracting the governor's attention, how can I run away? That's right, Bradford wants to run away. Bradford doesn't want to stay and be a dog. He is not like Norris, who has the capital to be a dog. On the contrary, he had been a channel dealer for so many years, and had accumulated a wide network of contacts, so that after leaving Fushing City, he had many other places to go. Even if life was not as good as before, it was better than staying. As long as he could escape. He could not count on Norris. He did not believe what Norris said, and did not believe that this guy would really confront the governor. On the contrary, he felt that Norris was looking for a way to make his kneeling more significant, in order to obtain better surrender conditions in front of Gu Hang. He might even be used as a condition to increase his weight by that guy. But this idea, in his opinion, is not worth mentioning. Those who cannot survive. The governor has already taken action with thunderous force. No matter how beautifully you kneel, it is not as good as being dead. Make room. Sweep away the upper class. And the governor can better paint on a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, even if you can survive, the governor will be the one who has the final say in this city in the future. And the Union Parliament will definitely not have the power it had in the past. And it is not even worth mentioning whether it exists or not. Old Norris was doomed. But the hateful thing was, since you were going to be doomed, why didn't you do it more spectacularly, giving me more chances to escape? After thinking it over, Bradford gritted his teeth and felt that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the governor would come into the city at any time, and the Great Purge would start at any time. If he waited any longer, he would have no chance to escape. He made up his mind. Chapter 82, The Value of Living. Bradford decided to run away. No delay, run tonight. He didn't dare to bring too many things. Although he had a lot of wealth in Fushing City, these physical properties would obviously hinder his actions. It would be inconvenient to escape if he brought them. His greatest wealth lies in his own life, and the connections he has accumulated over the years of doing business. As long as he gets out alive, he will get his fortune back even if he loses it all. On the contrary, he took out a lot of money, and gave it to his bodyguards, and the mercenaries he recruited, and promised that, as long as he could leave the city and go outside, he would have more money to give to these bodyguards. When operating at night, Bradford came to the northwest of the city. This is not the city gate, but it is not impossible to leave the city. With his many years of business experience, he certainly has mastered some special passages. In the past, this passage, which was dug from under the city wall to the outside through the sewer, was used for smuggling, for some special goods that need to be secretly imported or exported, and for tax exemption. This routine can save a lot of effort and money for these businesses that are not easy to see in the light. And now, this passage will save Bradford's life. After walking in the dark sewer pipes, and the secret passages dug out later for half an hour, they arrived at the place. A group of bodyguards took the lead, and someone climbed up the ladder and pushed the wellhead on the top. This was not easy, because the wellhead was sealed with soil for camouflage. If it couldn't be pushed open, they had to insert a knife along the edge of the lid to loosen the soil. It was troublesome, but it could be done. After a long time, the lid was pushed open, and 3 bodyguards went up. They held guns professionally, guarded in 3 directions, and waited for the follow-up personnel to come up. Soon, under the protection of the 2 groups of bodyguards in front and behind, Bradford came to the ground. The sky was dark, and he had seen the surrounding environment many times, and it was very familiar, but it was a little too quiet. In the past, after coming out of here, he could hear the noise of the outer city. At night, those poor people sometimes made a lot of noise to reflect the nightlife. But this is normal. They just fought a war, and in panic, it is normal not to dare to show up at night. Moreover, the governor might have imposed martial law outside the city. While he was thinking about it, the bodyguards who were guarding the rear also came up. Go! Go! Bradford urged. It was not difficult to pass through the tunnel, and the next step was the most dangerous one. It would take them at least half an hour to completely leave the outer city. Only then would they be safe. Before setting off again, they restored the cover of the secret passageway to its original state. Otherwise, if someone saw them, they would know that someone had escaped. After they finished doing this, they were ready to set off. Swish! 2 white searchlights shone extremely bright light on them. At the same time, a shout was heard, "Put down your weapons. Kneel down and surrender." Bradford, who was unable to open his eyes due to the stab wounds, and was in great pain, felt miserable. He knew it was over. He accepted his fate, dropped his gun, and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. But his bodyguards had different reactions. Some wanted to escape, while others tried to fight back against the source of the light despite the blinding light. But the next moment, the characteristic beep sound of the G9 rifle was heard. Those who wanted to escape, those who resisted, all died. On the way back to the camp, Perbov, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Governor's Infantry Regiment, laughed. "Ha ha! I didn't expect to get something. This secret passage news is really good." His adjutant was also very happy. Yes, the governor sent someone to be the political commissar, and it was really useful. When Cody was elected, I was a little reluctant, But I didn't expect to get the news of this smuggling tunnel the next day. Let's block it here. I originally thought of giving it a try, and it turned out to be a good thing. Did the arrested person say anything? He said he was a member of the Alliance. And he wanted to see the governor. Damn it. Can anyone see the governor? But I'd better report it to the governor to see if he is willing to see this person. If he is willing, let a team of people push him over. If he is not willing, damn it, I have no place to watch him. Or I can just shoot him. Bradford, who was tied up and followed behind, was scared to death. The governor will definitely see me. I know a lot of things. I will be very useful to the governor. Bradford thought that his fate would not be revealed until the next day. But he did not expect that. Although it was already late at night, Gu Heng had not rested yet and met him in the early hours of the morning. This made Bradford feel relieved. The governor was willing to see him. At least, he would not be shot by the officer who arrested him. But it was far from time to relax. Next is the moment that truly decides his fate. Whether he can show his value will depend on the next few words. If he wants to live, he must show his value. He must tell the governor that he is more useful alive than dead. However, this conversation with the governor was a little beyond his expectations. He was stunned by the first sentence. Bradford, we met on my first day on the surface. That day I felt that you would die in my hands, because I hate the way you smile. Now it seems that my feeling is right. Bradford was dumbfounded. Why the hell did I laugh that day? If this is the cause of death, it would be too unfair. Before he could speak, Gu Heng continued, I know you want to convince me to let you live. You want to show your value. I give you this opportunity, but I can tell you the benefits of your death first. In this way, you can think about it in your heart, what you have to pay to replace these. Bradford swallowed nervously, listening to Gu Heng slowly speaking. Next, I will conduct a major purge in Fuxing City. The performance of the entire Union government has disappointed me greatly in the past few months. How can I do politics well with a bunch of bugs like you? So, I plan to arrest all Union members, middle and upper level government employees, and hold public trials to expose your crimes to the public. I didn't. Bradford couldn't help but try to explain, but was interrupted by Gu Heng. I don't care. You will be guilty anyway. People in the inner city of Fuxing City can't live better. People in the outer city can't even get enough food and clothing. The whole world is in chaos. These are your original sins, and they will be woven into specific, outrageous crimes. And you will eventually pay for everything on the gallows. The people will feel happy, will get a vent, and may also feel fear. But in the end, they will respect me more. You don't have to worry about being alone. There will be many people to accompany you on the journey. After a comprehensive cleansing, the political situation in Fuxing City will be completely renewed. I will promote some new officials, who have no foundation, and not too many connections. They come from the bottom and will become a new class of interests. All their honor and disgrace depend on me. They may not do well at the beginning because of their lack of experience and inability, but they will do their best to implement my will. And I will also completely and thoroughly control the city, and implement my plan to revive the city, and even the world. Okay, I'm done. It's your turn next. Mr. Bradford, with your smart brain, can you think of a reason why your life is more valuable than your death? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 83. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 84. Is this the CPU? Gu Heng spoke with a sincere attitude, as if he was not talking to a prisoner. However, what he said was so cold. More importantly, Bradford believed every word Gu Heng said. He was deeply aware that the governor simply did not bother to deceive him. His head turned quickly, the pressure of death forcing him. You can't make me wait too long. This night is long, but I have more things to do. I don't have time to waste on you. Gu Heng's words rang out again, an absolute death warrant. Bradford had never felt his mind working so fast in his life. His ideas were not perfect, his thinking was not exhaustive, but he could only speak immediately. I have worked as a member of the Alliance for 4 years, and I am familiar with many merchants in Fuxing City, and even outside Fuxing City. I know a lot of information. Very good, this is one, Gu Heng said. But it's not enough, your will is not strong enough, you can't stand the torture, and you will tell everything in the end. There is still some time before the public trial and execution meeting, which is enough time for us to pry out everything we want to know from you, and it will not hinder your execution in the end, so that we can make the best use of people. The words said by the governor with a smile made Bradford shudder all over. Make the best use of people. Is that what you mean? Really? Sometimes he really wished the governor would not be so honest. He was not used to such a frank conversation, and felt very scared. But he could only bite the bullet and give another reason. After the Great Purge, it is difficult to guarantee the quality of the administrative personnel you promote. And it will be difficult for them to carry out their work. I have built my career from scratch, and have achieved what I have today. I am very capable. I will be loyal to you, and do everything you want to do for you without any regrets. It is a valuable proposal. But leaving behind an old congressman will make the deterrence of the Great Purge and the public trial of the crimes flawed. Your personal ability is not enough to make up for the loss. After a pause, Gu Heng continued, Bradford, I am a little disappointed with your performance. I thought you were a smart man, and would figure out the intelligence. Neither of these two things would save your life. But you still gave those two reasons, which made me doubt whether it was worthwhile for me to spend time listening to your reasons. I don't have much time left. And you don't have much time left either. As he communicated with Gu Heng, Bradford felt the fear accumulating in his heart, and the despair became deeper and deeper. The words and attitude of the governor were like a pair of big hands, grasping his heart, and tightening during the conversation. He felt that he was about to suffocate, and his mind was about to be defeated by the horror of death. But at this time, he was finally able to give up everything. Gu Heng was always very frank. He spoke about the Great Purge without reservation and the subsequent plans. As for himself, he might need to speak out all his thoughts and ideas frankly. I am a channel merchant. My roots are not only in Fuxing City, but also spread all over the country. In the many city-states in the eastern province, I have acquaintances in every city-state with a population of more than 200,000. The manor owners in the southern Qinggu area are on good terms with me. If Wohan wants to engage in grain trade, he also needs to communicate with the manor owners through me. The Oasis Kingdom in the Western Wilderness and the Blackbird Heavy Industry Group further west have a trade route that I have painstakingly built. It is one of the few heavy industrial cores in the entire Angry Owl Star. My connections, the trade routes I have established, and the many people I have placed on these routes are my greatest wealth. But they are intangible and will disappear with my death. Even if I want to give them to you, I cannot give them to you if I die. You can use torture to make me reveal all my contacts, contact information, and even the other party's personality and experience. But their trust in me cannot be replaced by anyone you send. If I die, they will be like raindrops falling into the sea, and they will never be found again. You will worry that if I don't die, the public trial will be flawed. But I am willing to be your tainted witness, and according to your needs, I will testify against the crimes of each member of parliament. There are many things that you don't even need to make up and list. I know a lot of truth. Being a liaison officer, a diplomat, a trade representative, an intelligence officer. These are the irreplaceable values of my life. But you will definitely still have doubts. I have so many connections in the outside world. Once I am free, it will be easy for me to escape. For this reason, I am willing to move all my family members outside, to Fuxing City. I am willing to take your most loyal guards with me when I am outside, so that they can monitor and execute me at any time. Or if you have any periodic poison or antidote, I am willing to accept it. Of course, all of this may not be stable. I may cruelly abandon my family, loyal guards may be murdered by me outside, and the poison may find an antidote outside, but this is the risk. At this point, Bradford gritted his teeth and said something that he thought was too bold in retrospect. You are testing whether I am smart enough and honest enough. And I have given the answer. Now it depends on you. Governor, do you have enough courage to bear the risk? Do you have confidence that the great cause you will do in the future will make me sincerely worship you from the bottom of my heart and refuse to defect? Ha ha ha. Gu Heng laughed and patted Bradford on the shoulder, and did not take offense at the last words that were even slightly provocative. I now think you are indeed a smart man. It is obvious that I have full confidence in myself. Just do as you said. I hope you won't let me down. I also hope you can see the day when the great cause comes true and become a part of it, rather than fall in the middle of the journey. Bradford knew that he had passed the test, but he was surprisingly not very happy. His mood at the moment was very strange. Feeling lucky to have survived the disaster? Of course, he did. But he also had some special feelings for Gu Heng. It was mixed with a little hatred, a lot of fear, a little admiration, a little respect, and a little hope that he himself could hardly detect. He remembered Gu Heng's declaration on the first day after he came to the surface. He said he would rebuild the entire Wasteland world, and let everyone who submitted to him live a good life. This Governor Gu seemed different from every governor in the past. His declaration sounded like a lot of cliches at first. But after careful examination, was he really capable of doing it? If he did it, would his future prospects be worse than being a member of the Alliance and a channel merchant? Thinking of this, Bradford suddenly reacted, Am I CPU'd? Chapter 85. Epic Victory. Gu Heng was indeed dissatisfied with Bradford's previous answer. But the last words really changed his mind. That was exactly what he had expected. Originally, Gu Heng wanted old Hodgson to take on this job. The old man, who had lived for a long time, even experienced the first generation of governors in the earliest times, and the process of establishing an alliance on the Angry Owl Star. Although he was not a specialized channel merchant, but living a long life often meant wealth. But now it seems that old Hodgson is dead, although he himself has not entered the city to investigate the situation. Little Hodgson, that is, Lambert, can't wait. After the things in the outer city were basically over, he was eager to enter the city. Gu Heng assigned some of the elite Marines to him, and asked him to go into the city first to explore. The Hodgson family's mansion was no longer sealed, and the dignitaries in the city no longer needed to do so. However, Lambert, who returned home smoothly, did not find anything valuable. After Bradford was caught, this guy told Gu Heng the news. Old Hodgson was indeed dead, and Monarch did it. During the negotiation process, Bradford participated. He and Old Norris tried to object, thinking it was too cruel, but they failed to object. At that time, Monarch had much more power than them, and his main support was of course the army. Of course, in the end they were persuaded, acquiesced to the plan, allowed old Hodgson to be assassinated, helped with the aftermath, and participated in the division of the Hodgson family's wealth in Fuxing City. In this matter, of course he is guilty. He is the enemy who killed Lambert's relatives. But strictly speaking, he is not the mastermind, but an accomplice. He must pay the price for his actions. Even if his previous answer satisfied Gu Heng, it does not mean that Gu Heng will let him go. His life may be saved temporarily, but his identity as a prisoner cannot be removed for the time being. Only after he has made meritorious contributions will Gu Heng consider pardoning him. Murdering the Alliance Parliament Speaker, this is a serious crime, connected to the collusion with the cult that happened to Councillor Wohan before, and the treason of Monarch, who stopped the governor outside the city. Gu Heng now has 10,000 explanations, which can be used to hang the dignitaries of Renaissance City. Then we will see which hat fits their heads, if this one doesn't fit. There is another one. There is no such thing as not being able to find a crime. Investigating a case requires evidence, and suppressing a rebellion only requires a list. The first thing Bradford did to make up for his crime was to help Gu Heng complete this list, and his own name would also be on it. The person who will be doing this work with him will be Lambert, who can't find his grandfather, and is about to hear the bad news. Under hatred, Lambert will not be merciful to these former fellow villagers. At the same time, he will not let Bradford, his enemy, have a good life. But Gu Heng will not pay much attention to these for the time being. He believes that Lambert will do a good job. Tomorrow, it is time to enter the city. And on the night before entering the city, Gu Heng finally finished all the matters at hand, and finally had time to look at the benefits obtained from the system level after the last battle. Epic Victory, gained 133 points of grace. Lost 13, killed 1097, captured 7388. Governor's Infantry, lost 13, killed 177. Sacred Lily Sisters, Allied lost 0, killed 169. Phoenix Warband, Allied lost 0, killed 757. This battle actually brought him hundreds of points of grace. This is a higher gain than the previous ambush against the original Wrath Owl sect, which also wiped out most of the Abscess monsters in the alien forest. The key point is that he had not actually thought of it beforehand. He even thought that, in the judgment of the system, this battle might not be considered a war, but more like an assassination of a special person, or a surprise military operation. Moreover, even if it was judged as a war, the main results of the battle were actually achieved by the Space Marines. The Battle Sisters were a little lazy in the early stage, but when the cult member showed up later, they started to act seriously. But no matter which of them they were not Gu Heng's subordinates. Will the system give points for their achievements? The actual result is that it will not be given. But the value is huge. Although Gu Hang did not get points for the Space Marines and Battle Sisters killing the enemies, their actions undoubtedly defeated the Alliance Legion. Except for the fleeing enemies, most of the rest laid down their weapons and surrendered. And a few resistance were killed. And those top fighters definitely did not have time to take in prisoners. This part of the work was done by Gu Hang Infantry Regiment. The 13 casualties and 177 kills of the infantry regiment occurred during this period. The 7,300 prisoners were also counted as captured by the infantry regiment. This is a good thing. Although, because the main battle was not won by Gu Hang men, the coefficient of obtaining the gift point became very low. But because of the small losses and great results, it was evaluated as an epic victory, which added back some of the coefficient. Moreover, the fact that so many people were captured, in addition to the invincible performance of the tough men and women, the influence of Gu Hang as the governor, and the morale blow caused by the execution of Mondok in midair, were also valuable. Under the influence of many aspects and factors, these 133 gifts were finally formed. It was a pleasant surprise. So far, he has 135 points of gifts, which is quite a lot. However, he has not figured out how to use them yet. In Soldier Card, reform the more than 7,000 captured soldiers? But this can only be done after their loyalty is ensured as much as possible, and the political commissars can play a role. Otherwise, after training and strengthening, they will rebel. That will be difficult to deal with. Technology. The system also needs to be drawn. It is very important to draw more powerful things for the development of the territory. But there is no rush for it at the moment. Gu Hang still needs to think about how to use these gift points. At dawn, Gu Hang entered the city. There was no welcoming ceremony, no food or drink. The people in the inner city heard the sound of fighting outside in the early morning of the previous few days, and learned from various rumors that the governor was coming. The 4 gates of the city had been blocked by the governor. Although it had only been a few days, the city's material reserves were still sufficient, and there would definitely be no starvation for the time being. However, the people in the inner city had not heard much about the governor's kindness and good governance. On the contrary, they still remembered the shitty things the past governor had done. They were hesitant, suspicious, and distrustful of Gu Hang's arrival. At this moment, they were all hiding at home, closing the doors and windows, and just watching the Space Marines, Battle Sisters, and the passing army through the cracks. Gu Hang felt countless eyes coming from both sides of the street. But he didn't care. He led his men, and went straight to the Alliance Council Hall in the center of the city. Chapter 86, United States Revival City. Sitting in the Union Parliament Hall, Gu Hang looked around. This place was built quite realistically. The round dome had many complex reliefs, which looked quite religious. The image of the emperor could be seen everywhere, and it seemed to vaguely tell a grand story of the ancestors who had worked hard to build the Union in the ruins. There was a small hole with a glass cover on the top, through which the skylight shone, and it would still be bright even if the lights were not turned on a sunny day. Under the dome, there is a long table. I think the Alliance members usually hold meetings here. Above the long table, on a platform with 5 steps, there is a throne-like chair. According to the design, it should be a seat exclusively for the governor. Back then, when the Alliance was revived, the governor should have sat in that high position, watching the members discuss and solve various problems in the reconstruction process of the Wrathful Star. Proposals were put forward one by one. Problems were solved one by one. And plans were implemented one by one. It should have been a glorious time. Until now, there are still many people on the Angry Owl Star who will miss that time, especially after experiencing the second generation of governors. Gu Hang did not know much about the deeds of the first generation of governors, and he did not think that he was the successor of his will. But this did not prevent him from doing similar things in the same place. After sitting down, Gu Hang's system received new information. You have occupied the city, Fuxing City. Fuxing City's monthly fixed income, 68 points of gift. Seeing the occupation, seeing Fuxing City included in the system statistics, Gu Hang was originally happy. When he first landed as the governor a few months ago, he was looking forward to this news. But he never saw it. Today, he finally got what he wanted. However, after seeing the number 68, Gu Hang frowned. This is too low. It's ridiculously low. The governor's camp he built from scratch, plus the abandoned Dongshi that was rotten when he conquered it, can provide him with 61 points of gifts in total. To reach that number, the two camps together have just over 10,000 people. How can Fuxing City, with a population of nearly 1 million, only have so few? Then, he saw a series of negative effects under the City of Revival in this integrated internal affairs interface. City shutdown, greatly reduced city income. Anarchy, greatly reduced city income. In addition to anarchy, there are several other states with the term of greatly reducing city income, including uneasy people, extremely low average living standards, hungry city, low management level, poor infrastructure, low population quality, low public order, rebels, and there are several entries with a moderate reduction in income, disordered market, trade interruption, extensive development, post-war chaos, martial state, administrative chaos, out of control at the grassroots level, cults and heresies. I won't mention those with a small reduction in income, but there are quite a few anyway. Gu Hang was speechless. With so many negative effects, it didn't seem so incredible that the gift income plummeted to the bottom. However, Gu Hang quickly adjusted his mindset. He had not completely anticipated this situation. His previous thought was that even if he took the city by military means, he would still need to govern it later in order for the system to recognize that the city belonged to him. And now that there are so many negative effects on him, which greatly reduce the income, it is probably the same idea. Similarly, this matter can also be thought of in a positive way. These clear negative effects clearly pointed out to Gu Hang the problems that need to be solved. It will probably be fine if we conquer them one by one. In his opinion, these debuffs of Fuxing City can be roughly divided into two categories: development problems and management problems. The former cannot be solved immediately. It is necessary to improve productivity and restore trade routes so that people can have enough food and clothing, have the energy to transform the city, and obtain a better standard of living. As for management issues, some deep-rooted ones will also take time to slowly deal with, but at least some problems can be solved immediately. For example, the biggest debuff, city shutdown. Factories are shut down. Shops are shut down. And residents of the city are afraid to go out on the streets because of military control. Fear and anxiety. They can't work. And there is not enough food. This is what Gu Hang is going to do right away. He needs to immediately establish an administrative system that can at least be effective, no matter how simple it is, to deal with the problem of city shutdown. That would be a completely new administrative team. He had hesitated before whether to do so, but the death of old Hodgson completely extinguished that idea. If there was an old man who supported him wholeheartedly and had a reputation in the alliance to assist him, he might still take over the original administrative system of Renaissance City and slowly carry out reforms. But now? Forget it. If we still use the old administrative system, there will be constraints. The war has been won. Why should we still mix with Renaissance City and the original system of the alliance government? Moreover, is there anything good about the original system of the alliance government? The governor in the past had insufficient control and needed to coordinate all parties, all factions, and compromise with each other. However, Gu Hang didn't need to. At least not for the time being. He didn't need to create a parliamentary system to bring together all factions, all walks of life, all people who hold power and have a say in order to get things done. He decided to abandon the original system, to overturn and completely rebuild a highly centralized regime and system, to implement his will with high efficiency. He will keep the name of the alliance, which is a necessary political name for conquering and ruling the settlements outside the Renaissance City. But other than that, he does not intend to leave much else. He will completely abolish the parliament and replace it with the alliance government. The government will have multiple departments under its jurisdiction, and the administrative officers will be the leaders. In the future, the administrative officers will be proposed to make decisions and guide the development of the city. The old system will be swept away. The once high-ranking officials, the rentier class, will be liquidated, and the entire factory owner class will be directly eliminated in one wave, and replaced by government-owned collective factories. After the old interest groups are eliminated, the positions they vacated, the interests, will become the interests of the newcomers. The new interest groups are grown from the new system, and can only emerge with the help of the governor. In turn, they will also be the governor's most staunch supporters. This process will be a revolution that some people will see as cruel. There were footsteps at the door. Gu Hang ended his contemplation, looked up, and saw a slightly thin girl, wearing a gray-blue shirt, walking in. Asuna is here. Chapter 87, I am the Minister of Production? After hearing the order from the governor, Osina was a little confused. Recently, she had just stabilized her work, established a government affairs team, and managed 2 camps, when she was transferred with a transfer order with a government affairs team of more than 10 people to Fushing City. Soon after, she received the appointment from the governor. She will serve as the acting minister of the production department of the alliance government. The experience of the past few months is too magical. One moment she was a refugee who was hungry and cold. And then she became the production manager of the governor's camp, managing the production work of 2 camps with a scale of 10,000 people, arranging various production plans, and recruiting personnel. Now, she has become a senior official of the alliance government. Nearly 1 million people in Fushing City want her to be responsible for production planning and consumption arrangements. At the beginning, she was only in charge of 10,000 people, and she didn't know if she could do it well. But she just went ahead. Fortunately, after that exchange with the governor, she suddenly got the hang of things. Although she was still a little unskilled in the following work, she was always able to find solutions to various problems quickly. As she became more and more proficient in her work, Asuna gradually felt relieved and began to devote herself to her work. She found that she loved this job. On the one hand, she had no worries about food and clothing. On the other hand, she felt happy when she saw those wanderers who had similar experiences to her come to the governor's camp and, with her help, live a life that was not particularly good, but at least had a goal. She didn't particularly understand the governor's grand plan, but in her opinion, those who could work well, eat well, and live well were the cornerstone of the great cause. But now, the scale that needed to be managed had increased from 10,000 to 1 million. After the scale increased, there would certainly be countless problems that needed to be solved. She didn't even know if she could do well. It wasn't that she was afraid of not doing well and losing the governor's trust. In this regard, Asuna's ambition is not very big. What she fears more is that her mistakes will affect the livelihoods of millions of people. During the period of displacement, the experience of struggling on the line of life and death outside the city of Fushing made her very clear how difficult the lives of ordinary civilians are in this wasteland. Especially those poor people outside the city who have no savings. Their ability to resist risks is extremely low. It is true that she was born in a family with good living conditions, but it is precisely because she has seen the light that the suffering of struggling in the darkness is more unforgettable. You have this heart, which is why I gave you the task. Gu Heng encouraged her again. You have this heart, which is why I can hand over the livelihoods of nearly 1 million people in Fushing City to you. If even you can't do it well, how can I trust those who have not experienced suffering deeply? Osina took a deep breath and strengthened her confidence. I understand. I will work hard. Next, Gu Heng talked with Osina for a long time. Gu Heng fully expressed his expectations to Asuna. He certainly would not let Asuna, a little girl, start from scratch and do it out of thin air. Even if Asuna did it, he would not feel at ease. Here, Gu Heng explained a lot of things. He told Asuna that the first thing to solve was the problem of hunger. The city's granaries had been controlled, and she had to ensure that the poor outside the city would not riot because of hunger. It was already in a very critical state. Those poor people really had no savings, and if they did not distribute food, it would not be long before people starved to death. Secondly, she needs to resume production in Fushing City as soon as possible. The small workshops in the outer city have been controlled, and they can resume work as the first step. The large factories located in the city will be confiscated from the dignitaries and councillors later, and the resumption plan will also need to be implemented as soon as possible. This is the most urgent matter. The rest is to move the work point system to Fushing City as the basis for allocation. Clarify the production capacity of various industries in Fushing City. Formulate production plans, and consider how to upgrade industries, expand the civil service system, and improve administrative efficiency. In this way, various problems can be solved one by one in different categories. After Asuna understood Gu Heng meaning, she started to work. However, if she wanted to complete her work well, she had to see how another person did it first. That person was Lambert Hodgson, who was in charge of the Great Purge under Gu Heng instructions. If you want to open the warehouse to release grain, you must have grain to release. If you want to resume production, you must have work to do. The past coalition government was a typical small government. They did not pay much attention to the issue of food security. They don't even have an official granary for strategic reserves. The city's grain reserves are only in the grain merchants and the canteens of some factories. They have to confiscate the houses first before they can get these things. Similarly, if they want to solve the problem of resuming production, they have to confiscate the means of production. That is, the major factories. At this moment, Lambert's eyes were full of fire. Bradford was terrified by his stare. He said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. The governor asked me to cooperate with you. I came here to atone for my sins. Your sin is unforgivable." Lambert gritted his teeth and said, "But it doesn't depend on you, but on the governor," Bradford said stubbornly at first. But soon he felt that he couldn't offend Lambert too much. Although he had killed his grandfather, he had already offended him to death. But there was no need to provoke him any more. Then this person who had invested in the governor earlier ran to the governor and strongly demanded that he pay for his life. That would be too difficult. Although the hope is slim, Bradford's best choice is to try to mend the relationship. He said, "You are angry. You want revenge. These are all fine. I will pay the price for my own actions. In fact, I have already paid. Look, I have obediently written you a list of so many words. You can arrest according to the list. Your father, your grandfather's revenge. And you can avenge it. Mondok is the main person who did it. And he is also the most hardline element. His family has a deep influence in the army. You can kill them all. I'm already doing that. And old Norris. He has gathered at least 5,000 people in his largest manufacturing plant and is on high alert. It looks like he wants to turn the factory into a tight fortress. But in fact, he wants to surrender. So what? So, you don't have to attack head-on. Otherwise you have to ask the governor to mobilize more troops and ask for support. You can agree to Norris' surrender conditions on behalf of the governor. And I can even help you negotiate as an envoy. The governor's order is to clear out all the old dignitaries. I know. Of course I know, Bradford said with a wry smile. But as long as the old guy agrees and falls into your hands, you can do whatever you want. Right? Chapter 88, Artillery. Bradford proposed a sinister plan. Pretend to agree to Norris's condition of giving up resistance, and then go back on it and kill him. Lambert was somewhat tempted by this plan, but he finally refused to do it. Indeed, as Bradford said, doing so would save a lot of effort. At least there would be no need to fight. If they attacked head-on, several thousand people, even if they were ordinary workers who were armed, basically only equipped with light weapons, but after all, they were defending the factory after reinforcement. If you want to conquer it, you need to put in some effort, and even have to bear a lot of casualties. But Lambert still planned to do it. The main reason was that he didn't want Gu Hang to be labeled as a traitor. In private, any means were acceptable, but in public, as a ruler, credit was very important, and in a sense, it even represented public credibility, and represented whether the policy was easy for the people to believe. In this case, you have to pretend to be open and above board. Being clever here, it might indeed save a lot of effort in dealing with Norris's problem, but the price of taking shortcuts at this moment might be paid twice from other places. After making this decision, he also used it to mock Bradford, saying that he could only be a businessman in his life and would never understand the vision of a politician who did great things. Bradford was speechless. Lambert's actions also received additional support. He mobilized 2 infantry battalions that followed the governor into the city, and also pulled out a dozen heavy artillery from the captured military weapons, making a gesture of strong attack. Norris sent an envoy to discuss the terms of surrender, but was once again sternly rejected by Lambert. Lambert demanded that all those who were resisting in the factory surrender unconditionally, lay down their weapons, and wait for the governor's trial. This was an ultimatum, and Lambert would only give them 1 hour. The message was brought back to the factory by the messenger, and the people inside were silent. An hour later, no one came out to surrender, and Lambert ordered the battle to begin. Perbov, who was pulled in to help him, ordered his 2nd battalion to start playing with the newly acquired big toys. Those were 5 155mm howitzers. The 6th battalion, which was pulled in to work together next door, was also equipped with 5 captured artillery pieces as battalion firepower. 10 heavy artillery pieces, all fired at the same time, and shells after shells, were fired into the factory. After 1 round of volleys, black smoke billowed out of the factory. The governor's soldiers did not rush in. When the enemy was completely surrounded, it would be foolish not to make good use of the heavy artillery pieces, and to use the lives of soldiers to fill the gap. There were a lot of shells in stock anyway, so let's fire 10 or 20 rounds of the 10 artillery pieces first, and after a few hundred rounds of heavy artillery, We can talk about the infantry going in to clear up the situation. During this process, Lambert also received additional assistance. Sister Grit came here with 6 nuns. This was not the first time Lambert had seen the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy. To be honest, compared to the phoenixes who had a dark face and a look of no strangers allowed, he preferred these fighting nuns, who always had a gentle smile on their faces. Although these nuns were just as ruthless in the battle. However, although they had met before, it was the first time they had communicated, and Lambert seemed a little restrained. Nice to meet you, head sister. Thank you very much for coming to help us. Grid said, You're welcome. We are all fighting for the Empire. Mr. Lambert, I have also heard about what happened to your family, and it's a pity that this happened to you. Thank you. However, I remember that you and your subordinates should be investigating the traces of the cult in the city? How can you have time to participate in the battle here in the factory? Grid responded, There is evil hidden in this factory. Moreover, the activities of the cultists may be related to the disaster suffered by your Hodgson family. Lambert immediately took it seriously. Can you tell me? No problem. Then, the head nun told Lambert, the descendant of the victim, in detail about her discoveries during this period. She went to investigate the death scene of old Hodgson and found the remnants of heresy in the Hodgson family's mansion. Therefore, she believed that the assassination of old Hodgson involved the involvement of cults. The other sisters went to investigate other clues, and she came here with 6 people. At the beginning, the mastermind of the assassination of Hodgson was Mondoc, but he was dead. The remaining 2 participants were here. She came here to understand the situation. After learning about this, Lambert immediately pulled Bradford out. In the details of the death of old Hodgson that this guy revealed before, he did not mention the cult. After hearing the head nun's question, Bradford was also confused. He didn't know. He didn't lie. It had come to this point. He was trying hard to survive and seek a possible reduction in sentence. If he knew about the cult, how could he help those cult members to conceal it? He wanted to sell out those brain-damaged guys. But he really didn't know about it. The assassination was masterminded by Mondoc. Bradford only participated in the aftermath and the division of the operation. He didn't care how the assassination was carried out. In his opinion, it would not be difficult for Mondoc, who controlled the military power of the Alliance, to do this. The fact was indeed so. The Hodgson family disappeared from their own mansion one night. After confirming that Bradford was not lying and that there was no smell of cult on him, the head nun let him go. Then, she set her sights on the factory area in front of her that was still being bombarded. There was the last conspirator who participated in the assassination of Hodgson, old Norris. In that factory, she could feel the fluctuations of the evil energy of the storm. That was the evil energy of heresy. Those who did not believe in the Emperor of God and prayed for supernatural powers from other places were all heresy in the eyes of the state religion. Even some radicals believed that spontaneously generated psychics were also heretics, and there should be no legal psychics in this world. And these extremists were usually accused of heresy by the Imperial Spiritual Society. It was a daily routine for the 2 sides to have verbal battles, and even physical destruction of each other was a common occurrence. Holy Mercy Lily was not that kind of extremist. Otherwise, the first person they would be hostile to would be the governor himself. However, the supernatural energy that came from other supernatural creatures, through the connection of faith, and through the heretical rituals of prayer, would be deeply hated by all members of the state religion, regardless of their faction. Chapter 89, The New Stay. Old Norris, with disheveled hair, has completely lost his former demeanor. He intends to surrender to the governor. In his opinion, although the resistance of the Alliance members has been disintegrated, the future of the city is destined to be decided by the governor. But if the governor wants to rule, it is definitely not enough to rely on himself alone. He must need a certain class, a certain group of people, to execute his will and implement his policies. Norris did lose before, but he admitted defeat. He was willing to pay the price, willing to help the governor rule the city, and in the process of ruling, regain the part that should belong to him. In his view, this was a matter of course, and the governor would definitely agree. The only thing to consider was how much authority the governor would be willing to leave him. It was for this reason that he gathered the workers and armed them. This was a move to increase the weight of his surrender. He used this method to announce to others how much control he had over the important physical industries of Renaissance City, so that he could get more attention from the governor. However, after the governor entered the city, The envoys he sent out did not even meet the governor, let alone discuss any conditions. Then, Lambert led the army to surround his fortified factory and demanded his unconditional surrender. At this time, he felt something was wrong. Letting Lambert lead the people to besiege his factory. This person is a strong signal in itself. He can be regarded as Lambert's murderer. If the governor intends to accept his surrender, Lambert should not be sent. Wouldn't that intensify the conflict? But he still held a glimmer of hope and tried to negotiate. But Lambert was completely unmoved and issued an ultimatum. When he heard the ultimatum, Norris still couldn't believe it. The governor really doesn't want me? I am the biggest industrial tycoon in Fushing City. The whole city cannot do without me to resume work and production. The livelihoods of countless workers depend on me. How dare you want me to die? Then, the time for the ultimatum came, and 10 heavy artillery fired at the factory. A round of shells fell, and black smoke rose from all over the factory. The 155mm caliber cannon was enough to penetrate the factory building and cause terrible casualties inside. The whole factory was filled with wailing. Among them, Norris's office on the top floor of the main building of the factory was also hit by a shell. If he had not been dragged into the basement by his bodyguards in advance when the ultimatum was issued, he would probably have been dead by now. He was at a loss. And his head was completely filled with fear. And he was not the only one who was deeply trapped in fear. After a round of shelling, the armed workers, who were not well prepared, suffered very heavy casualties. If there were not a group of people in dark blue robes, shouting everywhere, stabilizing order, the morale inside would have completely collapsed after a few rounds of shelling. They called on the armed workers to hide in the sturdy factory buildings, and use various sundries, building materials, and scrap machines to build fortifications that can withstand shell fragments and shock waves, or hide in the basement, and prepare to withstand the shells. Then, when the governor's lackeys attack, they will show them some color. Encouraged by the blue robes, the morale of the armed workers was more or less stabilized. In the basement, watching the blue robes constantly coming in and out, busying about, his dull face suddenly became a little lively. Yes. 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 I'm not done yet. You? Stop. Norris grabbed a blue robe. I am your most important collaborator. You have to protect me. I want to leave here. I want. Before he finished speaking, he was pushed away by a gust of air. The blue robe stared at him and said, "Coward. If you want to escape, then go away by yourself. We have to keep fighting here." His eyes were full of fanaticism. Norris shouted, "You will die." The blue robe looked even more contemptuous. True God believers are not afraid of death. We will teach those lackeys of the governor a profound lesson. You are crazy. The blue robe ignored him and ran upstairs. In the busy factory, where he was determined to resist to the end, the desperate Norris was like an abandoned old dog. In another basement of the factory, the original high priest Trikeo was also here. Beside him, there were 2 men in gray and white robes. Their attire was very similar to that of the Howling Wind envoy that Gu Hang had encountered in the alien forest. They were indeed the 2 envoys of the original Angry Owl sect, with the same status as the Howling Wind that died at Gu Hang's hands. And they were the other 2 of the 12 envoys. The Shadow Wind envoy was a fat woman, whose fat body could not be covered even by a wide robe. And the Fierce Wind envoy was a very sturdy man. Have the gifts of the storm been planted? Chui Cao asked. The 2 envoys bowed together. We obey the command, and have planted them all. Tri Chow's expression was full of compassion. The people of God will return to the kingdom of God. And it is time for us to go. There are greater plans waiting for our dedication. The faces of the 2 envoys were full of excitement. The voice of Shadow Wind envoy was even trembling because of excessive intoxication. I can't wait to see the storm coming. The Fierce Wind envoy next to him was much calmer. Don't indulge yourself. The plan has to be launched in advance because of the governor. And we are not so sure. Just too cautious. The Shadow Wind envoy was interrupted at her climax, and seemed very dissatisfied. Her sharp voice sounded, "We could have dedicated this city to the storm a long time ago. But just for..." At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. She saw Chui Cao's eyes, looking at her. "This is the will of the storm," Chui Cao said with a smile on his lips. "Shadow Wind, you don't understand the Lord's will enough. You stay." Shadow Wind's eyes, which were originally squeezed in the fat, suddenly widened. "No. No. No. I'm not dissatisfied. This is not a punishment for you." Chui Cao's smile became more kind. This is a test for you. Those who came from outer space, the slaves of the false emperor, will affect the Lord's cause. This time, we will not only create chaos in the city to attract the attention of the governor, but we will also try our best to eliminate those slaves of the false emperor. It's a pity that only 7 of them came this time. However, you still have to do your best, understand? The Shadow Wind envoy wanted to refuse, but in the end, she could only lower her head in obedience. Tuikao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then I leave it to you, Shadow Wind. I hope I can hear good news from you later." Chapter 90, Ground Attack. Gu Hang suddenly felt a palpitation. He stood up from his seat and went to the window to look out. From here, the specific situation of the battlefield could not be seen, but the sound of heavy artillery could be heard across half the city. He already knew that. Grit had rushed over there with the extremely combat nuns, and, logically, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Hang could not ignore his previous restlessness. He is a psychic, and his intuition is a real sign of something that is about to happen most of the time. Gu Hang still felt uneasy when the sound of the cannon continued. Instead of dwelling on it, he might as well go there in person to find out what was going on. Gu Hang set off. Before he set off, he also sent a message, hoping that the Phoenix Regiment, who had found a random place in the city to rest, would rush over as soon as possible. This was still a mission request. And in his words, Sister Grit might be in trouble. I believe he had an affair with a nun in the past. Oh no, it was Captain Martins, who had fought side by side with her. He would not sit idly by. They were free anyway. Gu Hang rushed over very quickly. With a thought, he flew into the air. This is the advantage of psychics. When he arrived at the scene, Lambert, Prabhav, Grit and others had already started the ground attack for quite a while. The previous rounds of artillery fire had thrown more than 100 heavy artillery pieces into the factory. The entire factory area was not reduced to ruins. But it was not much different. According to their assessment, under such circumstances, the non-professional soldiers inside, who were only temporarily armed workers, not only suffered heavy casualties, but their morale should also be about to collapse. The next thing to do was for the infantry, led by the combat nuns, to enter and clean up the battlefield. No matter who died, the living ones would be taken out as prisoners and thrown into the prisoner of war camp. It would not be the army's business to see how the follow-up arrangements would be made. Those who still resisted would of course be shot dead. According to Prabhav's idea, this should be a very easy operation. Sure enough, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Without this kind of heavy artillery that can directly damage concrete and cement structures, relying on the previous 60mm mortars, grenades, and rifles, if you want to take down the current factory area, even if the opponent is just some armed workers, you may have to pay a lot of lives. Now, just using the 10 captured 155mm heavy artillery, this battle will be much easier. If you can use a big bomb, first fire a dozen rounds, then the infantry will go up to clean up the battlefield. Then who the hell is willing to risk their lives to fill the trenches? Or else it is said that artillery is the god of war. However, before entering, Grit warned him and the commander of the 6th Battalion. Don't let your guard down. There are still strong enemies inside. There are still strong enemies? At that time, Prabhav was a little unconvinced. What strong enemy could be stronger than a 155mm howitzer? Then, he remembered the heroic figures of the Phoenix and the holy lilies on the battlefield. If there is an enemy of this level, it seems that it is really not possible. If someone else said it, he would not believe it, but the one who said it was this gentle and powerful nun. So he still believed it. Prabhav discussed with the commander of the 6th Battalion and decided not to throw all the troops in at once. Although they only had 600 people in total, which was a bit insufficient for this large-scale factory area, they would rather go slower and be more cautious. They each sent out a company and entered first. When the company entered, they were divided into teams, each responsible for advancing. And the distance between the teams was relatively wide. Each team was divided into 3 groups to sweep the semi-ruined factory area. At the request of the officers, the soldiers crouched, using the ruins as cover, and moved forward slowly and tediously, but very steadily. They would not move forward easily before thoroughly confirming that an area was safe. As a result, there really were enemies. Moreover, these enemies had a very strong will to resist. Those guys, wearing workers' clothes and holding weapons that were not much better than iron rifles, emerged from the ruins. When they emerged, they were usually only about 30 to 50 meters away from the soldiers, who were searching forward, not far. After they came out, they used their weapons to fire a volley of bullets at a group of infantry. The soldiers reacted quickly, and they quickly lay down and looked for cover. The armed workers were not very good at shooting, and most of them missed their targets. If they were really shot, the plastic steel armor on their bodies could save their lives. While one group of soldiers was suppressed, the other 3 people not far away would immediately launch a counterattack. Relatively speaking, the soldiers under Gu Hang were much better at shooting than the armed workers. The performance of the G9 assault rifle was also far more reliable than the weapons in the hands of the armed workers. With a round of bursts of fire from the 3 people, they could kill all the armed workers who appeared. After completing the kill, they did not put down their guns, but continued to point their guns at the place, and made tactical gestures to the group of soldiers who were suppressed before. The 3 men quickly stood up and went to the location where the target was shot. They wanted to confirm the results of the battle, to see if there were any remaining enemies. If there were any enemies who were not dead, they would shoot them. The 3 who completed the kill provided them with fire cover. If an enemy appeared, they would immediately launch a fire attack. Not far away, Grit, who was about to attack, lowered her gun. Her eyes were even a little surprised. The performance of these soldiers was beyond her expectations. Before, she had not paid much attention to the combat status of these ordinary infantrymen under the governor, although their individual equipment looked very similar to that of the regular army of the Empire. G-type rifles, plastic steel vests. But this can only be regarded as the most basic cannon fodder equipment. Logically speaking, the team should not only be equipped with mortars, but also may need a few LR-type laser guns, HS-type electromagnetic rifles, and simple fragmentation grenades may not be enough. Even if they can't get hot melt bombs, compressed energy bombs, they should at least get more rocket launchers. Even if they were pure light infantry, the equipment of these infantrymen under Governor Gu was a little far behind. But this was understandable, forgivable, and even admirable. At least, the governor had tried hard to make his armaments closer to those of the Star Army. What else could he ask for? However, when the real fight started, the combat quality and combat performance of these soldiers were impressive. Although the equipment was not adequate, the training level was like that of a regular Star Army unit. Even Grit could not underestimate such a team. With the help of these people, she felt that she and her sisters could be a little more relaxed. But just as she was thinking this, something strange happened.